war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the violent virtuoso.
It was one of those evenings where sooner or later you know you're going to end up on the fire escape. It had been hot all day, and it was still hot. And the weatherman had just informed the city by radio that there'd be more of the same tomorrow. Unfortunately, when a weatherman forecasts heat, he's always right. So I was reclining, trying to divert myself with a 5-star final, when Mark Donovan came in with a proposition.
Hey, look, what do you say we go out and do the town? Huh?
Oh, go away. You've just had a shower and it's gone to your head.
No, I mean it. Look, let's go out and get ourselves a couple of warm-hearted females. Huh?
Mark, I regret having to break it to you, but at this moment, anything that can be described as warm seems utterly distasteful to me.
You'll forget all about the weather.
Look, you go. I have 1 or 2 phone calls I'm waiting for. Answer the door, will you?
This ain't the kind of night for staying in.
He kept it up all the way to the door, and I felt the argument would be resumed as soon as he came back. But I was wrong. He reappeared wearing a grin that was almost a leer.
Now I see why you wanted to stay home. I also see why you wanted to get rid of me.
What are you talking about?
It's the dame, the one you're expecting. And, brother, if anything is cool in this town tonight, it is her. But, she ain't gonna help your temperature any.
You trying to tell me there's a woman out there?
There is, brother. And she'll make you take a long drag on that cigarette you're smoking.
He was right. And I did. She was tall and slim, blonde. Her eyes and mouth had a go-chase-yourself look that suggested money, and lots of it.
I'm Sybil Thorne.
Oh?
Mr. Latham of Intercontinental Underwriters said that he'd call you about me.
Yes, he called. Mentioned something about a stolen ring. He said he wouldn't be contacting me until tomorrow.
I got restless. Do you mind?
You know, I don't mind. I don't mind at all.
Could I have a cigarette? I finished the last of mine coming over here.
What would you like?
Oh, I'll take the kind you're smoking. And I'll take a drink, too, if you have the ingredients.
We have the ingredients. Mark, 10 bar, will you? What's your preference in this?
Have them surprise me.
You hear that, Mark?
I did. 3 surprises coming up.
Latham didn't say much about the ring. Did you lose it?
It was stolen from me.
Valuable, I suppose.
Oh, I paid $7,500 for it. But I don't want to collect the insurance on it. I want the ring back.
How about the police?
I'd rather not have the police in on it yet. You see, it was stolen from me by a friend.
That makes a lovely picture.
Will you take the case? Chalmers Latham said you would.
I guess so, Duchess. Who's the friend?
Did you ever hear of an actress by the name of Carol Corson?
Yes, I've heard of her. Better than that, I know her. You're not trying to say that Carol Corson's a thief?
I'm not trying to say it, Race. I am saying it.
On second thought, I don't think I'd do you any good on this case, Duchess.
You've already taken the case, Race. I wouldn't like it if you turned me down now.
Here you are. 2 tall ones guaranteed to cool your temperatures down to 0. In fact, they might even embalm you.
Thank you, Mark. Race,
Yes, Duchess.
you will take the case, won't you?
Yes, I'll take it. But before we get through, you might not like me. Carol Corson could be seen at the Majestic, where she was doing a well-received skit in a popular review. She was an old friend, and for good reason. Carol and I had once gone around for several weeks thinking of little else but each other. At the Majestic, I found her in her dressing room.
Race, darling. Talk about ghosts out of the past.
Still the same color hair, still the same figure. You wearing well, baby?
You big stiff. You know, I never quite got over you.
Well, I've heard different. How about Ernie Jetto? Now I understand as Lawrence Landry.
Well, you can't blame me for Landry, Race. He might even make me forget you.
Oh, when he plays that violin.
I'm not blaming you, baby. But Ernie Jetto could be bad news to an affair.
No,
like
don't
that.
say it, Race. Just the thought scares me silly. Oh, look, lover, I've got to go on.
All right, but I must talk to you, and soon. You're being accused of thievery.
I'm being what?
You know Sybil Thorne?
Well, sure, I went to a brawl at her place last night.
Well, Sybil has lost a ring worth $7,500. You've been tabbed as number one suspect.
What?
The ring was insured with Intercontinental, so I'm on the case.
And I... Oh, but Race, this is silly.
I'm sure it is, baby. But
Oh, listen, lover, I do have to skip. I'll get in touch with you, huh? Where are you staying?
at the Carlisle.
All right, I'll see. I've got to zoom.
Could have waited for her, but it was late, and I felt tired. I got as far as the stage door when...
Hold it, pal. I want to have a talk with you.
Ernie Jetto. I'd heard him use that same tone against the district attorney while on trial for murder. Ernie Jetto, unconvicted killer. A second man stirred nearby, and I recognized Duke Temple, another chunk of dry ice.
You're Frank Race, ain't you?
That's right.
Me? I'm Ernie Jetto.
I know. I remember your sidekick, too. How are you, Duke?
I'm all right.
Well, what were you doing inside, Race?
I'm talking to a friend of yours.
Carol Corson?
Yeah, had some business to discuss.
Yeah, now I'd like you to hear my story. You know how I feel about Carol, don't you, Race?
No, I've heard rumors.
I've been hearing rumors, too. About some guy trying to cut me out. You had a yen for Carol a few years ago, didn't you, Race?
That I can't deny, Jetto.
Now I find you hanging around here. Could add up, couldn't it?
But it doesn't.
How do I know?
Just have to take my word for it.
I don't take nobody's word for nothing.
All right. And where do we go from there?
First, I'm going to tell you something. Stay away from Carol Corson. And just so you don't get absent-minded, Duke is going to tie a little string around your finger.
If Duke has any idea about using those brass knuckles, you'd better change his mind, Jetto.
Bothers you, does it? Go ahead, Duke.
I wouldn't try it, Duke.
Me, I'm working for Ernie. Here, bite on this.
Sorry, Duke. I never cared for brass knucks. Don't make any more plays, Jetto. This Luger can spit lead faster than Duke lost his teeth. Better not, Duke.
Tough guy, ain't you? Packing a rod. Makes you feel good, don't it, packing a rod? Let him ride, Duke. We can catch up with him. Later.
For the next couple of days, the case showed about as much activity as a Philadelphia weekend. Heard nothing from either of the two women involved. Then on the morning of the third day, I got a call from Sybil Thorne.
How would you like to take me to a concert tonight?
Well, you sound gay. Did you get your ring back?
I did not.
I thought you might be dropping the affair.
I am not. And I want you to keep on with it. Have you done anything?
Stirred up a case of physical violence in myself, but nothing else. If I'm going to be of any value to you, Duchess, I'll need to know more about this business.
So, we should get together. How about the concert idea? Do you like violinists?
Well, like anything's good.
Oh, Lawrence Landry's great. He's new and brilliant and...
Landry? Is it his concert?
Yes. You might pick me up about 8.
Well, that evening, just as I was ready to leave, Mark Donovan came in, so I commandeered his services as a driver.
Look, this is the dame that was here the other night.
The same. Where's your cab?
Halfway down the block. So you're going to a concert, huh? Yeah. I don't know if any woman is worth that, Race.
Look, I like classical music.
Yeah, I guess even a guy like you has to have a flaw in his character somewhere.
Thanks.
Hold it, Race.
What is it?
Down! Race.
Hey, get up. He's gone.
Oh, I thought he got you. I didn't want to look.
Nothing wrong with me. A good brushing off won't cure. What was that boy? Did you get a good look at him?
Yeah, right between them two Buicks that was short, chunky, dark complexion.
Duke Temple. Tough traitor.
Traitor?
Seems to want my life because I relieved him of some front teeth. Come on, Mark. Let's head for Sybil Thorne's before we have to start explaining to the police. Lawrence Landry put on a good show. Young American, he had the looks to catch himself a feminine audience wherever he went. But he was no great violinist. Teresa Vane, his accompanist, was a far better musician. As a solo number, she keyed out a rendition of the Apassionata that saved the evening for me. Afterward, I went backstage with Sybil Thorne and met both of them.
Oh, Larry, you were marvelous. I enjoyed it ever so much.
I'm glad, Sybil. I thought the audience a little lukewarm.
Oh, no, darling. They were mad about you. Weren't they, Race?
There was a question about uttering a falsehood or making myself disliked, so I avoided the issue by turning to Teresa Vane with my opinion of her work.
Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Mr. Race.
Oh, I more than enjoyed it. That job on the Apasionata enthralled me.
It's wonderful of you to say so.
I thought you were great all the way.
Mr. Race, you've made me very happy.
But I hadn't made Sybil Thorne happy. And later in the cab, I heard about it.
I don't understand you, Race. Why did you have to go so completely overboard for that girl's playing? You didn't say a word about Larry.
If I'd praised Landry's work, I'd have been a hypocrite. He's far from being a first-line violinist.
You're insane. Well, he's marvelous.
Have a cigarette, Duchess. And listen while I tell you something. You're infatuated with Landry, and it makes you blind and deaf. It's made you hate Carol Corson, too.
You are insane.
I was able to put the picture all together tonight. Landry goes for Carol, so you detest the girl. Which casts quite a doubt on your loss of that ring.
Are you accusing me of lying?
I'm accusing you of a more horrible malady. Jealousy. And I'm going to do you a favor. I'm going to write this case off as finished. For your sake, Duchess. For your sake. After leaving Sybil Thorne, and there was no goodnight kiss involved in our parting, I found a phone booth and called Carol Corson.
Hello?
Carol, this is Frank Race.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well.
It's Race, Carol.
Who? Oh, Ray. We have a very bad connection, lover.
Well, then maybe I'd better stop in and talk to you. You still up?
Up, did you say? Of course, lover. I'll be up for hours yet. Where are you?
Practically around the corner. It's all right then, huh?
Oh, wait a minute, Ray.
What is it, Carol?
Someone just came into the apartment. Oh, it's you. What are you doing with that gun?
Who is it, Carol?
Wait. Wait, don't do that. No! No! No.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Through the few scrambled, hurried minutes that it took Mark Donovan and me to reach the door to Carol Corson's apartment, I developed a sense of guilt. I'd been too willing to write off this affair as a bit of unimportant jealousy. I'd been wrong. The exchange I'd listened to over the telephone had sounded convincingly like murder. Mark and I found the apartment door ajar. Another somber note. We went inside.
Used to go with this girl, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, I used to go with her.
Through the chest. Won't do no good to send for a doc, Race.
No, won't do a bit of good.
Well, what are you gonna do?
The only thing I can, Mark, call the police. Started out hot again the next morning. I felt dull-witted and lethargic. About as useful as a barkeep at a revival. It was just after 11 o'clock when I got the phone call.
Race?
That's right.
Ernie Jetto.
Hello, Joe.
I've been reading about Carol, about how you found her.
I guess it was all there. I haven't seen a paper.
I told you how I felt about that kid, Race.
I know, Jetto. It's tough.
Plenty tough. Too much for a guy like me to take lying down. That's why I thought about you, Race.
I wish I could tell you something. Can't.
You have to tell me nothing. I got it all figured myself. Guess what I come up with?
I'm not very bright this morning, Jetto.
I come up with you. Frank Race. The private pry with a big reputation. The big guy that's in with the cops. The guy that can get away with murder.
Look, Jetto, I'm as sorry about Carol as you are. Maybe sorrier. I had nothing to do with her death.
Carol was a good kid. Maybe a little crazy, but a good kid. We was doing all right, Carol and me. And you show up again.
Jetto, you're wrong.
You got an unlisted phone, ain't you, Race? I latched on to the number, didn't I? I know where you stay, too. The Carlisle, now I want you to know something. I'm gonna get you. I'm putting my mind on that and nothing else. Maybe today, maybe tomorrow, in the next couple of 3 days. But I'm gonna get you. Right.
What's the matter, Race? Somebody hang up on you?
Yeah, Mark. Somebody hung up on me.
Mr. Race.
Hello, Miss Vane. Forgive me for interrupting you, but I'm anxious to find Landry, and I haven't been able to locate him anywhere.
Well, not even at his hotel?
And that's it. I don't even know where he's staying.
The Commodore, 2205.
Oh, thanks a lot. Readying something for a concert?
Yes, one of my solos. Beethoven's 12th, you know it, of course. We're here again next week. I hope you can hear it.
I hope I can, too.
Yes?
You may not remember me, Landry. I'm Frank Race. Met you the other night at the hall.
Oh, yes. Come in.
Yeah. Hope I'm not disturbing you.
Not if you don't mind my going on with this workout. I never miss a day.
Barbells. And the postgraduate weights, too, from the look of them.
Yeah, I guess I do all right. I should. I haven't had it for years.
I came to see you about Carol Corson's death.
You what?
I'm an insurance investigator, and it's become rather important to me that this crime doesn't go unsolved.
Crime?
Haven't you read the papers?
Good heavens, no. I just got up.
Well, I hate to have to give it to you this bluntly, but Carol Corson was murdered last night in her apartment.
Carol Corson? Murdered?
That's it, Landry.
Race. Excuse me a few minutes while I get into some other clothes. There'll probably be reporters coming.
It took more time than just a few minutes. So much more that I began poking around the room for diversion. Well, there was nothing to look at in the way of reading matter except a stack of programs he'd played across the country. They proved to be a very interesting measure of his skill. He had a limited repertoire. He offered nothing very demanding in the way of technique. Teresa Vane's share of the program seemed equally light, an addiction to sweetness and gaiety.
Oh, you still here, Race? I thought you might have given me up.
He was wearing a fresh carnation buttonhole of a double-breasted job that did a lot for his strong physique. He was a boy ready not only for reporters, but photographers as well.
What was it you wanted to discuss about Carol?
She was carrying a torch for him. I had the feeling it might have been mutual. I may have been wrong.
Why, I liked Carol, of course, but there was really nothing too serious between us.
How about you and Sybil Thorne?
I'm very fond of Sybil.
Would you mind telling me if you were with Carol Corson last night?
Luckily, I wasn't. Not last night.
Could you prove it?
Why, well, proving it might be a bit awkward.
It might be a lot more awkward if you can.
What do you mean?
We're talking about a murder. Murders have a way of getting downright nasty with reputations.
You mean I could get bad publicity out of this?
It's hard to say which way it'll twist.
But no one's been to see me yet, and it's mid-afternoon. Maybe the police won't know about...
Won't know about your connection with Carol? They'll know.
Because you'll tell them. Is that it?
I won't go out of my way to tell them, but I may have to.
You're trying to make something out of nothing. I know a lot of women. I happen to be popular with them.
Yes, you sort of work at it, don't you?
I work at other things, too. I'll demonstrate one of them.
He took me suddenly by surprise, moved in, gripped my arms, lifted, jammed me against the wall.
There, Race. Completely helpless, aren't you? And I can step back and...
I'll do that a few more times. Gotta have a new opening into the adjoining room.
Wouldn't do you any good either, would it?
It makes an interesting game, all right. Do we keep it up, or have you expended enough energy?
I just want to make sure you're impressed with the fact that I didn't see Carol Corson last night. Also, that there was nothing serious between us.
So I'm not to say anything to the police?
That's right.
Well, now that I've been properly impressed, would you mind putting me down? The evening papers broke the thing wide open as far as Landry was concerned, without my saying a word. Couldn't help grinning when I saw his picture on the front page. But Ernie Jeddo's likeness was there, too. And looking at that wiped away the smile and left me with a tight little knot in my stomach. Ernie Jeddo had been picked up, but I felt it wouldn't be long before he'd be free. That meant anything but pleasure for yours truly. If I wasn't working for anyone else in this case, I was working for myself. Another complication entered the picture about 9 o'clock when Sybil Thorne showed up at the apartment.
I thought we should get together and have a talk.
Sounds like a sensible idea. Come in.
You know, Larry Landry is furious with you, don't you?
You must have just seen him.
I just talked to him by phone. Larry and I have a date tonight after the concert.
You sound quite smug, Duchess.
And you don't like it.
In a way, you deserve that, Turkey. But I get the feeling that in a lot of other ways you could be pretty regular.
Careful, Race. You're getting out of character.
Why did you come here?
Why,
Make it a good one, Duchess.
you're still working for me, aren't you?
Well, maybe I'm giving you more credit than you deserve. You came to gloat. Why?
Oh, stop it.
You came to put across the effect of a very cool lady on a warm night. Well, you've clicked. I'm thoroughly affected.
And what am I supposed to do now? Go home?
No. Not yet. Not until I took her in my arms. Those cool-looking lips had warmth and softness. That slim-looking body had... Well, I didn't let it go right away. She still kept her hands on my shoulders as I drew back to gaze at her.
Don't get any ideas, Race. I'm still going to keep that date with Landry.
All right, Duchess. As I said before, maybe you deserve him. I spent the next couple of hours moving restlessly about the apartment. Made myself some coffee, tossed down a scotch and soda, picked up the paper, read the program of Landry's concert. It'll be over by now, and the realization of it was like being poked in the eye. The answer to the whole thing. I grabbed up a jacket, slung it on, and...
Hey, where do you think you're going?
I've just figured out this case, Mark. I've got to move fast to stop another murder.
Oh, hold it, will you? You go out on that street and you move right into your own murder. You got a reception committee out there.
The same one as before?
And another guy, mean-looking, face like a badger.
Ernie Jeddo. But I've got to go out, Mark.
All right. But this time I want something besides an end wrench. Yeah. There's your Jeddo pal, across the street by the lamppost. The other guy's somewhere around.
I'm going out. Cover me.
All right. I got Jeddo, Race! And the other guy's running.
Come on, Mark. Get me to Sybil Thorne's before it's too late. Now you can turn on the light.
Let me go!
I'm sorry,
Let me go!
but you'd better stay. And this is the gun that killed Carol Corson, isn't it, Miss Vane?
I...
Jealousy. Horrible melody, isn't it?
Can't know. You can't know how much I love him. How much I've been hurt.
Good heavens.
Come in, Duchess. Better bring Landry with you.
Teresa, what are you doing here?
Better close the door, Duchess. This isn't a pretty situation. Miss Vane is here, Landry, because she intended to kill Sybil Thorne, same way she killed Carol Corson.
Killed? Good heavens, Teresa, why?
Because she's in love with you, to the point that it's made her sick.
But, Teresa, I gave you to understand.
You gave her to understand what? That she should just forget you? You know, some people can't pull that off, Landry. They get ill. They're driven to murder.
But what are we going to do about this, Race?
We're going to give this girl all the breaks we can. Teresa, will you go and give yourself up?
Yes. Yes, I'll give myself up.
Now, wait a moment. I think we should hold her here for the police. After all...
I'm making this decision. It may give her a break. And she'll keep her promise. Won't you, Teresa?
I'm not going to let you do it that way, Race.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Oh, no, you don't.
More muscles, Landry? All right, try this on your biceps. Go ahead, Teresa. You'll find a cab downstairs. The driver will know where to take you.
All right.
How did you know, Race?
Music. It's all wrapped up with that girl's emotions. I happened to leaf through a pile of Landry's past programs. All of Teresa Vane's solos had been Sweetness and Light, Handel and Debussy, that sort of stuff. But last night, before killing Carol Corson, she showed her mood with the Appassionata. Tonight, with you in mind, she featured that funeral movement from Beethoven's 12th Sonata. It's just an idea, but I guess it paid off.
It saved my life. I'm terribly grateful, Race.
Are you, Duchess? Maybe we should talk about that at much greater length.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Lillian Baeff, Tom Holland, Michael Ann Barrett, and Wilms Herbert. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the General's Lady.
There's nothing quite as bad as the liquor you get in the Mediterranean area. And the Bar Talibri in Tunis is no exception. But it has an atmosphere you'll find nowhere else. And I sensed a dawning appreciation of this in the attitude of Mark Donovan as he stood beside me drinking imitation scotch.
It's a great town, Race. I like it.
You didn't think you would, you remember?
Yes, I was wrong. When you said Africa, all I could think of was a lot of elephants snorting through the jungle. This place is class. And dames. Wait till I get back to New York and tell the boys about these dames. Guy couldn't do no better in front of Minsky's Burlesque Theater.
Pardon me. Didn't I hear the name Race mentioned?
Yes, I'm Race.
You're my boy. I've been looking for you.
I had noticed him before. I'm standing at the end of the bar. He was tall and broad and red-headed, with a grin that would have elected him to public office.
Heard a lot about you, Race. Guess that's why I was looking for someone who'd be throwing his weight around. You're a lot quieter than your reputation. I'm Ted Connolly.
Oh, it's a pleasure. This is Mark Donovan.
Hi, Mark.
Hi.
How did you happen to hear about me?
Pete Peterson.
Pete. He's going to meet me here.
I know. That's why I've been looking for you. Pete couldn't make it.
Knowing Pete, I'd say that means trouble. What's the story?
He's been hurt. Badly hurt.
Where can I see him?
You want to come with me?
We'll come. Lead the way. Pete Peterson, international troubleshooter for one of the biggest insurance outfits in the business. When you thought of Pete, you usually thought of drive and vitality. But the drive was out of him now. He had about as much vitality as a wet sack. Pete Peterson had become a limp heap on a bed of pain.
Race, glad you got here.
What goes, Pete? What happened to your face?
My face? Yeah. Got to take some surgery to make it look decent again.
Who did it, Pete?
I could tell you the name of one of them. Lepard.
Sounds like a Marseille dock rat.
Yeah. Wears a big ring on his right hand. A knuckle duster. I know all about that ring. Believe me, I know all about it.
Why, Pete? Why are you here?
Because of a guy named Litron. Know him?
General Litron. Yeah, I know.
Well, he's in Tunis because of a woman. The company got the tip that he was never going to leave the city alive. If Lemitron's murdered, it could mean civil war in Lunaco. So
you came to play nursemaid.
And look how I ended up.
Have you seen Litron?
Never had a chance to get near him. I'm going to have to turn it over to you, Race. And the only lead I can give is the name of a woman. Joan Veneer.
You can give me one other lead, Pete. Where did you encounter this Lepard?
In a dive called the Eleanor. But, Race...
Yeah, Pete?
If you find him, watch it. I know a few things about taking care of myself. But man to man, he handled me like a child. Whatever you do, don't let him get his hands on you.
The Eleanor. A low ceiling, a low cobweb line, and judging from 2 arguments that flared as soon as we got there, a low boiling point. Mark and I stuck around, drinking once in a while to avoid being conspicuous. Then, after about 45 minutes, my attention was drawn to a hand resting on the bar beside me. It was a monstrous hand, hairy and thick. The fact about it that held my gaze was a massive ring that encircled the 3rd finger.
You seem to be curious about me, my friend.
I'm curious about that ring.
You have a reason, perhaps?
I've been told that a man by the name of Lepard wears such an ornament.
So? Well, you can talk to me about that. I am Marcel Lepard. What else did you hear?
That you wear the ring as a weapon.
And that annoys you, oui?
I'm annoyed when I think of the man you disfigured within you.
There have been so many men who have tested my little trinket.
Well, this man's name is Peterson, a friend of mine.
Ah, a friend. So you would do something about it, eh?
Yes. I thought of doing this.
So you would have smashed my hand, huh? If I had left it there. What did you take me for, an idiot? But now, my friend, it is my turn.
He didn't hurry. Just crouched a little. A squat, thick-bodied man of tremendous strength. I set myself, and he came in. I was sure of one thing as I got my knees under me there on the floor. This Lepard was no lily pad to be plucked lightly. I watched him warily as he came erect across the room from me. Then I became conscious of something else. He had friends. Proof of that was presented in the form of a heel that gouged into the calf of my leg.
Race! I'm blowing the lights. Let's get out of here!
Well, I think we're clear now.
That's a good thing. I couldn't go another 50 feet.
Oh, thanks, Mark, for the diversion you created back there.
No, brother.
Yeah, I was in a spot.
Oh, you know you were in a spot. That guy had more pals than all of them in a pool room.
Yeah.
Look, tell me something, will you? Since when you started going around picking brawls?
Well, you saw what Lepard did to Pete Peterson.
Oh.
That was enough to raise any man's blood pressure.
Oh, look, anytime you tangle with that Lepard, you ain't attending no tea party. Oh. What do we do now?
Well, it's pretty late. We better go back to the hotel, turn in.
Oh, no. You don't think you're being subtle, do you? Anytime you come out with a suggestion like that, there's only one answer, chump. You're gonna go see a dame.
That's right, Marcus. A dame by the name of Joan Veneer.
Yeah. Well, take it easy. And try and stay out of trouble, will you? I begin to get the feeling that this town is full of it.
Joan Veneer. I expected a brunette. A tall, statuesque brunette. Maybe about 35, with a lot of schmaltz. Instead, her door was answered by a combination of flaxen hair and blue eyes. Not at all statuesque, but With a figure that'd top any cigarette girl you've ever seen.
What is it you want?
I know it's late, but I understand we have mutual friends. Thought you might like to chat about them.
Oh? And just who are these mutual friends?
General Litron and the General's most able aide, Salvon Sebastian.
I see. And who are you?
The name is Race, Frank Race. I'm here because I'm worried about the General.
Perhaps you had better come in, huh?
Thank you. Do you mind if I say I'm surprised?
Concerning what?
Well, you were described to me as a lady of intrigue. I expected someone, well, shall we say,
I'm sure you mean to be complimentary.
Oh, I do mean it. Believe me, I do.
I want to sit down, Race. Would you care for a drink?
No, thanks. I'm quite content with the atmosphere as it is. But there's something that puzzles me.
Yes?
Why the tie-up with Litron? He's big, but he's not that big. You, well, you could have anything you set your mind on. You could...
Now you're not being complimentary at all, are you?
You know, you'd almost make me believe those words.
Don't make yourself try too hard, Race. Now, what is it you came to see me about?
Litron's here in Tunis because of you. If he stays, he's in danger of losing his life.
Race, you must know something clearly. I'm not in love with General Litron. I never have been. Nor have I ever given him any encouragement. If he is here because of me, I cannot help it.
I can understand all you've said. I can believe it. Sometimes a man goes a little out of his head over a woman, even though she doesn't feel the same way about him. Would you be willing to leave Tunis so that he'll go too?
Tunis is my home.
Well, if you did it just for a short time, we could go to Paris, do some shopping.
Is it really so important, Race, or is it just a whim of someone?
American insurance companies learned that General Ditmars to be assassinated here in Tunis. If possible, we'd like to prevent that happening. That's why I'm here.
All right, Race. I'll go to Paris. But I won't enjoy it.
I won't enjoy it either. Much rather have you here in Tunis.
Will I see you again?
Would you like to?
I think so.
Yeah. Let's see if this will help you make up your mind.
When will I see you again?
Don't worry. I'll never keep you waiting very long. Outside, for all the lateness of the hour, the night was full of sound. Murmuring people, patronizing sidewalk cafes. You could hear them, but you could hardly see them. Tunis is like that after dark. There are few lights, and it has the atmosphere of a darkened stage set for drama and suspense. And as I walked, a voice reached for me from the shadows.
Race, one moment. Perhaps you don't remember me. Salvon Sebastian.
Of course I remember you. And as a matter of fact, I'm glad to see you.
At the risk of seeming impertinent, I must ask what you are doing at the apartment of Mademoiselle Bernier.
Always the watchdog, aren't you, Sebastian? I was discussing General Litron. And yourself.
Litron. A great man. A genius. At the moment, he suffers from temporary insanity because of a woman.
Give him credit, Sebastian. She's a woman well worth it.
No woman is worth a man's life. Do you know who's after Litron, Race? Bargon himself. The general has become too strong. The party has become too strong. At home, I would not worry. There we can protect Litron. But here...
Yeah, maybe it'll work out. I've just persuaded the girl to go to Paris.
Paris? What good will that do, Race? Litron will follow her. No. We'll have to get him home. Oh, would the girl go to Monaco?
Well, you'll have to ask her. I won't. And I doubt it. She says she's never given Litron any encouragement at all.
I know. That seems so hopeless. Race, why don't you come with me to our villa? You know Litron, and he may respect your advice.
You can at least talk to him.
Good. Let us go at once.
It was only a short walk, not more than 5 minutes. And I stirred up my thinking to plan what I'd say to the general. But in front of the villa, I found myself with other problems in the shape of several shadowy figures that suddenly confronted us.
You are going somewhere, Race?
Lepard,
Oui, Le Prat.
would you mind getting out of my way?
You are forgetting something, Race. We have some unfinished business.
Later, Lepard. At the moment, I have other matters to take care of.
Now, Monsieur Race, and this time you will not run from me.
I spun as I came in, ramming a heel into his knee. He fell away, but then his companions came at us, making a wild, spinning affair with Lepard and I again finding one another in the dark.
This time you will not get away. This time I am going to kill you.
He had his hands about my throat, and they were like bolt cutters. But I slammed a punch to his stomach, and another, and he let go. But then as he came in again, I drilled through his jaw. You all right, Sebastian?
Yes. Those wharf rats. I should have had this gun out sooner. What about your men?
I'd say he's in a thorough state of coma.
Then everything is satisfactory.
Maybe. Let's get inside. I have a feeling we better check with the general. Sebastian nodded, and we went into the villa. We had no trouble finding General Litron. He was in the living room, but in no condition to receive a visitor. The general lay face down on the carpet, a sprawled, grotesque figure. The general had been stabbed to death.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
From the look of it, the general had been stabbed just as he came into the room. His hat, a soft Panama, lay a few feet from his head. An incongruous note was an electric razor that had been placed on the phone stand. I glanced at Sebastian. He stood immobile, staring down at his dead chief. He stood this way for a long time before he said anything. And when he spoke, he still kept his gaze on the quiet form lying at his feet.
So, they have done it. And all the time I've been afraid. I never really thought they would.
But let me mix you a drink, Sebastian.
You will never know, Race, how much I worship this man.
Some of this brandy should help.
They murdered him because he became too popular with the people. He would have been our next president at the next election. Do you realize that, Race? It was a foregone conclusion.
Here, Sebastian. Take this drink.
You drink it, Race. The fire I need is already beginning to burn inside me.
What are you going to do?
I'm going home.
Set the country on fire, huh?
What do you expect? You think I'm going to let them get away with it?
You said you've got an election coming up. Why don't you let the people return the verdict? Through their ballots.
No. We will settle this now, when I take back Litron's body.
Yes. That'll do it, won't it? All you'd need to do would be to utter a cry. Avenge Litron. And the country's in for a bloody civil war. But nobody will be surprised, will they, Sebastian? You people have always done it that way, haven't you? An eye for an eye.
Yes, they have always done it that way. An eye for an eye. And that girl...
Now, wait a minute. You have no proof that Joan Veneer had anything to do with this.
I don't need proof. She was the cause of his being here. That is enough.
I've got a warning for you, Sebastian. That girl must not be harmed.
First, I take care of the woman for you, General. Then we go home.
He was standing there like a man in a trance, and I knew that nothing could be done with him. So I turned from him, left the villa, returned to the center of the city.
Race, what is it?
I must come in and talk to you.
At this hour? Oh, Race, you're insane.
No, I'm not insane, but Sebastian is. General Litron's been murdered, and Sebastian is blaming you.
Blaming me? All right, Race, you may come in.
Her hair was tousled from slumber, and her eyes were sleepy. She looked cuter than that chick in an Easter basket. So I took her in my arms, but only for a minute. This was a girl in danger.
What is it about Sebastian, Race?
He's always been a fanatic about Litron, and now he's gone mad.
But can you not realize that
You can't get that through to him now. I tried. He's in a fog of bitterness and hate. So I'm going to get you away from here. You're going to the Hotel Majestic. I was able to get a room for her next to the one Mark and I had. It was 3 o'clock by then. But when I tried to turn in, I found myself too restless to sleep. So I awakened Mark.
What goes?
That girl I went to see when I left here. She's in the next room. She might be in danger, so I want you to watch out for her.
Yeah.
I don't think anything's going to happen, but stay alert anyway, will you?
Yeah, sure. Where you going?
I don't know. I can't settle down. I thought I'd go out for half an hour. I'll be down at the bar at the Libre.
Okay. Have one for me while you're at it.
Hey, Race! Over here!
It was Ted Conley, his red hair a little on end from having a good time. With him was another American, a lad he introduced as Larry Charles.
I sure am glad to meet you, Race. We need a little company around here. Place has been dying on its feet.
Celebrating something?
I sure am. I'm celebrating the fact I'm about to become a BTO.
BTO?
Yeah, big-time operator.
He's dreaming big dreams, Race. That liquor does that to Larry every time.
Listen, boy, I'm a cinch, I tell you. Hey, what'll you have, Race? Hey, don't try none of this phony scotch. It'll cut your throat.
I'll have a Fina Low.
Huh?
Brandy and soda.
Oh, yeah. Hey, give the man a Fina... Hey, give the man a brandy and soda. Listen, Race, let me tell you about me. Know what I do for a living? I sell nitrates. Hey, that's a fancy name for fertilizer. Yeah, that's what I do. I sell nitrates all over Europe. Here's your Fina Low. Brandy and soda.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah. I sell nitrates, but I got a competitor. A nice fella, but a competitor. 3 or 4 months ago, he beat me out on a big order. Millions of sacks of this stuff. I was feeling pretty bad. Toss that down, Race. Have another one.
Oh, thanks. I'll nurse
You know
this
what
along.
happened? Big country to the north all of a sudden wants a lot of nitrates. More than anybody can supply. Which sends the price way, way up. And here's my competitor all contracted up to deliver every bit he's got to Lanaco. But me, I ain't signed up to deliver nothing, you see. So I can deal with the big country up north at those very pretty prices.
Well, I drink to your success.
Thanks, Race. Thanks a lot. Hey, you're drinking to a big operator, you know that? A big operator. Ain't it a shame, you know, they don't have any bourbon around here? What I wouldn't do for a good glass of... bartender, another Fina brandy and soda for Mr. Race. Yeah, but you gotta listen to some more, Race. You ain't heard the funniest part of it.
Race!
You see,
Race, we got
this competitor.
Pardon us, Larry. What is it, Mark?
Look. Yeah, she's gone. I was lying awake like you said, but I must have dropped off, and I heard something. I went out in the hall, but I was too late. The door was open. She was gone.
Trouble, Race?
Plenty of trouble. Lovely girl in a jam, through no fault of her own.
Well, let's get her out of it. Yeah, we'll help, won't we, Ted?
Of course. Well, that makes 4 of us, Race. We ought to be able to do something about it. We could find her.
Well, I've got an idea where she might be. Come on. I guess it was Lemitron's villa. And that's where we found her, guarded by a couple of waterfront renegades.
Well, did we take them ourselves, or do I go out and get the other guys? Huh?
Yeah, we're here. We'll take them ourselves. You get the one in the chair. I'll take the lad with the cigarette. Let's go.
I got mine!
And I'll get mine!
Oh, brother. Nothing to it. I'm getting so I don't even need an end wrench.
Race, I had a feeling you'd come.
Oh, Joan, I hope you're all right.
If you'll just untie my
Hey, a
hands.
fine thing. You said you were just coming in to reconnoiter. Yeah, why'd you let me and Ted in on the phone?
Well, I'm sorry, Larry. It seemed simpler to do it this way.
What makes you think it's so simple, Ray?
It was Sebastian, standing in the doorway, and I knew what he meant. He had the glare of a fanatic in his eyes. He gripped a submachine gun in his hands.
Let me repeat my question. What makes you think it's so simple?
I see I was wrong.
And a man cannot afford to be wrong when he meddles in affairs that don't concern him. Can he, Ray?
Sebastian, we've known each other for years. Be logical about this girl.
She was one of the causes of Lemitron's death. There were other causes, but she was one. So she is going to die. Is it that you wish to die with her, Race?
His mood was hair-trigger. A look in his finger was going to flame that Tommy gun into action. I sensed that its bullets wouldn't stop with Joan Veneer. I stood there, frozen, without a thought. And then, just a part of my glance took in the electric razor I'd seen before, the incongruous note. It was still on the phone stand, and it started gears meshing in my brain. I spoke to him again. Sebastian, this girl didn't have anything to do with Lemitron's death. And neither did any of your countrymen.
Now you're talking just to divert me.
No, I'm not. The answer, Sebastian, is nitrates.
Nitrates?
Your country contracted for heavy shipments of the stuff a few months ago, you remember?
Which means nothing to me.
It means everything. Since then, the price for nitrates has gone up tremendously. If the contract with your government could be broken, the seller stands to profit considerably by the increase in price. But it's hard to break a contract with a nation, isn't it, Sebastian? A civil war would do it, though, wouldn't it? Then the seller could refuse delivery. Do you see, Sebastian?
I see no proof. I see no killer.
You can turn your eyes on the proof. That electric razor on the phone stand. I'll gamble that there's your proof. Here, let me show you.
Hold it, Race. If this is a trick.
No, it's no trick. General Litron was a soldier, an engineer. An engineer is an orderly person. What would his razor be doing in this room unless someone else moved it here? Litron couldn't have been using it. He'd just come in when he was murdered.
A lot of words, Race.
No, I've got it. I know it. The killer waited here for the general, waited a long time. He wandered about, idly picked up the razor in the bathroom and started to shave himself. But the general's arrival startled him, and he kept the razor in his hand when he came in here. Well, look, even the cord's still attached to it. I'm going to pick it up, Sebastian. I'm going to give you further proof.
All right. Pick it up. But any tricks and I turn this gun loose.
Now, Larry, you were saying plenty about nitrates this evening, remember?
Well, yeah, Race, I remember. What's that?
That competitor you mentioned, you were talking about Ted Conley, weren't you?
Yeah, I was, but...
Wait a second, Race. You can't pin this on me.
I think I can, Conley. I think I can. Here's your proof, Sebastian. Proof that Ted Conley was in this room today. The hairs inside this cutting mechanism. Some of them are gray, but the others indicate this razor has been used by a red-headed man.
Hey, Conley's gone.
Leave that to me. I'll get him.
Race, if I ever live through this night.
Oh, but you've got to live through it, baby. I've got plans for a lot of other nights. And all of them include you.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Lillian Baeff, Wilms Herbert, Jack Crucian, and Harry Lang. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race.
They say the way you wake up has an important effect on the whole of your day. Coming awake peacefully sets you off to a relaxed, poised beginning. So I came out of my nocturnal fog to the sound of...
Now listen, you're gonna talk to him if I have to beat your brains? Oh, now look what you did. Just because you want to be stubborn.
Mark, for Pete's sake.
Oh, are you awake?
Am I awake? What are you trying to do, break my lease?
Well, we just want to talk to you.
You both wanted to talk to me? And somehow I have the idea that the desire isn't exactly mutual.
But this guy's in trouble, Frank, and he's a friend of mine. His name is Bob Kennedy, and he drives a hack, just like me.
It was cold outside, and all Kennedy had on for a coat was a worn Army field jacket. He needed a shave. From the way he shaped up, he could have done with some solid meals. His features were distorted with fear.
I've been telling him, Frank, if anybody can help him, you can. Go on, Bob, spill a story.
Oh, look, Mark, we're wasting time. I gotta get out of town. It's my only chance.
Your only chance for what?
He thinks his wife is in the morgue, Grace.
Any connection with that item in yesterday's paper? An unidentified girl?
Yeah, that's it. Same description, her clothes.
The report said there was plenty of indication that she might have been murdered. How do you fit in, Bob?
Well, would you believe me if I say I didn't do it?
Now, let me get dressed. I think we'd better go to the morgue and have a look at that girl. And on the way, you can break this down for me. He was an ex-GI, studying architecture on a BA program. His wife had been an English war bride. He told me about it as we drove.
I didn't marry into the royal family or anything like that. She worked in the factory during the war making ammunition. But she was pretty. No guy could have a better wife.
Yet you had a fight.
Yeah. We picked a great place to pull it off. In a cafeteria with a million people around. She left me there. That's all I know.
Where might she have gone, Bob?
Oh, I don't know. Unless it was to look for a job.
This is it. And, I know the boys in here, so you might let me do the talking. The girl in the morgue was Bob Kennedy's wife, all right.
Oh.
She still looked pretty and young, even lying there. Bob's stricken eyes came up to meet mine, staring at me. I shrugged at the attendant, and he replaced the sheet. I think you ought to go to the police, Bob.
No, after that fight, you know what else? We had insurance policies on each other. Double indemnity endowments. Yeah, they were her idea. For our old age and to protect the kid. There's the big fat motive they're going to pin on me.
You have a child.
2 years old. Boy.
That money could be important to him.
Sure. Sure it could.
He'll never use a quarter of it if the court declares you guilty of murdering his mother. And hiding out now is going to look bad. You turn yourself in.
Not a chance. I haven't got a prayer, and I know it. I'm going to say thanks and get lost.
Mark's cab stood at the curb, and Mark shot me a warning look as I came out. There was reason for his attitude. On the sidewalk waited a couple of gentlemen who might have been ward heelers just for getting out the vote. The smaller of the pair intercepted me at the bottom of the steps.
You're Frank Race, ain't you?
That's right. And you?
What's the idea case in the morgue?
Maybe I live here.
You don't, but you might. What's the story?
Sorry. Saving that for my biography.
Yeah? Well, we'll see how long you save it. Okay, get in the cab.
He had his argument in his hand, a snub-nosed automatic. So I shrugged and moved toward the taxi. At the same time, Mark slid across the seat and stepped out as though to open the door for us, and immediately pinwheeled into action with a 14-inch end wrench.
Take the big guy, Frank!
You...
Watch it, Mark!
Hey, missed me.
Get on this, Eddie!
It is washed up, as of now.
And you too, Marlowe! Oh, brother, that wraps him up. Come on, Frank, let's get out of here before that shot brings the boys in blue.
Now, as soon as I unload this gun. What's the story on that Milo personality? You seem to know him.
Milo Morgan? Certainly. He belongs to Larry Carmichael, a racket boss. Why?
Yeah, Larry Carmichael. Good lad, Marcus. You've steered me into the lead I've been looking for. I knew Larry Carmichael. Big fellow with blonde curly hair that was going gray. Found him in his nightclub office practicing billiard shots.
Hey, what's the pitch on you anyway? You come in here for the first time in a year and all you do is ask questions.
Too nosy?
I don't like questions. You ought to know that.
Ever hear of a girl called Fay Kennedy?
I know lots of people.
I saw her a little while ago. On a slab in the morgue.
Go on out to the bar. Have yourself a drink. I sell good liquor.
But you don't want to talk about the Kennedy girl.
I gave a party. I had lots of guests. Your dame was there. I never knew it. And if you keep playing cop, I'm going to get sore.
I left him as he muffed his third shot, which wasn't like him. It was still early in the evening, but several people were sitting at the bar. As I went by, a voice tagged me.
Heave to, Frank. It's martini time.
Well, Larry Carmichael, Jr. You've grown up.
Sit down, Race. This is Bunny Covington.
Hello, Race.
Dusky hair and blue eyes are always tough on a man. When they go with everything else this girl had to offer, you wanted to sit down. Slowly. Bunny Covington, #1 glamour deb of the season. Top of the bottle for looks, poise, or money.
Quit staring, Ray. She's going to stay a while. What have you been doing?
I just finished chatting with your father.
How'd you find him?
His billiard game is off. His disposition's off with it.
If he's playing billiards, he's feeling happier than he did yesterday. Might be a good time for me to interview him. Stay put, children. I'll be back.
So the kid has made the big league.
Meaning me?
According to the rotos, you're an ultra-exclusive package.
People talk about you, too.
I'm not as pretty, though.
Well, you make an impression. I understand you enjoy getting into trouble.
Kids like Larry are inclined to exaggerate.
Is that what you're doing now? Getting into trouble?
If you're talking about this very moment, I'd say the answer was yes.
I'm going to enjoy you, Race. How would you like to take me somewhere else? I'm in the mood to patronize several spots tonight.
What about young Larry?
Oh, he's a charming boy, but I'm not wearing fraternity pins this season.
Well, I must make a phone call first.
Well, go ahead and make it. And to ease your conscience, I'll say goodbye to Larry Jr.
My call was to the Homicide Bureau, to a friend by the name of Lieutenant Vander. I asked him if the girl in the morgue had been identified.
Sure, a kid called Fay Kennedy.
Well, how's it go in the book? Homicide?
Well, she was found alongside the highway, dead from a blow on the head. What do you think?
Picked up anyone yet?
What's your interest in this, Frank?
Oh, just curiosity.
You and your curiosity.
I'd still like to know if you've made an arrest.
Well, we brought in the girl's husband about an hour ago.
And calling it open and shut?
Oh, no, not this early. But the guy was skipping town when we took him.
I don't think he did it.
Does that mean you know something, Frank?
I'll keep you posted, Lieutenant.
Listen, Frank.
You ready to go now?
I'll have to call a cab.
Oh, we can use my car.
What about Larry Jr.?
Still talking money with his dad. The child has to live, you know.
We went out to the parking lot, and they brought her car around. I had to repress an exclamation when I saw it. One of those export jobs they're sending out of Europe these days, to the tune of about $7,000.
I'm flattered that you like it, Race. Jump in and drive.
I should think you'd want an exclusive on that.
Oh, not I, darling. My whim runs to handsome chauffeurs. You know something?
What?
3 nightclubs in a row adds up to a lot of nightclubs, even for me. How about going into that drive-in for hamburgers?
We're in.
Oh, I'm starved.
Must be the exercise. Yeah, we won't need menus, miss. Make it hamburgers, french fries, and coffee.
Ah, this is nice. But you're not going to take me right home, Race. I'm determined to make a night of it. This is the first time in a week that I haven't been bored.
Poor little rich girl.
Tell me something, Race.
If I can.
What do I have to do to get you to take me seriously?
You might tell me something about yourself.
Ask me anything.
How long have you been running around with young Larry?
Oh, a few days. Just for laughs.
Were you, at the Carmichael party the night before last?
As a matter of fact, I was. Why?
There was a girl at that party who was found dead the next day. Police think she was murdered.
You're talking about the girl the police identified today?
That's right. Faye Kennedy.
Well, how do you tie her in with the party, Race? The paper said something about the body being found on some highway.
Well, I'll move around, ask a few questions, listen to a few answers. Get answers.
That girl, are you working on the case?
Not professionally. I'm just trying to help someone out of a jam.
Would I be helping someone out of a jam if I told you I saw that girl at the party?
Keep giving.
She was one of the extra girls hired as a maid. I noticed her when I heard her talk. That English accent. I liked her. I tried to engage her to work for me.
What happened?
She didn't want a steady job.
Do you know what happened to her later?
Yes, I do. It was almost morning when I talked to her about working for me. Most of the guests had left, and she couldn't get a cab. So Larry loaned her one of the house cars, a Ford coupe.
And she left by herself. All alone? You sure of that?
Well, yes, I'm positive. I watched her drive away. What's the matter? Don't you like my information?
I'm thinking what it probably means for her husband. Trial and conviction for murder.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I've had cases that have been failures, plenty of them. But when a kid has been accused of murdering his wife, the mother of his son, and something tells you he's innocent, you don't like the thought of failure. So I called it homicide and interrupted Lieutenant Vander doing some desk work.
Sit down, Frank. What can I do for you?
I'd just like to get a look at Faye Kennedy's effects.
Well, I happen to have them right here. Look all you like. As compact, lipstick, 4 pennies, and a photograph of a small boy.
That all?
That's the business.
Did you know that she worked as a maid?
Yeah, we know. She only worked a few days at a time, but I guess she was looking for a regular job because she just applied for a Social Security card. Now it's your turn, Frank. What do you know about her?
Nothing worthwhile yet. When I do, I'll bring it to you. Where are they holding the child?
Juvenile hall. Why?
I'd like to see him.
Hey, mister, can you use a cab?
A good man, that's against the law. You know it.
Stop making with the funnies, Frank. Come on, get in here and I'll give you a lift.
I was going over to Juvenile Hall to see Bob Kennedy's kid. What were you doing around here?
I was going to see if I get a pass to go in and see Bob. I'll make it later.
Brief me on something, Mark.
Sorry.
What do you know about Larry Carmichael, Jr.?
Crazy kid. Always getting into jams.
What kind of jams?
Dames, mostly. They're always taking them for dough. I guess that's why the old man tightened up on a bankroll. Why?
I've sort of had him on my mind. What about Larry Sr.? Has he ever been arrested?
Oh, yeah. But they never proved nothing against him. He was indicted by the grand jury about 8 years ago, but he beats the rap.
What was he charged with?
They hooked him as head of a ring that had been clouting hot shorts.
Doing what?
Clouting hot shorts. You know, stealing cars.
Didn't he have enough on him?
He was too clever. By the time he got finished repainting him and everything, even the insurance companies couldn't identify him.
Where did he do all this painting and changing?
Garage he's got, or on State Street.
Does he still have it?
Yeah, but it's strictly legit now.
Just the same, I think I'll postpone my trip to Juvenile Hall for a while. Drop me off and you can go and visit Bob Kennedy.
Okay, that's the way you want it. Where you going now?
To pay another call on Larry Carmichael, Sr.
Hello, Race. You back again?
Oh, I just thought you might want to talk to me now.
I might. Care for a drink?
You can owe me one.
Hey, I thought you and me were friends.
We are, aren't we?
The way you mauled a couple of my boys yesterday.
Oh, come now. They wanted to prod me around with pistols.
So they thought you were somebody else.
They knew me.
I still think they made a mistake.
Why don't you call them in here? We could ask them a few questions.
Well, they're not around right now.
Why were they casing the morgue, Larry?
Would you believe me if I told you I didn't know?
I might. Go ahead and tell me.
Who are you working for, Frank? What are you so busy about?
Now you're making sounds that don't mean anything. You know the story.
Kennedy girl?
Didn't want to talk about it yesterday.
Well, I didn't know I was going to have you breathing down the back of my neck. What are you trying to prove?
I don't want to see your husband go to the block for something he didn't do.
You got ideas I'm the one that tripped him up, huh?
Did you, Larry?
Look, Race, I thought you worked for insurance companies.
That's right.
Well, go back to work for them. You'll be happier.
Tell me something, Larry. You own a big garage, don't you? One of those open all-night affairs?
I own a service station. So what?
Oh, just a casual question. May want to sell you some advertising one of these days.
What are you talking about?
If it's about me, I want to hear all of it. Hello, Race.
Hello, Bunny.
Going somewhere?
As usual.
Take me?
Why don't you hang around here, baby?
I'm sorry, Larry. I need some fresh air. How about it, Race? I've got your favorite car outside.
It won't be exciting.
Let me decide that. Where are we going?
To see a little kid. He was tiny and tow-headed. It looked as though he'd usually have a cute, ready grin. But there was evidence that he'd been crying a lot. And when I lifted him, I caught a soft, tired sob deep in his throat. I was told he'd be kept there until the disposition of his father had been decided, either by the police or by the court. Later, when Bunny Covington and I got outside, there seemed to be more clouds in the sky than when we'd gone in. More bleakness to the day.
What did they call him, Race? I didn't get it.
Kimmy. His first name's Cameron. Let's go.
What'll happen to him if his father's convicted?
I'm not sure.
Go ahead, you drive. They'll probably put him up for adoption, won't they?
Oh, something like that. Whatever happens, it's going to be rough on him.
How are you doing on this case?
So far, I've walked up a lot of blind alleys. I keep getting the feeling that I'm overlooking something. Something I've already seen.
Well, what about the police? Can't they help?
Well, they've got the husband. No, I don't know. Maybe they're right, but...
But you'll keep trying.
That's right. Incidentally, this Greyhound of yours is running low on gas.
Oh, well, there's a station across the street.
I know. Let's go to that garage of Larry Carmichael's. I can't help being curious about that Ford coupe you mentioned. The service station was one of Larry Carmichael's pet enterprises, one of those super service subdivisions that peddle everything from windshield wipers to body and fender work. It was toward the body and fender building that I made my inquisitive way while the car took time out for gas and Bunny took time out to pretty up. There's no activity going on, but the Dent and Scratch Emporium was open, so I prowled in. I'd been peering around for about 5 minutes when someone switched on a light. It was one of those uniformed private police boys. The moment I caught his malevolent grin, I knew something ugly had turned up. While I was thinking this, he leveled a .38 at me. I dove behind a Buick station wagon, crawled as far as the rear wheels of a Dodge truck, where I jumped up and tore for an open door at the far end.
What's the matter, Race?
Come on, let's get out of here.
Oh, whatever happened?
Some lad set me up for a clay pigeon. He almost won the Cupid dog.
Oh, there's never a dull moment with you, Race. Shall we drop in somewhere for a drink?
Yeah, sounds enticing, but on the way I'd like to patronize the first public telephone we see.
More cops and robbers?
Yeah, getting shot at seems to have blown the fog from my brain. I just caught the idea that might wrap up this package.
Good. Then maybe you'll have a little time for thinking about me.
spent 45 minutes in one of those sidewalk phone booths. I called Vander at Homicide and asked him to relay a message to Bob Kennedy in his cell. When Vander called back with the answer, I talked to him into securing another item of information from the motor vehicle department. When I got back to Bunny, everything had finally gelled.
You know, I've discovered what makes you so attractive to me, Race. It's because I'm always having to wait for you. Do you know that you're the first person I've ever waited for in my life?
Drive on, Duchess.
Now you take the wheel.
You know, I've been thinking about that.
About what?
The fact that you never want to drive.
Well, I told you the reason. I like handsome chauffeurs.
Want me to tell you the real reason?
Go ahead.
Your driver's license has been revoked. Too many convictions for speeding, for reckless driving.
All right, so I'm a good little girl. I let others drive for me.
You drove the other night, though. You drove and you had an accident with this car.
Race, you're upset. You haven't been getting enough sleep.
You bought the car new, didn't you, Duchess? How long have you had it?
6 weeks.
Both the front fenders have been refinished. I can tell because the rubber fittings are coated with paint. That's always the tip-off to a repaint job.
Do you read palms, too, Race?
It all ties in with what happened to Fay Kennedy. You see, when you offered her that maid's job, she didn't turn you down. She accepted it. She'd been looking for a job, so you took her home with you when you left the party. Which would have been all right, except that on the way, you couldn't resist showing off the speed of this rocket. And you ran it off the road into some brush. You didn't hurt yourself, and the car was still drivable. But you fractured that girl's skull. So you pushed her out and left her there, alongside the road. Because you knew that with your record, you'd face a charge of manslaughter.
Darling, you are upset. Let's go and have that drink.
Sorry, Duchess. No drinks.
Oh, Race, you can't really believe all this. Oh, I admit I cracked up the car, but the rest of it... Oh, you're letting your imagination run away with you.
No. I'm sure of it. I'm sure of it because you lied. You lied when you said you saw that girl drive a Ford away from the party.
I did see her, Race. I can prove it.
No, Duchess. Fay Kennedy was born in England into a poor family. Poor families that don't have cars. She didn't have a driver's license either because she never learned how to drive a car.
All right, Race. You've put it together. But you're not going to be difficult about it, are you? After all, manslaughter isn't murder.
You'd have turned it into murder. You'd have let that girl's husband go to the chair.
Oh, they wouldn't have given him the chair, Race. Life imprisonment, maybe, not the chair.
Just life imprisonment. You have no trouble being casual with other people's lives, do you, Duchess? Tell me, how much did you have to pay Larry's private cop to shoot me for a trespasser?
Race, I was in a jam. Race, give me a chance. Give me a chance to show you my real inner feeling for you.
I had a look at your inner feeling, Duchess, when we saw that baby. You were about as sympathetic as a poleaxe.
Where are we going, Race?
To Center Street, Homicide Bureau. Last year, debutante, you came out. This year, you're going in.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins, came to you from Hollywood. The series is written and directed by Joel Murcott and Buckley Angel. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time, 1 week from today, for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the kettle drum.
Enthusiasm is all right in its place, but there are times when it can be a curse, particularly when you've been up all night playing poker and your mouth tastes like an old mattress from too much smoking. I mentioned this in a tired and chastened voice, but Mark Donovan paid me no heed. He went right on being enthusiastic.
Nah. Come on, chum. Come on. Cold shower and a cup of coffee, that's all you need. And then you gotta go see this dame, and she is really worth it.
Marcus, please, I am going to sleep.
But you can't do that. You got to see this dame. I promised her you would.
I'll see her tomorrow.
Listen, look, she used to know you, see? She told me to say her name was April Ennis. Does that ring a bell?
Yeah, it rings a bell.
Ah, that's good.
Let me have a cigarette, Mark.
All right, now look. If you remember her name, you will remember what she looks like. And if you remember what she looks like, you will want to see her. And if you don't, you ought to be taking vitamins. Here's your light.
April Ennis?
Yeah.
What did she want?
Well, the way I figured, she's in some kind of trouble. That's why she wants to see you in a hurry.
All right, drive me over. What's the address?
Strictly hoity-toity. Number 8, Leyden Square.
April Ennis. It'd been about 4 years since I'd seen her. She'd been quite a dish then. And one look registered the fact she hasn't lost a thing.
Race. So nice of you to come.
Looks as though you've been doing all right, baby. I couldn't be sure whether this was a house or an industrial exhibit.
I'm married now, Race. My name's Faber.
Well, that's a quick way to jolt an old boyfriend, isn't it?
I've been married a couple of years. Now I stand a good chance of becoming a widow.
A widow? What is this, a gag?
I wish it were. Will you come with me for a few minutes?
Certainly. I trail her upstairs to a room big enough to handle a square dance. Here a man lay inert in a tremendous bed. Over him, taking his pulse, bent a physician. I gaped for a few seconds, then, at a nod from April, we went down below to the library where she turned to me with a strained expression.
His photograph's up there on the mantel. Doesn't look much like it now, does he? That's what an ordeal can do.
What kind of an ordeal, Mrs. Faber?
Started on Tuesday. My husband didn't get home as usual in the evening. This has happened before, but when he didn't come home the next day, I called the police. They found him last night sitting on a park bench in a semi-delirious condition.
Has he been able to tell what happened?
No, not a word. But I'm convinced it wasn't just a physical collapse. You see, my husband has been offered the nomination for congressman in this district, and I have the feeling that because of this, someone is working against him, causing him harm. That's why I called you in, Race, in the hope that you could help.
Any ideas to the identity of these people?
There's a woman by the name of Faye Carlyle. She called on my husband last week, right after he received notice of being picked by the political committee. He seemed upset after she left, and I thought...
Know where I could find her?
Yes, she's an actress. She's rehearsing in that new show they're opening at the Galaxy Theater.
I'm leaving now, Mrs. Faber.
Oh, Dr. Phillips, won't you please come in?
I'm rather unhappy that Mr. Faber hasn't shown more...
Oh, it's all right, Doctor. You may speak freely.
I'm rather disappointed in Mr. Faber's condition. Frankly, I had expected some improvement.
Doctor, how seriously is this going to affect him?
Well, I wish I could say. But you tell me there's no past medical history on Mr. Faber. So, well, are you certain he had no regular physician?
I never felt the need for one. He's always been very strong, in fine health.
Well, he should have had medical attention long before this. The way he's reacting indicates he's been suffering from a heart ailment for some time. Unless he shows improvement, we're going to have to remove him to a hospital.
When the doctor had gone, I got more information on April's husband, Arthur Faber. A chemist, still in his 30s, he was president of the Apex Chemical Company, manufacturers of pharmaceutical products. I told April Faber I'd take the case for her. Then I left the house and joined Mark in the car.
Okay, you're taking the case. Great. So now what do we do?
I'd like you to whistle over to the Apex Laboratories later, see what you can turn up. For my part, I'm going to have a look in on this actress that April Faber mentioned. I found Faye Carlyle in her dressing room. She sat before the mirror, touching up her face, and from my point of view, the scenery wasn't bad. Across the mirror, someone had scrawled a telephone number in lipstick. Parkway 2444. She noticed that this had taken my glance and wiped it away with a makeup towel. She stared at me in the glass and then turned around.
If you're selling brushes, let's see your samples.
Don't bristle, pet. I'm a writer, doing a novel on the theater. And I got the idea that taking you out to lunch would be a delightful way of picking up material.
Got your throttle right down to the floor, haven't you? That's quite an approach.
Oh, it's no approach. I'd really appreciate it if you go out with me.
Might be interesting. But I tell you what, before I go, I've got to make a phone call.
She went past me exuding the fragrance of taboo and kept me waiting for such a long time I began to think I'd been played for a yokel. But just as I was about to call it a lost effort, she came back with a perky smile of agreement. I waited in the corridor while she changed clothes. She presently appeared looking like something out of Sack's window. I told myself gleefully here was a case with definite possibilities. But I didn't revel in this thought very long. At the stage door, we were intercepted grimly by a blond male who looked as though he should have been playing tackle for Notre Dame. I estimated his weight at about 245 and set myself for some very fast judo.
What's the idea, Faye?
Look, Johnny, I certainly have the right to go out to lunch with someone else once in a while.
You had a date to go to lunch with me.
I call the office and
I know you call the office, but we had a date just the same.
I'm breaking it.
Oh, no, you're not, honey. Tell this, Joy boy to get lost.
Under the circumstances, I'll be glad to get lost. After all, you two see...
Race, please don't go. I said I'd go to lunch with you, and I will.
Get going, mister.
Look, old boy, I can imagine how you feel, but the young lady
Listen, Joy boy. I don't want you to ever come around Faye again. Understand?
Your statement is clear and to the point.
And just so you don't forget, I'm gonna tie a little string around your finger like this.
I rolled with the punch, catching it on the shoulder, then swung one of my own, but the girl lurched against me and...
Oh! Nice blocking, honey.
Come on, Johnny. Let's just leave him here.
Oh, brother. Who dim your headlight?
Lovely, isn't it? I'm doomed to dark glasses for a week.
That actress must pack quite a punch.
This was done by an enraged heavyweight of the masculine sex.
Yeah, huh?
Never come between a man and his mate, Mark. It can lead to all kinds of abrasions.
Yeah, he sure must be good.
He was.
Did you get to tag him and all?
I tried, but the girls...
What's the matter?
Mark, has I been framed?
What do you mean, framed?
Faye Carlyle didn't want me around asking questions, so she put on a big act with a blonde bull playing the part of a jealous boyfriend. I was warned never to try seeing her again and slugged to make sure I was properly impressed.
Fine. So you had a good time. Did you find out anything?
Nothing, except that I don't seem to play the part of a novelist very well. That girl had me tagged from the beginning. Even left me sitting in her dressing room while she went out and phoned the boyfriend. So I went... Hey, wait a second, though. There was that phone number.
What phone number?
When I went into her dressing room, I noticed a phone number on her mirror. Parkway 2444. It was smeared on with lipstick. Faye wiped it off when she saw me looking at it. Now that I come to think of it, she was just a little bothered.
You know, it's a little confusing. What are you doing now?
Calling that number. It might be a lead.
Lead? It sounds like a dead end.
Well, we'll try another tack.
I give up. Who this time?
Headquarters for a little information.
Homicide, Lieutenant Liebes.
Ed, Frank Race, could you get an address from a phone number for me?
Oh, what's the number, Race?
Parkway 2444.
Oh, hold on a second.
Liebes is gonna want to know why.
Doesn't matter.
Race?
Yes, Ed?
Anything homicide might be interested in?
Not so far. I'll keep you posted.
Okay. Here's your number. Nightclub on Houston Street. Spot called the Kettle Drum.
Don't happen to know who runs it, do you?
No, I don't. I'll have to check on it.
Never mind that, Ed. I'll check on it myself. Thanks a million.
Okay, what?
Nightclub called the Kettle Drum. That's why we didn't get an answer too early in the day.
So now?
So now we'll have a look at it this evening. The Kettle Drum is one of those spots where the extent of your dancing depends on the strength of your elbows. Mark and I had a couple of drinks at the bar and then pushed our way through a door that led to the innards of the place.
Race.
Yes?
Look, just what are we looking for?
Anything we can find. Why?
Because I got a hunch we were spotted when we stepped out of there.
Maybe. Just the same, I'd like to find...
Hey, a shot.
Came from behind that door ahead.
Somebody's officer. Look. Holy cow, it's a dame.
Faye Carlisle. Get out and rustle up a doctor, Mark. She's still alive.
Yeah, sure.
She'd been shot through the chest. The gun lay smoking near her knees. The room had windows opening into the night, probably into an alley. While I checked this, a gurgle came from Faye Carlisle's throat. And as I looked, she gave a last convulsion, and she was gone for good. Using a handkerchief, I picked up the murder weapon, a .38 automatic. And at the same time, the door opened.
Hey, what's going on? Oh, no.
It was Johnny, the jealous boyfriend. With him was an older man. And I could sense that in the minds of both, I was guilty of murder.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now we return to the adventures of Frank Race.
The two men stared at me, and I stared back. I certainly couldn't blame them for their thoughts. They'd surprised me standing over the girl's body holding a smoking gun. The older man, sleek in white dinner jacket and maroon cummerbund, eyed me narrowly.
You and the girl must have had quite a disagreement.
I had nothing to do with this. I just found her here.
Well, you lie. You shot her. Look at her truck so she's dead. I'm going to get her.
Hold it, Johnny. He's got the gun. I didn't kill her, Johnny. Give me a few minutes and I'll prove it to you.
No, I'm going after him, truck. So gun or no gun, I'm going to get my hands on him. Hey, where's the light? He shut the light.
I made it by way of the window, dropping about 8 feet to the alley pavement. A few minutes later, I limped into a Broadway drugstore called Homicide and got Liebes again. I broke the story for him.
You say you had Donovan with you when you found the body?
That's right.
Then you don't have to worry about you having an alibi.
There's also the little matter of motive, Ed.
All right, Race.
I happen to have the gun. I'll bring it in for the ballistics boys. I phoned you first because I thought you might move in fast and surprise someone. Oh, and while you're there, you might check on what happened to Mark Donovan.
Okay, we'll do that. Thanks for the call, Race.
My next stop was Center Street, where I waited a couple of hours for a report on the pistol. It finally came through as a double negative. No fingerprints, no record of ownership. It was after midnight now, but I decided to call April Faber. I told her about Faye Carlisle and described the blonde boyfriend.
I don't believe I know him, Race.
Well, that matches up with the rest of the progress. How's Mr. Faber?
He's been resting pretty well.
You sound very sleepy. Almost groggy.
Yes, I am. I hardly keep my eyes open.
Then I won't talk anymore. I'll call you tomorrow. I was beginning to feel a little worried about Mark, so of course I headed back to the Kettle Drum. But the place was sealed by this time, with no one around but a pair of uniformed officers, who as usual were thoroughly noncommittal. Then, being very tired, I headed for home. I was really feeling groggy by now. Getting back to the apartment was like reaching sanctuary. Groping for the light switch, I was thinking of what a hot shower would do for me. The next second, before my fingers could touch the button, I froze. I froze because there in the dark I could hear someone's heavy breathing, and it wasn't my own. While I waited motionless, trying to figure out what to do, a voice settled the problem for me.
Turn on the light, Race. You have company. Tell him, Richie.
You've got lots of company. And we both got heaters. So you can drop yours on the floor, huh?
I'm sure you understand him, Race. Drop the gun. Now the light.
It was the suave gentleman of the kettle drum, Troxel. With him was a saddle-colored companion who looked tougher than a cheap steak.
Well, Race?
Care for a drink?
I believe we'll pass up the hospitality for now. I came here because I want to know the story on Fay Carlisle and Johnny Taylor.
I'm afraid you're several steps ahead of me.
I'm reasonably certain you had nothing to do with the killing of either of them.
Wait a second. The big blonde, he's dead too?
Yeah, after you left. We found his car with blood all over it, and he was gone.
Who was Johnny Taylor?
He happened to be my partner. I'll mourn poor Johnny. But I'm not going to allow my sadness to get in the way of good business. To put it concisely, Johnny was working on some kind of a deal. Whatever it was, if Johnny was in it, there was money involved. Now, I'd hate to see a good thing die just because Johnny did.
If Taylor was your partner, why should he want to mix in anything shady? The kettle drum looks like a paying proposition to me.
Take a better look next time you're there, Race. We've been dying for years. Ever since the military stopped making one of their favorite reservations. We're strictly a war baby.
You're probably not going to believe me, but I can't help you.
Before you say that, take a look at these.
He flipped them to me as he spoke. A packet of letters written in longhand, in an odd sort of scrawl. They were addressed to Fay and unsigned.
What do you think?
Where did you get these?
Johnny Taylor had them. But now that he's gone, I'm sure we can consider them our property.
How do you figure that?
Just taking my pick of the leftovers. That's my hand. Now what's yours?
I've been without sleep for about 2 days. I'm afraid I'm not thinking very clearly.
Is he gonna play clam, boss? I thought he would. You're gonna have to let me handle him, huh?
I'm afraid so, Ricky. All right. Take over.
Sure. We're gonna take him where there ain't no people around that's gonna hear me yell. Come on, you sucker.
This Ricky or Ricci, whatever his name was, wasn't exactly the YMCA type. With him propelling me to the door with the snout of a Luger and Troxel moving along with aloof deadliness, I felt anything but preoccupied. And then...
Are you going somewhere, Race?
Oh, Mark, and where have you been?
Well, for the last 10 minutes, I've been right by this door, listening.
Very glad to have you aboard.
And these boys ain't gonna pester you no more, not while I got this smoker in my hand, are you, boys? Ah! And I wouldn't try that no more, either. You're liable to become an ambulance case. Now, go on, get back into the room, both of you. If you're smart, you won't try to follow us. Come on, Race. You look as though you could use some coffee. Oh, brother, you sleepy. You know something? I have never seen you look this punchy.
Yes.
Yes. Is that all you can say, yes?
Didn't you go out to Faber's Chemical Company?
Well, certainly. You told me to, remember?
Talk to anyone?
No one there but the watchman. I didn't get there till after dark, you know.
Did you get inside?
You kidding? The watchman's name was Houlihan. So I got inside. Place is full of vats, tubes, things like that.
What about Faber's office?
Well, nothing there except some mail that was just laying around.
Did you read it?
Well, certainly I read it. And pretty dull stuff it was. A lot of advertisements.
Uh-huh.
Although some people call them advertisements. I
you're
like
improving,
advertising.
Mark. Tell me the story. Come on.
Oh, the letter, yeah. A letter about one of them board meetings that they have, you know. And another one saying that he'd passed a physical for a new insurance policy. And, hey, a big fat policy it was. $250,000.
Will you do something for me?
I am always doing something for you. As soon as I finish this call.
I'd like you to go out to the Faber place.
This late?
I'd like you to get through to Faber's nurse on the quiet. Ask her to grab every vial that's held any drug she's administered to Faber. Ask her to hold them and not say anything about it.
Oh, great. And while I am doing all the heavy work, what are you going to be doing?
I'm going to pay a visit to that chemical plant. At the plant, I ran into the watchman, Murcott, charmed. Using the magic words Donovan sent me with just a bit of a brogue, I gained entry. He was a good watchman, though. He called the Faber home and got an okay from April. But he wouldn't go through the plant with me. Said he had a bad cold and had just finished a patrol. So I started the tour on my own. It was a big place, and I spent an hour on the first floor alone. Locating light switches wasn't always easy, and there were times when I got into trouble. Well, it was almost 3 o'clock when I reached the third floor, where I found just the setup I'd been searching for.
Just what is it you expect to find, Race?
April.
Yes, I became upset when the watchman called about you. I decided to come down here.
Oh, well, you must have decided in a hurry. You're still wearing slippers.
Well, maybe I've been a little too hysterical about all this, Race. Perhaps we just better forget about it.
I'm afraid it's too late for that, April. This is a case of murder.
That girl's death needn't concern us.
It isn't only Faye Carlisle. Here, you come with me. Take a look inside this vat.
Well, just the same, Race.
She came very close to going into a dead faint. I remembered smelling ammonia in one of the tubes I'd investigated, so I found a mortar about the size of a cup and filled it with the stuff. It finally brought her out of her shock.
I'll be all right now, Race.
Good girl, that's fine.
But that's some kind of body in there.
It was a body. The way that acid is working, couldn't be anything at all in just another few hours.
Who is it, Race?
Well, I'm betting it's a lad by the name of Johnny Taylor.
But who could have put him there?
April, I'm afraid it was your husband.
My husband? You can't be serious.
I hate to say it, honey, but I'm very serious.
Oh, no.
Now, listen, some time ago, your husband chased around with Faye Carlisle. What? Like a lot of other men, he was foolish enough to put his thoughts about her on paper. With your husband up for this political nomination, Faye and this boyfriend of hers figured these letters would make Arthur Faber good pickings for blackmail. But Arthur wouldn't take it. He met Faye Carlisle and shot her to death. And then he killed Johnny Taylor and brought him here. Taylor's body was shoved in the acid to make it disappear, so it would look as though he'd just run out on Faye Carlisle's murder.
No, how could Arthur do all that? Why, he's been suffering from a heart attack.
That was his alibi, his beautiful alibi. How could a man kill anyone while he was in bed with heart trouble? And that's why you've been so groggy. You were drugged, you and that nurse. So you'd be too groggy to know when Arthur Faber was slipping out to commit murder.
But his heart trouble.
Honey, have you ever heard of goof pills? Well, you wouldn't have, but they were used during the war by draft dodgers. It made them seem to have heart trouble.
Oh.
Your husband's a chemist. He knew how to make those pills for his own use.
Race, I can't believe all this.
I'm sorry, honey. I'm afraid the police will. And I happen to have the motive in my pocket, the blackmail letters, with the handwriting matching your husband's office memos.
And then there's the Johnny Taylor corpus delicti.
Arthur.
It's a pity you had to discover all this, Mr. Race. Pity for you, that is.
It was Arthur Faber, all right, dapperly dressed and looking as healthy as a round of golf. He was gripping a pistol and gripping it steadily.
Arthur, you're ill. You shouldn't be here.
I think Mr. Race explained that situation very well, my dear. I even had that silly nurse giving me injections of water, which she thought was medication. But I'd like to know what led you to suspect me, Mr. Race.
The doctor said your illness indicated a heart condition that had existed for a long time. But in your office, my partner found a letter that showed you just passed a physical examination for an insurance policy.
Ah, yes, the unforeseen circumstance. It's a shame, because now I shall have to see to it that you join our friend Johnny Taylor. And you too, my dear.
Arthur.
I'm sorry, but I have no other alternative. You'd clutter up my peace of mind no end.
Look, we're both allergic to acid, I'm sure.
I'm really very sorry.
All right, since you insist on the acid, I'm going to insist on this ammonia.
You blinded me!
Oh, sorry, Faber, but that's all for you. All right, honey. No more tears. Come on. Come on, I'll take you home.
now you can get some sleep, right?
I don't feel much like it now, Marcus. The tiredness is past.
Yeah. You don't sound as though it has.
Something else now. That girl and what I had to do to her.
Hey, that's right, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. She was an old flame, wasn't she?
One of the biggest and brightest.
Yeah. Oh, but look, kid, it ain't gonna do you no good thinking about it.
No, there are times when thinking doesn't pay.
Yeah. Hey, look, you want to stop for a drink, huh?
Yes. Oh, yes. Tonight I really need one.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Betty Lou Gerson, Barney Phillips, Michael Ann Barrett, Peter Leeds, and Gerald Moore. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a BPS production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the embittered secretary.
Fifth Avenue and a turtleneck sweater. The avenue was mellow under a mid-afternoon sun, and the sweater was mellowing my sales resistance as I thought of what it would do to a young lady of my acquaintance who happens to be the outdoor type and prefers it in men. I had just about made up my mind to step into the shop and make the purchase when a reflection in the window sent my glance to the disapproving face of Mark Donovan.
Oh, no. You ain't gonna buy that thing.
What thing?
That sweater.
Well, I was thinking about it. You see, there's a girl I know that...
It's yellow.
There's nothing like color where this girl's concerned.
It'll make you look like a canary, and that ain't good. Even for a guy with your build.
You don't think I should, huh?
Definitely not. Now, on a dame, if that sweater was a little smaller...
Yeah, I know. But for Race, it's out. No.
Don't be so unhappy about it. Just stick to women that go in for pinstripe suits. It's simpler.
What are you doing around here, anyway?
Catching up with you?
A call?
Huh? From Max Fain of the Coastal Life Insurance Company, and since I am parked double, and there might be a cop along any second.
We must rush.
Yeah.
First, you spoil my day by nixing that sweater, then you want to push me headlong into work.
Race, I am just trying to be helpful.
You know, Marcus, there are times when you're so helpful, I'd gladly sell you into slavery. Let's go. Max Fain of the Coastal Life Insurance Company rated a beautiful office, secretary to match, and a complete set of chewed fingernails. He screwed his face into a pained knot as he watched me light a cigarette.
Go ahead, smoke. I have to lay off for things.
You should have sent word. I'd have brought along some Cubebs.
Out of business. You know Chuck Hardy?
Well, there's a Chuck Hardy who plays third base for the Baltimore Orioles. And there's another one who plays polo and rides herd on a $20 million inheritance, or thereabouts.
It's the second one we're talking about. And after the build-up, I have to let you down with a thud. Hardy's lost some jewelry, trinkets of some kind. And because he has a big account with us, he insists that we supply an investigator. Our best. Will you do it, Race?
Of course, Max. Never can tell where those things will lead.
There's the house across the street, Race. And it looks like you might have a reception coming.
Yeah, I noticed that. Who's the lad with the bow tie, Mark? He looks familiar.
He should. That's Danny Emerald, and he is tough, Race. The genuine article.
Now stay put. Yeah. If I need you, I'll give you a nod.
Okay. Just don't hold back, huh?
There were three of them, standing at the door to the brownstone front as though waiting to get in. As I went up, I got a look from the one with the bow tie, the one Mark had tabbed as Danny Emerald. I knew the name and the reputation that went with it. The bow tie was wide and soft with an artistic droop. But looking into that face, no one was going to comment on it.
Where do you think you're going, chum?
Oh, I'm here to see a man, and not about a dog.
A wise guy, Danny. A lippy character.
Sometimes I like wise guys. I may even like this one, if he gets us past this door. Stand back, Trigo. You too, Pete. When that butler looks through the peephole and just sees this guy, maybe we'll all go in.
I think I'd rather go in by myself.
You don't like company, is that it? You want to be antisocial?
I just want to go in by myself.
Me, I like company. I ain't antisocial at all. So I'm going with you. Me and the boys.
You don't really want to do a thing like that. It'd be in bad taste.
What I tell you, Danny. A wise guy.
I don't think the butler's coming anyway, so if you don't mind...
Wait a second, wise guy. Rushing off like that. Danny might want to talk to you. Biting you, Danny.
You have a strong grip.
Sure. I know how to use it, too.
Take it off my arm.
Don't like it, huh? Too rough for you, is it, wise guy?
I said take it off my arm.
And if I don't, just what are you gonna do about it, wise guy?
Just this. Oh, he had it coming, Emerald.
Hold it, Trigo.
No, Danny!
I said hold it.
You broke my watch!
You can get another one. What's your parlay here, chum?
Nothing exciting. I simply came here to see a man, as I told you.
And you don't scare.
Should I?
Sometimes it don't hurt. Sometimes it's smart.
I can agree with that.
What do you do for a living?
I'm an investigator.
I had a hunch. You already know this guy, Hardy.
No, we've never met.
He's a Welsher. He owes me dough and he's trying to crawfish out of Painter. A guy with his money. You wouldn't want to work for a Welsher.
I get the feeling you're telling me that, not asking it.
Well, would you?
Suppose I said yes.
Then you're a sucker, both ways. And I think you'll get what I mean.
I'd rather have you give it to me straight.
All right, I will. Engraved. Hardy and me have got a beef. Stay out of it, or you'll get hurt.
I tried the Hardy Menage about an hour later. Got the same result. No response. I headed for home after that. Puzzled a little by Danny Emerald's place in the picture, but not particularly intrigued. From where I looked, it seemed pretty much like an uninspiring sort of case. In front of my apartment house, a man got out of a car, moved to intercept me. He was young, blond. His features had been freshly battered by someone's fists.
You don't happen to be Mr. Race, do you?
That's right.
I'm Tom Enders, secretary to Mr. Hardy. He's out at the Larches, and he'd like to see you there.
And where is the Larches?
It's his estate up the river, about 20 miles the other side of Yonkers. You don't need to bring anything. I've got the car ready.
Well, it should pick up a couple of toothbrushes, don't you think?
We have those, too. We have everything at the Larches, including trouble.
Just the same, I took time to pack a bag. Then I sat beside Enders while he nosed a 1949 Cadillac convertible out of the city and northward along the Hudson River.
I understand you're coming up to investigate the missing jewelry.
That seems to be it.
A few $100 worth of medals, and Hardy goes crazy.
You sound bitter.
I sound that way all the time. It's my natural tone.
What does Danny Emerald have to do with Hardy?
I wouldn't know. Who is Danny Emerald?
A lad who's learned to make gambling pay. You're bitter. You've been battered. What's the story?
My boss doesn't trust me.
Hardy?
Mr. Hardy. For a while, he had the idea I might have taken the stuff.
You?
And because I wouldn't admit it, Mr. Hardy became angry. And when he gets angry, Mr. Hardy likes to maul people. Mr. Hardy is very good at mauling people. He was Olympic light heavyweight contender in '36.
Well, what do you do about a situation like that?
Me? I just stand there and take it. I got a wife and a couple of kids. I'm 33 years old. During the war, I spent almost 4 years in the Army, and that takes a chunk out of a man's life. Gets to be that a job's a job.
So it seems worth it.
Not to me alone, it doesn't. Having the wife and the kids, well, a job's a job.
Who else beside Hardy will be at the lodges?
Quite a few people, including a woman who will make you forget everything but your name.
The hallway at the lodges looked like a B-picture nightclub, and I got the feeling that the rest of the house would match it, both as to size and decoration. Andrews and I took a small elevator up to a custom-built gymnasium. It had been finished in leather and chrome and finely stained wood, but it smelled like all gymnasiums, and affected me as being the first really human thing about the place. As I watched, a vivacious blonde pinwheeled across a large mat. And watching it languidly was a man with the features of a Colorad and eyes like bad wishes. Andrews and I walked across to him. And I met Chuck Hardy, 9-gold polo player.
I've been wondering when you'd get here.
I called at your place in town. You had another visitor at the same time. A lad by the name of Danny Emerald.
Oh?
You seem to have designs on your peace of mind.
Emerald and I had a disagreement about a bet. I wired him this morning that he'd get the money from Enders tonight. That doesn't really concern you, does it?
I had an idea that the news might be of some interest to you.
My only interest lies in getting back the items that were stolen from me.
I understand that what you lost doesn't have a great deal of value.
It does to me.
Small stuff, sometimes hard to recover.
Look, Junior, I want those things back. I'd like that understood.
And I'd like something understood, too. I've suddenly developed a conviction that you and I aren't going to be compatible. Maybe no one's ever mentioned it to you, Hardy, but you're about as agreeable as a wad of gum on a throttle pedal. Get yourself another boy. I'm going back to town. I wanted no further part of the Hardy setup, so I found a phone, called the nearest village to check on train reservations. I learned that the next train out wouldn't be leaving for another 4 hours. I also learned that the village had no taxi service available. I was mulling over the prospect of a 6-mile hike when I noticed the girl who'd been gyrating in the gym. Where there was another young woman, a tawny-skinned, flame-haired girl who gave me a what are you going to do about it look that made me breathe deeply to maintain my poise. It was this one who spoke to me.
Running away, Mr. Race?
That's quite an opening. Where do we go from there?
I'd like to see you stay. Anyone with the nerve to say no to Chuck Hardy is needed around this place.
Am I to believe that you can't swim?
Not I or any other woman in the world. Not Chuck Hardy.
Well, if he doesn't go for you, he's kidding himself that he's alive.
Merrill, I knew I was going to like this man.
I get the impression you don't care for our host. Then why stick around?
Touché. You can be very direct, Mr. Race.
Just matching your mood.
Get along with Chuck once you know him.
Merrill here likes polo. That's why she likes Hardy. People who go for polo all adore Hardy. Jerk.
There's nothing quite so fascinating as a lovely woman who uses earthly language, particularly when she has red hair. What's your name?
Jake Conlon. And in case you don't know, this is Merrill Reed.
Hello.
Both interesting people. I'm sorry I can't stick around to know you better.
Oh, if you're stuck for transportation, take my car. Just leave it at Nagel's garage for me.
Be still, Merrill. I don't want him to go back.
Oh, sorry, lovely, but this place curdles my ego. All right, Merrill, I'll take you up on the loan of that car. Thanks.
It's a green town and country. Here are the keys.
There was no one around as I went to the garage, found Merrill Reed's car, and climbed in. I stuck the key in the ignition lock, was about to stab the starter when a glance at the rearview mirror froze all my actions. There was someone in the seat behind me, a man, sitting grim, silent. I turned very slowly, and in the light of the dashboard panel, I saw that it was Enders. He seemed to be smiling, until I realized that the expression was really a distorted grimace. Enders was dead. Something or someone had broken his neck.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Crime is a funny thing. You get into a part of it that starts out in a small way, and suddenly you find yourself in the middle of something big and ugly. I crawled into the back seat of the Chrysler. In addition to his neck, Ender's right arm had been broken, along with one of the fingers of his right hand. At his feet, I noticed one of those new pencil cigarette lighter combinations. I stuck this in my pocket and went back to the house. I found Hardy in his study with him, a middle-aged woman with a sweet face and a quiet smile. But Hardy made no effort to introduce us.
I thought you were getting lost.
I was on my way. But I thought I'd better tell you that your secretary is dead.
Enders? Dead? What is this, a gag?
He's sitting in the back of that green Chrysler in your garage.
Sounds like a job for you, Martha.
Or the coroner. Mr. Race, I'd better introduce myself, since Charles never bothers with trivialities. I'm Dr. Clemson, the Hardy family physician.
I'm sure you can't do anything for Enders, Doctor. But you might take a look.
I'll come right away.
I stuck around another hour till the local peace officer became satisfied I could tell him no more than I already had. Then I talked one of Hardy's chauffeurs into taking me to town. I got to the station with 15 minutes to wait for the outgoing train. It wasn't what you'd call a busy station, but I soon had company.
Hiya, chum.
Hello, Emerald. What are you doing here?
I got some dough coming. 50 grand. Guy would go anywhere for 50 grand. I'll do anything.
That sounds rather pointed.
It is. You see, I just been talking to Chuck Hardy. He was telling me about Enders.
Yeah, that was rough.
Funny rough, but understandable.
I don't get you.
Enders had that 50 grand on him. For me.
How do you know?
Hardy just told me. We had quite a phone conversation, me and Hardy.
What else did he tell you?
He told me that so far as he knows, the only other guy that knew about that 50 grand was you.
So?
So, you could save yourself a lot of grief by ponying up. Right now.
What makes you so sure that Hardy was leveling with you?
Hardy don't lie. He's a heel and he's stubborn, but he don't lie. You don't have to. Not when it comes to dough.
So I go down in your diary as a wrong guy.
Not yet, you don't. I don't mind a guy trying to turn a buck. I just don't want to be the loser on the deal.
I don't have that kind of money on me. I'll let you look if you like.
Suppose I give you an hour. An hour to make up your mind. An hour to show up with it. Out at Hardy's place.
You're a very reasonable man.
So my friends tell me. And I got lots of friends. I got 3 of them in this neighborhood right now. Including Trigo.
I get it.
So, you meet me at Hardy's place in an hour. Play it smart, Grace. Be there. With the dough.
I went to the local drugstore, called New York City. Was lucky enough to get Mark Donovan right away.
Hey, what are you doing, Race? Having yourself a time?
You're having a wonderful time. Wish you were here.
Huh? What's wrong?
How soon do you think you could get here? A place called The Larches, 6 miles west of Glenview.
Let me see. Oh, Oh, maybe like 45 minutes.
Well, that'll do. And Mark,
Yeah.
bring along that end wrench of yours. Back at the Hardy place, I encountered only a couple of servants who eyed me vaguely. I wandered about for a few minutes and finally blundered onto a rather spectacular mezzanine that overlooked the gigantic dining room. It was as I stood here that Merrill Reed appeared.
You mind if I say I'm surprised?
At seeing me back?
You were so definite about your intentions to leave.
Forces beyond my control have entered the picture.
It's a big room, isn't it?
It is. I don't have to stretch my imagination to see Hardy sitting at the head of that table, throwing bones to his boarhounds. But never mind, Hardy. I'd rather concentrate on you.
Oh?
Look quite fetching in that evening gown.
Thanks. But Jade got the same reaction in just a sweater and shorts, didn't she?
Nobody's going to overlook you, baby. You're a huskier girl. But it's packed in all the right places. As a matter of fact...
Don't try to kiss me, Race. Not unless you really mean it.
How can I know what I mean till I've tried it? Here.
No!
I had my arms around her, but she twisted sharply away and left me standing there, feeling as a male usually feels under such circumstances, miffed, a little incredulous. I waited a few minutes, then moved out into a large hall where I ran into Dr. Clemson.
Yeah. You look like a man with a purpose.
I'd like to find Hardy.
May I ask what for?
Well, you're a family friend. I'm afraid you might not be in sympathy with my plans.
I like you, Race. I've known you scarcely long enough to say hello, but I like you. So I'm going to give you a warning. Don't cross Charles Hardy. He's headstrong, he's arrogant. And he has the power to be more vicious than sin.
Thanks for the tip. Do you know if the police are still here?
No, they left. About half an hour ago. And took that boy's body with them.
How do they figure this business?
Well, they're inclined to believe it was an accident. They think Enders might have fallen, going down those concrete steps inside the garage.
And then planted himself in that car?
Well, he could have crawled to the car, Race. It's possible.
Yes, I suppose it is possible. I was beginning to think that anything could be possible around this spot. Leaving Dr. Clemson, I went out into a night as cool as a preoccupied woman. Then, about 100 feet from the house, a grim-looking figure suddenly loomed up in front of me.
Where you going, Race?
Trigo.
Yeah, Trigo.
What do you want?
3 guesses. Stay where you are, Race. I got you. And the moon just right.
So, I'm properly lighted. Now what?
Danny give you an hour, didn't he? Just 1 hour.
I've been keeping track. I still have 8 minutes.
8 minutes. That ain't a very long time, is it, Race? Not when a guy like me is waiting for the payoff.
I still don't have the money, Trigo.
That's gonna make Danny kind of sad. But it ain't gonna bother me at all. And you know why?
I can imagine. You like your pound of flesh, Trigo. And after all, I did break your watch.
Yeah, you broke my watch. And I couldn't get it fixed. Know how I got that watch, Race?
No comment.
I won it in a contest, singing on a stage, and you had to go break it.
I'm sorry about the watch, Trigo.
You're being sorry don't make no difference.
I felt reasonably sure of that. But I thought I'd make the gesture. Incidentally, you're obstructing progress. I was on my way to get that money, but I can't get it standing here, can I?
You're lying.
I might be, but you can't afford to gamble on it, can you? Danny Emerald isn't interested in watches. He wants that 50 grand.
You're stalling. I'm going to plan up slugging you.
But not for several more minutes. If you fire before the time's up, Danny might not like it. I just thought of that, so I really don't need to stick around here, do I?
Hey!
I paid no attention to his yell. Just kept legging him to the house, away from that gun in his hand. I could hear him coming right behind me. Then, from up behind...
Right! Over here!
Marcus, boy, to say the least. I'm very happy to see you.
That guy ain't so tough. He didn't like that slug I sent him. Look, what goes on here?
I'm in trouble. Plenty of it. Danny Emerald thinks I'm holding out $50,000 that belongs to him.
Oh, Daddy. That ain't good. Not when the guy is Emerald. Everybody says it was Emerald or rubbed out Augie Calder. Emerald's bad.
Well, there's no use trying to run away from him. Let's go into the house.
Look, ain't you got an out of any kind?
Not a thing. I've been wrestling with it every... Wait a minute. There comes a faint flicker of understanding.
Yeah?
Whistling. Yes. Come on, Mark. I want you to do something for me.
Come on in, Race. We've been kind of waiting for you.
Looked like the gathering of a clan. There was Hardy and his 3 feminine guests. And Emerald had with him 2 of the friends he had mentioned. I told myself I could probably expect Trigo at any second.
Race, we thought we heard a shot a moment ago.
Well, nothing important, Dr. Clemson. It missed. Emerald, I may as well give it to you straight. I don't have that money. I've never had it.
What are you trying to prove, Race? That you don't scare? You can run that kind of thing into the ground.
Race, why didn't you leave? Now you're in trouble. He ain't that kind, honey. Are you, Race? Here, Merrill. Have a smoke and calm down.
Try this lighter, Merrill. And you may as well keep it. I believe it's yours anyway.
Gosh, yes. Where'd you find it?
Alongside Ender's body.
What are you talking about?
Merrill's a rare girl. She knows judo, or jujitsu, if you like that term better. And that's what she used on Enders as he came down into the garage. A wrist lock, wasn't it, Merrill? A wrist lock often breaks a man's arm, doesn't it? And his neck, too, if he crashes against concrete steps.
And I suppose you think you're going to the police with that story?
I've already called them. And I think if we hold Miss Reed here, they won't have any trouble finding that 50 grand.
I don't care about the money, but I'm not sitting still for the kind of publicity that'll come from this. Merrill.
Merrill isn't going anywhere. Is she, Mark?
Not while I'm standing here holding this pistol.
Now, listen, there's no reason we can't make a deal.
I don't know what you can arrange with the others, Hardy, but I'm not going to agree to a cover-up for murder.
What do you want me to do, ram your teeth down your throat?
I'd been hoping all along you might take that attitude.
All right, you've been asking for it. Try this for size.
Oh, not bad. A little high.
Yeah?
I felt it, though.
And you're going to feel this one. Sorry. My turn. Oh!
I felt that one, too. Right up to my wrist. Why don't you get up, Hardy? Then we can both try it again.
I'm getting up. Just wait. No!
Oh, poor Mr. Hardy.
Let's all stay put now, till the police get here. And that goes for you, too, Emerald.
I ain't making a single move.
Race, will you teach me to handle myself like that? Think of the interesting things I could do to all the moiling males I meet.
I don't know, Sugar. I've got plans for you, but they don't include boxing lessons.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Michael Ann Barrett, Wilms Herbert, Paul Dubov, and Gerald Moore. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books, and when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of The Lady in the Dark.
It had been a hot day in Paris, hot and clammy. And now, with the coming of night, a thunderstorm crouched above the city, snarling and slashing at everything beneath it. It was a storm worth watching. So Mark Donovan and I had satisfied ourselves with the shelter of an awning that covered a sidewalk cafe on Rue Marcadet Poissonnier.
Oh, brother. Ain't this something? Not a cab in sight.
There just aren't very many cabs in Paris these days, Marcus, particularly around the Marché Puce.
Hey, the lights.
That one must have hit a power station.
Holy cow, it's blacker than a coal miner's pocket.
Well, the rain's beginning to slacken. I almost hate to see it stop.
Race, did you get up?
No, why?
And somebody just sat down at this table. Somebody who ain't saying a word.
Oh?
Look on your cigarette lighter. We'll get a gander at this party.
No. No, do not make a light. It would be dangerous.
Dangerous? To whom?
To a man who thinks you are his friend. If your name is Race.
I'm Race. Who's the man?
Dr. Amarant.
Amaran. Of course I'm his friend. Where is he?
Across the street, lying in the doorway. He saw you stop here while it was still light. You and your companion.
He's hurt.
They shot him. He cannot walk. He thought that maybe you would help him get to his hotel.
Of course I'll help him. I wouldn't wait.
Hey, what do you know? The lights are on again. You know...
Mark's whistle was for the girl. And it takes plenty of pulchritude to pucker the Donovan lips. But this one had it. Dark hair, cut short and curling. Full lips. A breathtaking sort of face.
You will go to him now?
Yes, and you?
I thought I would find a fiacre to move him.
Go with her, Mark.
Oh, sure. What's a fiacre?
The carriage. Go along with her. Wait a second.
What is it?
Your name. I don't believe I heard you mention it.
Janine. Janine Renault.
I crossed the street to the doorway she had pointed out. Dr. Amaran. It was a name that brought back a poignant memory.
Who is it?
It's all right, Amaran.
Ace?
Yes.
Ace, thank heaven. I thought I knew you when I saw you stop. I told myself it had to be you. Because, Ace, I'm in trouble.
As I remember it, Amaran, we've been in trouble before.
You talked to Janine?
She and Mark Donovan have gone for a fiacre. Where are you staying, Amaran?
Square Clignancourt.
Well, we shouldn't have too much difficulty getting you there, even without...
What is it, Race?
Someone outside. Several men.
Then they found me.
Who are they, Amaran?
I don't know, Ace. I don't know. They must be hounding me because of something from the past. What are they doing now, huh?
They seem to be talking it over. No, they're coming up the steps.
A gun. Do you have one, Race?
No gun, unfortunately.
Oh, help me up.
Come on.
We must get into the house before it's too late. Oh.
It is already too late, Amaran.
In the shadows behind his flashlight, he could have been an ape. An ape in a Chesterfield coat. There were 3 more behind him, silent, lethal barriers to anyone's peace of mind.
I told you it do no good to run, Amaranth.
Perhaps not, look. But this time the odds are more in my favor. This time, I have a friend.
We are taking you, Amaranth. Friend or no friend.
Lorca meant what he said, and he had the means to carry it through. So instead of trying to dicker, I ground a shoe into his shin and slammed a short left hook to his jaw. He went back against the others, and I tried jamming to shut the door, but they piled back against me with a lot of weight, a lot of slugging, until finally...
That takes care of him. And now, Amaranth, we take care of you.
I came out of it to the realization that someone was bending over me. Someone wearing a perfume that for the moment made me forget the big throb that was my head.
Ah, you are going to be all right, Race.
Janine, how's Amaran?
He is not here. There is no one here but you and me.
What about Mark Donovan?
Still looking for a carriage. When we could not find one, I got worried and came back. What happened here?
There were just too many of them. Let me try sitting up.
What is it? You have not been shot?
No, I have an idea I was kicked after I was knocked cold.
Perhaps some cognac would help.
Or something like it.
Well, there is a bar in Square Clignancourt. We could walk to it from here. You could lean on me if you like.
Merci. Merci beaucoup. Looking at her across a table in the bar took some of the fog from my brain. And this was not by candlelight, but in the uncompromising glare of an electric bulb right above us.
It is good to sit down, no? This is not much of a place.
It's very good, Don. I can't even talk straight. It's very good to sit down. I'm quite contented being here.
Grace, who is Liesl Kruger?
Oh, a beautiful woman. She's no longer alive.
Oh, and you are in love with her?
Yes. She died trying to help me.
What was she like?
Lovely and warm, and she was a lot like you.
Thank you, Race.
What has Amaran been doing?
He has a small hospital for the poor, a sort of settlement. He's a wonderful surgeon. He could make a lot of money on the other side of the city, but he would rather spend his time with the poor.
How long has he been doing this?
Oh, it must be a year now.
And you're his...
Secretary. Simply his secretary.
Amaran told me he lived on this street. You know where?
No.
I wonder if they'd know him here.
Is it important?
I have an idea it might be quite important.
Then I shall ask for you.
She left me and moved to the bar. A slim figure, oblivious of the masculine comment she drew from the crowd. She came back frowning slightly with concentration.
Bartender knows him, and so do some of the others.
And his lodgings?
Number 27, only a few doors away.
If you mind, I think I should go there at once.
Oh, you are still pale. Perhaps I'd better come with you.
We moved toward the door. To get out of the place, you went up a short flight of steps. It was here we were stopped by two men, one of whom I recognized as Lurker.
You do not seem to know when you had enough.
I've had quite enough, Lurker. Don't try to give me any more.
Why do you want to know where Amarant lives?
Amarant is my friend.
Sir? Well, we know where he lives. We take you there.
I prefer to go without you.
I said, we take you.
He stood 2 steps above me and plainly intended to have his way. So I doubled up, clutched a handful of his Chesterfield, and heaved him down the stairs. I leaned against the wall, spent from the exertion, and his partner lunged for me. But Janine, bless her, threw out a slim, tripping leg, and both of them were down.
Come, Race, before they get up. You think they might have brought him here?
It's possible. From the sound of it, there's someone in there.
You are going in? Here, then. Take this. I picked it up when that man dropped it.
A pistol. Good girl. Stand back now while I open it. All right. Don't move, any of you.
Good heavens.
There were 3 of them. 2 men and a girl standing there frozen. Catching a glimpse of myself in a glass on the opposite wall, I could understand their concern. My hair looked as though I'd just clambered out of bed. I had a badly battered eye, and there were streaks of blood down my face. To top it off, I had the pistol level in their direction.
Is there, something wrong?
I'm sorry. I expected to find someone else here. I'm looking for Dr. Amaran.
Well, we've been waiting for him, too. But not with a gun.
I put the pistol away. She wasn't the type of person you wanted to threaten. She was a blonde with a pretty face and delightful contours. I mentioned my name, and the girl made herself known as Sally Clayton. She introduced the younger man with the nearsighted stare as Glenn Young, and the pudgy older man as Dr. Holka. I told them about Amaran. They stared at me anew.
But he might be dead. They may have murdered him.
Yes. How well do you people know him?
Well, we know him very well. We all work with him at the hospital.
Any ideas as to why he's in a jam like this?
No.
Can't tell you a thing, but we've got to get him out of it somehow.
Yes, not only for his own sake, but there's the hospital and there's Pierre Philippe.
Pierre Philippe?
He's our worry patient right now. Poor child. He was knocked down by a runaway horse yesterday, and Amaran must operate on him tomorrow. Dr. Holka can tell you that.
Well, I'm afraid that even if we do get Amaran back, he's going to be in no condition to handle surgery. Isn't there someone else who can do the job, Dr. Holka?
The boy's skull was fractured, a critical injury in the Rowandic area.
There are 3 men besides Amarand who could operate successfully. Michel Fontaine is in the Riviera. Jacques Vissy is ill. And Dr. Boniface. No. Tomorrow is Sunday, and no one can find Dr. Boniface on Sunday. It will have to be Amarand. It will have to be Amarand, or the boy will die.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now we return to the adventures of Frank Race.
My feeling about the affair was a reaction of physical and mental depression. A friend had needed help, and I had let him down. Even the presence of attractive females offered no lift at the moment. But something needed to be done. So I went back to the bar on Square Clignancourt and bumped into Mark Donovan. He shook his head when I told him about what had happened.
I can see just how this deal's gonna turn out.
You can?
Yeah, I can. No profit, lots of bruises, and maybe a heartache for a hangover. What do we do next, huh?
What we should have done in the first place. Start asking questions.
Oh, that's fine. Where?
Well, I'd say this was a likely place.
The place is congenial, anyway. Tell me something. What are we trying to find out?
I want to contact a lad called Lurker. I have the feeling that a chat with him could be quite productive. Where liquor flows, tongues are usually free. I got nowhere and took a couple of hours doing it. But Mark became the confidant of a lady of the evening, and as a result, we presently paid a visit to a nearby pension, a hotel exuding an atmosphere that could only have come from decades of dust, flavored, not delicately, by garlic.
All right. What is it?
Hello, Lurker.
What do you want?
Thought we'd come in and have a talk.
Yeah, just friendly conversation.
I got nothing to talk about.
We think you have quite a bit to talk about, and we're prepared to extract it from you. What happened to Amaran?
I tell you this much, but nothing more. We did not keep him with us. The police came as we were walking him away. We had to drop him.
What made you attack him in the first place?
I say nothing more.
You're going to tell me, and you're going to tell me who you're working for. You have the answers, and I want them as of...
Why don't you try asking me, chum? I got all the answers, too.
I'd never seen this one before. He was young and looked as though he should be selling insurance. He wasn't holding a gun visibly, but both hands were in his coat pockets, and I got the feeling he hadn't been reaching for a cigarette lighter. I had a hand in one of my pockets, too, gripping the pistol Janine had given me, and I thought that made it a standoff until 2 other men sidled into the room.
What's the matter? Cat got your tongues?
So Lurker's working for you?
Yeah, Lurker's working for me. And guys that work for me don't talk. Not more than once they don't.
An American in Paris. Must be an interesting story, the effect you've been having on foreign relations.
I'm Tommy Janis.
It's no pleasure.
No? Well, I got word that you was here, Ray, so I thought I'd tag along, too. Lurker's one of my boys, and I never leave my boys on a hook. You shouldn't have come here bothering them, Race. Because it makes me think that if I let you go, you'll just come back and bother them again. So I can't let you go, can I?
I told myself I could start shooting, but I knew that could have but one result with 3 other guns against us. Mark and I just wouldn't be around anymore. There was only one other out, but knocking off an electric bulb from your coat pocket by feel and nothing else, well...
What are you, the strong, silent type?
Guess I'm not very glib tonight. Had a hard evening.
And you're still having a hard evening, ain't you, Race? Kind of makes you sweat, don't it? I get kicks out of seeing guys sweat. Yeah, but you're supposed to be a tough boy. And you got beads of this stuff running down your forehead.
You misconstrue the significance of my perspiration, Tommy. You're right about my being under a strain. But it isn't for quite the reason that you...
What? Get it there! Right! Be right with you! Let's go!
Amaran's hospital turned out to be quite a setup. Recently built, all new equipment, a costly installation. Even though it was Sunday afternoon, there were a number of people waiting outside its consultation rooms.
Oh, Mr. Race.
Hello, Miss Clayton. I came in to see if you had any news concerning Dr. Amaran.
News? Well, we've something much better. Come with me.
With an air of suppressed excitement, she took me along the corridor to one of the rooms. Here, propped up in a hospital bed, his left arm in a sling, was Amaran.
Race, you're all right. You were not badly hurt, huh?
Nothing a good night's sleep couldn't handle. But how are you doing?
He just finished surgery on little Pierre Philippe. Successful surgery.
Surgery?
Oh, it had to be done, Race. And I think we were lucky enough to bring off a fairly decent job.
I learned last night that you'd been able to get away from those thugs. But I never thought you'd be doing surgery this morning.
Oh, I'm deeply grateful for last night, Race. Really. If you had not delayed them, what might have happened, eh?
This institution, Amaran, it's a revelation.
Oh, yes. It has been the greatest thing of my life, Race. I hope it can go on being so, but...
If you're thinking of these attacks that are being made on you, they can be stopped.
Oh, well, I wasn't thinking of that alone. You see, there is something else.
Yeah?
Something that threatens the existence of the hospital itself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, don't go away, Glenn. You're not intruding. Race, this is Glenn Young, another American who is my good friend.
We met last night. Hello, Race.
Hello, Young.
Oh, tell me, any luck with Madame Doucet, Glenn?
Just finished talking to her, and I'm sorry to say it was a very unhappy conversation.
Glenn Young seemed tired. His eyes had a staring look, and his brows were arched high, giving his forehead deep furrows. He took out a handkerchief and wiped his face.
Glenn, tell Race about our problem, eh?
It concerns the settlement Race, the hospital.
Oh?
It was founded for Dr. Amarand and presented to him by a wealthy old lady, Madame de Serres. Since we don't operate on a profit basis, she also foots the cost of maintenance. But she's become upset because of what's been happening to the doctor. How she heard about it, I don't know.
Well,
but...
there was a reporter at the police bureau when they took me there last night. He probably called her. You see, Race, Madame de Serres is very devout. And she seems to have seized upon the idea that I've gone wrong or something, that I've become involved with underworld characters.
So she just indicated that she intends to alter her will, eliminating the trust clause endowing the hospital with permanent maintenance.
Which you could see would make it impossible for us to operate more than a few weeks. Tell me, Glenn, how did she sound, eh? Completely adamant?
Completely.
No.
I don't think we've got a prayer.
Well, stop thinking about it, Glenn. You've done your share. Go out and relax.
I'll try, Doctor.
I shall go and see Madame de Serres this evening.
Doctor, you can't. You're not well enough.
I'll have to be well enough. It cannot wait. Race, if you can make it, I would like you to come with me.
But we weren't able to make the visit that evening. By late afternoon, Amaran's arm began to hemorrhage, a circumstance that confined him for the night. Nevertheless, he appeared at my hotel early next morning, and we reached the de Serres home about 10:30. An ancient-looking mansion had brought to mind the incongruous thought of a Rococo mausoleum. The elderly servant eyed us as though we had come to sack the place.
I hesitate to disturb Madame. She has not yet rung for me.
This late? I had the idea that Madame de Serres was always an early riser.
She is. But this morning she is probably indisposed. But we never disturb her.
Well, perhaps you'd better this time. She's a very old lady,
Monsieur, you may be right. I shall go to her at once.
We were left waiting in the tremendous hall. And it wasn't but a few minutes before a startled wail came from above. I helped Amaran mount the stairs, and we moved into a gigantic bedroom.
Oh, Monsieur, something has happened. Something terrible. Madame, she has been strangled.
It had been done with a cord. She'd been garroted. The open French windows, the thick vines up the masonry, it was obvious how the killer had entered. The old lady had struggled. Bedclothes were awry, a tray of medicines had been tipped off her nightstand. I picked up 2 or 3 vials, a thermometer, a small rubber plunger, and a hypodermic needle.
Monsieur, shall I call the police?
I am afraid that there's nothing else to be done.
Race, we ought to get out of this hotel for a little while. You've been coiled up in a chair all morning.
I've been overlooking something on this case, Mark. I feel it. Something obvious, something right in front of me.
Yeah. Look, how about this pistol that dame gave you? You want we should keep carrying it? You know something? The gendarmes don't like people toting rods, especially foreigners. Well, hey, how about it?
What's that, Mark?
Oh, brother, you in a fog. Look, you need a glass or something to pep you up.
Glass. That's it, Marcus. Mark, you've given me the key to the whole thing.
Yeah, I have? What do you know?
Come on, let's get over to the hospital. We were on our way through the lobby when I was tagged for a phone call. It turned out to be Amaran.
Race, I think I'm in trouble again. It seems to be the same group. I spotted some of them just outside the hospital. I think they're waiting for me.
You're at the hospital now?
Yes. I came in the back way through the cellar. I'm calling for my office. I could call the police, but that would solve nothing.
No, those boys would just drift away and get back to you later. We'd better take care of it ourselves. I'll be there, Amaran, in a few minutes. There were 2 of them standing just inside the hospital entrance as Mark and I went in. I sensed that Tommy Janus must be around somewhere, and Lurker. With Amaran in his office were Glenn Young and Janine Renault.
Oh, it's good to see you, Ace. I cannot seem to make this... Well, I just can't take this sort of thing as I used to. If Glenn and Janine hadn't been with me, I'm afraid I'd have to shout.
What do we do, Race? Try to sneak him out or make a fight of it?
I believe the place to settle it is right here.
I wish I knew what they were after.
They simply want your hospital, Amaran.
His hospital?
Glenn, those eyes of yours are bothering you again, aren't they? Here, this might help.
The suction cup from my lenses. Where did you find it?
Where you dropped it, beside Madame de Serres' dead body. You're one of those people who can't wear contact lenses for more than a few hours, aren't you, Glenn? Get pretty uncomfortable, don't they? Make you stare, make you stop blinking.
What are you getting at, Race?
Amaran, I'll give good odds that Glenn Young has some sort of a power of attorney from you concerning this hospital.
Yes. After all, he is the manager, and should anything happen to me...
That's right. He's your good friend. He intended to have something happen to you, Doctor. You were all set to be put out of circulation so friend Glenn in a hood by the name of Tommy Janus could take over. Then this wouldn't have been a free clinic any longer, would it, Glenn? And you'd have cleaned up, particularly with Madame de Serres' trust fund taking care of expenses. That's why you murdered her, isn't it, Glenn? Because she told you she was going to cut that off?
Tommy, listen, this fella...
Don't bother explaining. I heard it all from the other side of the door. Nothing's going to make any difference, Glenn. We just take care of all of them, that's all. We're all going down the hall, people, nice and quiet. Keep your hands away from your pockets, Race, or I'll start blasting
Race! Oh!
Thank you again, friend Marcus.
Was really nothing.
I don't think any of those other lads are going to come in here. Not now, with the boss out of action. Stay where you are, Glenn. Don't get any ideas about running.
But Tommy Janus, look at him.
Nah. He's going to be all right. You know something?
What, Marcus?
That guy is really a smart cookie.
He is?
Yeah. What do you think it is? He picks a hospital to get shot in.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Gene Bates, Michael Ann Barrett, Gerald Moore, Wilms Herbert, and William Johnstone. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in the adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. When it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Fairway Beauties.
Golf is a funny game. Usually, if a person applies himself diligently to a sport, he'll eventually come up as a creditable performer. But it's not that way in golf. A few people just have the knack. Millions don't. As for Mark Donovan...
Race, look out!
He ranks with the great majority.
Hey, Race. Oh, that was close.
Missed me by a good inch.
Oh, brother, it's a good thing you ducked. Look, what did I do to that shot anyway?
You sculled it.
Oh, I did. Well, look, I hit down on the ball just like you said.
Remember that term we used during the war, Mark? Too little and too late. That's the way you hit down on that shot.
Do you know something? This is the most aggravating game which was ever invented. A little pill standing still and the guy can't do nothing with it.
You're doing quite a lot with it.
Yeah, but never according to plan. Look, I'm going to try one more shot. If it don't come off, I'm heading for that blackjack game in the caddy pen.
Let's try some strategy to get on this green. What do you feel, like a hook or a slice?
Who knows?
Well, you had a slice on the last one. So aim to the left. That should take it right into the pin.
Aim to the left. But there's a pond over there. If it goes straight...
Mark, let's face it. You haven't hit a straight shot all afternoon.
Chum, if we really face it, I ain't never hit a straight shot in my whole life.
You've been slicing most of the time. So aim for that pond and watch it fade right onto the carpet.
Okay. Line it up for the pond, she call it for the green, huh? This one will be a hit.
You see, what did I... Uh-oh.
Oh, Race, it's heading right for the pond.
I'm sorry, Mark. I gave you poor advice.
Look, the poorest advice you ever gave me is when you talked me into taking up this game. I'm through, I'm finished.
Relax, Marcus, it's all in fun.
This is what I'm having fun? Look, you got 4 more holes to finish. Go ahead, play 'em. I'll see you at the clubhouse. If I ain't there, take a peek in the caddy pen.
But 45 minutes later, as I paid off the caddy on the 18th green, I saw I wasn't going to have to look very far to find Donovan. He had planted himself on the practice tee and was goggling at a couple of girls who were hitting shots. Since Mark has excellent taste when it comes to feminine allure, I wandered over there myself.
Oh, it's your race. Huh?
What happened to the blackjack game?
Money ain't everything. Hey, look, take a gander at this pair, will you? Not only are they a duo of delightful dainties, but watch how they lamb them balls. You know, I gotta admit it, Race, this California's a wonderful place. Look at that shot. Out there a mile.
They should be good. Know who they are?
No, but I ain't turning down any invitations.
The one with the deep tan is Zoe Frenier. She's National Women's Open and Amateur Champion. Has been for the last 3 years. British champion, too. Probably the greatest woman player of all time.
I ain't gonna argue that one. Look, how about the petite little item, huh? She is nothing but a double grade A pip
Barbara Stanforth, California champion.
Hey, you know these dames?
I know Zoe Frenier pretty well. I used to...
Well, looks like she remembers you. She's heading this way.
Well, Frank Rays. Or may I never hit another golf shot.
Which would be the tragedy of the decade. You're in wonderful form, Zoe.
Thanks. Frank, it's wonderful seeing you again. Babs, come over here. What are you doing in California, Frank?
We just came down from Vancouver, been loafing. Zoe, this is Mark Donovan.
Hi, Mark.
Hi.
And this very lovely thing is Barbara Stanforth. Maybe you know each other.
Not nearly as well as I think we should. Hello, Barbara.
Hi, oh, this is fun.
Everything is fun when it's with other men. Isn't it, Zoe?
He stood off about 8 or 10 feet from us. Judging from the clothes he had on, he wasn't there to play golf. His features, set in a mask of bitterness, had bad news written all over them.
Vic, I didn't know you were around.
That's nothing new, is it?
You're not going to be a problem, are you, Vic?
Oh, that's right. You don't like problems, do you? Just sweetness and light. That's our Zoe. Sweetness and light and fun with other men. Tell them to get lost, Zoe, all of them.
You're out of line, Vic. Way out of line.
I want to talk to you. Now, do I get to do it, or do I turn myself into a really difficult problem?
Look, chum, if the lady don't want to have nothing to do with this, she
You
don't
stay out of this, chum. With me, nosy bystanders draw nothing but welts.
Is that right? Well, I
No,
think...
no, don't. Come on, Vic. We'll go somewhere and talk.
Wait a minute, Zoe. You don't have to let this lad push you around.
And just what would you do about it?
It's all right, Race, really.
Nothing is all right, and you know it. But stick around, Race, or whatever your name is. I've got a personal interest in your ill health.
Hey, who is that guy?
Her husband.
Oh, brother. And I'm trying to buy into a family brawl. My lucky nothing come out of that.
I didn't know Zoe was married.
About 3 months ago, up at Del Monte. His name is Vic Malvern. He's a peculiar fellow.
He certainly is. How about something tall and cool at the bar?
I'd love it.
On the practice tee at 30 yards, I'd been telling myself that this Stanforth lass would be something worth staying in California for. In the clubhouse tap room at 2 feet. She made me want to become a native son.
What happened to your friend?
Mark? His gambling instinct reared its head. I have an idea he's now in the vicinity of the local blackjack soiree.
He's a lot of fun.
What about me? Think I could be a lot of fun?
With you, Race, the word fun didn't occur to me.
No? What did?
Oh, no, you don't. I'm not going to give you a lead like that.
I'll wait. I'm good at waiting.
Are you, Race?
Up to a point, of course. Let me get a rundown on you. You're here for the Tri-State Tournament.
That's right.
Then I suppose it's Seattle and the Women's National.
And I don't suppose you're quite that patient.
Rather play golf than eat?
Love it more than anything else in the world. So far.
That did it. I'll wait. I sit still for a prospect like that any time.
Would you sit still for an interruption to this tete-a-tete?
A lot of weight, a lot of muscle, a lot of tailoring in a double-breasted pinstripe suit. A look of bland friendliness went with it. The sort of look you get when you mention checking the bets in a high-stake poker game. He sat down without waiting for an answer to his question.
I'm Chuck Kendall, Private Dick, working for Vic Malvern.
So?
I wanted to make sure he didn't hurt your feelings out there a while ago.
This sounds like a new one. How does the dialogue go from here?
What do you do for a living? Newspaper boy?
Come again?
What are you? A reporter?
Why?
Well, we wouldn't want Vic to get in bad with the press, that's all. And the guy's running for public office. A thing like what happened out there could look bad. It ain't really. Just the beef with his wife. Nothing to write about.
So Vic is running for public office, is he? You know, that intrigues me. It thoroughly intrigues me.
I don't follow you.
You wouldn't. But you can forget the publicity angle. I'm not a newspaper man.
Huh? You're not?
Do I sense a change in your attitude?
You're a witty brand of cookie, ain't you? I can see why Vic had an impulse to change your face around.
Got any more to say?
Yeah, just one thing. Don't go bothering Vic. There's people who wouldn't like it. A lot of people.
I know, Kendall. You're a tough boy, and you got a license to prove it. Now, would you mind leaving us?
He does look hard, Race.
I imagine he is. Quite hard.
There's something else about Zoe. She's in love with Larry Myers. Do you know him?
I know he's a great golfer.
Zoe wants to get free of Vic Malvern and marry Larry. And Larry doesn't even know about Vic. That's why this is all so sticky. You see, Larry is meeting Zoe here for dinner. I'm telling you all this because Larry just came in. I think he's heading our way.
A sweet swinger, a great competitor. Not more than a couple of years away from the National Open Crown. This was the tag the experts had pinned on Larry Myers. But his usual poise wasn't with him as he came up to us.
Hi, Babs.
Hello, Larry. This is Frank Race.
Oh, nice knowing you. Babs, I don't know what to think. I just got a message that Zoe is standing me up.
What did she say?
Well, she didn't say anything. She just left word with the bartender that she wouldn't be around this evening.
Gosh, Larry, I don't know what to
Telephone
say.
call for Mr. Frank Race.
Pardon me.
Coming back, Race?
I certainly am, baby. Stay put. It was Zoe Frenier on the other end of the line, and the very tone of her voice said trouble.
Race, can I see you this evening? It's very important.
Malvern?
Yes, I've got to see you, Race.
Larry Myers is here at the clubhouse. Would he be any help?
No, I don't want Larry to know. Don't say anything to him, will you, Race? Promise me.
I'm a clam. Where shall I see you?
I'm staying at the Colonial Arms. It's on Wilshire near Westwood Village. Can't think of the number. It must be here somewhere.
Take it gently, Zoe. I'll find the place. What time do you want me to come?
Well, I've got to go out for a while. Make it about 7:30. Is that all right, Race?
That's all right. I'll see you about 7:30. At the Colonial Arms, I found Zoe Frenier's apartment on the second floor. But in the hall, just outside her door, I was intercepted by a pair of citizens who could have qualified as bouncers at a longshoremen's convention.
Where do you think you're going?
I can't see that it's any of your affair, but I'm paying a visit to a lady.
In here?
This seems to be it.
Not just now, you're not. Take a walk.
Been walking most of the day. I played golf this afternoon.
Then you should be in good shape. Get going.
All right. You've had your chance at being dramatic. Move aside.
Look, friend. I told you once. What would you like? Special delivery letter?
Obviously, we've reached an impasse, but I still intend to pay my respects to the lady.
Nick.
Yeah?
Flip this pigeon down the stairs.
Sure, Ogie.
Nick moved his mask toward me, reaching out with thick arms. It was an open invitation for a wrist lock, so I obliged, twisted quickly, and flipped him! Then I had Augie to handle, a good man with his fists. I took one to the ear that sent me lurching for the stairs, but I got one back! And Augie went down, only for a second, though he wrenched up, came at me. I went to one knee and...
My arm. What goes on here, anyway?
This guy, Vic. We was just doing like you said, then he gets tough.
Where's Augie?
The bottom of the stairs.
Looks as though the guy got very tough. Two of you mugs and you can't even handle one man. What are you here for, chum?
This is getting repetitious. I came to see Zoe Frenier, and if you have any idea of trying to stop me...
Oh, you can see her. I'll even go in with you myself. Come on in.
Her apartment had been decorated to match the architecture of the building with an early American motif. I had a look around, noticed that the copper lamp hanging from the beamed ceiling had been badly dented by something. I tripped over a tear in the hooked rug as I moved deeper into the room.
Fancy, hmm?
Very nice. But where's Zoe?
Oh, she's here. But she's not going to say anything to you.
No? Why not?
Because somebody just cut her throat.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
She lay sprawled on the kitchen floor, her head almost under the table, one of her legs still doubled grotesquely from her death agony. Zoe Frenier, greatest woman golfer of all time.
How do you like that?
I don't. I've known Zoe for quite a while. This won't qualify as one of my merrier evenings.
How do you think it makes me feel?
I don't know. How does it make you feel?
Come on out in the other room, Race. I've got to think straight and talk straight. I'm not going to be able to do either looking at her.
Malvern, the police, I don't suppose they've been notified.
Well, if they have, somebody else did it besides me.
I'll call them now.
Put down that phone, Race.
I can't stop you from getting lost, Malvern, if you feel like it.
I said put down that phone. Try anything fancy, and the next slap will be with this pistol.
Malvern, you have firm and compelling ways.
Just watch it, that's all.
Any objection if I rub my jaw?
You can get up. Sit on the divan if you like.
I like. That whack seems to have slowed down my metabolism a few points. You make good use of those shoulders, Malvern.
A sneak punch, you know it, I know it. I had to do it, that's all.
You're an interesting case study, Vic. Where do we go from here?
I'm that girl's husband. I've got a hunch you know that.
I know it.
It didn't take, but I've been carrying a torch for her. It's going to take a long time for that torch to die down even now.
I got that, too.
And you think that maybe I killed her?
I'm afraid a lot of people are going to think that.
Yes, that's why we have to figure on you for help.
You left me behind with that one.
I checked up on you, Race. I checked up this afternoon just because I saw you with Zoe. I found out what you do. I found out that plenty of smart boys think you've got a lot on the ball.
I still don't get what you're driving at.
I want you to do something for me. I want you to go and talk to a certain man in this town. I'm asking you to promise to go and talk to him before you say anything to the police.
And if I don't, what happens?
Nothing. I get up and leave, and you're on your own.
Who's the man? Will he be expecting me?
He'll be expecting you. His name is Sylvester Painter.
Sounds familiar.
It should. He's mayor of the city.
Sylvester Painter. I remembered a spread about him I'd seen in a national magazine. Resigned his office during the war to get into the service. Had been re-elected in 48. He greeted me with a look of intentness and a firm handshake.
Sit down, Race. I just finished talking to Vic.
I may as well confess that I haven't the faintest idea as to what this is all about.
It's about a lot of things, but mostly Vic Malvern. How long have you been in town?
5 or 6 days.
Well, you probably know what we've been through then. Mess we've had with police department corruption?
Yes.
All right. Now I'm going to jump back to Vic. He used to be a cop. Great cop. Youngest captain of detectives in the history of the force. He served in the same theater of operations that I did during the war. Now, a lot of stuff has been said about what I did over there. Well, I started out as a major, ended up a lieutenant colonel. Vic began as a captain and ended up a full colonel, and did it with combat duty.
And this is the man who carries around a couple of boys who don't mind roughing people up.
Well, you see, Vic has been running for political office, and he's picked up a set of hangers-on who become a trifle overzealous at times. They didn't pull guns on you, did they?
No. Come to think of it, they didn't.
Well, this morning, I conferred with the police commission regarding our present emergency. I made the point that there was only one man equipped to become our new chief of police, Vic Malvern. And it's my belief that the commission is ready to appoint him.
Quite a situation.
Yes. But I'm sticking by Vic. When we talked over the phone just now, I asked him flatly if he was guilty of his wife's murder. He said he'd had nothing to do with it. I believe him.
So where do I fit in?
I want this murder cleared up and fast. I want a special man for the job. You. And don't think you'll just be working for Vic Malvern. Not at all. He phoned me twice tonight. The first time, he wanted me to give up on him, to forget about making him chief. I told him what I'm telling you, that if I can't turn to him, I don't know where I can turn. I don't have weeks to look around. It's got to be done quickly, before real demoralization sets in. That's why I want a clean bill of health for Malvern. How about it?
What could I say? But later, when I told Mark Donovan about the assignment, he shook his head.
Oh, you're leading with your chin, Race. How do you know what's behind the deal? If it's political, it'll be stickier than a hot lollipop in a kid's hair. And besides, how are we going to get into golf with you on a case?
Speaking of golf, reminds me of someone I could see. A lad by the name of Larry Myers.
Right now? It's almost 10 o'clock.
Probably a good time to get him. I'll catch you later, Mark.
Yes?
My name is Race. We met at the club, remember?
Oh, yes, certainly.
I'd like to talk to you a few minutes, Myers.
Why, sure. Come on in. Well, what's on your mind?
Zoe Frenier.
Zoe?
I thought you might be interested in the fact that she's dead.
Dead? Zoe dead?
It rocked him, and I could sense that he wasn't acting. But he couldn't tell me much. He'd been too numbed by the revelation. So I called it a day and went home.
That you, Race?
Right.
I found out something about you tonight.
You had better luck than I did. What?
You are slipping.
Well, that's always encouraging to hear.
You had a date with a very pretty dame, and you forgot all about it.
I had a...
Yeah.
Barbara Stanford. I was going to
Indeed.
join her at the townhouse. Did you think to tell...
I give her a lowdown on the whole deal, give her a big pitch about the mayor himself calling you in on a big case.
But she said I could drop dead.
With me doing the explaining? Oh, Race, you ought to know better than that. She's still waiting for you.
Marcus, you're indispensable. Dig me out a clean shirt, will you, and one of those new ties. She had a smile for me, and it was in her eyes as well, so I felt irated. But almost at once, she asked me to take her somewhere else.
I've been here so long, Race. I've seen so many smiles of sympathy.
All from men, I bet. Those weren't smiles of sympathy, baby. They were muted wolf calls. All right, we'll hit for another spot. Where'll it be?
I'll leave it to you.
While we were deciding, I was paged for a phone call. Turned out to be Mark Donovan at the other end.
I've been trying to get through to you for the last 30 minutes. You're being shadowed.
How do you know?
I caught up in the window when you left here. There was a guy staked out across the street. He tailed your cab.
What kind of car?
Gray Chevy Coupe, one of them new ones. Oh, there's something else. Larry Myers called, wanted to know where you was. I told him about the date. Is that all right?
Perfectly all right. Thanks, Mark. I seem to make you wait and wait, don't I?
It's all right. This night air feels wonderful. Just look at that fountain across the street, Race. Isn't it beautiful?
Like to wade? Let's go.
Perfect. Let's run.
Hey, you're fast. You make me step.
Oh, this is going to be marvelous. Off go my shoes.
I think I'll take mine off, too. Hey, this grass is a little damp for sitting down.
Race, that car, it's acting oddly.
Yes, it is.
Race. Race, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. Here, I'll help you out.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm all right, but that brought my thoughts sharply back to business. If it's okay with you, I'd like to go somewhere else before we hit that nightclub.
It's okay with me, but where?
Zoe Frenier's apartment. I have an idea that we might find something there that could throw a little light on her murder.
Will you be able to get in? How about the police?
No trouble there. I was made a special officer by the mayor.
Gosh. I had no idea Zoe had such a lovely place. What's the matter, Race?
Either someone has just left or they're still here.
How can you tell?
Cigarette smoke. Good. I'd have been disappointed if that hadn't been in this closet.
What, Race?
This golf club of Zoe's.
You think it has something to do with her death?
That lamp up there. Notice how it's dented? And take a look at that tear in the carpet. Someone was making practice swings. They evidently got out of the groove. It's my idea that someone waited here for Zoe. Waited to murder. And while they waited, they took practice swings with this club.
It must have been a poor golfer to have hit that lamp.
Or a good golfer who suddenly turned nervous on hearing Zoe at the door. I wouldn't handle the club, honey. Fingerprints. I want to be able to testify that this club wasn't touched after I found it.
Whose fingerprints could they be, Race?
Yours, honey. She didn't say anything, just stared at me from under those lovely lashes of hers, and I knew I'd hit it. Often a runner-up, but very seldom a winner. That's the way the records read when it came to the name of Barbara Stanford. All because of a girl called Zoe Frenier, and Barbara hadn't been able to take it.
Those, fingerprints, Race. Could have put them on that club at any time.
No, honey. When we came in, you tried to put across the idea that this was your first time here, remember? I'm sorry. 10 years apart for you girls, either way. And you could have been queen, couldn't you, Babs? It's tough.
You would say it. I was afraid of that.
But it won't make any difference, will it, chicken?
Well, so it was Kendall you hired to gun me down.
You knew that too, did you?
Pretty hard to miss it. You'd never have noticed that car unless you'd been looking for it. My reflexes aren't bad, but you hit the ground before I did.
Kendall, this is a very difficult man.
Yeah, sure. Which makes the case worth a lot more dough.
Write your own ticket. Just let me leave before you do anything.
Yeah. Go ahead, chicken.
So long, Race. I'm sorry, too.
Going somewhere, lady?
Why, you...
Now, there was a pip of a punch.
We were lucky. He was trying to shoot in two directions at once.
Oh, don't get restless, lady. You gotta stick with us. I heard all that evidence, too, Race, but, somehow I ain't happy about this.
I'm not happy about it either, Mark. What's your reason?
Well, when you come to think of it, taking a babe like this one out of circulation, it's an awful waste of talent.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Lillian Baeff, Frank Lovejoy, Tom Holland, Michael Ann Barrett, and Bill Johnstone. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney. But he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the Istanbul adventure.
There are men who'll tell you they've seen the city die, and it's hard to find argument for their words. Our population has dwindled to half between the wars. Our trade has dried to a trickle, but somehow, with a wet night engulfing crooked streets and shadowy bazaars, I was feeling the old exhilaration, the expectant sense of violence. There's always Istanbul.
Here, this doorway.
Rather close.
You're very helpful.
Cigarette?
Yes, thank you.
Light? Mm-hmm.
What is it?
I'm intrigued. A woman comes out in the night, a woman pursued by bullets. She turns out to be lovely.
If you don't mind, I must go.
Well, if you don't mind, I'll go with you.
No, please.
Oh, now look, tomorrow I'm leaving Turkey, but tonight you need help.
It's not for me. It's for a friend. A friend who's in trouble, an American like yourself.
American?
He's hurt, badly hurt. I think he's dying.
Well, let's get him a doctor.
That's why I'm trying to get out of this sector. I know a physician who will go to him.
I'll get you out. Come on.
Wait, listen.
let me get clear. Move behind me. Yeah.
Hey, Ray!
Oh.
And I thought I knew my way around. This is worse than driving a hack in Boston.
Yeah, it's all right. His name's Donovan. He's Brooklyn Irish and to us harmless.
Hey, what goes on? Where are you, Frank?
Right here. Where have you been?
Oh, where have I been, he wants to know. I am out with a man just because he wants to go walking and he disappears. Where have I been?
I happened to turn up a side street while you were gaping in some window. I imagined you'd follow.
What do you say we start grinding back at the hotel, huh? Even with this slicker on, I'm beginning to feel like a blotter. Hey, who's this?
And come to think of it, we don't know each other's name, do we? I'm Frank Race.
I'm Lisa Krug.
What's the story, Ray?
Well, I don't know all of it, Mark. But there's an American nearby who needs medical help. We're going to get him a doctor. There are people around here who might try to stop us.
And you talked me out of bringing along my end wrench.
From another section of the city, Liesl made a phone call. Within 15 minutes, we were joined with a physician. He was young and tall and dark, with a face you felt you could believe in. Liesl introduced him as Dr. Amarand.
Gentlemen, I want to thank you for helping Liesl. I believe we shall manage all right now.
It might be harder getting back into that sector than it was getting out. We'd better stick with you. The rain had stopped, and with it had gone the freshness of the night. With no wind stirring, the street smelled fetid, oppressive. There was no lift to the blackness, and you got the feeling of continually being about to walk into something. Then there was a gate. Beyond it, a small light coming from what looked like a stable. Mark and I were asked to wait, and the other two left us.
You know, I wonder if we're going to get a chance to cancel them reservations.
What reservations?
On the boat.
Why should we want to cancel them?
Race, I gotta look at that girl. You won't be taking no boat tomorrow. Which, to me, is kind of sad.
Here she comes.
Come, Race. You want your friend? I told the American about you, Race. He wants to talk to you.
He is too weak to say much, Mr. Race. If you will kneel down.
What's his name, Doctor?
Dwyer. Johnny Dwyer.
Hi, Johnny.
Hiya, fella. Where you from?
I work out of New York. I was born in Indiana.
Hey, sounds like home. I'm from Dayton, Ohio.
Who hurt you, Johnny?
Some bad ones, fella. Pulling a bad deal. Liesl and Doc will tell you they're great people.
He'd better not speak anymore.
Someone is coming.
On the candle!
Come out of it, Race. Come out of it, will you? Oh, that's better.
Oh. What happened to me?
Well, you won't need to plait your hair for a while, not the way that slug creased your head.
Where's Liesl? And the doctor?
I guess they got away. The doc got in a lick, too, hey? One of them visitors is as dead as a smoked herring.
What about Johnny? Johnny Dwyer?
He's dead, too, Frank. I don't know what these people are playing, but it ain't post office, Frank. It ain't post office.
As Mark had prophesied, we missed our boat because I went looking for Liesl. I spent almost a week at it before giving up, after which I lapsed into an inertia of just lying around the hotel.
Look, I never knew you to get this low over a dame before. Why not think about other things, huh? Here, I brought up a telegram for you.
Yeah, read it to me.
All right. Hey, who is Anthony Woolwine?
Tony Woolwine. He's an executive for Intercontinental Underwriters.
Yeah, well, he wants to see you. Urgent.
Well, that means he gets your wish about Fifth Avenue.
Don't sound like New York to me. This is from France. Someplace called, Cannes.
Cannes. It's on the Riviera, not far from Monte Carlo.
Monte Carlo? Where all that high-powered gambling goes on?
The same.
Oh, no kidding. Well, look, if it's all right with you, I just as soon postpone seeing Fifth Avenue for a little while.
Tony Woolwine. A nice guy who always seemed to be where there was sunshine. At Cannes, he had everything to go with the climate. Rambling villa, lots of ground around it, lots of swimming pool taking up the ground. He greeted me in bathing trunks and a tan that made everything about him seem brown but his grin.
It may look like a holiday, Frank, but I'm not over here just for laughs.
I've been wondering why you sent for me.
Tomorrow you embark on a dirty job.
Oh, that's fair warning. Thanks.
Do you mind if I make a personal observation?
Go ahead. Got me under your spell.
You don't seem to have your usual eye out for the ladies. And here I've been thinking that this crop I gathered was unusually bounteous.
Yeah, with your usual discernment, you've provided both quantity and quality. I've noticed. Particularly that bit of symmetry near the diving board.
In the black suit? Ah, that's better. Now I'll stop fretting. Oh, there's somebody I want you to meet. Chuck?
Yeah?
Come on over here. It's a flyer I'd like to have you know. You like him. He's offered to help us out on this task I mentioned.
Hi.
Chuck, I want you to know Frank Race. Chuck Farrell, Frank Race.
Oh, how do you do?
How are you?
And I am Liesl Kruger.
She stood there quietly, utterly composed. An exquisite figure in a black bathing suit. She had been the one who'd drawn my comment, the one by the diving board. She looked young, younger than she had in Istanbul. And her loveliness in the stare of the sun was something to take the breath out of you.
Where, oh, where did we find this? Wu Wan, you've been holding out on us. Hey, look beautiful.
We thought you were dead, Race, when we saw you go down with the blood all over your face.
Blood all over your face.
You got away all right? You and the doctor?
Hammeran's arm was broken by a bullet. We got away. We couldn't have done it had not you and your friend been there to confuse them.
I realize this must be some sort of a reunion,
Is
but...
Race the man you were telling me of, Tony?
Well, yes, Race is the man.
You mean there's a tie-up here somewhere?
Well, my side of it is purely insurance. The companies had to pay off claims on 3 large shipments of food, clothing, and medical supplies coming to Europe from the United States. We don't want to have to refuse insurance on future shipments, but naturally we can't keep that up. So we've got to solve the problem.
I take it these shipments weren't lost at sea.
Liesl, now it's your turn.
Well, it's the same thing that has been choking Europe to death for so long, Race. Black market. The last year it seems to have come under the control of one organization. All over the continent.
Is this what you've been fighting? You and Dr. Amaran?
Yes. To Americans, the black market might seem vicious. But I'm sure it seems impersonal. A blight that doesn't really touch. But with us... Well, I had a brother. All I had left of my family. And a year ago he became ill of pneumonia. I was assured that if he received penicillin, he would live.
It's usually effective.
I got him the penicillin, Race. At a price very hard for me to pay. I got him the penicillin. But he died. At the age of 19.
Oh, I'm sorry, Liesl.
He died because the drug was worthless.
What happened to those shipments that were lost?
Destroyed. Cargo, train, and crew. Nothing left each time but smoldering ashes.
I don't get it. What happened to them?
The black market would have stolen those shipments, but they knew it would be too difficult. So they destroyed them. Nobody knows how, because the train crews are always killed. And then the black marketeers get their high prices with shoddy clothes and bad food and synthetic medicine.
Sounds like a rough bunch.
Race knows how rough they can be. He saw some of their work in Istanbul.
There'll be 2 more trains going through this month. One on the 19th, the other on the 27th.
They must not be destroyed, Race. Listen to me. There is an epidemic of diphtheria breaking out through the western portion of France. Unless those trains get through with diphtheria toxides, thousands of children are going to die.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
The coastline of the Riviera is like no other place in the world. But for me, Liesl Kruger made it even more glamorous. Glamour. It was a quality she would carry with her wherever she went. heightening it with her beauty and a willingness to involve herself in lethal danger for a cause without profit.
There's no other spot like this race. For me, that is. You have probably seen other places just as lovely, just as unique.
As lovely? Yes. As unique? Not quite.
Oh, it's such a beautiful evening.
Liesl,
Yes, Race?
how do I get my teeth into this fight of yours? Where do I start?
Amran. Amran can tell you more about it even than I.
Where is he?
In Toulon. He would be happy to see you.
You seem very close, you and the doctor.
Well, when two persons share the dangers we have shared, there will naturally be a bond. But I'm not in love with him. If that is what you mean.
Why do you do it, Liesl?
Why do I fight? That was my brother. And I suppose there's something else. Something it would be hard to put into words. You should know. You have the same feeling.
Well, I get paid for what I do.
Oh, do you always get paid? Who paid you for helping us in Istanbul?
Get out of it, Liesl. Let Amaran fight them. Let me fight them. But you get out of it.
Why do you say that?
We stood facing one another. And over my shoulder, the moonlight spotlighted the terrific face of hers, with its provocative lips and frame of thick, lustrous hair. I didn't grab her. I reached for her gently, and everything took time out for a while.
I meant that, Race.
So did I. And I'm asking you again to pull out of this business.
Race, I can't. I've got to stay with it to the end. No matter what the end may be.
You awake yet, Frank?
Yeah, come in.
You're being invaded.
What's up?
We thought you might like to look the country over from the air. How long will it take you to dress?
A quarter of an hour. Where's the plane?
Oh, not more than 20 minutes from here.
Well, what have you got?
A salvage job I picked up. A P-47.
Some ship, Frank. Chuck thought he was getting a bargain when he bought that ice wagon. Lots of power, and he bought it for dimes. The payoff is that operating it will keep him in hock for the rest of his life.
P-47 adds up to a lot of planes.
I wouldn't have anything else. She pays her way.
Say, what's wrong with your hand, Chuck? When'd you do that?
Oh, I nicked it as I was gassing up the other day. It's a little swollen.
A little swollen? You'd better do something about it, Chuck.
Tomorrow. Today I want to fly.
Chuck, since this is just a tour of duty with no destination, would you like to drop me in Toulon for a couple of hours?
Toulon? Why, sure.
I'll be calling on a doctor there. We'll get him to take a look at that hand of yours. Amaran stared at me when he saw me. His left hand hung in a sling. One of his eyes was almost shut with a bruise that extended down the whole side of his face.
Race, but we thought that...
You thought I'd been killed, Liesl told me.
Liesl, you've seen her. Oh, why do we stand here? Come in.
She told me where to find you.
Huh?
I'm in this with you now, all the way. And there's an American insurance company behind me.
Oh, thank heaven. You cannot know how much we need help.
Tell me about Johnny Dwyer. Where did he fit in? What happened to him?
Well, he was, first of all, an idealist. So many of you Americans are. And he knew how to fight. So they murdered him.
What was he doing in Istanbul?
He'd learned too much. So the black marketeers chased him from here.
From Toulon? Is that why you're here?
Yes. Johnny Dwyer stayed at a quayside hotel there, a rat trap called the Charbonnier. Why he went there, Liesl and I never learned. Too many things happened too rapidly. But it was from the Charbonnier that they hounded him. First to Marseille, then to Rome, then to Istanbul. It was from Rome that we got his call for help and word to meet him in Turkey. You know what happened there.
The Hotel Charbonnier. I imagine they know you there.
Oh, I wish I could say I knew them as well.
You have no idea of an identity behind it?
Oh, nothing worth a sou. We've dealt with one or two, but they were no more than underlings. We learned nothing.
I'm going to take lodgings at the Hotel Charbonnier with a friend who was with me in Istanbul.
There must be a safer way.
But none quicker than I can see. And now, I wonder if I may ask a favor of you.
Anything.
The pilot who flew me over here has a bad hand, an infection. I wish you'd look at it.
Well, he's here with you?
He remained in his plane, but I've got a cab outside.
Well, then let us go to him.
found Chuck Farrell leaning against the fuselage of his P-47. In his hand, a silver flask with which he waved at us as we came up. Amaran, smiling as I introduced them, tightened his lips seriously when he saw the hand. He made a clinic of the 47's cockpit, taking Chuck's temperature and otherwise thoroughly checking his patient's condition.
You have absorbed quite a little alcohol lately, huh?
Oh, I guess I've been doing all right. Why? Come on, Doc. Brief me on this.
When did you have an inoculation for tetanus last?
Never had one that I know of.
You were not in your army?
No. Do I have tetanus coming on?
It's possible.
Bad, huh?
Since you have received no toxoids, then I can bolster an inoculation with antitoxin. It's indicated.
Well, then let's have it. Will it make me sick?
It may not, depending on your sensitivity to it. You should not fly this plane.
Oh, ever been checked out in a P-47 race?
Yeah.
Good. Then you can ferry us back.
Well, possibly Dr. Amaran will come over and check your condition in a day or so.
Of course. And when will you keep the rendezvous we discussed?
As soon as I can pry Mark Donovan loose from those Monte Carlo gaming tables. There are parks and promenades in Toulon, all handsome. There's the view of the sea. There's the cathedral, and other old churches, and a fine town hall. And not far from its docks, on a crooked street, forgotten by all but the police, and a few citizens who would prefer that the police also forgot it, stands the Hotel Charbonnier, as dubious a hostel as you'll find anywhere along the Mediterranean.
I will say just one thing. If I'd have known I was leaving Monte Carlo for this, honest race, I think I'd have run out on you.
Now, cheer up, Mark. You'll find after a while the place grows on you.
Yeah, something's been growing on me, and it ain't my disposition. If I could only get me a cup of coffee.
Why don't you look around?
I've been looking around. There's wine everywhere. You can wade in this stuff, but not one drop of coffee. I gotta find some somewhere. Hey, a note under the door.
Let me have it.
Where's it from?
Dr. Amaran. He wants me to go to him at once. Something urgent. You wait here.
Oh, come inside, Race.
What is it? Trouble?
Worse than that. Tragedy. Look over there.
Liesel! She's been hurt. What is it, Amaran? What happened to her?
She's dying, Race. She got here about an hour ago. She's been trying to tell me what happened, but she's had only strength enough to say your name.
You've got to save her.
I've done everything I can, Race. Talk to her. She will hear you. She wants to hear you.
I had a lot of things to say to her, but if she ever heard any of them, there was no sign. After a while, I gave it up and went back to the Hotel Charbonnier. There in the musty hallway.
Race.
What? No. It's you, Mark.
Come here, will you? Gotta have a look in here. I heard this morning that this place used to be a cafe, see? So I started poking around in the basement, thinking I might accidentally run across some coffees. Gotta move these crates first. And then this door. Can you squeeze through?
Yeah. What have you got?
Take a look at what I got. An arsenal. Rifles, pistols, submachine guns, even shells. Look at this one, will you?
Shell? That's no shell, Mark. That's a rocket up.
What's the matter?
Oh, what a fool I've been. Chuck Farrell and his P-47.
What are you talking about?
P-47's Thunderbolts. Along with the British Typhoons, they were the top rocket-firing planes of the war. Rockets for knocking out tanks and trains. Trains, Mark, do you hear that?
Certainly I hear it, but
Chuck Farrell, he destroyed the supply trains. And I've been eating with him, drinking with him, flying with him.
Wait a second.
What is it?
So now you must have found out what we're doing.
Here, then. Load this pistol. You're going up through that window up there. When you get clear, fire 2 shots, you understand? Then head for Woolwine. Tell him about this whole setup.
Now, wait a minute. You can boost me up to that window, but what about you? How you gonna get out of there?
Give me a foot and get going. Here.
Okay, I'm up.
Get clear to the street before you signal.
Yeah, but what are you gonna do?
Hold him off with this Tommy gun. Get going.
Okay, I'm going.
Okay, one more rush to get that door open. Race,
What can I do for you?
it's Chuck Farrell.
Nice to have you aboard.
That machine gun won't do you any good, Race. I've got a dozen boys here. We'll smoke you out if we have to.
Farrell, listen.
All right, I'm listening.
You heard that shot?
Yeah, I heard it. So what?
That's a friend of mine, signaling that he's clear of here. He's going to Woolwine to tell him how you've been using that P-47 to destroy those trains with rockets.
All right, Race. I'm coming in. Alone. And empty-handed.
Make sure your people stay out.
Relax, Race. They're getting lost. With Woolwine knowing about the rockets, why should I sweat out a lost cause?
Always play the cool hand. Is that the philosophy, Farrell?
Why not? We'll work out other deals. I've made plenty of money and I've still got it. What can you do? Extradite me? Nuts. Of course, you might turn that chatterbox on me. But you're not the type for that. Are you, Race?
I don't have to be, Chuck. You're all taken care of.
What do you mean?
You look sort of feverish.
What? Sure, I'm feverish. I've got tetanus. But I've been treated for it. You took care of that.
I know. I saw your doctor about an hour ago. He was trying to save the life of a lovely girl you murdered.
I didn't do that, Race.
You were part of it. The same way you've been part of murdering a lot of other people, including kids. But you finished, Chuck. Amaran said you weren't in shape for a bout with tetanus.
Stop trying to annoy me. I took that antitoxin, didn't I?
Dr. Amaran learned this morning that the antitoxin he gave you was worthless.
Worthless?
It was worthless because it came through your own black market channels. And there's none available that'll be effective. Not until a new supply arrives from America in 15 days. And in 15 days, Chuck, I have a feeling you won't be around.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins, came to you from Hollywood. The series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time 1 week from today for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Fat Man's Loot.
Nothing like a Turkish bath for complete relaxation. I hadn't had an assignment for 2 weeks, and the heat and the humidity of the steam room at Barron's Baths on 3rd Avenue were rapidly dissipating any desire I might have had for ever working again. But the door opened, and I was joined by a familiar figure who made his way through the wispy steam with all the abandon of a cab driver in a fog.
Hey, Race. Go in here. He melted and ran right down the train. Hey, Race!
Over here, Mark.
Oh. Holy cow. You've been in here long enough to turn into a lobster. Of all the guys to have to go looking for, you are the only one which has ever made me get dressed up in a towel.
Well, it's good for you, Mark. Opens your pores.
Yeah, huh? Let's get out of here. Look at the color of me. Be lucky if I'm not snatched off the streets and sent to an Indian reservation.
If you don't like it, why didn't you wait outside where I left you?
Because somebody's looking for you. Ted Coleman, the Universal Surety Riders.
Must be a jewelry case, huh?
From the sound of them, there ain't a diamond left in the world that hasn't been stolen.
All right. One cold dive in the pool and we can get out of here. Ted Coleman, insurance company vice president with the eyes of a heavyweight champion. He doesn't talk about it, but one of his souvenirs from the war is the Congressional Medal of Honor. As we came into his office, he got up from behind the desk to shake hands. On the desk were a couple of items of jewelry that would have made whistles come from the Vanderbilts. And on the wall behind the desk hung a map of Europe.
Hello, Race. What do you think of these trinkets?
Pretty baubles. They must be paste. No stones could be that large.
No, Race, they're real. They were even larger before they were cut and reset.
Who do they belong to?
Some unfortunate people who are no longer with us. People who were murdered in Europe during the war. I've been waiting for some of this stuff to turn up. This is only a small part of what I'm looking for.
And you want me to find the rest?
Yes. It isn't going to be easy, Race, because these jewels are part of the loot confiscated by Herman Goering.
Old fat stuff himself, huh?
Hey, Goering's dead, ain't he?
Yes, he's dead, all right. But obviously, somebody who was close to him is still alive.
Alive and living like a king with stuff like this in his possession.
I don't like the idea of that, Race.
Neither do I. Where do I start?
A Nazi captain named Ludwig Strauss was in charge of Goering's jewel collection.
Oh.
I've checked all the war crime records. Strauss has never been picked up.
He's had a couple of years to change his appearance and his name.
You better start in Berlin. That was Strauss's home. Here's some notes on him. Former addresses, names of intimate friends, many of whom were taken care of at Nuremberg. Here's a picture of him with Goering at the gambling casino. Goering's in the background, and that's Strauss getting ready to throw the dice.
He's almost as fat as Goering.
Tell me, Ted, where these jewels turn up?
Got the places circled in red on the map. Marseille, France, Torino and Geneva in Italy, and the necklace in Barcelona, Spain. Details are in the notes I gave you.
I guess you paid out a fortune in claims on this stuff, huh?
Now, this might sound funny coming from an insurance man, Race, but I wish we'd paid more, because that would mean that some of the owners would be alive to collect. I want that Strauss, Race. I wish I could go after him myself.
Well, I'll do my best, Ted. Arrange visas for Mark and me. We'll take a plane to Berlin in the morning. Berlin, capital city of the losing team. And yet they didn't act like losers. They seemed better clothed and better fed than the rest of Europe. And the old arrogance was returning. You could feel it behind their thin, careful smiles. The conversation was limited to 2 negative statements. None of them had ever been Nazis, and none of them knew anything about Ludwig Strauss.
Hey, listen. Sounds like a party going on someplace, huh?
Yeah, right across the street there. Must be a nightclub.
Brother, that's for me. I would just love to park me tired carcass and inhale one short beer.
All right, Mike. The street had been almost deserted, but the interior of the club wasn't. It was more than a nightclub, and it wasn't for ordinary patrons. There was gambling going on, and it was strictly big time.
Wow. Hey, we must have gotten off the wrong plane. This looks like Monte Carlo.
Yeah, it looks better than that, Mark. You know, I think we've hit the jackpot.
Oh, what do you mean?
The croupier at that dice table in the corner. One with the green eye shade.
Yeah, but I don't get it.
You haven't forgotten this picture Ted Coleman gave me, have you?
Hey. The same guy, all right. And a picture with Strauss and Goering.
Yeah.
What's our play?
Let's see if we can't roll a couple of sevens.
All right, yeah.
Excuse me. Let us through here, will you, please?
Hey, all bets, please.
I'd like to make a private bet.
Please, mein Herr, all bets on the table.
Well, you wouldn't really want me to place this photograph on the table, would you?
Where did you get it?
I'll ask the questions. Where's Ludwig Strauss?
He's dead.
Want to talk to us in private?
If you'll step this way, please.
All right. Where is he?
I do not know.
I could turn this picture over to the denazification authorities.
I was not a Nazi.
You know I believe you, don't you? Come on.
I haven't seen him since just before the occupation. He used to come here every night, and then he disappeared.
Keep talking.
That is all I can tell you.
Carl is right. It is all any of us can tell you. I couldn't help overhearing. I was behind the drape looking out the window.
I could not help myself, Mater. They have a picture.
Who are you?
I am the wife of the man you are seeking. Frau Ludwig Strauss.
She puts the statement like a hand grenade, and Mark and I reacted. No picture was going to rattle this woman. She was cold. Cold, but beautiful.
Hey, Race. Did you hear what she said?
Yeah, I heard. Where is your husband, Frau Strauss?
I'm not sure, Norway or Sweden. I wish I could help you. You see, I hated my husband.
But you love American investigators, hmm?
If somebody like you, that might not be hard to learn.
What have you got against Ludwig, baby?
I did not share his beliefs. You see, I was not...
You were not a Nazi, I thought that was it.
You do not believe me?
Oh, of course I do, of course I do. If I sound surprised, it's only because I keep thinking of how much damage Adolf managed to do all by himself. Come on, Mark, let's get some fresh air.
So, here we go again. Which we try first, Norway or Sweden?
Neither one, Mark. We're being steered. No Nazi officer'd hide out in Norway or Sweden. If he were discovered there, they'd tear him apart.
Then you think Strauss is still here?
No, too many people who might recognize him.
Well, that means we got nothing but the whole wide world
Save
to
it, Mark.
search. What's up?
Car's been telling us. Quick, this doorway.
Here, Race. May I give you a ride to your hotel?
Race, it's the guy who was running the crap game.
I know you are here someplace. I just want to help you.
Get out of the car and walk over here with your hands up.
Oh, there you are on the doorway. All right, Otto, schnell.
Somebody else in the car.
Down, Mark. One down.
I was making a break for him.
Stop! Oh, don't hit me.
Give me that gun, Frank.
Yeah.
It's Cam Otto. Frank, you all right?
Yeah, in the side. Better commandeer that car and get out of here.
All right. Take it easy, Race. Come on. I lost a lot of blood.
Yeah. I did a pretty neat job of bandaging.
Oh, that ain't mine. I got a medical over from the American sector. He'll be back to see you tonight.
We won't be here tonight.
Oh, wait a minute. He said you can't move out of here for a couple of days. Besides, well, what's the use going off on a wild goose chase till we know something?
We do know something, Mark. Something that should have been obvious. And something that Frau Strauss made even more obvious.
Like what?
Like steering us north. That should mean that Strauss is someplace in the south.
Yeah, that figures. But where?
Place you mentioned last night. Monte Carlo.
Now you're guessing, Race.
Maybe, but with reasons. Strauss spent all his spare time gambling. When a man doesn't change his habits, you know.
Yeah, but there are other places.
Yeah, get that map out of my pocket, will you, Mark? The one Coleman gave me.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Look at the places circled in red, where the jewels are found.
Yeah. See what you mean.
Now, they all fan out around Monte Carlo.
Yeah.
He goes to a different place each time he unloads some of the stuff, but it all points to a home base in the middle.
This I gotta buy.
While you're at it, buy something else. 2 tickets on tonight's Riviera Express to Monte Carlo.
Oh, brother, they're kidding. What a train. Now I know what they do with all American cattle cars when the cows refuse to ride them anymore.
Only a few more hours, Mark. But you try to cop a nap.
How can I sleep when this guy next to me is using my shoulder for a pillow? Come on, Mike. Wake up, will you?
Pardon, monsieur. I must have fallen asleep.
For a minute, I thought you dropped dead.
You gentlemen are tourists?
We're in the jewelry business. A buying trip.
Oh, one can pick up some wonderful bargain in Paris. Have you tried there?
I thought Monte Carlo might be a good spot.
Monte Carlo? Oh, I'm afraid you will be disappointed. Most of the jewels one sees in Monte Carlo are worn by your rich American women.
Well, natives must have some jewelry of their own. I guess they might sell some of it if they get a losing streak at the casino.
Again, you will be disappointed. The regular residents of Monaco are not permitted to play at the casino. It is against the law. Really, you would find very preferable.
Everybody seems to have a suggestion as to where I should go.
I do not understand, monsieur.
Yeah, perhaps you don't. We'll skip it.
This is my station. Au revoir, monsieur.
Au revoir.
Yeah, au revoir. Hey, wait a minute, wait. You forgot something.
Oh, that is my lunch. I overslept. My wife will have oatmeal prepared. Please, accept it with my compliment.
Well, thanks, hey.
I wouldn't eat that if I were you, Mark.
Don't be so suspicious. The guy was just a farm. I'm hungry.
You can wait a while.
Well, we'll take a look anyhow. Oh, boy. I really wrap things up tight over here. Hey, look, wires.
Throw it, Mark, quick. Out the window.
But I can't.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
What that homemade bomb would have done in the close quarters of the compartment, I hate to think about. But I got it away from Mark and made a heave just in time. Even so, it tore up a section of track next to us and broke enough windows on the train to make it look like the aftermath of a sandlot ball game. The blast couldn't be traced to us, and after the authorities finished their rather confused investigation, we went on to Monte Carlo and settled into the Hotel Crown. Hello.
Hello, Mr. Race?
Yes.
Well, I'm Helen Farragut. You don't know me, but...
From the sound of you, I'd like to.
Well, that's just what I'm calling about. You see, I'm a fellow American, and I'm lonesome.
And your looks don't match your voice.
I mean lonesome for company from home. I've been here for 4 years, sort of a self-imposed exile. And every time a new American comes to town, I hear about it, and I invite him up to the villa for tea.
What time and where?
4 o'clock. And I'll send a car for you.
I'll be waiting. The villa that housed Helen Farragut was something you see in dreams or on picture postcards. You could count 7 different shades of blue in the Mediterranean as you looked down from the hillside. But beautiful as the sea was, Helen Farragut could snatch your attention from it without half trying.
My blind dates don't always turn out this well, Mr. Race.
I was just going to say the same thing.
Will it be tea or something more stimulating?
This is definitely Cointreau with him and atmosphere.
I'll join you. 2 Cointreaus, please, all right?
Yes, Miss Farragut.
When we get our drinks, I'll introduce you to my protectors.
Protectors?
Mm-hmm. You see, I always invite a couple of extra people just to have them on hand if the blind date should turn out to be disappointing. They're out on the balcony.
Will they always be out on the balcony?
No. Next time we'll be alone.
Miss Farragut. Monsieur.
Oh, thank you, Honor.
Well, thanks.
And now, the balcony?
There were 3 of them, 2 men and a woman. One of the men was an American businessman, Dan Carpenter, a bit on the paunchy side. He had the distracted, futile air that Americans get when they've been abroad for too long. Then there was Rudolf Richter, a German right down at the proverbial Heidelberg dueling scar. I needed no introduction to the woman.
We meet again, Mr. Race.
Yes, Mrs. Strauss. Despite all obstacles, we meet again.
Oh, you know each other. Well, that's nice. You can chat while I get Henri to fetch her out.
I'm telling you that I would understand.
Well?
I had a run-in with some of your friends before I left Berlin.
They were not my friends, but there's no point in telling you that. You don't want to listen.
Your voice, yes. To the words, no.
Perhaps in time I could convince you. But this is hardly the place.
We'll be meeting again.
Tonight, perhaps? Dinner?
All right.
Race, I'd like you to settle an argument for us. You've just come from the States.
Yes?
Richter thinks that America is all for keeping Germany down. I told him once we've won, we forget about all that nonsense.
Sure we do, Carpenter. Places like Belsen and Dachau are easy to forget.
There you are, Richter.
I think I denoted a note of irony in Mr. Ace's voice.
I get that way around people like Carpenter.
What do you mean?
I mean, I think you sat the war out in some nice, cozy spot like this. You can forget anything. You weren't hurt.
Look, I was too old for
Sure, you were too old and you had no sons. It figures.
Why,
Easy, fellow.
Oh, tell Helen I had to go. I'll call again when the tourist season is over.
I'm afraid Carpenter does not like you.
Well, that makes it even. I don't like Carpenter. I'm surprised to find you on my side.
Why, Mr. Race? Because I am a German? I was not a... No, I won't say that. It is too commonplace.
Coming from you, I might believe it.
Coming from Richter, you should believe it. He lost his family at Dachau.
I'm sorry.
I was a jeweler, Mr. Race. My company was, well, it was comparable to your Tiffany's. Now I have nothing but the desire to find one man and to make him pay. Not for the jewels, but for my wife, my child.
Ludwig Strauss, huh?
Yes, Ludwig Strauss.
Your mistress runs quite an establishment, all right.
Miss Farragut is very wealthy, monsieur.
Nice of you to drive me down.
Miss Farragut wished it. I do as I am told, monsieur.
I guess the casino collects quite a bit of revenue from Miss Farragut and her other guests.
Monsieur Carpenter plays heavily and loses. Miss Farragut does not gamble.
Now, how about Richter?
He spends most of his spare time at the casino. Usually is with the other lady.
Mrs. Strauss, huh?
Oui. It's madness, this gambling. We're natives. It makes us laugh.
Well, it's always funny from the collector's side.
You wish to go directly to your hotel, monsieur?
No, Henri, I wish to go directly to the cable office. I need a little information. I sent a cable to Ted Coleman. There was a sense that Ludwig Strauss was in Monte Carlo or not far away. And there was a better than even chance that I'd already met him without knowing it. I went back to my hotel, took a fast nap, and waited for the answers. Hello, Mark. Where you been?
Over at the casino, getting my pockets picked by the roulette wheel. Oh, brother, my salty. Oh, here. It's cable for you. Picked it up at the desk.
Oh, good. I've been waiting for that.
What does it say?
Plenty. Information Coleman dug up about Strauss. Went to school in England and the United States. And English is one of the languages he speaks like a native.
So how does that help?
It helps plenty, Mark. With his physical appearance changed, hair dyed, new name, he might be almost anybody we meet. Might even be an American businessman named Dan Carpenter or a German named Rudolf Richter.
Yeah. Might even be my grandmother in Williamsburg. What a case.
Mark, would you say that a piece of jewelry would be an appropriate gift for a lovely lady?
Well, only if you was going to marry the dame so you could get your claws on the thing and hock it if things got tough. Why?
I've been thinking of buying a brooch, a large diamond brooch. It's a sentimental offering.
Are you off your rocker?
No, Mark. I want you to go to a jeweler and have one made up.
Race, you nuts.
Well, listen to me. I want a paste job that will look like the real McCoy. Plenty of flash and no value.
Oh, that's different.
You're not Scoot. I've got to dress and meet a lady for dinner.
You look different by candlelight, Race. Your eyes, they are not so cold and adamant.
You look different yourself. You make me feel that I misjudged you. As a matter of fact, I've been feeling sorry about that.
You can make it up to me.
I brought you something that might help. Oh. Will you accept it?
A brooch. Why, it's lovely.
Oh, it's nothing, really.
I would like to thank you, to really thank you, but this is not the place.
Shall we go out on the terrace?
Yes. Now I can thank you.
She came into my arms. I said she was cold, but she only looked that way. Her lips took me on a rocket trip to the equator and nothing flat. I hated to break away, but it wasn't a matter of choice.
How touching.
Rudolph.
That gun doesn't look very friendly, Richter.
Move away from her, Race.
All right. I'll move. I turned the gun toward the sky on Richter, and I struggled for it. He had the power of a madman. I caught his fingers, bent them back until he let go of the gun. But as I straightened, his foot shot out, caught me under the chin, and I went sprawling.
Are you all right?
Yeah, I will be in
There's
a minute.
his gun.
Oh, never mind. I'll get it.
Oh, I'm frightened, Race. You better take me up to Helen Farragut.
Well, that's a thought. I'd like to go up there myself.
Must have been quite an evening, Mr. Race. Maida will be all right as soon as she's had some sleep. I gave her a sleeping pill.
You'd better keep an eye on her. Call me if you see Richter wandering around any place.
I will. You know, you should have had dinner with me. Would have been less hectic. And also, I know how to be grateful for expensive gifts.
Well, I'm glad you're impressed. I like to impress people, especially beautiful women.
You impressed Maida, all right. She gave Henri the brooch and told him to put it in the wall safe.
Yeah, would Henri mind driving me down? I'll let the taxi go, and I want to stop at the casino.
Not at all. I'll call him.
I am glad you asked me to drive you down, Monsieur Reyes. I had the urge to visit the casino this evening.
I thought you were opposed to gambling.
One is human, monsieur.
Well, don't lose your shirt.
With my salary, monsieur, neither the house nor I can get into much trouble.
I left Henri and wandered around the casino looking for Rudolph Richter. He wasn't at the roulette tables, he wasn't at the dice tables. I went into the baccarat room, watched the play for a while, then decided to give it up. But when I came back through the main room of the casino, I saw a familiar face. Dan Carpenter. And he wasn't happy.
Cash in these chips, take them off my tab. I'll give you a check.
Having a losing streak, Carpenter?
Huh? Oh, it's you.
Gambling's an expensive pastime.
So's giving out advice you haven't been asked for.
I'd like to talk to you.
Not now. I'm catching a plane for Firenze.
What for?
To sell some Italian holdings, if it's any of your business.
Monsieur Reyes! Monsieur Reyes!
Henri, what is it?
Miss Fargo just called. It is about Mr. Richter. He just killed himself up at the villa. He jumped from the balcony.
He's down there, raced by the rocks. There are men coming along the beach with torches to recover the body.
How did it happen?
Well, Maida was too upset to sleep. We came out on the balcony. Rudolph came in and he started to scream something about being trapped. And then he jumped.
Where's Maida?
In here. Look, take it easy with her. She's in bad shape. Look, dear, let me call a doctor for you.
No, I don't need a doctor. Well, are you satisfied, Mr. Reyes?
Should I be?
You can leave my husband alone now. You can't do anything to a dead man.
Maida.
You might as well know. Ludwig changed his name to Rudolf Richter. When Reyes came, I tried to help, but I couldn't. He was frightened, and now he's dead.
Can I do anything to help, Miss Farragut?
No, thank you, Henri.
I don't suppose you'd want anything around to remind you of me, Mrs. Strauss. May I have that brooch back?
Yes. Just take it and get out. And leave me alone.
Would you get me the brooch, please, Henri?
Yes, sir. I think I put it right over here by the cafeteria.
Thanks. You can stop performing now, Maida.
What do you mean, Race?
I mean that Rudolph Richter, that was his real name, didn't jump off that balcony. He was pushed. Because he didn't believe Maida's story anymore, and he was getting too close to Ludwig Strauss.
All right, Race. Go on.
I don't have to go any further. I'm already there. Henri?
Yes, monsieur?
Why didn't you put that brooch in the safe?
I forgot.
You didn't forget. You knew it was paste. And you aren't a native of Monte Carlo, are you? Because it's against the law for local citizens to go into the casino.
You are being ridiculous, monsieur.
Well, we can make sure. Let's send a copy of your fingerprints to AMG in Nuremberg.
That won't be necessary, Race.
Very neat, those pearl-handled revolvers.
I've enjoyed this meal ticket for too long to have you mess it up.
Very nice front. Rich American girls, very common over here. So you pose as one and give Ludwig a perfect cover-up as houseboy and chauffeur. And he enjoys the luxury of the villa, except for serving at tea parties, of course.
Are you ready to make the jump now, Reyes? Or must you also be pushed?
I'll jump.
Let go of me, you! Oh!
Stop that, Ludwig! I'm sorry it had to be this way, Maida.
Yes, Race. So am I. But now there's nothing in our ways there. You know I care for you.
Oh, you misunderstand me, baby. I meant that I'd rather have seen Ludwig stretching rope at Nuremberg.
I was talking about us, Race, you and me.
Oh, I wouldn't plan on us, Maida. I've been a stage door Johnny at times, but a jail door Johnny... Yeah, I'm afraid you'll be too old and unattractive by the time you get out.
Schwein.
No such language. Now, you just sit there quietly while I invite some guests to the party. Operator, get me the Monte Carlo police.
Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Lillian Baeff, Michael Ann Barrett, Wilms Herbert, Jack Crucian, and Harry Lang. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in the Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the lovable characters.
There's something about San Francisco that makes you feel alive. Perhaps it's the climate, but whatever it is, it calls for physical activity. Mark and I had been through a rough day, and yet night found us engaged in a healthful exercise at a bowling alley near our hotel.
How's that for nicking a split spare, huh?
Very neat, Marcus. That's the frame, and you win again.
Yes, indeed. Want to pull another string? Make it for a finish time. Give you a chance to get even, huh?
Let's have a cup of coffee at the counter first.
Okay. Hey, Mac, 2 Javas, huh? Hey, look. There's that dame again.
The girl Mark referred to had been on hand for an hour or more watching our game. She was lovely in an offbeat sort of way. Not at all like an American girl. She came up to the counter, and at first she hesitated as though she were going to take a seat. Then she changed her mind suddenly and walked toward us.
You're Frank Race, no?
That's my name, and this is Mr. Donovan. You've been tagging us for about an hour, and I'm curious.
I have been deliberating whether or not to trust you with a matter of great importance. It's not an easy decision to make when one is in a strange country.
For somebody who is in a strange country, you found us all right in a rather strange place.
Yeah. Whatever you're equipped for, sister, ain't bowling.
I know of you by reputation, Mr. Race. The clerk at the hotel said that I might find you here. I need your help. My name is Suzette. I am the wife of Prince Mohit Bey.
Hey, wait a minute. Ain't he the guy that got that big spread in the papers last week?
Yes, just arrived from India. He's the ruler of the province of Kaijan.
That's right, Mr. Race. He came to America for medical help.
Medicine is not one of my accomplishments.
I know. But he needs you in another capacity. Please, come to our suite at the Fair Hills Hotel in about an hour. You must be near my husband because, well, I am certain that somebody intends to kill him.
Prince Mohud Bey's suite at the Fair Hills Hotel turned out to be more than a suite. The prince and his retinue, including all 12 of his wives, occupied the entire 4th floor of the hostelry. And all the wives and servants wore native garb, making it difficult to distinguish one from another. But we were finally steered to the apartment of Suzette, where we knocked.
Look, Race, tell me something.
Of course.
When these people get ready to leave here, how will the hotel know whether they are wearing their clothes or stealing the sheets?
That is a question, Mark.
Oh, Mr. Race, Mr. Donovan, come in, please. I have prepared my mother-in-law for your coming.
Your mother-in-law?
Yes, the prince's mother, the Maharani of Kaijan. She is in the next room through those drapes. She may be very difficult.
Show me a mother-in-law that ain't.
Quiet, Mark. Let's go.
Gentlemen, the Maharani of Kajan.
The Maharani of Kajan was quite a surprise. She was dressed in tweeds. Her hair was close cropped, and it took only one look at her florid face to tell me she was not a native of India. She was as British as a cup of tea.
My daughter-in-law's overstepped her authority in calling you here, gentlemen. However, since you are here, you may as well put an end to her foolish fears.
Your son's wife doesn't seem to think they are foolish.
My son has 12 wives, and they've all got some sort of complaint. Suzette happens to be French and much too emotional.
But, Mama...
Don't call me Mama.
I don't like to interfere in a family matter. But perhaps you can tell me why you think Suzette's fears are not grounded.
Because she's as neurotic as my son. If he had one English girl in the crop he's married, he'd have more backbone. Providence knows I've tried to buck him up.
Brother, wanna battle axe?
Why does your son, the prince, require medical attention?
Not medical, Mr. Ray, psychiatric. We came to America to consult a psychiatrist. There's nothing wrong with him physically.
But there is. He's been having
Nonsense. It's all in his mind. You can find that out for yourself, Mr. Race. Dr. Kerner's his psychiatrist. Ask him. It's in the Grayson building. You'll see him tomorrow.
Thank you, I will.
Very well, then you're dismissed.
But, Mama...
You're dismissed.
We left the Maharani and stepped into the corridor and did a little broken field running through the other 11 wives who were wandering around like a football team between halves. And then Suzette led us into a small room.
She is so strong, so overbearing. Please, you must help me.
I should like to see your husband.
This is the anteroom to his quarters. I would rather not go in with you.
Suit yourself. Look, Mark, there's something you can do meanwhile. See if you can locate the home of Dr. Kerner. And if you do, call him and ask him if I may drop in on him tonight.
Kerner, okay. See you later.
And don't get detoured by a bedsheet on your way out. And now the prince.
Right through that door. I will try to see you again before you leave.
I opened the door and went into the next room. It was a large room, equipped like a gymnasium. Seated in a chair, wearing an undershirt and shorts, was a burly figure reminiscent of Tony Galento. He was puffing on a cigar, and he greeted me through clenched teeth and a tobacco haze.
Hi, fella.
Well, hello.
So what are you staring at me for, Mac?
You're not Prince Mohud Bey.
Me the prince? Hey, you got a real sense of humor, Mac. Nah, I ain't the prince. I'm Butsy Regan. I'm a physical culture expert.
Oh, for a minute I thought I'd be needing Dr. Kerner myself.
Huh?
Nothing. I came in to see the prince. I thought he was here.
He is. He's exercising. At least that's what he calls it.
But, where is he?
Over there, in the corner of the room.
Seeing it was believing it. The prince, clad in his bedsheet, was in the corner, standing on his head. His 2 feet were up in the air, and he looked like some kind of a modernistic lamp.
I've been trying to get him to work out on the rowing machine, but it's no dice. I come up here twice a day, and all he wants to do is stand on his head. He learned it from some guy named Yogi.
Yogi?
Yeah. Must be a jerk. That could drive him nuts, you know.
Is he in a trance, or can I talk to him?
You could try. Grab a pillow and sit down in front of him.
Thanks. Prince Mohud Bey?
Go away. I am concentrating.
You can concentrate later. I need some information. Do you have any enemies?
I have many enemies.
Like who?
Everybody. I'm surrounded by enemies. Except for my mother. She protects me.
I see. But is there any particular enemy?
Who sent you here?
Your wife?
Don't be evasive. Answer me.
Oh, the one named Suzette.
Ah, just as I thought. Another enemy. Get out of here. Get out before I call for help.
All right. I'll go. Take it easy. Thanks.
Oh, that's okay.
Is he always like this?
Yeah. Happy, ain't it?
Oh, delightful. Just delightful. Find out where Dr. Kerner lives, Mark?
Sure did. Got a joint on Knob Hill. I tell him that you was coming to see him.
Good. Let's drive over.
Yes?
I'm sorry I kept you waiting so long, Mark.
I didn't mind. I had the radio on. It gave me a chance to hear Spade.
Sam Spade?
Sam Spade. Spade Cooley, the king of the Western swing. What do you think I am, a traitor?
Dr. Kerner's home was what you might expect of Nob Hill, luxurious and exclusive. As the butler admitted me, I noticed an imposing portrait of a very striking woman dominating the central hall. I was led into the library, and there was another portrait of the same woman over the fireplace. There were also several photographs of her, expensively framed and prominently displayed in all parts of the room. About 5 minutes passed before Dr. Kerner came in.
I was told that your visit is urgent, Mr. Race. What is your problem?
Well, I'm not a patient, Dr. Kerner.
Oh?
I'm an investigator. I want some information about Prince Mohud Bey. I've been informed that you are treating him.
The prince, oh, yes. Very interesting case.
His wife, one of his wives, seems to think that somebody is trying to eliminate the prince.
Well, the prince seems to share the same view. He's been a problem, Mr. Race. I don't know how a man can be so childish, so muddled.
Then you don't think there's anything to the suspicions?
Well, it takes a long time to be sure. The prince does have a very definite persecution complex, but that's only part of it. The roots are deep in another problem.
Mind telling me about it?
Since you're an authorized investigator, not at all. Prince Mohud Bey has an Oedipus complex that is staggering. A mother fixation of the worst kind. She dominates his every thought when she's near. She makes him afraid.
But how come he has so many wives? She doesn't seem to favor the idea.
Well, as I understand it, every time his mother left the province or permitted him to go on a vacation by himself, he married a new girl.
Understandable. Anything else?
No. I'm certain the mother fixation is the root of it. I know it must be difficult for you to understand as a layman, but it's a common psychiatric problem. Some grown men can be handled like children by their mothers.
Well, thank you. I'll go now.
I'll show you out. I noticed that you've been eyeing my portraits and photographs. Lovely, aren't they?
Oh, yes. The subject is a very attractive woman, quite commanding.
Ah, yes, she is. The most wonderful woman in the world.
Your wife?
Oh, great Jupiter, no, Mr. Race. I'm not married. My mother.
Oh. Thank you, and good night, Dr. Kerner.
I don't know. If you ask me, Race, it all sounds pretty screwy.
Maybe yes, Mark, maybe no. But Suzette strikes me as being a sensible girl, even though she is snowed under by the Maharani.
You mean you're going to keep working on this?
Just for kicks. Even if there's nothing to it, we've been meeting a crop of lovable characters.
Yeah, I'll buy part of that. We have been meeting characters. Now listen to that. Guy blowing his horn to pass, and he's a half a block behind me.
I don't think he wants to pass. He wants us to wait until he catches up to us. Pull over.
You're the boss.
That you, Mr. Race?
It's Butsy, the physical culture expert. Yeah, Butsy.
I tried to catch you at the docks, but you was driving off when I got there. You gotta get back to the Fair Hills Hotel right away.
Why? What's wrong?
I don't know for sure. The dame was hysterical, but somebody's been shot.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Police cars surrounded the block near the Fair Hills Hotel by the time we arrived. I flashed my credentials and was admitted to Prince Mohud Bey's 4th floor domain. I passed the prince's apartment and immediately discovered that he was not the victim. He was in the corner, standing on his head, ignoring the pleas of a police sergeant who wanted him right side up for questioning. I found Suzette's room under police guard. The body of a woman was stretched out near the window. An ambulance attendant was fixing her shoulder. Suzette was in the quarters of the Maharani.
This is no time for hysterics, Suzette.
She's had quite a shock, I imagine. You might try being kind.
Young man, I am the Maharani of Kajan, and no commoner
You
is
happen
going
to
tell
be
me...
in the United States, dear lady. We're all commoners here, and we obey nobody but the traffic cop on the corner, so you can stop that line of chatter. Now, come on, honey. Sit up.
Oh, Race, it was horrible. I saw it.
Grab hold, honey, grab hold. Now, tell me what happened.
I was getting ready to retire, and the shot came through the window. And then she fell.
There's one thing I don't know. Who was the victim?
My servant, one of the maids.
An entirely unimportant person.
I told you to get off that line. Shootings are very important here, whether the victim is a maid or a queen.
Oh, that poor girl. Why would anybody want to shoot her?
I don't think anybody did. It was accidental. That bullet was meant for you, baby.
For me?
Nonsense.
Is it? We'll see. Now, you said the bullet came through the window.
Yes, but I didn't even hear it. We didn't know it was a bullet until later.
Is there a balcony outside the window?
No, nothing.
You better call the ambulance doctor when he's finished and have him give you a sedative. I'm going to find the officer in charge. I found the officer in charge and stuck with him until he got a ballistic report. The bullet had come from a high-powered rifle. With that bit of information, I picked Mark up and headed for the streets.
All right, so what are you looking at the building for?
Suzette's room is located on the front of the hotel, and the shot came from the outside. Yet there's nothing across the street but a small public park.
Wait a minute. You mean the shot was fired from the park?
Up to a fourth-floor window? No. The bullet took almost a straight course.
Oh, so maybe the guy with the gun climbed a tree?
No. None of the trees are that tall. The shot must have been fired from one of the buildings on the other side of the park.
Great, but by who? Dead-Eye Dick? It's a good 600 yards over to them buildings.
That's not too far for an expert marksman with a telescopic sight. And that's why Suzette didn't hear a shot.
Yeah, but somebody over there would have heard it.
That isn't too choice a neighborhood over there, Mark. The park is the dividing line.
Wait a minute, that's right. We drove past the other side on the way down before, and there's a penny arcade
And a shooting gallery?
Yeah.
So a shot over there could get lost. Look, I want you to check those buildings, 4th and 5th floor levels. See if you can find where the shot may have come from.
Will do. What are you going to do?
I'm going to see if I can bake an upside-down cake.
I'm telling you, Mac, the cops couldn't flip him over, so I don't see how you expect to do it. Talk to him the way you did before.
All right, but he's turning my whole world topsy-turvy. I feel silly talking to a man who's standing on his head.
So I gotta be here a couple of hours a day, and I feel silly, too. But after all, Mac, a buck's a buck. For what I get on his job, I'll blow a bubble pipe if he wants.
You've got logic on your side, Butsy. Well, I guess it's the only way. Nice to see you again, Prince. Let's be friends. You mind if I shake your foot?
Go away. You disturb my meditation.
Ever do any big game hunting, Prince?
Why do you want to know? Are you gathering information for my enemies?
No, I'm planning to visit your country. I thought we might get together and bag a few tigers.
I won't go with you. I don't like you. I won't let you use my elephants. My mother won't even let you get into the province.
You mean you're going to keep all those nice tigers for yourself?
Yes.
All right. Then I won't let you play with my Parcheesi set. See you later.
See? He's as cracked as a glass pitcher after a brewer's convention.
He's not as cracked as he seems to be, Butsy.
What do you mean?
Come into the anteroom for a minute.
Well, sure.
How come Suzette called you to go after me when I was out at the doctor's?
She didn't have to call me. I was right here. I guess she picked me because I know the town.
Somebody could have telephoned.
The doc's number ain't listed.
Where was Nature Boy when the shooting took place?
In there, standing on his noggin. Where else?
You're sure of that?
Sure, I'm sure. I was with him. All I ever seemed to do was sit there and count his toes.
Just the same, keep your eye on him. He may be all right when he's standing on his head, but things may start to happen if he gets on his feet. It was a cinch. Nothing else would happen at the Fair Hills Hotel while the boys in blue were parading the halls. Mark hadn't returned yet, so I left a message at the desk telling him I'd gone back to our hotel to turn in for the night. I was drifting off to dreamland when Mark, as usual, slipped in on tiptoe.
Hey, Race, up, boy, up onto the wall. Come on, I gotta talk to you. Come on, let's go.
Marcus, where did you learn to be so genteel?
Well, I can't come in without opening the door, can I? Come on. Pile out of the kip. I got things to show you. Let's go.
Like what?
Like where the shot could have come from that hit that maid.
Is it a place that ties in?
Like a couple of Boy Scout knots. Look, Do you know what's on the 4th floor of one of them buildings smack across the park?
I'll know if you ever get around to telling me.
I am there. A gymnasium. A physical culture studio owned by one Butsy Regan. And, unless I am very much mistaken, he is the same guy which you said was hired to keep the prince in trim.
That is a chunk of information, Mark. Toss me my clothes.
Certainly, here. Oh, wait a minute. There is more. And this could also fit.
What is it?
What's the name of that sick, the sick guy, the doctor?
You mean the psychiatrist?
Yeah, that's him, the psychiatrist, yeah.
Kerner.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought, yeah. Well, on the 5th floor of the next building, see, there's an office for James Kerner. It rings a bell. The last name, I mean. So I checked, see. The guy runs a salvage business, and he happens to be the doc's brother. How do you like that? You like my information?
Oh, Marcus, I love it. Let's have a look at both those places right now. The office of James Kerner turned out to be innocent enough from all appearances. It was a legitimate business. We locked the place carefully and moved to the next building and gained access to the 4th floor gymnasium operated by Butsy Regan.
Now, look, lots of barbells and junk laying around. Don't trip over nothing.
I won't. 3 windows facing across the park. Suzette's room is the 6th from the corner of the hotel on the 4th floor. Perfect view from here, all right.
Yeah, then a maid could have been blasted from here.
Yes, turn on the lights.
Lights? You want to give us away to the cops?
Nobody will notice. It's only a gym. There isn't even a watchman in the building.
Okay, you want lights, you get lights. There. What are you looking for?
This, for one thing, on the windowsill here.
Oh, it's just a mark in the dust, that's all I see.
Yes, the same kind of a mark a gun barrel would make if it were rested there to steady the aim.
Hey, that's right, hey.
And there may be an empty cartridge on the floor somewhere.
Hey, down! What was that, anyhow?
Bullet came through the window, but no gunshot. That means it came from the hotel across the park. Crawl over and douse the lights, then we can get out of here.
Wait a minute. You mean whoever picked off the maid from over here is now trying to blast us from over there?
That's right, Mark. Because we're too close to winding this up. We're going back to the Fair Hills Hotel for our final visit. Going back into the hotel this time was a bit more nerve-wracking than other visits. The would-be killer now knew that somebody was closing in, and we were logical suspects, even though it might have been impossible to recognize us fully through a telescopic sight, which also accounted for the maid being victim of the bullet intended for Suzette. I posted Mark near the elevators where he could stop anybody who tried to leave. I headed for the prince's chamber, but just then the door opened and out stepped Dr. Kerner.
Well, Mr. Race, how nice to see you again.
You're abroad rather late, Doctor.
The prince needed some attention. Mostly medical in this case.
He's been injured?
Oh, no. Just a severe headache from standing on his head. It's really very amusing. I think he's doing all this simply because his mother told him to do it, for some unfathomable reason.
I thought it was an act. Is he sleeping now?
Oh, yes, very soundly. He won't come round until morning.
A man at the elevator may try to prevent your leaving, Doctor. Just tell him I said it was all right.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Race. And I'm especially glad I saw you because I have a gift I'd like you to accept.
Oh?
It's this picture of my mother, since you admire the others so much.
Well, thank you, Doctor. Just what I've always wanted. I stuffed Mother Kerner's picture into my pocket next to my heart and headed for Suzette's apartment. I opened the door, and the room was empty. But I caught the sound of voices from behind the drapes that separated the Maharani's quarters from Suzette's. I moved over and listened.
But why can't I tell him why? Because I have ordered you to say nothing. I know how to handle these things, and I shall tell him when the time is right.
He's my husband. He has a right to know immediately. I've listened to you long enough.
Well, girls, we seem to be having a disagreement.
How dare you intrude?
You keep quiet. Now, Suzette, what is it she doesn't want you to tell your husband?
I'm going to have a baby. A new little prince.
Which the Maharani couldn't keep quiet forever unless you happen to be dead.
What are you insinuating?
I'm insinuating that you were trying to kill this girl so that she and her child wouldn't be able to take top spot in your son's affections. You don't like the backseat old girl, but you shot a maid by accident, and that's still the stuff that jails are made of.
I'll have you thrown out at the
No, you won't. You hired Butsy Regan to keep him here evenings and give you the run of his gym. And a sportswoman like you can handle a rifle very well, I'm sure.
Mama, it was you.
Don't call me Mama.
Come on, Suzette. I'll take you to another room until the police come here to pick up Mama.
Police pick me up for shooting a servant? Ridiculous.
And Kaijan, Mama, perhaps, but not here, Mama. Not here. The police arrived finally and took Mama away to a place where you can't get very bossy unless you happen to own the keys. Suzette dashed off to tell her husband the news, both good and bad. But she had to save it until the next morning anyhow, until the headache treatment wore off. Mama wound up with a sentence that promised to keep her out of circulation until the expected junior prince would be past the diaper stage. As a matter of fact, there didn't seem to be any point in the happy little family hanging around until Mama got out, so Mark drove me down to the docks to say goodbye to Suzette and her prince as they set sail for dear old Kaijan.
You know, Race, this bon voyage stuff always gets me down. I all the time want to cry when I start waving goodbye. Even if I don't know the people in the boat.
They better get here sooner. They'll miss the boat.
Yeah. Hey, look. Here comes Suzette now. Who's the guy, though?
I don't know.
Oh, Race. Oh, I'm so glad we could see you before we go.
Yes, thank you for your assistance. Well, why do you look at me so strangely?
Well, I didn't recognize you for a minute, Prince.
We must go aboard now. Goodbye, Mr. Race.
Goodbye.
And thank you.
Have a good pleasure. It was my pleasure. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Hey, that was kind of dopey.
What, Mark?
Not recognizing the prince. You've seen him before.
Yes, Marcus, but you're forgetting something. All the other times he was upside down.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Monty Margetts, Michael Ann Barrett, Stanley Prager, and Byron Kane. This series is written and directed by Joel Murcott and Buckley Angel. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a BPS production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Pharaoh's Staff.
Dead men and the worldly possessions they leave behind are often the concern of an insurance investigator. But this case had one peculiar aspect. The dead man in question had been dead for centuries. Mark Donovan was so intrigued by it that he forgot his dislike for air travel as we winged our way from London to Lisbon, second leg on our flight from America to Cairo, Egypt.
Hey, look. You mean to say they dug up another one of them old Egyptian guys wrapped up in bandages?
You put it rather crudely, Marcus, but that's it.
So don't tell me the Brenner Clark Insurance Company is now going to pay off an insurance policy on the life of a guy which has been dead for 1,000,000 years.
No, Mark. I'm afraid Brenner Clark wasn't in business when Farat Ankaman was roaming the face of the earth.
Fat rat who?
Farat Ankaman. He was a king of Egypt, one of the pharaohs. It's his tomb that the archaeologists have just uncovered.
All right, that's great. So what was he insured for?
He wasn't insured. But Brenner Clark has insured a few items that were dug up in the tomb. Items of fabulous value if the estimates are correct. especially the staff of the pharaohs.
Well, of course, but what's that?
It's a staff made of solid gold and mounted with precious jewels. Takes a strong man to lift it, according to the appraisal reports.
And that is the thing which Brenner Clark insured?
To the tune of 1 million simoleons, Mark.
Boy.
It's in the Cairo Museum, being crated for shipment to London. And until it gets there, it's our job to stay right with it.
Yeah, and to me that sounds like a very dry job. So I am going to make the most of the present and sashay to the club lounge and quaff a few. Do you wish to accompany me?
No, thank you. It'll also be a sleepless job when we get there. I'll settle for the proverbial 40 winks.
Okay, be back in a while.
I closed my eyes and relaxed, but I didn't sleep. From the seat behind us, I'd been catching the subtle and intoxicating scent of taboo. It grew stronger, and I opened my eyes to find that the wearer of the scent had moved into the seat Mark had vacated.
Am I disturbing you?
Isn't that your intention? Not that I mind.
I couldn't help overhearing part of your conversation about the staff of the pharaohs. You see, I'm an Egyptologist.
She didn't look like an Egyptologist. A woman steeped in the history and lore of an ancient civilization buried beneath centuries of sand. Even the drape of a conservative tweed skirt and jacket couldn't hide the charm she might lend to a French bathing suit.
My name is Linda Marshall. You're on your way to meet my father, Charles Marshall.
Why, yes, he's curator at the Cairo Museum. A talent that I rate second to his ability to produce a very beautiful daughter.
You'll pardon me if I don't acknowledge the compliment, Mr. Race. I just want you to promise me that you'll let nothing delay you on this journey. I want the staff of the pharaohs to pass into your hands before it costs my father his life.
During the rest of the journey to Lisbon, I made several attempts to engage her in conversation, but she turned away, tight-lipped and frightened. When we hit the landing strip at Lisbon, she was first out of the plane, and I saw her speak to a man and a woman at the gate. They walked into the airport restaurant, and Mark and I followed. Our plane for Cairo wasn't due for 2 hours.
I don't know. If the dame really thinks her old man's going to get knocked off, wouldn't you think she'd talk?
She might be afraid of sounding foolish.
Now, what's foolish about a guy getting killed?
It depends on who or what she thinks is going to do the killing. There are many legends about curses in the tombs of the pharaohs.
Wait a minute. Spook stuff? Ghosts and such?
Something like that.
So why didn't you tell me this before you dragged me away from Brooklyn? You know I don't like no ghosts. Especially ones which can't speak English. They're terrible. Hey, look, there's the dame now at the corner table with her friends. And she is giving you the big wave.
Yes. Rather a sudden change of heart.
I think she wants you should go over there. Well, go ahead, go ahead. I will amuse myself at Jaco's while you are making friends and influencing people.
Jaco's?
Yeah, I get around, too. This is a sort of Portuguese bar and grill I discover when I'm here during the war. See you later.
Get back in time for the plane.
Don't worry.
Hello.
Hello, Race. I think you'll be interested in meeting these people. Mr. and Mrs. David Horton, Mr. Race.
Just call me Dave. Everybody does.
And call me Eve.
The name fit her. Eve. There was something new and wild and awakening about her. Her mouth was like ripe fruit, and she had a way of making everything about her disappear.
They all do it.
I beg your pardon.
All men stare at my wife.
Dave, please, I'm blushing.
I'm sorry. Please forgive me.
Oh, don't blame you a bit.
I do. You didn't stare at me, Race.
You didn't give me a chance.
Where did your friend go? Mr. Donovan, isn't it?
Yes, Mark Donovan. He has a fondness for a spot called Jaco's.
Dave and Eve are going to Cairo too, Race.
Taking a look at the pyramids?
No, same as you. Taking a look at the staff of the pharaohs.
Now, don't look at me like that, Race. I haven't been tattling. Dave financed the expedition. The staff really belongs to him.
Yes, I'm turning it over to a museum, of course. My contribution to culture.
Oh, bother culture and the pharaohs and the pyramids. I want to walk. Care to join me, Race? May I call you Race? I like it.
You may, and I would definitely care to join you.
Well, then go ahead. Give Linda and I a chance to talk.
Oh, you'll have to excuse me for a moment, Dave. I have a telephone call to make. Greetings to a friend of Father's at the Lisbon Museum.
Well, run along, all of you. I'll have a drink.
Eve Horton and I walked down the path to the far end of the field and watched the ships come in for landings. She held tight to my arm. Then suddenly, when there was nobody around, she swung about facing me, not holding my arms, but in them.
Grace, you'll be with us, won't you? Promise.
You're trembling. What's wrong?
My husband, he frightens me. And the staff, there's a curse on it. Promise.
It's part of my job. I promise.
Not that way. Promise me. Promise me.
She pressed that mouth to mine, and I was ready to promise anything. But when we broke it up, I wasn't happy. I thought of her husband and what his life must be like married to a woman like this.
You're angry with me?
No. I was just thinking.
I won't do that again. Unless you want me to. Let's walk some more.
We walked around the field 3 times, the better part of an hour. Then we came back into the restaurant.
I say, there they are at last.
Oh, Race, we've been looking all over for you.
We were just
There was
walking...
a call for you from Jayco's. Your friend has been hurt. Don't go.
I've got to. Mark, what's wrong?
Oh, what's that, kid? What's that?
They said you were hurt.
Hurt? Oh, no, feel no pain. You ought to try one of these brews. Oh,
Let me taste that.
Help yourself, It's good, huh?
Drugged. It's drugged. Come on, Marcus. I'm getting you out of here. Somebody doesn't want us on that plane to Cairo. Whoever didn't want us on that plane got his wish. It was taking off when we reached the field, and I watched it until it was airborne. I made a quick check of all schedules on all Continental Airlines. By taking a plane from Lisbon to Rome and picking up an Italian flight to Cairo, we could pull in only 5 hours behind the plane we had missed. We did, but it was too late. I knew it as soon as we reached the Cairo Museum and walked into the curator's office.
I knew it. I knew it would happen.
There, go ahead and cry. It'll do you good.
Race, a fine time for you to turn up.
What's happened?
The stuff of the Pharaohs is gone, and Linda's father has been murdered.
When did it happen?
A couple of hours ago. If only we had arrived sooner.
It would have made no difference. It was fated.
Who are you?
I am Hassim. I am a student. I was assistant to the curator.
Assistant and probably assassin, too.
Don't be so liberal with your opinions, Dave.
He's right. You've no right to be making such accusations.
I am connected with the royal families of Egypt, sir. I do not like thieves plundering the graves of my ancestors.
Don't you call me a thief.
Don't be a fool, Dave.
Let me go.
Hassim, please leave. I'll talk to you later.
I go because you ask. I will help you find the truth. But remember, Mr. David Horton, I do not leave through fear. We shall meet again when you wish.
Hello, Race.
Hello?
Oh, sit down. Glad you could join us for dinner.
Where's Linda?
Trying to get control. She'll join us in a little while.
I say, find out anything from the police?
No trace of anything yet, but the staff is still around. A thing like that isn't concealed easily, and it would be too risky to move it for a while.
Yeah. Oh, there's Tibbet now, Eve. I'll get him. Excuse me for a moment, please. I say, Race, he's a great guy. You'll love meeting him.
Who's Tibbet?
Lou Tibbet, an archaeologist. He was in charge of the excavating. He and Dave are old friends.
I see.
What do you mean?
Don't make a scene, Dave.
Old friends, huh?
Hello, Eve.
Hello, Lou.
Lou Tibbet. Frank Race.
How are you?
How do you do?
Here comes Linda.
How are you, honey?
I'm better. Please sit down.
I understand that you were in charge of excavation at Parat's tomb, Tibbet.
Yes.
I'd like to see the spot. Where is it?
Near the pyramids, about 9 miles out in the desert.
Can we drive out?
Sure. Morning all right?
Why not tonight?
At night? Well, you wouldn't be able to see anything.
Oh, yes, they will. Most of the digging is done at night when the sun is down. Power generator for light and cooler, you know.
Yes, it would be, Dave. After dinner, Tibbet?
If you like.
Well, just like chasing Rommel again, a jeep in the desert.
The excavation is right over the next dune, by the lights.
We walked to the excavation and down uncovered steps into the catacombs of the tomb. Arab workmen were digging carefully, and others were carrying the dirt out in baskets.
This was the main tomb chamber. I don't expect we'll find much in the others they're digging out now.
What's through this passage?
The minor chambers we've already excavated. You want to look through them?
Yes.
Now, here, take these flashlights. We've pulled the lighting equipment out of there.
Hey, fellas, look, I think I'm gonna go back and wait under the stars. I like stars. This grave stuff is definitely not for me. The place might cave in.
It's well beamed, Mark. It would take an explosion to cave it in.
I explode easy. I'll see you later upstairs. Goodbye.
Wait here, Race. I'll lead him back to the main chamber.
All right, I'll be right here.
Welcome to the tombs of my ancestors, Mr. Race.
Who is it?
Turn your light this way.
Hassim.
Yes, Mr. Race. And you were right. The tombs are solidly beamed. It would take an explosion.
What do you intend to do, Hassim?
What do you intend to do, Mr. Race?
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Dust choked me, and I was buried under what seemed to be tons of earth. But I dug my way out, got to my feet in the darkness. I'd lost my flashlight. The air was silent, black, and oppressive. Then I heard a sound in the tomb. Hassim, where are you? I'm trying to find you, fella. Oh, here you are. Take it easy. I'll dig you free. Are you injured badly?
I do not think so.
Good. This beam is pinning you down. I'll raise it. You try to slip out. Ready?
Yes.
No!
Oh, I am free now.
You rest a little, Hassim. Then we'll try to get out of here.
We cannot dig out, Mr. Race. Not before the air is gone. For you, I am sorry. For myself, I do not care.
But there are diggers outside. They'll get to us.
If somebody wishes them to do so. But I am afraid the order will not be given. Relax and do not think. It is an honor to make the step into eternity in the company of the pharaohs.
He was right. And I knew it. Exertion would only use up the air faster. There was little enough. I kept track of the time by the luminous dial on my wristwatch. 2 hours passed. 3, 5. The heat was stifling. I felt weak, dizzy. Hassim, listen. They're digging.
You dream.
Hassim! Hassim!
All right. Wet another cloth, will you?
Here.
Yeah, give me. Come on, Race, come on. Come on, kid, take it easy now. Attaboy, you're breathing again, come on. There you go.
Where's Hassim?
And the local constable come and haul him off where he even came to. You all right?
Yeah.
They got him for bombing the place.
He didn't do it. He was in front of me, and the explosion came from behind me, blocking the exit. Oh, hello, Eve.
Oh, Race, darling, I'm so glad you're all right.
Yeah, fine. Be glad, but don't smooch him right now, huh? It'll smother the guy for good.
I'm sorry, I didn't think.
Where's Tibbet?
He's the guy which went back into town to call the cops so they could take Hassim away.
He did that before we were dug out?
Yeah, I was too busy digging to notice.
Then he knew Hassim was in there. We've got to get back into town, Mark.
What? Race, you mustn't exert yourself.
Yes, baby, I must. Because it wasn't official police who picked Hassim up. We'll be lucky if we find him alive. My hunch was only too right. Hassim was not in the Cairo jail, and Tibbet hadn't placed a call there. I sent Mark on a hopeless search of the city. Then I located Linda Marshall and Dave Horton in the bar at the hotel.
Race, good to see you, old man. You've told us what happened.
Anybody tell you how it happened?
Yes. Hassim blew up the passage.
Wrong. Tibbet blew up the passage.
But why would he do a thing like that?
Because he had no intention of letting the staff of the Pharaohs get to London. And I've got a sneaking suspicion he isn't the only one.
Are you implying that I'm involved in this?
What makes you ask that?
Are you calling me a thief?
Keep your voice down and your hands.
I'll show you.
He deserves that, Grace.
Well, that's only a sample. I don't like scenes. He's a strangely sensitive man. Good night.
Oh, wait for me, Race. I'm going with you.
She followed me into the lobby, and just as we rounded a bunch of potted plants, the revolving door at the entrance turned, and Eve Horton stepped in. But this was one time when the sight of her didn't blot out everything else. Pulling away from the curb was the car she had stepped out of, and behind the wheel was Lou Tibbet. I made a dash for the door, but as I brushed past Eve Horton, I stumbled, grabbed one of the sturdier plants, and managed to avoid falling. But it was all the time Tibbet needed. He was gone.
Oh, Race, I tripped you. I'm sorry.
She did it deliberately.
I didn't.
That's not important. Tibbet was in that car, and you let him get away. Why?
Because he hasn't done anything.
I believe that when I see Hassim alive.
He is alive. Tibbet faked that police call so we could get Hassim away from the tomb without interference. Hassim belongs to a student group that isn't too popular with the natives. The explosion was an accident.
Why didn't Tibbet come and tell me about it himself? And what makes your husband so sensitive about the word thief?
Race, please. Please, She's fainting.
I've got her.
Now sit her down here. I'll get some help.
Never mind. She'll come to in a minute. If she isn't all right this minute.
What do you mean?
Well, maybe she's fainted. Maybe she's faking. In any case, I'm going to do a little checking on her husband. I went to the nearest cable office, shot a few inquiries to key men in London, and waited for the answers to come back. When they came, they cleared away part of my mental sandstorm. Dave Horton was in tight quarters financially. He'd been speculating in money exchanges, especially the British pound sterling, and devaluation had knocked the props out from under him. I went back to my room to think it over.
Race!
Hassim. He'd been beaten, horribly beaten. I knew immediately that I was looking at a man who was dying. There was nothing I could do for him.
I said I would help you find the truth.
Who did it, Hassim?
I did not tell them.
Hassim. Hassim.
Hey, Race, you better get... Holy cow, I better go.
No, Mark. He's dead. Get a car fast.
Where we going?
After the staff of the pharaohs. It's back in the tomb of King Farhat Ankaman.
Almost there. Just over this dune. Look, did Hassim tell you the thing was here when he passed out?
I have a hunch that's what he tried to tell me as he died.
Hey, other car's here. Doesn't that one belong to Dave Horton?
Yes. The other belongs to Lou Tibbet. Nobody's working. The shift must have been called off.
Wait a minute, somebody's working. Guy coming between those two cars. Hey, that's the mug who slipped me that Mickey at Jacob's.
What do you guys want here?
We're just tourists.
Yeah, then start touring. Go on.
Hey, hands
Take a mark.
Yeah, get up!
Wherever you find lead.
Down, Mark!
Oh, hey, nice kick, Race.
Get his gun and time off for the police, then follow me and hurry. The cars made it a cinch that my hunch was paying off. I went into the tomb, but the lights were out. I groped about in the dark until a flashlight glared. I pulled tight into an alcove in the wall and waited.
Let me go.
Take it easy, Dave.
Race, I'll...
Now that your lights are out, friend, I'll borrow that flash. I groped again, keeping the light off until I might need it. I took a turn off the main chamber and stumbled over something. I cupped the light and flashed it. It was the body of Lou Tibbet. Something had crushed in the back of his skull. He was dead. The rest of the chambers were empty. But I finally found what I wanted. The narrow opening through which Hassim and I had been pulled from the cave-in. I slipped through quietly. There was a faint light from the small room at the turnoff. Somebody was digging. I came in behind the sound. All right, Linda.
Oh, Race.
Found it, didn't you?
Well, yes, I was just digging it out. I'm glad you're here to take possession, Race. Now the trouble is all over.
Not quite, baby. There's a bill to be collected for a couple of murders.
I hope Eve isn't mixed up in this. I like her.
Sometimes murders are committed by very lovable people. We'll see. As soon as we get this staff back to the Cairo Museum. All All right, Mark. Put the staff of the Pharaohs on that table. This time we'll stay with it.
Okay. Oh, brother. I told you this thing was heavy. He wasn't lying. Hey, look. What'd you make Linda and Dave go into the next room for?
Because I had the police bring Eve in, too. I'm going to put a jigsaw puzzle together. You can listen from behind the door, but make sure nobody gets through here if one of them try to crash out.
They will run into a mighty left hook, I assure you.
Good boy, Marcus. Sit tight.
Race, what's the meaning of bringing Eve here and having us detained?
Take it easy, Dave.
Thank you, Linda. The reasons are obvious. Somebody in this room is a murderer and a thief.
No! I told you never to use that word.
Sit down, Dave. Why were you angry with Tibbet when you went to get him that night at dinner? Just a few seconds after you told me what a great guy he was.
Because he said I shouldn't be upset about the theft of the staff. He said I could cash in on the insurance.
You could use $1 million, Dave. You're broke from speculation. I checked.
I said I'd give the stuff to a museum, and I meant it. I don't get my money that way.
Then why does the word thief bother you so much?
You...
Please, both of you, stop it. Stop it.
I'll tell you why, Race. My father was a wealthy man. Then he went broke in the market crash in 1929. He was used to living well, so he got a job and embezzled. He died in prison.
Race, I'll kill you for this.
I'm sorry, but it's necessary. Go on, Eve.
Now, I've seen my husband lose his fortune, and I was afraid of what he might do. I wanted you around, Race, to prevent it. That's why I kissed you.
You what?
Take it easy, Dave, and try to understand it. I think I do. It was because I was on the right side of the law, wasn't it, Eve? The safe side. And that's all you want. The safety of being honest.
Yes, I love my husband. Truly, Dave, I do love you. Tell me you didn't do it.
There, you poor frightened girl. Of course I didn't. Now, Race, perhaps you understand why the word made me so sensitive.
I do. And I apologize to both of you. Humbly.
Wait a minute, Race. Don't tell me you're falling for this cornball act.
Yes, Linda? Because they're telling the truth.
Then who?
You, baby.
But I found the staff and helped you out.
You helped me because I was blocking your exit and you knew it was all over. Your outside boy killed your partner, Tibbet, and you knew that the thug was knocked out too, or I couldn't have gotten in.
The curator was my father, Race, remember? I wouldn't have killed him.
I doubt it, baby. He wasn't your father, and you're not an Egyptologist. If you were, you'd never have said we wouldn't be able to see anything at the tombs at night. You'd have known that most of the digging was done at night under generated light to escape the heat of the desert sun.
Very clever, Race. But have you got an answer for this?
A gun? How charming.
I'm going to back out of here. Don't follow me.
Come to me, arms.
What? Let go of my arm, you...
The police are outside, Marcus. Take her to them.
Yeah, easy, Wildcat. I will do that with pleasure. You know something, these dames, always beefing and crying about something.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Elizabeth Root, Rosemary Carver, Gunnar Peterson, Byron Kane, and Jay Novello. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. Many things were changed during the war. The face of the earth was altered, and the people of the earth changed. Before the war, Frank Race was an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race.
New York in the spring, just after a rain, with the sun sneaking a look at you now and then. Everything glistened, particularly the girls in those transparent raincoats. I was walking right alongside one of them, a blonde who was putting ideas in my head, when...
Mr. Race! Frank Race, hey!
It was Mark Donovan, coming in fast as usual. I crawled into his cab, a vehicle that looked as though it must have gone through the Battle of the Bulge.
I've been looking all over for you. Call come to the apartment from Intercontinental Maritime Underwriters. Guy named Chalmers Latham.
An interesting piece of news. Start beating those signals, Mark. A guy named Chalmers Latham. I remembered him from the Rotogravures. First family, good-looking, shoots golf along with the pros. A Frank Merriwell in business. He drew salary as an executive vice president in charge of claims. And at the moment, he wasn't happy.
I don't believe we've met before, Race.
I don't believe so.
I heard of you through McCormick, our chief adjuster. Attorney, aren't you?
That's right.
The OSS during the war, quite a lot of foreign service, decorated several times.
You've got me.
Might I ask why you prefer not to practice your profession?
Well, I got fidgety in courtrooms. It's a handicap, irritates the judges.
I'd like to point out, Race, that the function of this office is to adjust claims, not to investigate them.
But you've had one come along that looks fuzzy.
Not one, two. Two freighters operated by the same firm. The claim in each case is for total loss.
How did they go?
Overdue and presumed lost. Frankly, they just disappeared, without traces. Ship, cargo, and crew.
Well, sounds like an interesting assignment.
As I just mentioned, our function is to adjust claims and, well...
You don't want to make a fuss.
You understand. Now, the claims may turn out to be perfectly legitimate. So I suggest that, on the surface, you make it apparent that you're not working for us. Pardon me a moment.
Right.
Yes? Put Mr. Nina on. No, wait a second. I'll talk to her out there. Excuse me a minute, Race.
Quite all right, Latham. He took at least 15 minutes. And when he came back, he kept moving around, smoking rapidly.
You free this evening, Race?
I could be.
I'd like to take you to Sally Deneen's for dinner.
Informal or white tie?
White tie. I'll pick you up at 8.
I left Latham's office and headed for the elevator, but I never quite got to it. The interception came in the shape of a paunchy personality with a pair of eyes that reminded you of grapes. Peeled grapes. His face was round and without guile, and he spoke with the voice of a choir boy.
We're taking the stairs.
Well, I'm not seeking exercise. You know, that's a long way down.
I said we're taking the stairs. You go moving your flippers and you'll pick up a crop of bruises.
I got the feeling I'd pick up more than that. Those orbs told me he'd been smoking a brand they don't advertise. We took the stairs.
Stay close to the buildings. And remember, one phony move and I'll plant a slug in there.
There were several cabs around, but no sign of Mark Donovan. We walked about 4 blocks to finally turn in at a short blind alley, a loading dock. On hand were a couple of citizens who'd been fair game for any dragnet. One of them was an ordinary hood, but the other... Well, you remember the way a bootlegger used to dress when business was good? Slouch hat, double-breasted Chesterfield.
Hello, Race. My name's Jacklin. Eddie Jacklin.
Should that make me happy?
I'm not here to stall around. What'll you take to turn down that job for Intercontinental?
I might be able to answer that better if I knew what they intended to pay me.
Now you're doing the stalling.
Like I told you, Eddie, you don't have to offer him no dough. Just let me push him around a little.
Like this? Grape eyes?
I heard you were pretty handy with that commando stuff.
Well, he could have been friendlier about things. Walked me several blocks without uttering a civil word.
I try to be friendly with people I do business with.
You may as well get it straight, Jacqueline. I'm not doing business.
I had an idea you'd say that, so I made plans.
With a .45 in your hand. I respect you.
Nemo, flag us a cab. All right, Race. Drift toward the street.
Jacqueline gave the cabbie an east side address, and we lurched away. Our flying start made me glance at the driver. I had to swallow a grunt when I saw it was Mark. His eye in the mirror caught mine, and I got set for his play. And I wasn't long in coming. Getting a clear stretch ahead, he gunned the cab to about 50, then slapped on the brakes. I'd braced myself, and when Jacqueline and Nemo went forward, I grabbed both of them behind the heads and pushed hard.
Get him outside, Frank.
Get out, Jacqueline!
Roll your head, Frank. Roll your head.
I was conscious of a sickening splash, and we all sprawled on the pavement. Nemo and I came up together, and I went at him with the sharp edges of my hands. He took 2 or 3 and then broke away into camps.
Come on, Race. Let's get out of here.
Fine fare you turn out to be. Wait for me, says the man, and that is the last I see him.
Well, if you'd been watching, you'd have seen me come out of that building with a gun barrel bruising my backbone.
I took 5 minutes, maybe, to snag me a cup of coffee.
How much coffee do you drink in a day?
This is only my 9th cup. Since noon, it is. Why don't you have some more?
Mark, do you know about a family named Deneen?
Oh, the big shots. Yeah, I know. Hauled them around once or twice. There is a girl that's a pip.
Do they own ships?
That's right, sure. The girl and her brother had a big court fight in '44. Hit all the headlines. Some kind of battle about running a company.
No, we weren't reading very many newspapers in '44.
What is cooking on all this, anyway?
Dinner. At their home this evening. On the way over, Latham had briefed me on the family, but at that, I wasn't quite prepared for the militant aunt who presided over the household. Miss Deneen's aunt, Carrie Farrell, must have been about 45. Her complexion had the look of freshly stirred oatmeal. She spoke in tones that seemed to be directed at someone behind you, about 50 feet behind you. Carrie's Mr. Farrell always seemed to be smiling, apologetically, as though he felt himself to be a traitor to his sex because of being her husband.
Race? Well, that's an odd name, isn't it? Has anyone ever told you that the race doesn't always go to the fleetest?
I'm afraid that doesn't quite make sense, Carrie.
Does to me. I'm sure it does to Mr. Race. Come along. Sally isn't here yet, but we won't wait for her.
We were dabbling with a chocolate souffle, and I was wondering why Latham had bothered to set this up when she appeared in the doorway. You know, the loveliness of some women affects you gently, like the sampling of fine wine. With Sally Deneen, it reached out and took you by the lapels and said, "Look at me." She wasn't a blonde. She didn't need to be, not with that coloring, not with that thick, dusky hair. Her eyes were large and sultry. When they settled on me, I wasn't conscious of where I was.
Sorry I'm late, everybody. Hello, Chalmers. What have you been doing lately?
Fretting about your ships?
Oh, bother the ships.
Yeah, that simply amazes me, the way you all accept the situation so resignedly.
What else can we do, Chalmers? None of us here knows a thing about shipping.
Bob does, or should. By the way, Sally, where is your brother? I thought he'd be here tonight.
With me here? Don't be silly, darling.
Well, I wanted to see him because, well, I'm going to be frank with you. I hate to have to do it, but I'm forced to investigate the loss of those 2 vessels.
What?
And we'll keep it as quiet as possible.
And I gather that Mr. Race will do the investigating.
Yes.
Well, whatever you think best, darling. As Uncle Matt said, we know very little about shipping.
Nice dinner, Latham. I enjoyed it.
What did you think of them?
Interesting people. Do they share ownership of the company?
Sally and Auntie and Brother Bob. Farrell is in only to the extent of marriage.
How are they financially?
I'm not sure. You see, Race, I have an emotional interest in their affairs. And
I caught that.
How soon can you leave for San Francisco?
That's where the ships are?
Most of them.
Well, I'll be phoning for a reservation while I change my clothes.
Good. And Race, there'll be a $1,000 bonus if you make good use of that discretion of yours.
Frisco and fog. According to all reports, they're like bread and butter, particularly in the spring. So the sun was a newly minted gold piece. And the only cloudiness visible was in my taxi driver's face as the car in front of us made a left turn from a right-hand lane. The cabbie dropped me at a hotel that matched the weather, the Mark Hopkins. And while I was smudging the register, I heard myself being paged. I signaled the bellhop, and he led me to the bar. Sally was there.
Surprised, Mr. Race?
Frankly, yes.
What will you have to drink?
A bourbon and soda, please.
Since you'd like to know, I wheedled your destination out of Chalmers, Latham.
What did you use to get out here? A rocket?
Well, I imagine I caught an earlier plane. Trust I don't look travel-worn.
You look... Well, if you don't know how you look, you're not the girl I think you are.
As a compliment, I'm afraid that one is tinged with cynicism.
No, I'm not being cynical. I may get that way later, but I'm not now.
I like you, Race. You mind?
What about Latham?
Will you believe me?
If you level.
I'm leveling, Race. Chalmers doesn't know I'm not interested. It isn't my fault.
That's good enough for me. Let's drink to the new cities, new acquaintances.
Let's drink to Oz.
I spent the next couple of days kicking around and asking questions about the missing ships. And I drew a lot of blanks. Then I ran into Sally again at night in the lobby of the hotel.
Tell me, Race, have you been avoiding me?
I've been circulating around. That's the way I earn a living.
Aunt Carrie and Uncle Matt flew out. I'm having dinner with them. Why don't you join us?
Here at the hotel?
No. And we have a house out here that we keep open the year round. St. Francis Wood. How about dinner?
Oh, I'll enjoy that. But I'm afraid I'll be a little late. See, there's a ship in the harbor I want to have a look at. The Hackensack Victory.
Oh, that's one of ours.
I know. Maybe you'd like to go along.
Couldn't we make it tomorrow?
Let's make it tonight. Think of what it'll do for your appetite.
You're a very persistent man.
The Hackensack Victory is an exact counterpart of the two ships that disappeared. You don't have to come if you don't want to.
I'll come.
We found the Hackensack Victory with the gangplank down. When we reached the deck, I led Sally aft to a cabin door that bore a brass plate, identifying the quarters as belonging to the master.
The captain may not like this.
Don't happen to know him, do you?
To the best of my knowledge, I've never even seen the man.
What do you want?
We just thought we'd like to have a look around.
We've got no time for sightseers.
Captain, this is Miss Sally Deneen, one of the owners.
Now, how would I know that?
Maybe you'd like to see a driver's license.
I'm not interested. I'm sorry, but you'll have to go ashore.
I think we better do that, Race. He's perfectly within his rights.
All right, Sally. If you say so.
Oh, I'm starved. Wonder how far we'll have to walk to find a cab.
You're starved, and I'm curious.
What about?
The world is full of sounds, mostly words. If your mind is watching while your ears listen, it's surprising what people will tell you without intending to.
Have I told you anything, Race? Without intending to?
You didn't want me aboard that ship.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
You know, there's something funny about it. About the master's cabin. They've been redecorating it. Did you notice it? All that cluster of wood shavings on the floor and the smell of paint. But maybe you didn't notice.
Not particularly.
They've been doing something to the ceiling beams. Now, why would they do that?
Race, why don't you forget your job for tonight?
She stopped as she said this. So I stopped, too. I reached out, took her by the shoulders. I didn't have to do anything else. Her arms went around my neck, and for a few minutes I did no thinking whatsoever. When we broke it up, Sally seemed a little shaky herself.
That was was nice, Race.
I thought so, too.
Shall we have that dinner now?
If you don't mind, I'll pass it up for now.
And in the meantime?
I'm going back on that vessel.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
There was something wrong with the Hackensack victory. I was sure of that. And I couldn't drop the feeling that Sally Deneen was in on it. The gangplank of the ship was up, so I picked a mooring line and managed a hand-over-hand passage that put me aboard. No one seemed to be around, but the master's cabin was unlocked, and I pushed my way in. It was the same lad, and he started to be trucking it again until he glimpsed the Smith & Wesson in my hand.
Well, what do you want now?
Just a little talk. Why don't you sit down? First, I'd like to know why the remodeling job. The beam up there.
I don't know what you mean.
That beam has just been cased with another piece of wood. Very skillfully, too.
Why would anyone want to do that?
This vessel carries a serial number. It's to be found on her engines, on her compass, on her keel. And it's usually carved into the main beam of the master's cabin.
Who'd want to be changing all that?
I thought maybe you'd like to tell me.
I'm not saying a word about anything.
Maybe you'll talk at police headquarters. Put on your coat.
You can't arrest me. Where's your authority?
In my hand. Get that coat on. He was right. I had no authority. But somehow I was going to get him inside a police precinct. We left the cabin and went to the waist. We got halfway down the gangplank.
That you, Kennedy?
Yeah, but watch out for this fella. He's hijacking me.
Well, well, if it isn't Race. Going somewhere, Race?
They were at the foot of the gangway, all of them. Jacqueline, Grape Eyes, and Nemo.
Take it carefully. He's got a gun on my side.
We got rods, too. 3 of them. Why don't you try coming by, Race?
Listen, Jacqueline. Listen carefully. I'm coming down with Kennedy in front of me. And you lads are going to back away to the left. Make any bad moves and I start blasting. I've forgotten that Grape Eyes wasn't exactly the rational type. I never cared for high dives, but it was either Jacqueline or a jackknife. I must have been a sad sight parading around with that oil slick all over me. But I paraded. At police headquarters, I wrote a description of Captain Kennedy and swore out a warrant for his arrest. Then I went to the hotel and scrubbed myself for about an hour and crawled into bed. I slept hard until... Yes?
Good afternoon.
Oh, hello, you. I'm sorry about last night. Adventure reared its delaying head.
All is forgiven. As a matter of fact, we're getting together tonight. Aunt Carrie, Uncle Matt, you and I. If you aren't too busy.
Ooh. Is this for dinner?
In your honor. The address is 122 Roland Lane.
St. Francis Wood?
That's it.
I'll be there scrubbed and combed. 122 Roland Lane turned out to be an attractive sort of place. Monterey style, not unusually large. When I got inside, I was provided with the surprise of finding Chalmers Latham on hand. He drew me to one side.
Anything to report?
First, you tell me. Did Sally Deneen and her brother ever patch up that disagreement they had a few years ago?
No, they never patched it up.
Where is the brother?
Haven't any idea.
Does anyone have any idea?
What are you getting at?
If the brother were to die, would Sally come into any money?
To the best of my knowledge, his will cuts her off with a customary $1. Oh, there's Carrie and Matt. I'll talk to you later.
Well, what have you been doing with yourself, Mr. Race?
Suppose I could say I've been looking for victory ships.
Oh? Are there a lot of them?
Good heavens, my dear. There were hundreds of them built during the war. And many a welder lost his life working between their double hulls.
Some of them weren't built very well. A number of them are broken apart at sea.
And that could have happened to ours, couldn't it, Race?
Yeah.
You look pensive, Race. Did you hear me? I said you look pensive.
Yeah, it must be this cigarette. I'm trying a new brand.
Oh, come now, Race.
Or maybe it's because I just realized what happened to those 2 vessels.
You what?
All right, Race, let's have it.
If you own ships insured for $250,000 apiece, it's sometimes profitable to collect that insurance, isn't it?
Quite profitable.
But it would be more profitable if you could collect the insurance and still have the ships, wouldn't it? More profitable and less open to detection.
What are you driving at?
Victory ships, and the fact that so many of them were built. Ships that are exact duplicates except for their registry. Some of them are worth $250,000, others you can pick up as salvage for a few thousand.
Please come to the point, Mr. Race.
The Hackensack Victory was originally bought for a salvage price, wasn't it?
I think so. I believe our company had it refitted.
And that happens to be my point. The Hackensack Victory was never actually rebuilt.
What?
The Hackensack Victory isn't the Hackensack Victory at all. It's the Jackson Victory, one of the ships you were supposed to have lost.
Why, you must be insane.
It makes quite a picture. You have a sound vessel insured for a fat amount. You buy a battered sister ship for a couple of dimes, sink it somewhere, then transfer its identity to the valuable ship and declare the good one lost. Sweet maritime racket for somebody.
But who? Who among us would do a thing like that?
I beg your pardon, madam. There's a phone call from Mr. Race.
It was the hotel, relaying a message from police headquarters. They picked up Kennedy and wanted me to come in and identify him. Sally had come to the phone with me, and I told her about it.
Never mind calling a cab. We'll take my car. Come on.
What could I say? We went to the car and blew out of there. Took me several minutes before I realized she was headed away from the city instead of toward it. I let out a yelp.
Just relax, Race, and everybody will be happy.
Well, you little ninny, what are you trying to do?
I'm sorry, Race. The company's been losing money for some time. I guess that brother of mine just couldn't take it. But I care for him, Race. I care for him, even though we don't get along. I care for him too much to see him disgraced.
What, you little idiot, slow down.
Don't move, Race. I'll wreck us if you do.
I knew what I had to do. Grab the wheel with one hand and hit her with the other. It'll be touch and go, but... Well, have you ever tried to stop a speeding car with an unconscious girl flopping all over you? I took time out to make sure she wasn't too badly hurt. Then I swung the bus around and headed it back. She came around pretty soon, but didn't say anything. Just sat there letting me make the plays. The police had Kennedy all right, in the hospital. But it wasn't easy to identify him. His features had been altered too much, and he was unconscious, almost dead. I left the place, and Sally and I drove slowly back to St. Francis Wood. It was pretty late by then, and the house was dark. But I went in anyway. In the dim light of the living room, I took Sally in my arms. And in spite of what I had done to her, she responded.
All right. When we care for each other the way we do, is it necessary for you to be so hard about things? Can't you work for me instead of the insurance company?
Sally, what do you think happened to the crews of those 2 ships?
Well, I don't know. It hadn't occurred to me.
It occurred to me. I believe they were murdered. And, Sally...
Yes?
I think your brother has been murdered, too.
Oh. I'll take it, Race.
I let her. She needed something to concentrate on after a wallop like that. Quite a lot of conversation seemed to come from the other end.
That's good.
Finally, still holding the phone, Sally turned to me.
It's the police. Captain Kennedy has regained consciousness, but they don't expect it will be for long. They want to know if you have any suggestions.
Yeah, let me have him. Hello. See if you can get a statement from him, will you, Inspector? And keep driving at him with one name, Matthew Farrell. Keep repeating it to him, and I think you'll blow the whole thing wide open. Oh, that's funny.
What's the matter, Race?
The line seems to have gone dead.
It's been dead for several seconds, Race. I cut it just before you offered my name to the police.
Uncle Matt!
He stood there fully dressed, and he was gripping what seemed to be a Luger, gripping it steadily.
What made you suspicious, Race?
In New York, you said you knew nothing about shipping. Tonight, you spoke of welding double hulls. And then I imagine there's a will, isn't there? Bob Dineen's will, leaving his share of the company to you and your wife.
My wife had nothing to do with it.
No, I can believe that.
And you're going to have nothing to do with it. Either of you. I'm sorry, Sally.
He had a gun on me, but he was looking at Sally. There was a chance I had to take. I dove at him.
Grace!
It's all right.
Oh, he's
Dead. Yes. Had to be him or us.
Oh, Grace!
Yes, Sally. I know. Violence isn't part of your world, is it? You really don't have any courage.
We were all right until you came.
I'm sorry to disturb your sheltered little world, Sally. But hiding from things doesn't make it a better world than mine. Maybe we'd better take a rain check on each other. And give Chalmers Latham a message for me, will you? Just tell him there's no charge. This one is on me.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins, came to you from Hollywood. The series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time 1 week from today for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. This is a Bruce Eells production.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the 6-week cure.
Reno, Nevada. A simple city like any other American city, but one made notorious for its gambling clubs and for harboring the sickest people in the world. The temporary home of would-be divorcees taking the 6-week cure from the ills of marriage. You could see their strained white faces on the streets and in the restaurants and the clubs. The faces of women not quite sure what had happened, not quite sure why they were here, not quite sure where they were going tomorrow.
You know something, Race? All my life I've been hearing about gay divorcees. But the babes around here do not look so gay to me.
There's nothing gay about a marriage that doesn't work, Mark. For most of them, this is the bitter end of a sweet dream. That's never fun.
Yeah. Well, leave us not stay around to be pallbearers, huh? You got your business for the insurance company all cleared up. Leave us get back to New York.
What's your rush? We can take a little vacation. Some great fishing in the mountains here.
Oh, no, you don't. No, you don't. Not with me. I remember the last time. I got more hooks into myself than I got into the fish. Besides which, I wind up eating nothing but bread because it is the only food we have which don't have bones.
All right, Marcus, you win.
Besides, I'm not so sure that you'd go fishing.
What do you mean?
There is a dish sitting at that table over in the corner, and she has been making passes with her eyeballs ever since we come in here. And she ain't no trout.
Where? Oh, it's Olga Petrov.
You know her? Yeah, she's coming over.
I most certainly do know her. Olga, baby.
Race. Oh, Race, I wasn't sure it was you.
Olga Petrov. If there's a better ballerina in the world, I've never seen her. She moved with infinite grace, and your heart left your body to walk beside her, on stage or off.
It's been so long, Race.
Paris, just before the Germans took over.
You left without saying goodbye.
Boris was jealous, remember? And with good reason. I was beginning to fall in love with you.
That's nice, Race. That's very sweet.
Oh, excuse me, Olga. This is Mark Donovan, my very good friend.
Hello, Mr. Donovan.
Oh, baby, sing it again. Hello.
By the way, how is Boris?
He's fine.
He's here with you?
He's here, Race, but not with me.
Don't tell me that you're...
Yes. I'm here for what you so quaintly call the 6-week cure. Divorce.
I'm really very sorry to hear that.
Where are you staying, Race?
Well, we're really not staying. We came in on the plane this morning to settle a claim. We're going right back.
Race, please stay for a little while. I'm in trouble, desperate trouble. I am staying at a dude ranch 10 miles out on the highway. There are accommodations open.
Mark will drive us out. We can talk it over on the way. What went wrong, Olga? I know you didn't take your marriage lightly.
I guess I am a war casualty, Race. Even at this late date. The ballet is ruined temporarily in Europe. They can't support it. Not on the scale Boris demands. They can barely find food.
I know.
So we came to America. You know Boris. You know how he likes to live, like an emperor. He found somebody to finance a tour.
Patron of the arts?
I would hardly say that. He was financed by a man named Joe Rockland.
Big Rocky the Hood? Financing a ballet company?
That's right, Race. Big Rocky, as you call him, is in love with me.
And he's forcing you and Boris to split.
I wish that were so. If it were, we could run away. But it isn't. There's another woman.
Another woman? Boris must be blind.
He isn't in love with her. At least, I don't think so. But she's very wealthy. That's an attraction Boris cannot resist.
Want to tell me who she is?
Fran Maitland.
Wilson Maitland's wife. But she's still married.
She's here too, Race. Getting a divorce. We are all what you call one big, happy family.
She started to cry, and I put my arms around her. She wasn't meant for tears, not this baby. Her perfume was taboo, exotic like everything else about her. Even if Fran Maitland had all the money in the world, Boris Petrov was a chump to give this up.
I'm sorry, Race. All I know about dancing or life, I learned from Boris. He has been all things to me. I don't relish the thought of being alone.
I know. And you're going to find it difficult to be alone with Big Rocky after you. Very difficult. The bar XXX Dude Ranch was very much on the sedentary side so far as the guests were concerned. The most strenuous activity seemed to be the lifting of cocktail glasses. But there was nothing sedentary about the owner of the ranch, Ma Westcott. She was pressing 70, but doing it the hard way. This gentle old lady, believe it or not, could sit on a Mustang like Roy Rogers. She could also pilot her own helicopter.
Understand you're something of a flyer, too, Mr. Ace.
I've never been checked out in a helicopter.
It's good for keeping the herds in sight. Most ranchers think I'm crazy, though.
It's something new in range riding. They'll come around, Mrs. Westcott.
Maybe you'd like to come with me someday and see how big this ranch really is.
Anytime.
Good. Get you away from these crazy females for a while. Women oughtn't to be without their men, folks. It makes them mean.
Mom, Oh, been looking all over for you.
It's my son, Buzz. What do you want?
Oh, that fool woman, Mrs. Breyer, ain't back my ride yet. She must be lost. Someone ought to go find her.
You were supposed to go with her.
Well, I had other things to do.
Sure. Shining up to that Fran Maitland. Now, I told you to stay away from the guests.
Now, don't go yelping at me. You coming or ain't you?
I'm coming. Excuse me, Mr. Race. I'm going to close down this guest business.
Old girl's quite a character, ain't she?
He spoke from just behind my left shoulder, but I didn't have to see his face to know him. Joe Rockland, Big Rocky. Hardly the type to be calling anybody else a character. I turned and looked into those small black eyes. He was wearing a bow tie, and if it had been the kind that lit up, it would have spelled murder done cheaply.
You getting a divorce, Race?
I'm not married, Rocky.
Oh, there are several kinds of divorces. Sometimes a guy gets his arm broke. That's a kind of a divorce from using it anymore. And sometimes a guy gets tired of living and signs off. You could call it a divorce.
What you say and what you mean aren't the same.
You're smart, Race. I sort of feel there ain't no reason for you to be in Reno.
I'm a friend of Olga Petrov's. She's playing a tough hand. I want to stick around until the cards are counted.
Boris and me can take care of that. I don't remember inviting you to my wedding.
I'm coming anyhow, just to make sure there's no shotgun pointing at the bride.
So you really did come for a divorce. The tough kind. Well, from now on, I'm your lawyer. Gonna handle the whole thing for you. Starting with a broken arm.
Afraid you're even going to supply the arm, Rocky. Let me go, Reese. All right, go. Now get out of here.
I'll see you again, fella.
I'm sorry, everybody. We're old friends. He gets playful.
You think you're pretty good, don't you, huh? Big man, tough guy. Just like my husband.
Sorry to evoke unpleasant memories, Mrs.
Mrs. Towner. Mrs. Robert Towner. But you can call me Sylvia, because you're just like him. Just like my big, tough husband. What's your name?
Race. Frank Race.
Huh. Sure of yourself, aren't you? Just like Robert. Well, you're just a man. Just another heel. I'll be rid of him in another week. What do you think of that, huh?
Congratulations.
I'm lonesome. I don't like to be alone. I'm almost 30 and I don't like it. I gave him 10 years. Now I'm alone.
You could go back to him, Sylvia. Ever think of that?
I don't think of anything else. But I can't. You know why? He doesn't want me back. Because I had him arrested for hitting me. And I should have killed him.
You better come outside. People are staring
What
at you.
do I care? Yeah, sure. I'll come out.
Now get a grip on yourself.
Take your hands off me.
Stop it. You're getting hysterical.
Take your hands off me. Let go.
All right.
I never want to see another man again as long as I live. Give me that horse.
Yes, ma'am.
Well, Grace, you seem to have lost your way with the ladies.
Oh, hello, Boris.
Olga told me you were here.
Olga told me a lot of things, too. What are you setting her up for?
We are getting a divorce, that's all. That should not disturb you. You are very fond of Olga. Of course, you may have some rough competition this time.
Don't be a fool, Boris. That girl never looked at anybody but you. You've been her whole life.
She will find another life, just as I will find another one.
With Fran Maitland, your new life might be more interesting than you think. More interesting and less peaceful.
Is that so, Mr. Race?
I hadn't seen her come around the end of the ranch house, but suddenly she was there. A striking woman of 35. Everything about her was reckless. Her face, her figure, the way she wore her clothes. I had met her once before investigating the loss of some jewelry. And once met, Fran Maitland was not easily forgotten.
Let's hear your theories about life with me, Mr. Race. It might brighten my day. I've been bored.
That's your trouble, baby. You get bored too easily, and it takes a new man to snap you out of it.
Hmm? Are you volunteering, Race?
For assignments like this, I never volunteer.
I do not like your attitude, Race.
I do. I love it. I'm finding you more and more intriguing, Race.
Don't try too hard. I don't fit into your collection of oddities. I'm not an artiste like Boris, and I can't match Buzz Westcott's drawl.
What do you mean by that, Race?
I'll tell you what he means. He means I've been riding with Westcott while you've been chasing after Sylvia Toner. She's younger than I am, Boris, darling, but she doesn't have any money. Her husband won't settle a dime.
Well, I can see you two lovebirds have a lot to discuss. Excuse me. Mark and I had only one interest, keeping an eye on Olga Petrov, and we avoided the rest of the guests until night came. It was Ma Westcott who broke up a dull evening for us by taking us for a ride in her helicopter.
I do this every once in a while at night, check up on rustling.
You know, I don't see how you can spot him from up here.
Got a powerful spotlight. Just have to shine it down when I see something suspicious going on. Can see part of the herd up ahead there. You see him in the moonlight?
Oh, yeah.
When we get over him, we'll light up.
Hey, what a gimmick, huh? You think the Texas Rangers would give up their ponies and learn to fly things like these instead, huh?
I'll hang right over him now. Turn on that light, will you, Race?
Sure.
Well, look at that. Hey, they ain't scared or anything seeing a light from way up here.
Mark, they're used to a thing called the sun. It comes up every morning.
Yeah, you're right.
Wait a minute. Look, they're on the other side of the herd.
It's one of our horses.
Yes, and he's saddled.
Hey, he's standing by something. What is it?
I don't know, but we better go down and find out. Ma Westcott set the helicopter down, and we walked around the herd to where the horse stood. The animal was nuzzling the thing we had seen on the ground. It was the body of a woman. I knelt over her. A pointed branding iron had been stabbed through her throat. It was Sylvia Towner, and she was dead.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Sylvia Towner had had her last drink and her last heartache. Mark stood guard over the body while Ma Westcott and I flew back to the ranch house to call the authorities. There wasn't much to be done, so I went to the cottage to turn in.
Don't go in, Race. It's a nice night.
It was Rocky again. But this time he wasn't playing it on the physical side. He was using science. The science of a deadly automatic. It produced the desired chemical reaction. It dispelled my inclination to ignore him.
I figured we might take a little walk down the road. I got a car there. We could take a spin in the night air. Who knows? Might give you pneumonia.
Or lead poisoning.
Yeah, that's a possibility. You're a cinch to catch a fatal disease.
Like Sylvia Towner?
I got a theory about her, Race. I think you killed her.
I think I can clear myself.
Nah. You and Sylvia had quite a beef today. You were trying to get romantic in broad daylight, and the dame had to scratch you up a bit. Boris told me.
You spin quite a yarn.
Well, it gets more interesting.
Go ahead.
She rides off. You wasn't around all afternoon, so it figures you followed her.
I was in my cottage.
Yeah, but the cops won't know that. You followed her, see? You was mad about them scratches on your pretty puss, and boom, you blew your top and killed her.
You ought to change your brand, whatever you're smoking. You can't sell that to the police.
Oh, I ain't finished. I'm coming to the best part.
Goody.
You went for a plane ride, and who spotted the body? You. That is something a guy always does to cover up. Only after the call for the bulls goes out, you get nervous.
Yes?
So you hop into your rented car, which I have down by the road. You drive out to a lonely spot. Then you take this automatic, which also happens to be yours. I just lifted it. And you blow your brains out. Neat?
Very neat. But there's one weak point.
Yeah? What?
Your chin! Give me that gun.
Sure, here!
Missed again. Come on, let it go! Into the bushes, Rocky.
Race, what is...
Somebody with a long-range rifle trying to get into the act. Keep low.
Give me the gun back so I can blast.
Who's back? Mine? Keep low and stay happy.
Whoever it is took a powder. It wouldn't stay around. Lights are going on in the other cottages.
You're right. Now you can get lost, Rocky, and don't come back.
You, my friend, are a real sweet pal.
What's wrong, Marcus?
Leave me out in that cactus with a dame who was in no condition to be company for me. And them coyotes howling. Swell. Thanks for a lovely evening.
It was fully as interesting here. Rocky had me set up for an obituary that would have blackened the family escutcheon.
Talk English. You think Rocky croaked the dame?
I don't know. Anybody could have done it. There are too many people and too many reasons. Even Robert Towner is a possibility, Sylvia's husband. He might be around someplace, but he's very unlikely.
Why?
Because he'd have no reason to be taking rifle shots at me or Rocky. I've got to find out who was behind that rifle, who they were shooting at, and why.
You know something? If we toss this crowd into a mix master, we could whip up a dilly of a cake.
Mark, tomorrow we start a mingle with the guests. Sooner or later, one of them will make a mistake. The next morning, a tennis match got underway, and I found myself teamed in the doubles with Fran Maitland. Our opponents were Olga and Boris Petrov.
Nice recovery, Race.
These are tough opponents. Watch it.
Got it. Very good, Fran.
And I get this, Race!
That's a beautiful shot. That's the set for us.
Congratulations.
You are still very good, Race.
Well, we had a win. I don't think I could leap that net as easily as you and Boris do it.
Seems to me it's time for a little liquid refreshment. I'll go back to skeet shooting in the future. It's less strenuous.
Who's that on the horse? He comes like the pictures of the Pony Express.
It's Buzz Westcott. Looks like there's something wrong.
You men better come help me. We gotta get a wagon.
What's happened?
It's that Mr. Rockland. Found him out on the range. He'd been shot.
The bullet had gone through Big Rocky's back. And if he had known who fired it, it was knowledge he'd never pass on. He was dead. But his demise filled in one bit of information. He, and not I, had been the target of the long-range rifle of the night before.
How long you reckon he's been dead, Race?
I should say since early this morning, about 5 a.m.
Anybody who's conscious at that hour deserves to be shot.
How can you say such a thing? Have you no heart?
Olga.
All right, Svengali. This is no place to be choosing up sides.
You fought with him yesterday, did you not, Race?
That I did, Boris. And I may fight with you today if you don't get out of the way and keep quiet. Look at this wound, Westcott.
What about it?
Entered the back between the shoulder blades and came out through the stomach. It follows a downward course.
Does that have a significance, Race?
Yes. It means that the shot might have been fired by somebody mounted.
Might have come from the top of that hill there, too.
That's possible.
Oh, here comes Ma. Must have told her at the range house.
All of you, get off the range and get back to the ranch and stay there.
Mrs. Westcott, there's no point in blaming anybody for this until we...
I ain't blaming anybody but myself, Mr. Race. I never liked this guest business, and I'm closing it down today. Now, I want everybody off the place by sundown.
Now, wait a minute. I reckon I got something to say about that.
Well, you just reckon again. This ranch is mine until I die, and I ain't close to that yet. You don't like it, you can clear off with the rest. Now, load them on the wagon and follow me.
I'll go with you, Mrs. Westcott.
I don't need an extra hand, Mr. Race. You can go back with your friends.
I don't want you to put them off the ranch just yet. If you do, the murderer may never be caught.
That's none of my affair. I ain't the sheriff.
No, but you're a suspect.
You, mind explaining that?
The shot that killed Rockland was fired from a point above and behind him. It could have been fired by a rider or from the top of a hill. It might also have been fired from a helicopter.
I'd have to have a reason, wouldn't I?
Your son might have been the reason. You told him to stay away from the guests. Sylvia Towner fluctuated between loneliness and hysteria. Maybe Buzz was getting involved with her.
That wouldn't make me kill Mr. Rockland.
It's always easy to tie up a second murder if you have a motive for the first.
Sort of got me corralled, haven't you, Mr. Race?
I don't like it, but that's the way it is.
All right. I'll meet you halfway. Everybody can stay for 24 hours.
Listen, Race, you off your rocker? What do you want to go riding tonight for? You're setting yourself up like a clay pigeon.
It's the only way to play it. We haven't much time. You go into the house and just drop a hint that I've discovered something. It may force a move.
Yeah, like the move Big Rocky got. He rode out of here, too, and he come back very unhealthy.
Yes, he did, but
What's the matter?
rode out of here. Did he ride out? There was no horse near him, and it was too far for him to walk.
I don't get it.
He was packed out, Mark. He was killed here and carried out there. Get your flashlight out. Open that corral gate.
Yeah. Look, what are you looking for?
It's just a chance. I'll show you if I find it. One side, boy. Come here, fella. Come here. All right, Mark. Hold the light close.
Yeah.
No. Try that roan there.
Yeah, sure, but if you'd only tell me
Yeah.
what...
Here it is. Here it is. Look.
All right, so he's got a streak of dirt on him, so what?
It isn't dirt, Marcus. It's blood, dried blood on his hide. And now I know my mistake.
What's that?
I was looking for one murderer, and there are two. Or rather, there were two.
You mean Rocky was one of them?
Yes. He killed Sylvia to keep her away from Boris. He was safe. There were other suspects with good motives.
Yeah. But who bumped Rocky?
We'll know within the hour. You're still going to spread a little propaganda in the ranch house.
All right, sure. What do you want me to say?
Tell them that Rockland wasn't killed on the range. Tell them I'm checking the scene of the murder.
Yeah, but Race, you don't know where.
Yes, I do. Rocky was killed in his own cottage. That explains the course of the bullet. He was in bed asleep, and the murderer fired the rifle from the window above the head of the bed.
Hey, chum, that's good arithmetic.
I'll stake myself out in his cottage. Go pass the word.
Race,
I'm here, Fran.
couldn't we have a little light?
We don't need it, baby. It's more romantic this way. Besides, I found what I was seeking.
What did you find, Race?
I dug a rifle slug out of Rocky's mattress. It was clever of you to change the linens.
What made you suspect me?
Rocky was a rough customer. Your infatuation with Boris was wearing thin. You wanted to dump him. That didn't gel with Rocky's plan, so he made threats, but you beat him to the gun.
I'm a determined woman. You should get to know me better.
I don't think I'd get to know you for very long, though.
My divorce settlement is quite liberal, Race. I might make you forget a lot of things. Money and me. That should be a tempting combination.
Money and you are tempting. But I imagine there's a rather forbidding pistol in your hand, isn't there?
Yes. I tried to be more clever the last time. The rifle seemed to be a rather unlikely weapon for a woman to use.
Not for you, Fran. You made a mistake. You mentioned skeet shooting as one of your favorite pastimes.
Why don't you move out of the shadows, Race?
To give you a better shot?
That might make it quick and painless.
I have some bad news for you, Fran. Mark Donovan steered you here deliberately. And right at this moment, he's outside the window drawing a bead on you through the screen.
That's right, sister.
Will you...
Help me.
Take it easy, Fran.
I only meant to wing her.
That's all you did. She's fainted. She'll live to stand trial.
Well, you sure got that Olga dame out of a pickle.
I wonder, Mark. Boris has nobody to run to now, so he'll stick to her for a while. It'll give her a chance to be miserably happy for a little longer.
Yeah, I know what you mean. But, Race, will you tell me something?
I should be delighted, old boy.
Look. Why do the nice dames always marry heels, huh?
That is one of the mysteries of life, Mark. One of the major mysteries of life.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Lynn Allen, Charlotte Lawrence, Alice Drake, Michael Ann Barrett, and Tom Holland. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the diver's loot.
London, under a heavy rush of cumulonimbus clouds, scudding thunderheads that looked as though they might knock off your head at any moment. I just left the embankment and was hurrying across Westminster Bridge when...
Hey, Race! Race, wait a second!
It was Mark Donovan, running to catch me, and for some reason the sight of a New York taxi driver afoot in London seemed incongruous enough to rate a grin.
All right. I give up. What's so funny? Just because a guy has to lope like a highboat bank tail to come up with you.
Sorry, Mark. I was just thinking how different this is compared to ramming a cab along 42nd Street.
It ain't so different. Just had to hack my way through a jam. It was worse than going for the X's on fight night. Goddamn Trafalgar Square.
Slow down. You're wheezing like a sump pump.
They ought to be. Hey, I almost forgot. I've been pulling this marathon because a guy wants to see us. Personality named Rhodes.
Lawrence Rhodes?
Yeah. Very pip and cheerio. Wants to see you pronto. Offices in Eaton Square, you know.
I can't take on another assignment. We should be getting back to New York. But I'll see Rhodes anyway. Everything about Lawrence Rhodes was thin. His weight, his hair, the wispy line of his very blonde mustache. He looked as though he might be the operator of an exclusive ladies' shop. Actually, he served as British representative for Acme Indemnity, and during the war had cracked a Normandy beachhead as leader of a tough commando unit.
Decent of you to come, Race. We feel it's imperative that we have an American in on this, since it's an American venture to begin with.
Well,
and when it's a case of children losing their lives... Oh, forgive me. What were you saying?
I was going to say that... What's this about kids losing their lives?
A little French lad, killed aboard the salvage vessel.
Rhodes, I'm afraid you're going to have to start this from the beginning.
Of course. Old habit of mine, assuming people have previous knowledge of what I'm talking about. Forgive me. All this stems from a salvage operation just across the channel. But before we discuss it further, I want you to meet someone.
He left me for a few minutes and came back with a husky-looking man of about 50. A man he introduced as Charles Menifee.
Mr. Menifee can tell you much more about this matter than I can, Race. He's in charge of the operation.
It's a cleanup job. My company secured the contract for dragging the harbor off Cherbourg. We've been picking up the residue of stuff that was sunk there during the war, particularly after D-Day. I happened to be on the vessel in question when this affair took place. Besides the mishap to the boy, we lost a diver by the name of Joe Donner. Just disappeared, leaving nothing but broken signal and airlines.
How old was the boy, and how did he happen to be aboard?
He was 12, a waterfront kid that had been made a sort of a mascot by the men. Apparently, they smuggled him on the vessel for this voyage. It was all pretty much of a mix-up, and no one seemed to know anything about it.
That brings up an important point, Race. Acme is indemnifying Menifee's company against all liability, and if this youngster died on that vessel, then we'll assume our full obligation. But we should know if he really did die on the boat. Your opinion on the report will decide that for us.
What sort of accident was it?
That's the peculiar part of it. The thing probably can't be called an accident at all. You see, the boy was shot to death.
Menifee and I left Rhodes' office together and stood talking on the street while waiting for cabs. I was to fly across the channel that evening. He would meet me in Cherbourg on the following day. And as we planned this, a car sidled up to the curb. A gleaming new sedan with the rakishness of a destroyer stopped directly alongside us, and a quiet voice spoke from the rear seat.
Don't you guys try rushing off anywhere. You'll develop more holes in a bum alibi.
From the look of him, he might have been an usher at your sister's wedding. He even had the carnation on his lapel. With the manner of a maestro handling a rare fiddle, he lifted the submachine gun he'd been holding in his lap.
Get your hooks behind your heads and get in here with me.
Should be an enjoyable ride. It's a beautiful car.
A most beautiful car.
Ain't bad for a foreign job. Okay, Connie, but take it easy. We don't want to have to brush off any nosy cops.
Now you're being discreet. In this country, they object to people who carry artillery.
We carry what we like, anywhere we go.
Nothing like self-confidence. We haven't met before, have we?
I never forget a face. We ain't met.
I'm Frank Race. My friend's name is...
I know your friend's name. It's Menifee.
Hadn't realized I was so renowned.
How about your identity?
Me? I'm Freddie Troy, an independent voter. I run a little business of my own.
How is business?
Don't pay like it used to, especially over here. Guy's got to take what he can get.
Well, from the looks of this car...
Menifee, I'll give fair odds that the owner of this car hasn't the slightest idea as to who's driving it at this moment.
You're a real hep personality, Race.
Do you mind telling us what this is all about?
No, I don't mind. I'm taking you out to the country for a ride. A real old-fashioned ride.
But what for?
Some people in Cherbourg, they think you're in the way. So I'm taking care of you. And when I take care of somebody, I do it right.
He let his own words send him a little, just enough to relax the vigilance that had been in his attitude. For an instant, the nose of the submachine gun wandered upward away from Menifee and myself, so I lunged! I didn't have to yell at Menifee. He was already on top of the driver as the four of us strained.
Now look what you've done. I'll murder you.
All right, Troy. Now here's a little payment in kind.
Race! The machine gun!
I'll get him!
Knocked him cold. Are you all right, Race?
I think so.
You deflected that gun upward just in time. He'd have killed a dozen people.
Where's Troy?
Troy? Well, he must have got lost in the crowd.
Well, conditions are getting better in London. Last time I was here, I had to dodge bombs. This time, it was just machine gun bullets. Cherbourg is still a disabled war veteran, showing gaunt open spaces and bombed-out buildings as mute testimony of the travail she endured. I met Menifee again at the Crillon, one of the larger hotels. With him was a man and woman he introduced as Jim and Sandra Whalen. Jim Whalen worked as Menifee's head driver. He must have seen too many George Raft pictures, judging from the way he persisted in twirling a keychain all the time we talked. The woman, slim, young, red-headed, rated seconds on any man's glance.
Turned up anything yet, Race?
Nothing, but I have Mark Donovan out looking for leads. You haven't met him. He's tops when it comes to prying out clues.
I want you to know I'm suspending all operations for the time being. The local police seem pretty well stopped by it.
The four of us sat in the lobby and watched it begin to rain outside, a condition that turned the city gray and dismal-looking. Succumbing to the effect of the weather, Menifee and Jim Whalen presently left to take on a few drinks. Sandra Whalen immediately crinkled her nose at me.
It's about time we had a chance to talk to each other. I get pretty tired of hearing nothing but diving and salvage.
Oh? What would you prefer to discuss?
You and me.
Somehow I get the feeling that that could become rather complicated.
Oh, I'm counting on it. Do you mind?
What's the matter, bored?
I was, until you came along. But I'm not bored now. I'm not bored at all.
Sorry, Ducky. There are certain conditions under which I never move in, and this seems to involve all of them.
Oh? Well, you better tell me about it. You see, I've always been led to believe I was rather attractive.
You're most attractive. But there happens to be a guy in the background. A guy by the name of Jim Whalen.
Who also happens to be my brother.
Your brother?
If you doubt it, go and ask him.
I'd look pretty silly doing that. No, I'm more than willing to take your word for it. And now, would you begin all over again?
Begin what?
Those ideas you were advancing. Those very provocative ideas concerning us.
I've given you too much of a lead as it is.
Let's not waste time with regrets. Isn't there another spot, perhaps a little music?
I know just the spot. Come on, we can slip away before they get back.
Cherbourg no longer seemed gray and dreary. For me, it had suddenly assumed the atmosphere of a Mardi Gras, a mummers parade. But at the door to the hotel, there came an interruption.
Going somewhere, Race?
That's rather obvious, isn't it? Sandra, this is Mark Donovan.
Hello, Mark.
I don't blame you for going somewhere, but I'm afraid I gotta part you two nice people.
Get lost, Mark. I'm sure that whatever you have in mind can wait.
Look, Race, you will probably want to flog me from here to Paris, but it won't wait. It's a red-hot break. It's got to be handled now.
Go with him, Race. We can make it later. Shall we say tomorrow evening?
You're a very understanding person.
I'm a very persistent person. See you later, Race.
Marcus, this lead of yours had better be good.
It's good, chum. Let's go.
Where?
Spot called the Bar de Bouc. It ain't the Crillon, of course.
Crillon.
Yeah, like I said, it ain't the Crillon, but it has its points. It definitely has its points. Now, ain't this something, Race? Makes you forget all about the rain outside, huh?
Who are we going to talk to?
That table in the corner. Guy and a dame. He's the American I was telling you about. The one that gave me the knockdown to her. Look, I know you just left the pip, but, ain't this girl something?
She was wearing a black suit and a beret. She had dark eyes and honey-colored hair. She was smoking a cigarette in a long holder, and she looked like something Renoir would have put on canvas. We went over, and Mark made us known to one another, identifying the girl as Annette, the man as Phil Benson. We had drinks and began a casual conversation. Benson turned out to be a paving contractor, dickering with the city of Cherbourg for some of its road rebuilding work.
Well, that's kind of tough. They don't want to give it to anyone but a Frenchman. I don't blame them in a way, but I could certainly save them a lot of money on know-how.
Annette, Mark Donovan tells me you know something about what occurred on that salvage boat last week.
Yes, Race. I know something.
Wouldn't want to tell me about it, would you?
No, Race. I will only speak of what I know to the man who's in charge of the boat.
Is it a question of money?
Frankly, yes.
I could get it for you.
No. No, I will only speak to that man himself. The man called Menafee.
All right. We'll make it tonight. Sweet J at the Crillon at 8 o'clock. Is that all right?
Yes, Race. That is all right.
Sweet J at the Crillon happened to be the apartment Mark and I were occupying. And I had Menafee there at 7:30. He came in with a serious face and a morose attitude. Took a couple of drinks to bring him to the point of unburdening his mind.
It's Sandra, Race. I don't suppose you have any idea that she and I are engaged.
Engaged?
Yeah.
No, I didn't have any such idea. Sandra didn't say anything about it this afternoon.
Sandra's like that. He's restless and always on the lookout for excitement, but I have hopes that she'll settle down.
Of course, I'm sure she will. That must be our caller.
Hello, Race.
Come in, Annette. This is Mr. Menafee.
Hello, Annette. Race says you've some information for me.
Yes, Monsieur Menafee. I have 3 things to tell you. First, that I consider you a murderer. Second, that I am the mother of the dead child. And third, that I now intend to kill you with this pistol.
Annette!
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Menafee was down, but I couldn't tell how badly he'd been hurt. I was too involved with a twisting, writhing woman whose intent was to send more bullets into his body.
Let me go! Let me go!
You little idiot. You're not solving anything by making a play like this. Give me that gun. Give me that gun. I'm sorry. You left me no alternative. Now, if you're smart, you'll get out of here. Your police don't like people who use guns.
You're not going to hold me?
No, get going.
Very well, Race. Merci.
Race,
Better stay put, Menifee, till I get some help here.
Doesn't seem too bad. You saved my life by grabbing her the way you did.
She had me fooled right down to the ground. Where were you hit?
It seems to be near the shoulder.
Here. I'll pack it, then I'll get you a doctor.
No, doctor. I'll take care of this myself.
You've got to have a doctor, Menifee. It would be terrible.
No, I'll take care of it myself. Bring in a doctor and you bring in the police. I've had enough publicity on this thing.
We're likely to need the police. That girl might try this again.
You can take care of that for me. Now, I'll find her, persuade her that I'm not at fault. I'm doing all I can to clean up the situation. But no doctors, no police.
There was no doubt but that Annette would be in hiding. So next morning, Mark and I looked up Phil Benson, the roving paving contractor.
Yeah, I know where she is. But why should I tell you guys? So you can make trouble for her?
Look, don't be a dub, will you? We ain't gonna give her no grief. Race wants to help her.
That's right, Benson. I give you my word.
All right. But I wouldn't want to give her a bum steer. She's a widow, going through a bad time, and I'm nuts about it.
He took us to a small flat over a wine shop on a back street. Here, Annette received us casually, as though nothing unusual had happened. But the moment I mentioned Menifee, her eyes filled with storm.
You may as well know. If I get another chance at him, I shall try the same thing again.
But why? You're not sure that he caused the death of your son?
My son died on that man's boat. For me, that is enough.
Take it easy, will you, baby? Race is only trying to find out what really happened. He's only trying to help you.
I can promise that Menifee won't go to the police if you'll agree to let him alone.
Hear that, baby? Why don't you relax and learn to live again? Give a guy like me a chance to make things different
Oh,
for you.
let me alone. I don't want to talk about it.
You've got to talk about it, baby, for my sake. You know how I feel about you. Just give me time to make one of these paving deals and, well, things will be different, that's all.
Oh, please let me alone.
She stalked out of the room, and I realized the futility of trying to deal with a woman stricken as she had been. Benson looked stopped.
If I could only get a break so I could take her away from here.
Are you having any luck?
Not with the city of Cherbourg. They just don't listen to me. And I could do their cement paving cheaper than anyone on the continent. But it looks as though I've got about as much chance as a plugged bullseye.
Yeah, stick with it, chum. Things will work out.
They have a way of doing that. We'll see you later, Benson.
Hi, Race. Remember me?
Hello, Sandra.
Well, aren't you going to invite me in?
Of course.
Or are you reluctant to receive a lady at this late an hour?
Can I fix you a drink?
I've already had a drink. I've already had several drinks.
Well, you're a big girl now. They shouldn't hurt you.
I thought we had a date tonight.
Date?
You know we did.
Well, something came up, something I couldn't avoid.
Menifee talked to you, didn't he? Told you I was engaged to him.
Well, aren't you?
He told me he talked to you. You know, you had me fooled. I didn't think you'd let a thing like that slow you down.
A lot of things slow me down. That's just one of them.
Big, virtuous man, aren't you? Well, I hate virtuous men.
That should simplify everything, then.
It should, but it doesn't. Because after I decided I hated you, I couldn't stop thinking about you. So I got drunk.
You make a very lovely drunk.
Do I, Race? Then I dare you to do something. I dare you to put your arms around me and say that.
You think I'm not tempted?
Go on, Race. Put your arms around me and say I make a very lovely drunk.
I'll make you another drink instead. Sit down, Ducky. You're a little unstrung. As a matter of fact, I'm getting a little unstrung myself.
You're a fool, Race.
I know it. At this moment, I'm probably the biggest fool in Cherbourg. In fact, I'm surprising the very devil out of myself. I'm keeping this light, Ducky, just enough glory juice to give a taste.
You think Menifee's worth being loyal to? Well, he isn't. He isn't worth it at all.
Here, refresh yourself. Then you'd better go home.
Do you know why Menifee suspended salvage operations? Do you know why he's not letting anybody get aboard that boat?
I haven't the slightest idea, Ducky.
Because they have gold aboard. A fortune in gold.
Gold? That sounds a little fantastic, Sandra.
It's not so fantastic. They found the plane on the harbor bottom while they were grappling. A Royal Air Force plane that had been shot down during the war. It had been carrying gold to occupy France, to pay agents who wouldn't work for paper money.
Yes, they did that during the war.
Well, that's why the child's dead. He happened to be aboard that day, and someone shot him to keep him quiet. And that's why that diver turned up missing. Joe Donner.
Doesn't add up, Sandra. If it did, why didn't Menifee just take the gold and clear out?
Because he can't find it. That's the joker. It's somewhere on the boat, but he can't find it. Either the boy or that diver hid it before they were murdered. So he's looked everywhere for that money. But he's been looking for the chest it was found in. The fool. Well, if I could get aboard...
Just how drunk are you, Sandra?
Oh, I'm pretty drunk, Grace. But I'm not too drunk. I'm not too drunk.
If you could get aboard, do you think you know where it is?
Maybe I do. Maybe I don't.
Let's go out to that vessel, Sandra. Let's go out. Just for the ducks of it. Can you see well enough to hold your course, Mark?
You kidding? I ain't seeing my way. I'm feeling it. Oh, what a night.
There she is. Cut the engine.
We're gonna bump.
Oh, brother, what a break. We hit almost alongside the ladder.
Get the bow around, Mark.
All right.
All right, Sandra.
Watch your step, will you? Take the stairway to Buckingham Palace.
Gosh, we made it.
There's a light aft. Come on.
You know, we could be walking right into something here. Something rough and tough.
You can stop right now, pal. You've already walked into it.
It was Freddie Troy, the killer I'd met in London. From the light shafting past an open bulkhead, I could see that under one arm he cradled a bag of some sort, while at the same time he held a gun on us.
Well. If it ain't the chum I met in England. You go around butting into all kinds of things, don't you?
You don't seem as well equipped as you were last time, Troy. Then it was a Tommy gun, now it's just a .45.
That's enough for this job. Get back against the wall.
Gracie's gonna shoot us.
How'd you guess it, sister? That's far enough, punk.
You mean me?
Yeah, you. Now, folks, I'm sorry, but...
Mark, how'd you get that hand in your pocket?
I wasn't reaching for cigars, Junior.
You had to do it. It was him or us.
Oh, lady, you can put music to them lyrics.
Ooh, look, that bag. He dropped it and it's spilling gold coins.
We'll have a look at that later. First, let's see if we can do anything for Troy.
Okay, Race, but I'm afraid we're just wasting our time.
Mark was right. It was a case of too much sea and too much darkness. So we turned back to the lighted cabin. And here...
It's the watchman. He's dead.
Shot by Troy.
Oh, I guess I won't have to feel so bad.
Grace, look. Look where the coins have been hidden.
What do you know? In a fire hose.
But this is only part of it, a small part. Oh, we're too late. They've been carrying it away.
Yes, they've been carrying it away. But I've got a small hunch that I know where we might find it. They were both at the flat, and I got the feeling that he'd been talking to her again about going away. From the look of her, she hadn't been too responsive to his words.
Hello, Race. What is it you want this time?
Money, Annette. A lot of money. Money that caused the death of your child.
Money that killed my boy? Yeah, but who would have it here?
Benson would. Wouldn't you, Benson?
Me? What are you talking about?
I'm talking about a paving contractor calling himself Benson, who's really a deep-sea diver by the name of Joe Donner. How long have you known this man, Annette?
Only a few days. Since Jacques...
Yes. He came to you so he could keep in touch with what was going on. It makes a grim thought, Benson, courting the kid's mother after what happened.
You're crazy.
You tripped yourself in a couple of ways. For one thing, no real paving man would say cement when he actually meant concrete. But you were authentic enough when you mentioned a bullseye today, because that's the term a lot of divers use for the eyepieces in their helmets. You and Freddie Troy were in this together, weren't you, Donner? You were the diver who brought up the chest of coins, which you knew would be confiscated by the government. So you took advantage of the excitement and hid the stuff, and you murdered that boy because he happened to see you. Then you made it look as though you'd been killed yourself, so you could hide out and pick up the coins later.
Race,
If you could prove this.
Ask him to open that bag he has at his feet, Annette.
I'm not opening anything. I'm just going out of here. Don't go for that gun, Annette. I know you got one, but don't go for it.
Race, you stopped me. You let him get away.
He won't go far. Not in France.
And the bag's still here, baby. You didn't get the
I
bag.
could have killed him, and you stopped me.
And right now, you hate me for it. But after a while, you'll be glad I did. After a long while, you'll be very glad.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Lillian Baeff, Wilms Herbert, Paul McVeigh, Michael Ann Barrett, and Herbert Butterfield. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in the Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for The Adventure of the Garrulous Bartender.
There's something about having a date with a redhead that causes a man to spend an extra 5 minutes with his razor. Take a little more time in choosing a tie and maybe giving himself a last look in the mirror just before he's ready to go. Which is just what I was doing when...
Hey, I was wondering if you'd be here. I've been trying to get hold of you all... My, don't the man look pretty?
Big night, Marcus. I'm dining with that delicious lass with the Titian tresses
Who is third from the left in the chorus that legs it in Mike Shannon's floor show.
Exactly. And now you may congratulate me.
And now I am going to break your heart. Mr. Daniel Poulsen of the Pacific Insurance Company wants he should see you, but bad, and but right away.
Look, Mark, I'm willing to forget you ever gave me this news. Breaking this date tonight would make me very unhappy.
Yeah, huh? Mr. Poulsen is already unhappy. He told me so 3 times, all the way from Los Angeles.
You mean Poulsen's been calling from California?
Yeah, which costs more than a nickel a throw. He's a big account, ain't he, Race?
Yep. Here goes my redhead. What did Poulsen say?
He's at the Biltmore Hotel out there, which, I understand, is a fair to Midland manger. And he claims he wants to see you the first thing in the morning. He told me that 3 o'clock this afternoon. It is now 8:30.
All right. Let's go. Los Angeles was having one of those days her Chamber of Commerce doesn't like to discuss. Cloudy. And the weather matched the expression of Dan Poulsen as he greeted me in his suite at Biltmore.
I'm glad you got here. We've got to move fast on this thing.
What is it?
An embezzlement job. $100,000, and you know what that means. We don't crack it, there'll be 100 more of them all over the country.
It must be a bank job.
It is. A man by the name of Thomas Carney. Manager of the Spring Street branch of the Merchants National Bank.
Any leads?
Just two. And both pretty slim. He had recently been frequenting a bar on Main Street, a spot called Crow's Nest. And in his apartment, the police came across an envelope postmarked Juarez, Mexico. Had no return address. There was nothing inside it.
No, that's something. I guess my first move was a visit to this place called the Crow's Nest. Skid Row with music. That's Main Street, Los Angeles. Here you'll find plenty of drifters. The lads that don't seem to have a knack for what's known as making a living. But the barkeep at the Crow's Nest looked affluent enough. He had a pendulous paunch, cheeks that could have doubled for dewlaps, and a pair of pop eyes that indicated thyroid trouble.
Sure, I know Connie. Not a bad guy. You never can tell, can you?
You ever hear him say he'd been at Juarez?
Juarez? You know, I think he did say something like that once. Yeah, but why?
I'd like to talk to him. I thought he might be there.
Don't kid yourself, mister. You ain't got a chance of talking to Connie.
He might want to talk to me. Might even have changed his mind about keeping that money.
$100,000? Yeah, why would a guy want to change his mind about $100,000?
Because he finds that he's afraid of what he's done. Because he finds that if he had it to do over, he wouldn't.
Yeah, well, you got something there. Come to think of it, Connie was kind of scared, little guy. Might change his mind at that, if you could put it to him that way.
What way, Benny?
Remember the kid you knew in school who enjoyed pulling the wings off live flies? Well, he was one grown up. He looked as though he might have just stepped out of his web. And the bartender's reaction made you think of the flies.
Hello, Zucker.
What way, Benny?
Oh, I was just saying, I bet Connie's having a good time in Juarez. Tijuana, maybe.
You talk too much. You know that, Benny?
Sure. I talk too much, Zucker. But I don't mean nothing by it.
Guys that talk too much don't hang around very long. You don't know that, Benny.
Sure. I know it. Excuse me, Zucker. I got a customer.
You heard my name, pal. What's yours?
Race.
You're a cop, aren't you?
Not exactly.
I hate cops.
Now, just to keep the record straight, I'm an insurance investigator.
It's all the same. You're a cop.
Which adds up to what?
Gonna head right for Juarez, ain't you? Just because that flabmouth said Connie might be there.
I might head for Juarez.
Gonna head right for Juarez just because that little flabmouth likes to jabber. And Benny...
What do you want, Zucker?
Come here.
Oh, look, Zucker, I told you I didn't mean nothing.
I said come here.
Well, what do you want, Zucker? A drink?
Lean over here.
What for?
So I can take hold of you. Like this!
Let go!
You fat flabmouth, I'm gonna...
Let go of him.
Get your hands off me.
If you don't let go of him, I'm going to break your arm.
All right, I'll let him go. Big guy, ain't you? Tough, hard, big guy.
Why don't you drift?
You know what I'm going to do with you, big guy? I'm going to be around. I'm going to be around all the time. You stay here, I stay here. You go to Juarez, I go to Juarez. All the time till I get you somewhere just right. Then I'm gonna make you wish you'd never been born.
Hey, that character wasn't kidding, Race. He's a bad one.
We've had bad ones before.
Sure. He always made a play, and we took care of him. This guy's gonna hang back. That ain't good. But I got an idea. Why don't we go to work on him first?
It's probably a good idea. Fairly sound. But it isn't the way we operate, is it?
Ethics. What good are ethics? Me, I'll take an end wrench anytime. Yeah. What do you make of this setup, anyway?
A little bank manager rubs shoulders with the underworld.
And lets himself get talked into embezzling $100,000. He'll be lucky if they let him keep a nickel of it.
That's a pretty sound observation. Know anything about Juarez, Mark?
I was there during the war. It's the toughest town on the North American continent.
Well, Juarez is where we're going, as of now. The toughest town on the North American continent looked sleepy, felt unbearably hot, and gave you the feeling that here had been gathered all the dust in the world. It was just after noon, siesta time. But I ran into one native who seemed willing to give his time to something else besides slumber.
You better come in from that sun, senor, before it burns a hole in your head.
That's probably an excellent suggestion.
You were looking for something, senor? My name is Enrique Hernandez. I like to help people look for things.
I'm looking for Americans.
Oh, we got a few here. How'd you like them? Like this or like this?
I'm looking for a man. A man by the name of Carney.
Carney? A little man with part of his hair gone?
That adds up. Can you take me to him?
He would be worth something, senor.
$100 if I get right to him.
See, this evening, senor, I'm going to meet you here. You have the $100 in your hand, and I will show you the way to this man, Carney.
I had sent Mark Donovan looking for information. I found him seated at a table in the bar of our so-called hotel, sipping drinks with 3 people who were obviously Americans. There was a man and 2 women. Mark saw me as I came in, excused himself, and came over to me.
Hey, have any luck, Race?
Oh, little. You look as though you're doing all right.
Yeah, I kind of stumble into this. See the 2 dames? Well, I make a play for the young one, and the old one gets the idea I mean her.
Well, look up it. She didn't exactly slap your face.
Yeah, not Emma. In 15 minutes, I am the thrill of her life. May not be important, but they're a lot of fun. Come on over, I'll introduce you.
Mark introduced the man at the table as Jack Kemp. The women as Peggy Dana and Emma Tellifer. Kemp must have been about 30. Nice-looking person with a pleasant manner. Peggy Dana reminded me of a girl I'd once fallen for in high school. She wore slacks and a sweater, and I felt I could do the falling all over again. Emma Tellifer was wearing slacks, too. And she shouldn't have been. A red splash of bandana had been tied around her head and face that would have looked better on a football helmet.
Suppose you're wondering what we're doing down here, Mr. Ace. As a matter of fact, I'm wondering myself. What are we doing, Peggy?
Why, darling, you said you wanted to do something different, something exciting. Didn't she, Jack?
That's the way I heard it.
As Mark had said, it wasn't important, but it was fun. So much so I remembered my appointment with Enrique Hernandez just in time. I made my excuses, left Mark behind, went out to find Enrique waiting impatiently. He had me follow him to an alley that led to what appeared to be an abandoned cafe.
Here you are, senor. Another $100, please.
After I've seen my man. Where is he?
You just open the door, senor. Where'd you see the light? You're going to find him inside.
All right. I find him, then you get your 100.
Who's that?
The man on the other side of the room was staring at me with the cool, clear, all-seeing gaze of a drunk peering through a wet window. But he wasn't drunk. He was frightened. Little and bald-headed and frightened.
Didn't you hear me? I said, who is it?
Someone who wants to talk to you.
Who are you? I don't know you.
Well, if you let me, I'm going to help you.
I don't need any help. Help me. How?
I can make it possible for you to go back to the States.
I don't want to go back to the States. Yeah. How would you make it possible?
I can arrange a deal.
What kind of a deal?
You turn back the money you embezzled, and I think I can get you off with a light sentence.
No, I couldn't do that.
You'd rather sweat it out like this, would you? Terror-stricken, wondering what's going to happen next.
I know, but I couldn't return the money now. They wouldn't let me.
Who wouldn't let you?
Never mind, I can't say.
You'd rather keep eating your heart out, would you? All I have to do is telegraph. We'd get a reply back in a matter of hours. A light sentence, Carney. Then you're free again.
I don't know.
I could see I had him going, so I kept talking until he finally gave in. I was to wire Los Angeles. If the deal could be made, if he could get off with a light sentence, he was willing to turn over the money. I left him and found a telegraph office, but it wasn't until the next morning that I got my reply. Then I went back to see him. Connie, you here?
Yeah, he's here, Ray. Why don't you shut the door?
It was Zucker, looking as though he just pulled a wing off of one of those flies. He was sitting in a rocking chair, rocking gently.
Sit down. Or, I'm afraid you'd get your clothes dirty.
Where's Connie?
He's here, in the other room. Go take a look.
I will. Carney was sitting in a chair, too, and it happened to be another rocker. But Carney wasn't rocking. Someone had beaten the life out of him with a blunt and heavy instrument.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
It all seemed so pat. My scared fugitive with his $100,000 hidden away somewhere, and I'd needed only a talk with him to break the case. So I'd been telling myself, or should I say kidding myself. When a man has no breath in him, he does no talking. And this was now the permanent condition of Thomas Carney, embezzler. I turned back to Zucker to find he'd been joined by a couple of dubious-looking companions.
Kind of a mess, ain't he?
Carney? Yeah, he's a mess, all right.
Somebody must have really had a grudge against that boy.
Somebody who wanted that money he was carrying.
Yeah, that's the way I figure it, too.
You didn't want it, of course.
Me? I was Connie's pal.
That's right. You were his protector, weren't you? So you let someone murder him.
Go ahead. Needle me. See what it gets you.
Of course, you weren't with him when it happened.
That's right, I wasn't with him. Or it wouldn't have happened. Not right now, anyway. But somebody was with him. It might have been you.
Sure, yeah. That's the way I make my living. By murdering the one man who can break the case for me.
Well, it's been done before.
That's right. You don't like cops, do you? You don't think they're honest.
That's right. I don't think they're honest.
I told you I wasn't a cop.
You're a cop, all right.
I suppose you've been looking for that money.
I hate cops.
If you had the money, you wouldn't be here. And you wouldn't have killed Carney unless you were sure of the money. So that lets you out.
I'm much obliged. But it don't let you out.
No?
No. And you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna tease you. Tease you till you tell us a story on that dough.
You're overlooking something, aren't you?
Yeah? What?
Would I have come back here if I already had the money?
How do I know? How do I know what a cop's liable to do?
You want we should start in on him now, Zucker?
No, not here. We might want to work on this boy for quite a while. We wouldn't want them Juarez police to butt in.
So I take him to the motel, eh?
No, you take him out in the sticks. Out in the sand where we went yesterday. You keep him in the sun while you work on him.
That's gonna get a little hot.
For you? Sure. But think how hot it's gonna get for him.
You ain't coming?
No, not right now. I want to have a look around this joint. I'll catch up with you later.
A pair of assistants took me outside to a car they had waiting at the end of the alley. I was pushed into the back seat, but it didn't start moving. The car just wouldn't cooperate. It sounds like you boys might be a little low on gas.
Then you put no push in this crate. No, you didn't. Look at the gauge, you jerk.
Well, let's go back and tell Zucker. He'll probably be quite happy with the efficiency shown by you boys.
I ain't gonna tell Zucker nothing about it. There's a gas station a couple of blocks from here. We'll go get some. All right, come on, get out.
Oh, you want me along, too, huh? No, I thought maybe you'd let me sit here and watch the passers-by.
Quit clowning. Get out.
It was more than 2 blocks. It was 5. All of them dusty, all of them hot. And my companions weren't used to walking. That quickly became obvious. So by the time we reached the gas station, both were thoroughly disgruntled with me, with the weather, and with each other. And then we had to wait.
What goes on around here anyway? Ain't there nobody to run this joint?
It's 1 o'clock, siesta time.
Oh, damn it, siestas. No wonder they never get nothing done around here.
Now, here's a can. We can just take some gas, leave the money.
We'll take some gas, all right, but we ain't leaving nothing.
Here, I'll fill it for you. Okay, where do you want it?
In a can, you creep. Where else?
I was thinking a good spot might be your face. I let them both have it right in the teeth. Then I dropped the thing and ran. I didn't slow up until I felt purple and reasonably assured that I'd lost them. It was then that a familiar voice spoke to me.
You better come in from that sun, senor. It's not good for running like that.
Oh, it's you, Hernandez. And you're so right. Only an idiot would run in heat like this.
See. You had not forget my $100, have you, senor?
No, Enrique, I have not forgot. Yeah.
Oh, gracias, senor. Muchas gracias.
I was a little surprised you weren't waiting for me when I came out of that place last night.
I would have waited, senor, but I was afraid. While you were in that place, there was someone else who came.
Someone else? Who? What'd they look like?
I could only hear, senor. It was too dark to see. But they stood outside while you were there, and that $100, it was for telling about Gurney, not for fighting about him.
You have sound logic, Enrique. Should carry you a long way.
Is there anything else for which the senor would like to employ me?
There may be, Enrique. We'll see. I was hot and thirsty, and full of the conviction that I'd bungled what appeared to be a fairly simple case. A combination of circumstances that called for a drink. A long, tall, cool one that I secured at the bar of our hotel. And while I quaffed it, something feminine and lovely sidled under the stool next to me. Something feminine and lovely by the name of Peggy Dana.
Hello, Race.
Hello yourself.
You look as though you'd been running.
I have, but we won't talk about that. What would you like?
I didn't stop for a drink. I just thought I'd like to talk to you.
Mm-hmm. Had I known that was coming up, I'd have gone downstairs and prettied up a little.
Oh, you look all right as you are.
You look all right, too. You look awfully all right.
Race, why are you down here?
Hasn't Mark Donovan told you?
You know he hasn't. He's not the type.
What are you doing down here?
I just came down for a look at the place. I'd heard it was wild and woolly. Now I guess I'm just staying because you're here. But you've been keeping so busy.
What about the boyfriend, Jack Kemp?
Yes. What about me, Peggy? I thought I was in your good books.
I think you're wonderful, darling.
See, Race? The girl really loves me. So quit trying to steal her, will you? Look, why don't we go to a table where we can start some serious drinking?
Oh, Jack, it's too hot.
Not for me. How about you, Race?
I don't think I could handle another one.
Good man. Now, I'd like to make you a bet. Just finish one more of those things you're sipping now. And I'll give you any odds you want that it's the beginning of your downfall.
He was almost right. A hot day and a bartender who knew how to hide dynamite in a cool, delicious drink. That's enough to cause your grandmother's downfall. By the fourth one, I knew I'd have to slow up. It didn't seem to bother Kemp. The only way he showed any effect was by insisting on paying for every round, and by the careful and exact way he counted out the bills to pay for them. I was finally rescued by Mark, who somehow got me up to our room.
Are you off your rocker? You can't drink like that in this country.
Nor in any other.
What do you want? Hot coffee, cold shower, or both?
I don't want either, Mark. Be quite truthful, I just want to go out and send another wire to Los Angeles.
You're nuts. Here, just let me ease you down on this bed now.
Ease down onto yourself, boy. I'm going out and send that wire. I just thought of something I think is going to crack this case.
That's you, Race?
Yeah.
It's almost midnight. What have you been doing?
Playing watchdog. Did I get a wire from Los Angeles?
Here it is.
Good.
What? So what you wanted?
Right on the button.
Oh.
Come on, Mark.
So now what?
We're going to have a look at a room 3 doors down the hall.
Is there anyone in the room?
No. Now, here we are.
Hey, key and everything, huh?
Yeah, I got friendly with the night clerk. Made him a loan he doesn't have to pay back.
Look, tell me, what are we looking for?
$100,000. Or most of it, anyway.
Oh, brother, $100,000. Listen, if we find that, you're going to have to worry about me. But what makes you think it might be here?
because this is the room of the...
Hey, what is this?
Good evening, Mr. Camp.
Hey, Race, what goes? You ain't tagging Jack for this deal, are you? Jack's a nice guy.
Camp just seems to be a nice guy, Mark. He also seems to be a wealthy playboy, but he isn't. He's a bank teller who followed Carney down here and murdered him.
What?
You drank too much today, Race.
A bank teller? I think you're missing on this one, Race. Jack just ain't the type.
Yeah, but he acts the type in one very peculiar way.
What are you talking about?
I'm talking about the way you counted out the money this afternoon when you were paying for those drinks. Meticulously, carefully. You laid out each bill with just the proper snap of your thumb. Just the way you've been doing it for 11 years at the Merchants National on Spring Street in Los Angeles. Start looking for that money, Mark.
Right.
The bank has nothing on me. I quit, legitimately, without touching a dime.
So they said. But you knew about Carney. He'd been foolish enough to confide in you a little, shall we say? You knew he was going to a rendezvous down here with thugs he thought were going to protect him. So you came here, too, and got to the money before they could. But you had to murder him to make it stick.
Hey, Race, here's the dough. It was in his phone book.
Now you can turn it all over to me. Thanks for leaving the door open, boy. It's a written invitation.
It's still open, Zucker. For you to back out.
I ain't backing out of nothing. Come on, chum. Bring me that phone book.
You can still leave, Zucker. But not with that phone book.
Like I told you before, Race, I don't like cops. You crowd me too far, and I'll prove it to you. Bring me the phone book, chum.
That gun he's got in his hand, Race, that's a good argument.
I've got a gun in my hand, too, Mark. In my pocket. But, maybe you had better give him the phone book.
Oh. All right. I'll give it to him. Hey, you did have a rod in your pocket.
That's right. There's sometimes when you can't afford to bluff. And this was one of them.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Michael Ann Barrett, D.J. Thompson, Wilms Herbert, Tom Holland, and Jack Crucian. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. When it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Shanghai Incident.
My seat was a park bench that overlooked the oil-scum waters of the East River. Everything considered, it wasn't what you'd call a glamorous atmosphere. But I was drowsy. The sun felt warm on my back. I didn't want to move.
Hey, Race!
I flinched. The voice belonged to Mark Donovan. Never exactly a soothing influence. I hunched my shoulders and closed my eyes.
Hi, I got a guy who wants to see you.
I'll tell him I'm out.
He's waiting in the cab. He said to tell you his name is Breslin.
That brought my eyes open. Matt Breslin, one of the best blocking backs that ever scythed his way through a broken field. I know. I carried the ball behind him on more than one of his jaunts. Hadn't seen him for years. I got up and we went to the cab.
Well, it's good to see you, boy. Been a long time.
Too long, Matt. What are you doing for yourself?
Well, I guess you can say I'm in the same racket you are. Insurance. I'm running the American branch of Gloyd's.
And when you say insurance, you mean insurance. You underwrite everything from weather to the possibility of triplet.
That's us. And we've got a job for you. I was after you about a month ago, but you were in Europe.
Matt, I promised myself I wouldn't do a thing for a month. I've still got 3 weeks to go.
You remember Chuck Howard, don't you?
Chuck Howard? Oh, of course. Very decent guy.
When we couldn't get you, we turned our assignment over to Chuck.
He did all right. He's a good operator.
He's a dead operator, Race. He was murdered on the job 3 days ago.
You're ribbing me, Matt.
I wish I were.
Chuck Howard had 3 kids.
I keep thinking of that.
How did it happen? Why?
We thought you might want to find that out for us.
What was the assignment?
Did you ever hear of South China Transport?
Yeah, it's an airline. I know some of the boys that fly the freight.
We indemnify them against cargo loss. And lately, there have been nothing but losses. They've been strewing valuable cargoes all over the countryside.
Well, it's a great countryside for such goings-on. Who shall I contact over there?
A lad by the name of Jack Stacy. He handles operations. Used to be in the Navy. You'll probably find him pretty sick. He was badly wounded in the fracas that killed Chuck Howard.
Where will he be?
In Shanghai.
It was raining in Shanghai. I got the feeling that all of China was weeping. Maybe I was thinking too much about Chuck Howard.
What do you know? To think that when I was 16, I tried to join the Marines just to see China.
What kept you out? Were you underweight?
Nah. Under the thumb of me old lady. She wouldn't sign the papers. Well, what's the pitch on this, Race? What do we do next?
I have to see a man named Stacy at a hotel called the Killarney.
Killarney, huh? Probably run by a Lithuanian who calls himself Clancy. What do you want me to do? Go along with you?
Mark, whenever you ask a question like that, I always know you have a project in mind.
Well, they tell me there is a place here in Shanghai where you can get tattooing done, which will knock your papers out.
Ah, that's kid stuff. Don't you have enough of those things on you?
Oh, I want just one more. This guy does a dancer which they say will keep you dreaming even after you're too old for it.
Ah, go on then. Get your tattoo done.
Good, I'll see us early enough so we can have supper again.
The lobby of the Hotel Killarney looked like the breakup of a Rose Bowl crowd. I spent 15 minutes at the desk just getting the number to Jack Stacy's room. Then, as I turned away, I felt the grip of fingers on my arm and the nudge of something sharp against my side.
There is a divan at the far corner of the lobby, Mr. Race. It would be discreet of you to accompany me there so that we may talk.
He had the face of a Buddha. He wore the clothes of a New York broker. Sensing that the sharpness against my side came from the point of a knife, I went with him. As we sat down, 3 other Chinese closed in around us.
I am Lin Wan. Would you care for a cigarette?
No, thanks.
You are naturally wondering why I took such pains to converse with you.
Naturally.
It is because I wish to give you a warning, and at the same time offer you a sum of money.
Oh, that's interesting.
I am going to ask you to forget your assignment, Mr. Race, and to accept from us an amount that will soothe any abrasion to your pride.
Just like that.
On the other hand, should you choose to be difficult, I can promise you trouble of that exquisite nature for which we Chinese are noted. Besides, what can you really accomplish, Mr. Race? Your investigation will take you into the open country of China, where you will find no worthwhile law enforcement authority.
We've run across that problem before, Mr. Lin.
Indeed.
When we lack local means of breaking up a racket, if you're familiar with the term.
I am thoroughly familiar with it.
We break it up ourselves.
Mr. Race, I still have the point of a sharp blade pressed against the most vulnerable part of your person.
I'm quite conscious of the fact.
It would be simple for me to drive it into your body. We would simply leave you sitting here.
And the point of that being that I should carefully consider your proposal.
Carefully. I shall give you until this evening to assure me that you will efface yourself. Until 6 o'clock this evening.
There's one factor about all this that piques my curiosity.
Yes?
As you pointed out, it would be such a small matter to murder me. What keeps you from doing it?
Perhaps, Mr. Race, because I dislike violence. But that will not keep me from acting should your decision prove unsatisfactory.
I found Jack Stacy propped up on a couch in his room, his arm in a sling. His disposition a match for the weather.
It's a mess, Race. Somebody's trying to force us out. That's the size of it. We've been doing well, too well, I guess. So now they're moving in.
You have no idea who killed Chuck Howard and crippled you, huh?
The only thing I know about it is the bullet they took out of my arm. I really knew about that. They were short on anesthetic.
That's it? The slug in the mantle?
That's it.
38. But over here, that won't mean much. How do they know when you're going to fly those cargoes? Can't you keep it quiet?
I've done everything but make my people wear muzzles. Gets out somehow. They never miss.
What about your pilots? Could I talk to one of them?
Well, there's one of them in the hotel right now. I'll get him here for you in a few minutes.
Pilot showed up in about half an hour. Tall, weathered-looking Westerner.
Yeah, sure. They try to pump us. Try it all the time. Ain't cute about it, too. They use women. Mighty nice-looking women.
Chinese?
Not the one I ran into. Might have been Russian, I'm not sure. Whatever she is, it's an awful exclusive pattern.
What's her name?
Lisha Vronsa.
I don't suppose you know where she stays.
Mister, the day I slip up on finding out a lady's address, I'm gonna be ready for that old rocking chair.
All right, Brian. You just relieve yourself of that information right now. Hello, Miss Bronson.
Who is it?
The name is Race.
How did you get in here?
The practice of bribery will do wonders in any part of the world. May I suggest that you turn up the lamp?
What is it you want?
I couldn't answer for a moment. In the greater light, she was, as Brand had said, of an exclusive pattern. Tawny of skin and hair. The look of her gave me that odd feeling in my chest, one reminiscent of my first deep drag on a cigarette.
You stare at me. Why?
You must be used to it.
What do you want?
Last week, a friend of mine was murdered in Shanghai. I thought you might be able to tell me something about it.
I'm sorry. I can tell you nothing. Who was your friend?
A man called Charles Howard. You knew him, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, I knew him. A nice person, gentle and kind. Had nothing to do with his death race.
Not directly, perhaps.
Nor indirectly. I told them nothing about Charles Howard.
Why does a girl like you have to become involved in such an affair?
Do you know what China's like for a woman who has no nationality? A woman who comes from a group of people who have no place in the world.
You're white Russian.
My father was white Russian, and my mother. What I am, I don't know.
Well, let's get back to Chuck Howard. How long did you know him?
A week or two. He was lonely here. He would talk about America, about his family. He was a nice person.
Who killed him?
I don't know, Race.
I took hold of her, pulled her close to me. Her body felt lax and responsive. Suddenly, she stiffened in my arms. Her head turned. Her eyes stared at the balcony that opened into the room.
Race.
A dark, bleak figure had etched itself inside the frame of the window. Figure with arm drawn back, with knife poised. I beat the throw by a hair, ducking as he let go. The blade grunted with regret as it went by me and bit into the door. Twisting for the window, I got hold of the thrower and
Are you all right?
Yes, thanks to you. I won't forget it. Come with me.
Where?
I'll tell you in a minute. Come along. Hold it.
What are we doing, Race?
Look up at the building.
Oh.
Our knife-throwing friend is climbing down from the balcony. Yeah. Now you can go back. I brought you out here to keep you safe.
Why did you let him go, Race?
He's small fry. I want to follow him to where the big ones are biting. My shadowing act ended in a run-down section of the foreign settlement. Here, the knife thrower disappeared into the recesses of a bleak-looking structure with all its windows boarded up. I strolled casually alongside the place, giving the heavy timbered door the once-over, when I became conscious of shadowy figures around me. A familiar voice spoke out of the night.
Good evening, Mr. Race.
Lin Wan, this your place?
For you, Mr. Race, that can have no importance. I warned you that your time would be up by 6 o'clock this evening. It is now 9.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
There must have been 6 or 7 of them. The one nearest me I put out of action with a fast backhand of the Adam's apple. But this threw me off balance for Lin Wan, who stepped in, gripped me with a hard wrist lock, and spilled me against the wall of the house with a judo hold I hadn't been prepared for. On my back, I caught the first one with my feet and gave him the taste of a fall. But Lin Wan came in, again catching me off balance, twisted me with a toe hold, getting me face down. There came the sweet, compelling smell of chloroform and... I got back my senses, of all places, on a train. A Chinese train, no mistaking that. From the position of the sun, I knew we were heading north.
Well, we just can't seem to stop traveling, can we?
Mark, what are you doing here?
It's what I get for knocking around with you. How do you feel?
Like a first-class case of suspended animation. Yeah. Must have had me out for quite a while.
All night. I think they give you some kind of a shot.
Oh, we seem to have this compartment to ourselves.
They got a guy outside the door. And there's a glad boy who drops in on us every once in a while.
Tell me, how'd they take you?
With a sash weight from the feel of it. I am right now thanking me old man and me old lady for giving me this thick Irish skull.
Did you get your tattooing done?
Did I? Will you see? Wait a minute. Let me get my sleeve up. Yeah.
Yeah, a remarkable piece of art.
Yeah, wait. Now look, see? A wiggly old muscle like this. Ain't that terrific, Ray? Just like Minsky's burlesque on Broadway.
We kept rolling north while the sun reached the zenith midday, and until its glare mellowed into late afternoon. It was at this time that a man opened the door and motioned for Mark to leave the compartment. Then I had company. Lin Wan. He came over and sat down beside me.
I trust you are feeling no ill effects from your experience, Mr. Race.
I'm suffering from curiosity more than anything else.
Indeed.
You murdered Chuck Howard. Why hold back where I'm concerned?
Then the insurance company would send another man, and we would have to do it all over again. It is our opinion that we should just take you out of circulation for a few months. Besides, too many murders could bring unfavorable scrutiny from your government.
I'd say it was your government, too.
I do not comprehend.
Why don't you relax, Lynn? You can cut it with Americanese as good as mine.
What gives you such an impression?
Your clothes, for one thing.
Purchased in London, Bond Street.
Purchased in Los Angeles, Spring Street. I'll give odds on that.
All right, Race. But you must admit my way of handling myself is completely oriental.
Your judo? Oh, that's good.
To learn it, I had to come to China.
You could have gotten in the States, I did.
But your judo is, shall we say, just a little tired. Smoke?
We were slowing down for some reason. And as he lit his cigarette, the train lurched, causing the light to go out. He handed me the cigarettes and the small box of safety matches. I looked at him and grinned.
Why do you smile?
I was thinking what a difference it makes to have an advantage. Shanghai, you had your boys to tip me off balance. This moment, you're the one who's behind the 8-ball.
You will explain, won't you, Race?
With gestures. Now, this box of matches you handed me, I simply roll my fingers around it, and... Oh! Fast clout to the temple with a box of matches in your fist. It's always a good trick. The matches triple the impact. I was a little surprised he hadn't been hip to it. But we were even. He had a Colt 45 on him, the old Army model. This I confiscated, figuring that he owed it to me. Mark and I had to get off the train. There was still another lad to handle on the far side of that door. Unfortunately, he stood facing me. We both fired at the same time.
Race!
I'm all right. I'm all right. Get his gun.
You're bleeding. It's all over your face.
Crease me. Get that gun.
Hey, there's more of them coming.
Yeah, get back in the compartment.
Hey, they're gonna break in.
Yeah, we'll have to jump for it. Break the window.
We're moving too fast.
We'll have to try it. Break the window. All right. Let's go. China is rough these days, particularly when it comes to travel. But you can get around if you carry weapons and money, and show a disposition to use both. So we made it back to Shanghai, taking 4 days to do it. And at the Hotel Killarney, I found not only Jack Stacy and Brand the Flyer, but also Matt Breslin, who'd just flown in.
You don't know how glad I am to see you. When I heard you were missing, it was too much for me, so I came over.
I wish I could report a little progress, Matt.
How about this fellow who's been giving you so much trouble?
Lin Wan? He's an American. Part Chinese, but an American just the same.
Which probably means that he's plenty smart.
I see you've got your arm out of the sling, Stacy. How's it feel?
Good as new.
Yeah, he needed it good as new this morning. He had to swim with it.
What happened?
Oh, Brand and I went out in a fishing junk, and like a goof, I fell overboard. Nothing serious. Brand flipped me a life buoy, and that's all there was to it.
Race, what about this Lin Wan? How are we going to handle him?
I don't know, man. I imagine we'll just have to wait until he pries into the picture again. Late that evening, just after market, slipped out for a nightcap. I had a visitor.
Hello, Race.
Come in.
I've been afraid for you, Race. That is the reason I cabled your company in America.
You did what?
I cabled
So you brought Matt Breslin over here.
Matt Breslin?
You're a friend of mine. It doesn't matter.
Oh, I'm glad to see you back, Race.
Are you? We left something unfinished the last time we saw one another. Remember?
I remember. It was this.
She put her arms around me, tilted her mouth up to mine. And when they tell you that such kisses taste like wine, they're crazy. Wine doesn't even come close.
I'm very fond of you, Race.
Yeah. Happened in a hurry, didn't it?
You think it is impossible for it to happen in a hurry?
No? No, I don't think it's impossible. But you might do something to prove it.
How?
Tell me who asked you to talk to Stacy's flyers.
You know the man, Race. Lin Wan.
Do you ever say anything about others being tied in with him?
No. He just gave me a group picture of all the men who work for the airline.
Picture? Could I see it?
Wait, I may have it here in my purse. Wait.
What are you doing carrying a clip of 38s around with you?
The bullets? They came from Chuck Howard's gun.
Chuck Howard's gun?
I was one of those who found him. He was still conscious. And he seemed to want me to have it.
Sort of a grim bequest. Where do you keep the gun?
At my place.
Could I have it?
If you like. Oh, here. Here is a picture.
Yeah, let me have a look.
Well, does it tell you anything?
Tells me a lot. That gun may tell me more.
Do you want it tonight?
Not this late. I'll come by your apartment tomorrow. Do you keep the gun in a safe place?
Where no one would ever find it. In the center of a sack of salt.
I went there next morning. And as soon as I got to her door, I knew that something was wrong. The door stood half ajar. Inside the room, everything was chaos. Chairs overturned, broken, tables on the sides. I found the gun all right, where Alicia had said it would be. But Alicia was gone. I knew I'd have to move quickly, so I found a phone and called Jack Stacy.
Stacy speaking.
This is Race. Gonna need your help.
Sure, Race.
Do you know where to find Matt Breslin and that pilot of yours, Brand?
No, not right now, but I can probably locate him.
I told him to let it ride. We couldn't afford to wait. Gave him the location of the place in the foreign settlement. The house where I'd bumped into Litron and company. Stacy promised to be there in an hour, and was as good as his word. He looked curiously at Mark and me as we met him in front of the heavy door of the structure.
This the headquarters?
That seems to be. And I think they're holding a girl here. Girl who's been helping us. You willing to go in?
Well, sure, if you'll show me how.
I thought we might go in by way of this door here.
With that lock to open, we'll need TNT.
I thought possibly you might have a key for it.
You thought that... I don't get it.
Neither did I. Till I remembered that you were supposed to have been in the Navy.
Well, I was in the Navy.
No, Stacy. Or whatever your name really is. No Navy man would ever say life boy. Pronunciation's optional, but you call them buoys in the Navy. Always. Move ahead of us and open the door.
Oh, brother. This ain't no great white way.
Turn the flashlight straight ahead, Mark.
You're making a big mistake, Race. How could I take the place of another man?
By murdering him. And firing the men who'd been close to him. I saw a picture of the regular pilot group last night. The ones who were in it before you installed your own boys. Besides, the bullet that wounded you in the arm was fired from Chuck Howard's 38. I checked the ballistics.
Door, Race.
Over to Mark.
So you came to see us again, Race?
Race, they've got guns.
So have we. So that makes it even up.
Try to even this up.
Race! Oh! Race.
I'm okay. But Stacy took one of Lin Wan's bullets.
Yeah, he took it all right. Right between the eyes.
How about you, Alicia?
I'm all right, Race. Thanks to you, I'm quite all right.
Oh, brother, what a finish. Hey, how's that Lin Wan character?
I shot him in the thigh. He should recover in time.
Yeah? In time for what?
To be executed. And over here, they do that in a rather sharp manner.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Gene Bates, Ted Von Eltz, Bert Holland, Barney Phillips, and Charlie Lund. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the vanishing president.
It was the first of the seventh at Polo Grounds. Dodgers at bat, score tied. Time for anyone to sit forward with anticipation. And I was doing just that when there came a sound that startled even the Brooklyn bench. Hey, Ray! There's no mistaking the voice. It belonged to Mark Donovan. I watched him work toward me through the crowd, using a combat technique that reminded you of the way he drove a taxi.
Rich, you got a call. Intercontinental Underwriters.
No, let it wait. I want to see the end of this game.
No, I can't wait. A guy named Jules said they had to see us right away. Some kind of a crisis.
Jim Drew, chief claim adjuster for Intercontinental Underwriters. A man with the instincts of a ferret and a gaze you could use for sandpaper. He looked relieved when he saw me.
I was beginning to think you weren't going to make it.
I almost didn't. I was watching a good ball game.
You've tackled a lot of foreign service, Race. How about another assignment?
Oh, just in the middle of a hot series. All right. What's boiling?
We've got another of those mysteries. Vessels disappearing without trace. 3 of them inside a month, all on the same shipping lane.
Same operators?
No, a different company in each case.
You have a lead?
1. The SS Lucy Wilkins sails from here tonight. She's for South American ports. She's casting off without a cargo in her hold. Each of the others sailed the same way, empty.
I see.
I want to emphasize something, Race. Those vessels disappeared completely, ship and crew. It may have been piracy, it may have been mutiny. We can be pretty sure it included murder.
So?
So, when the Lucy Wilkins sails for South America tomorrow, we'd like to have you aboard.
The Lucy Wilkins displaced about 4,500 tons. She rode high out of the water. The moon made sequins of the barnacles that blistered her hull. The softness of the night was doing her a favor. But even at that, she looked what she was. A sea-going tramp that had seen better days.
How soon do we get rolling? And from the looks of this scow, I would say rolling is the right word.
Our tickets say the 14th. They don't mention the hour.
That's tomorrow. If we're going to sail tomorrow, what do we do?
What are you doing aft here?
We're passengers. We'd like to know what time the ship sails.
You'll have to see the master about that.
We'd like to see him.
He's not aboard right now.
Perhaps we'd better speak to the first officer then.
I'm the first officer. You'll still have to talk to the skipper.
You're just brimming over with cooperation, aren't you? Would you consider telling us where we might find the captain?
You know a place called the Mariner's Rest? It's a few streets over from here.
No, I imagine we can find it.
He'll be there if you want to see him. Not that it'll do you much good. By this time, he's probably stinking drunk.
You didn't have to look very hard for the Mariner's Rest. You could hear it for blocks.
Wow, the joint is throbbing.
What are we going to use to get in? A shoehorn?
There's always room for more. Come on. Now, this is the way to spend your last evening ashore. You want to lean against the bar, do we grab a table?
Take a look, my boy. If you get even close to that bar, call for a bulldozer. And as for the tables...
Is there a spot to sit down? Here, we'll make room for you.
Well, thanks, but we don't want to intrude.
If you don't, someone else will. I'll settle for you, fellas.
Yeah, much obliged. I'm Frank Race. My friend's name's Donovan.
I'm Ken Hanlon. This is tomorrow, Dakota.
Hello, Ray. And you too, Donovan.
Black eyes and yellow hair. Real yellow hair. You see that combination once in a lifetime. A blonde Latin's always arresting. This one was enough to start a ringing in your ears.
Yes, she's real race. Spanish father and a Russian mother. Should happen often, shouldn't it?
Spanish father, Russian mother. That accounts for your name.
Your name intrigues me, Ray. Do you manage to live up to it?
Once in a while, if I'm lucky.
Hey, look, they're dancing. Dancing to that music? It would be fun.
Well, it'd be a little like establishing a beachhead, but if you'll take a chance, I'd be delighted.
Good. Come on, Ray.
In my arms, she felt the way she looked. And that was money for candy. But we didn't do much dancing. In a jam near the door, I was suddenly strong-armed free of her and swept out into the street.
You gonna come with us quietly, chum, or would you like to do it unconscious?
There were three of them. The one who'd spoken and a pair of silent partners. Moving casually, they herded me half a block to a waiting sedan. A few minutes later, I was pushed into the office of a warehouse, aromatic with the smell of coffee.
Well, here he is, Rosario. Just like you wanted. Good work, Barnes. Stick around.
Rosario bulked about 250. He seemed to have hair everywhere, except on the top of a skull that gleamed beneath the glare of a single hanging light bulb.
Why did you want to take that boat?
Boat?
Do not fool with me. I would not like it.
And, of course, you have the advantage. Let's start all over. Ask me again.
Sure, I ask you. Why did you want to take that boat?
You're speaking of the SS Lucy Wilkins?
You know what one.
Well, I'm reluctant to admit it, but I've been a little run down lately. My physician thought I could use a rest. Sea voyage seemed to be the answer.
People like you don't travel on slow freighters.
Well, the doctor said I could use a long rest.
Sure. You need a long rest, eh? We could give you one without much trouble, could we not, Burns? Sure, without no trouble at all. So what do you say you start talking, Race?
He was ready to turn it into a rough party. And I could assure myself of only one effective move. He had me standing under the hanging electric bulb, the only one in the room. So I eased a hand up as if to scratch my chin, shot it higher, and yanked.
Light! Hey, somebody get a light on! Somebody... Oh! Watch the door! Watch the door!
There's nothing like confusion when you're in the minority, whether it concerns politics or a brawl. While they groped, I ducked and got clear. A little while later, I elbowed my way back into the Mariner's Rest.
Race, where you been? I was looking for you, so was Camara.
No, I took a walk around the block for a breath of fresh air.
Are you kidding? We'll get all the air we want on this trip. And, Race, I got some news for you. Guess who's sailing on this ship with us? Camara de Cordova. How do you like them apples?
The SS Lucy Wilkins still rode high out of the water next morning. But where there'd been a dock on her port side the night before, there was now only open sea. A lot of it. All rough. At 11 o'clock, Mark still occupied his bunk. As he'd prophesied, the Lucy Wilkins rolled, sashaying from trough to trough in a manner both feminine and diabolic. So, as I walked the deck, I walked it alone.
Hello, Ray.
Hello. I wasn't sure you'd be in circulation.
Oh, I'm a pretty good sailor. You look well, Ray.
You look unbelievable.
Thank you. A woman usually needs the dim lights of evening to draw a compliment like that.
You don't need anything. Well, this breeze in your hair and that look in your eyes. Hold it a second.
Right out in broad daylight, too.
Y'all go away, Hanlon. Go away.
Oh, no, Ray. Let him stay. After all, we're going to have a long voyage together.
We had dinner at the captain's table that night. The next morning, I came awake slowly with difficulty. to the realization that Mark was shaking me. I felt stiff. Stretching didn't help any. The body seemed full of pulses, all of them throbbing.
Come on. You just don't want to wake up at all, do you?
No. You know, I feel like 4 nights in a Turkish bath.
You must have got a worse than I did.
Got what?
You kidding? Don't you know the feel of a Mickey when you've had one?
Mickey? So that's it. I've been drunk.
Both of us. I'm as fluttery as an old maid at a wedding. But I figure we better get moving around, huh?
They must have put it in our food.
Why would they do it, Ray?
So they could take on a cargo at sea. A cargo they didn't want us to know about.
Oh? Well, we need a little exercise to snap us out of this fog. Why don't we get down to the hold and make a little inspection? No, don't seem to be much in here either.
No, wait. Turn the flashlight over to the left.
Hey, bullseye. What do they got there?
I'd say it was artillery. Very efficient-looking 75s.
I thought them things was only good for junk.
Against a modern army, yes. But against ordinary citizens, they'd be lethally effective.
Well, what do you know? They picked up about a dozen of them. Hey, no wonder they drugged us.
Come on. We've seen enough.
You know some, Race? Kind of looks like somebody wants to start a war somewhere.
Yes. We're traveling with the heavy equipment for it. Right to the end of the line. Yes, we were carrying a cargo of evil. Just 4 days later, shortly after nightfall, the Lucy Wilkins drew into her first South American port of call. Mark and I were sweating it out when...
Oh, I'll get it.
May I come in, Ray?
Of course.
I must speak quickly and to the point. Why did you take passage on this vessel?
I've been wondering when someone would ask me that.
Oh, I'm not just being curious. Something has come up, something of critical importance.
I represent a maritime insurance company. Ships have been disappearing along this sea lane. I'm here to find out why.
You must leave this vessel at once. Otherwise, you will be murdered.
That's a dashing thought.
Oh, I'm entirely in earnest, Race. The ship is carrying arms for the start of a revolution in my country. And they can't afford to try landing them with us still alive. Ken Hannon overheard them making the plan. A machine gun has been set up on the bridge. They intend to murder most of the crew as well.
Tomorrow, we've got to make it fast. We're only 4 miles offshore.
Oh, Ken, tell Race how serious it is.
I think I already know. How do we leave the ship?
It's a black night. We'll lower a boat.
Well, you'll never get away with it. Not unless someone creates a diversion.
I can make enough noise to satisfy that requirement.
No, Mark, I've got a better idea. I'll go forward and let the crew in on the picture.
That ought to stir up plenty of diversion.
You'll be taking a big risk, Race. That machine gun is trained right on the forecastle bulkhead.
I couldn't leave this ship knowing those men were to be murdered. You 3 go to the boat. And as soon as the scramble starts, lower it. Topside, I slowly and carefully worked my way forward. Thankful for a cloud formation that switched off the moon. Everything was quiet. Too quiet. I had just reached a point beyond the bridge when...
What's up, mate?
Who are you?
Hawkins. Able seaman. Either ruddy whispering.
All right, Hawkins. Listen. You've got to be murdered tonight if you don't leave this ship. You and the rest of the crew.
Blimey.
I'm not just talking. The ship's going to land arms tonight. Contraband.
And dead men tell no ties. You don't have to say no more, mate. We know about the guns. Blimey, they've turned the light on us.
Safety. I was sure of that, because the slugs were following me like hounds to a scent. I twisted and spun to the rail. Then it was into the drink for me.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I came ashore dripping wet and without shoes. Yet I attracted little attention. The city was bright with lights, but few people walked its streets. I turned into the first hotel I came to, confronting a clerk who stared at me with what seemed to be genuine concern.
Americano. You get all wet.
I get wet is about the size of it. I need a room in the location of a shop where I can buy a pair of shoes.
The room we have, and with a bath. The shoes will have to wait until mañana. Senor came on a ship.
Well, let's say I came most of the way on a ship.
Ships. They bring trouble to my country.
I remember being here once before, several years ago. At that time, the city always seemed gay, far into the night.
And now there is no gaiety.
The reason?
Any moment it may come, the revolution. And always that is bad. A man may lose his life, or his wife, his child. Who knows?
Some revolutions turn out all right. My country had one that worked out fine.
Not this one, senor. This one will bring only bad. This one will bring...
Go ahead.
I've talked too much. I've always talked too much. If the senor will come, I will show him to his room.
I had another pair of shoes by 9 the next morning. By 10:30, I'd located Mark Donovan and Ken Hanlon. The three of us sat down to breakfast together.
Boy, was I worried about you. They told me that harbor's full of barracudas.
What happened to Tamara?
We lost her right after we came ashore.
No, that's a loss a guy could mourn about.
Lost her?
She just slipped away from us. I guess she had her reasons.
Hanlon, you're a newspaper man. Why are you down here?
To cover an impending revolution. As if you didn't know.
You know, I may be wrong in my impression, but the man in the street doesn't seem to want a change in the government.
Guess you can't blame them. Since the Cordova's been the boss, they've had plenty of food and not too much hardship. They're happy with things the way they are.
Wait a minute. Did you say T. Cordova?
El Presidente.
That's Tamara's name.
He's a father.
Who's leading the opposition, Hanlon?
Might be a lad called Quizado, but nobody seems to know for sure. Everything's been kept beautifully undercover.
How soon do you think it's coming?
I filed a story on that this morning. I told him we could start any minute. What do you plan on doing today, Race? Why don't you kick around with us?
Well, why don't we all separate, see what we can find out? We can meet for dinner. I went out and did a lot of walking, stopping whenever I ran into a person that looked willing to talk, which was rare. I found myself regarded with about as much confidence as a drunk in a wine cellar. Fear stalked the streets of the city. Suspicion moved beside it. I went back to the hotel late in the afternoon and found a little surprise party.
Come in, Race.
Tamara.
Close the door behind him, Burns. Don't worry. He ain't getting away this time.
Well, Burns and Rosario. I seem to encounter you two every so often, don't I? You're friends of yours, Tamara?
Rosario is in my father's cabinet. He's head of the police bureau.
I see. And is this an official visit?
You came ashore last night, Race. Why didn't you make a report to the police about the Lucy Wilkins being in the harbor?
While I was swimming, I saw him swing her about and put out to sea. Well, you must have seen it yourself.
Could it be that you did not want our government to know the ship was here?
Probably should have notified someone. But I'd been through an ordeal, and I didn't think of it.
Let me take him over. I'll make him talk.
You content with your existence, Burns?
I like it all right. Why?
And stay out of my affairs.
Why, you... Oh!
When you get up, you might try again.
Forget it, Burns. He's too good for you.
What's the story on all this? I seem to be under suspicion for something.
In New York, I asked you why you were sailing on the Lucy Wilkins. You never got around to telling me.
Well, Tamara knows why. I told her while we were aboard ship.
You never showed me your credentials, Race.
Here, take a look at them.
If I have been wrong...
Oh, you're upset. You got a right to be jumpy.
Well, these seem to be in order. Why did you not show them to me in New York?
I didn't care for your methods of interrogation.
Oh, Race, you must forgive us. This revolt is not of the people. And the hour it begins will see the end of a democracy in this country.
Well, can't you stop it? Can't you fight it?
Oh, we are not a rich race. We don't have the money to buy arms, such as have been shipped here by the others.
Well, then, why is it worth so much to them to effect a coup?
The tribunals of the World War didn't find all its criminals, Race. There are many of them still at large. Men who would like to begin over again by getting control of states such as ours. We know they're ready to move at any moment. The president was seized by them this morning.
Your father?
Yes, my father. All our chances lay with him. Without him to rally the people...
Well, if they're holding your father, why don't you rally the people? They need someone to lead them, that's plain.
You
You
mean...
address them by radio. Tell them to resist in your father's name. Tell them it's only a few who try to take over. Tell them that if they stand firm, it can't happen.
All right, Race. I'll do it.
How about taking in the sights tonight, huh? This town looks dead on the outside, but there must be one or two joints that know how to get up steam.
Cafe del Toro.
I'll meet you lads there later. I have a report to make out to the company. Who knows where the local cable office is located?
Not me.
Hanlon?
The desk clerk can probably tell you. Or we can look it up in the phone book.
Look, fellas, I think you guys are going overboard about this revolution deal. This country's too sleepy to break out in a rash like that.
Calm before the storm, Mark. I've seen it before. When those things start, they're pretty vicious.
Where are you?
Here. In your arms. Oh, Race, I'm in trouble.
Take it easy, take it easy.
It's Rosario. He's with them, Race. He showed his hand when I tried to follow your suggestion about addressing the people. I got away only because of the servant's loyalty to my father. They may have followed me, Race.
Well, they won't stay.
I shouldn't have come. It only puts you in danger.
There's a clerk here who'll help us get away. Come along.
Here we are, senor. You go almost to the end of the alley. And there, you will see a door that goes down into a cellar. And from the cellar, you can go upstairs to the Cafe del Toro. And there will be people there. And you will find safety in the crowd.
Oh, gracias, amigo.
Go with God, senorita. And you too, senor.
What next, Race?
Well, they hunt us. I think we should do a little hunting on our own. Do you know where Rosario lives?
Yes.
I want to locate Mark and Hanlon. They're around here somewhere. And we might be able to use a little help. I'd like to see the inside of Rosario's house.
So this is the house of the chief of police, huh? What a stack of masonry. Makes them Hollywood movie mansions look like a Third Avenue boarding house.
Did you notice that aerial on the roof?
I noticed it.
High-powered transmitting type.
Now that we're here, what's the program?
Well, we'll go through the place. You and Tamara take the lower floors, Mark. Hanlon and I'll comb the upper section. Let's meet here in the living room in 30 minutes. Hanlon and I located the radio transmitter in a small room on the second floor, just off the stairway. And when we got back downstairs, Mark and Tamara were waiting with a white-haired, distinguished-looking man of about 60. I was introduced to the president of the country.
They got jail cells in this layout, and that's where they had the press, behind bars. That ain't one for the books.
What about guards?
Yeah, there was two of them. But you know me in the gloom, Race. I laid them out like linoleum. Then I trussed them up. Do I rate your approval?
Ah, you do.
Race, my father insists that in that drawer, in the desk, there is some kind of plan for the revolt. The desk is locked, but...
Yeah, I'll get it.
Hey, look through that window. Car driving up outside.
How many in it?
Rosario and 5 others.
Yeah, got it. And here's your plan.
Oh, that's it. It shows the places where the arms are hidden.
And here comes trouble, Race, right now.
So, here you are. Get your hands up.
Oh, there's no time for you, Rosario.
Oh!
Oh, for you, Burns. Mark, where's Hanlon?
I don't know.
Come on.
Watch out, there's more of them. Both down, you and that OSS shooting.
I just winged him. But let's get up those stairs.
All right, where goes with Hanlon?
He's at that transmitter. It only needs his signal to touch off the revolt.
Hanlon, the newspaper guy?
There's Hanlon. Now, here's the door. Lock. Stand back, Mark. I'm going to blast it. Get away from that table, Hanlon.
I'm going to send a signal if it's the last thing I do.
Throw that gun, Race. Throw it. Hit. Bullseye. Nice pitch, Race.
Yeah, pick up my gun, will you, Mark? Yeah. Well, that takes care of Hanlon.
Race, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right. There's your kingpin on the floor, Tamara. He's just about to signal the start of hostilities. And if your father works quickly with that plan, he can round up those arms in a hurry.
I can't believe it. How'd you know he'd be up here, Rex?
He claimed to be a newspaper man, a correspondent. He mentioned filing stories to American newspapers. But earlier tonight, when I asked for the location of the cable office, he didn't know where it was.
Well, what do you know? You stopped them just in time.
Oh, Race, you saved everything. I'll never be able to thank you enough.
Oh, yes, you will, baby. Yeah, but we can talk about that later.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Naomi Scher, Theodore Von Eltz, Wilms Herbert, Joe Duval, and Harry Lang. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Blackfriars Bridge.
When you think of London, you usually think of fog. But for the room in which I stood, I was catching a view that gave another impression. In the street below walked an East Indian bedecked in tunic and turban, and not far behind him a Chinese slipped along. During the last few minutes, I'd also seen several other nationalities, perhaps because the building stood only a flip and a toss from Blackfriars Bridge, with the London and West India docks only a short distance down the River Thames. And then the door opened behind me, and I had other things to consider. Since this was the office of George Gilthorpe, president of the British and Colonial Life Insurance Association.
Hope I haven't kept you waiting too long, Race.
I've been entertained. You get quite a view from here.
Do you now? I never really noticed. I don't know whether you saw it or not, Race, but there was an item in day before yesterday's paper about a man being found dead on Lower Thames Street.
I noticed it.
He
Hit
was
and run
insured...
victim.
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
That's all right.
He was insured by this company. Just a nominal policy, £10,000 with double indemnity.
I see, and you feel there's something wrong.
Well, as you know, we're always reluctant to challenge a claim. But in this case, one of the beneficiaries has asked us to investigate.
One of the beneficiaries?
Sounds peculiar, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I called you in. There are 3 of them, all Americans, all insured with us, each a beneficiary of the others, with the survivor to get everything.
Who are these people?
They were with the American Army over here. They decided they could do well in England, so they opened a nightclub on Villiers Street, the Golden Chest. Caters a lot to American tourists. Very successful, too.
Which partner do I contact?
A man named Joseph Dennison. You'll find him at the Dunstan Hotel. It's on the Strand, not far from Trafalgar Square.
At the Dunstan Hotel, I was told that Dennison had just stepped out, but would be right back. He'd been expecting me, and I was to go straightway to his suite and make myself comfortable. There was no lift, so I climbed 2 flights to room 301. As per directions, I opened the door and stepped inside to stop dead still as something sharp pierced the skin between my shoulder blades and a voice breathed against the back of my neck.
Do not cry out, monsieur, or this knife will go into your body.
Just call me Whispering Smith, but
The money you took from my sister, where is it?
I sound like a man with a past, but I still...
Do not try to waste my time.
Oh.
Or the next thrust will be deeper, much deeper. The money, where is it?
Look, baby, you're making a mistake.
It was you who made the mistake when you betrayed my sister. Do you know where they have him now? In prison. In prison because of you.
Why don't you take a look at me? We've never seen each other before in our lives.
That I know. But I'm seeing you now, monsieur. And you're going to give me that money for my sister, or you're going to die.
How much is it? I've got about 25 pounds on me.
You dare to say things like that when
Now, that's all for the knife. Drop it.
I will
Come on.
you first.
Drop it. That's better. Now here, let me see your face. Well, we are lovely, aren't we?
Let go of me.
We have something to settle first. What made you come here?
You'll not get away.
I asked you what brought you here.
I have friends. My sister has friends. From Bordeaux, you moved to Cherbourg. From Cherbourg, you came here. It has taken months, but I caught you. And you will not get away.
Who's the fellow you're after?
Make fun of me. It will do you no good.
Look, you're making a mistake. How can you be so sure I'm the one?
I find you in your apartment. That is enough for me.
This isn't my apartment.
Liar. The way you came into it.
I was asked to come up here and wait for a client of mine, the man who lives here, and I can prove it. I'm an insurance investigator.
You can prove it?
There's the phone. Pick it up and call the British and Colonial Insurance Association. She stared at me, then picked up the phone. Getting information, she asked for the British and Colonial office. I mentioned Gilthorpe's name, and she repeated it to the operator. A few moments later, the crisp tones of his voice came over the wire. A few words, and she glanced at me with a nod and then handed me the phone.
He wants to speak with you.
Hello, Gilthorpe?
Having trouble, Race?
Nothing much. I haven't been able to see Dennison yet. Oh, by the way, what was the name of that other beneficiary, the third partner?
Hold on a moment. I'll have a look.
While he was having his look, my French girl was reaching for a chair. By the time I figured her move, she was edging for the door. I lunged, but the chair was flung against my knees, and I went down. Oh, I sat up just in time to watch the door go shut. The phone had gone to the floor with me, so I picked it up again. Hello, Gilthorpe.
Great Scott, Race, what happened? It sounded as though someone pushed over the piano.
Oh, nothing serious. Locate that name yet?
Yes, Kennedy. Leslie Kennedy. Any other way I might help?
Yes, if that fellow Dennison calls in, ask him to stay somewhere where I can find him.
You might try the club, the Golden Chest.
That's a thought. I will. I called Mark Donovan and had him pick me up in a rented car. The Golden Chest operated as a night spot, all right, but it had extracurricular activities on the side. Housed in a big room, all hush-hush carpets and noise-killing drapes. A big room that, in spite of the early hour, had a good sprinkling of quiet people listening intently to the whir of roulette wheels.
Hey, this is all right.
It is, huh?
Sure. What are you going to do now that we're here?
I'm looking for the offices of the place.
Oh, you won't need me for that. I think I'll just pick one of these tables and try out that new system of mine.
Mark, you'll be wasting your time and blowing your money.
Oh, no. Not on this one, chum. The guy that invented this one used to read gas meters. He ought to know something about numbers.
I knew the futility of trying to argue against a system, so I left him and moved about looking for doors that might lead me to Mr. Dennison. I was trying one near the bar when...
Where do you think you're going?
Eyes like a pair of nutmegs viewed me with flat truculence, and the head in which they were set was not of the type to model Adam Hats. He was big, he was tough, and Pons couldn't have done a thing for his complexion. I shrugged and told him I was looking for Dennison.
If Mr. Dennison wants to see you, he'll see you. We don't like noisy parkers around here.
Don't mind if I sit at the bar, do you?
I don't care where you sit. Just stay away from the ruddy doors.
I sat out a scotch and soda until he drifted away. Then I left the bar and tried another door. I opened it into a whole corridor full of more doors. I tried one or two of these without success, and then...
Well, and what can I do for you?
I'm sorry. I was looking for a Mr. Dennison or a Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Kennedy.
Mr. Leslie Kennedy.
I'm Leslie Kennedy. I hope you don't mind.
I told her I didn't mind at all, and I put my heart into my words. She made you think of autumn at home. Brown hair, brown eyes, freckles still left over from a lot of summer sunshine.
You didn't have to close that door. And what on earth are you staring at?
Well, you really can't blame me. When I heard this place was being run by 3 ex-GIs, I naturally thought they'd all be masculine.
I'm an ex-GI. I was a wax sergeant.
So you were a wax sergeant. It's no wonder we won the war. But let me get this straight. You're the third partner in this business, is that it?
Why?
I'm from the insurance company, British and Colonial. I'm picking up information on Ken Norwood's death.
So you're with British and Colonial, are you? An American, and you're working for a British company. Oh, why don't you stop?
What's that for?
You'll find out.
Look, why don't you pick up the phone and call British and Colonial? They'll certify me.
I'm simply not interested.
Maybe you have some reason for not wanting to make the call.
What's the matter, Les?
I buzzed for Owens.
He wasn't around, so I thought I'd show something wrong.
I want this man thrown out of here. I imagine you can do it just as well as Owens can.
He ought to make a good try. He's big enough.
Well, thanks, both of you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jerry. You don't need to throw him out. Just ask him to leave, will you?
Will you leave, fella?
To a request like that, the answer couldn't be anything else but yes.
Go to the door with him, Jerry. The back door.
Come on, fella, before Owens moves in.
Owen sounds tough.
He is. Served as a commander during the war. He'd be tough even in Jersey City.
All I did was tell the girl how nice-looking she was.
Women. She sometimes gets peeved with me when I tell her the same thing, and I'm her fiancé. She's been upset. One of her partners was killed yesterday.
I know. That's what I wanted to talk to her about.
You're not a cop.
Insurance investigator. Do you know if Miss Kennedy has any French friends?
French?
There's one girl in particular, dark, beautiful, comes from Bordeaux.
You got me. I could ask Leslie.
I suggested that he leave it for a lighter mood, and he nodded. He stood talking to me in the open doorway that opened out to a small side street. Big fellow with a stock and bond suit and a grin to match. Told me his name was Dayton. And as we talked, someone approached us from across the street. A little man, slim, with a black mustache that glistened in the light of the nearby street lamp.
Is it possible that from one of you gentlemen I might procure a cigarette?
Jerry Dayton nodded and reached into a pocket. I watched the little man carefully with the feeling that there was something wrong here. Dayton produced a pack of cigarettes and a box of safety matches. The Frenchman took one of the smokes. Dayton struck a match for him. The little man stared up at both of us for an instant, then nodded toward the shadows behind him. Instantly, flying figures converged on us, several of them closing in savagely. Dayton and I were jammed against the wall, but something hit me in the forehead, a jabbing, blinding blow. I was pushed down, slugged again and again and again, until I went whirling into a giant drain of spinning blackness.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I came out of it with a throbbing head and a roaring in my ears. The first I could understand, but it took me a moment or so to realize that the roaring sound was a car engine. I managed to groan, and Mark Donovan spoke from the front seat.
All right, take it easy. Just stay relaxed, huh?
What do you think you're doing?
I'm hoiding this flying bedstead back to the apartment where I will care for your battered body.
Pull over to the curb right now.
All right.
What happened back there?
All I know is that I was at one of the roulette tables when there comes a hullabaloo from outside. So I dashes out with several other people. And there you was, unconscious on the sidewalk. From what I heard, if some cops hadn't barreled up just in time, you wouldn't even have been unconscious. You would have been dead.
Hey, a cheer for the bobbies. What about the fellow I was with, Dayton?
He was lying there, too. Look, what hit you guys? A bazooka barrage?
Take me back there.
Now, wait a second.
I'm all right. Swing this thing around and head back. It weather for London. A clear night with a full moon lighting the street in front of the Golden Chest. The street quiet and tranquil until Mark ran afoul of trouble in the form of another vehicle. Hey!
Why, you cross-eyed moron? What do you think you're doing?
Mark.
Wait a minute. You drive like an old lady, you mutton-headed mule.
Marcus, I would like to point out something.
Are you kidding? That guy was on the wrong side of the street.
Marcus, this is England. You were on the wrong side of the street.
You certainly were on the wrong side of the street, and I'd like to know what's the idea of yelling at me like that.
There were two of them standing beside the car. Now the smaller, older man spoke up.
And you're disturbing the peace.
So I'm disturbing the peace, huh? What do you think you guys are, anyway?
My name is Dennis, and I happen to run this place.
Well, now, ain't that something? And I suppose your pal is the king himself, huh?
No, sir. The name is MacDonald, Inspector, Scotland Yard.
Race, you think we got enough cash to buy me a bail bond?
If you'll stop quacking long enough, I might be able to get you out of this. My name is Race, gentlemen. I'm representing the British and Colonial Insurance Association. I shall take care of the damage.
Race, did you say?
That's it. And if you're Dennison, you're the man I've been looking for.
Oh, it's a great way we meet.
Brooklyn-style driving in London. We're probably fortunate to be alive.
Well, forget it. We got more important things to talk about.
Yes. You can tell me about your partner's death.
Well, Ken was found on Lower Thames Street in Billingsgate. It was made to look like an accident, but I'm claiming he was murdered. Ken Norwood was too sharp, too fast on his feet to get clipped by a car. I say he was slugged first and then run over to make it seem accidental. Ken was murdered.
Any ideas as to why?
Well, Ken, Les Kennedy, and myself been doing all right with our club, the Golden Chest. But somebody's trying to muscle in, Chicago style.
Somebody who?
Well, how do I know? Just having trouble, that's all. Hired hands getting pushed around. Now Ken Norwood gets knocked off. That's why I called the insurance company. I want everybody in on the act. I want to straighten out.
Let's go down to the morgue and have a look at Norwood's body.
Yeah, look at that. Great guy. And look at him.
What's your verdict, Inspector?
Well, it might be murder, but there seems to be no indication of anything but a motor car accident. Hit and run.
This mark on his temple. Had you noticed that?
The bruise? Aye, I noticed it. Could well have been put there by a fender or some other part of a motor car.
Do you mind telling me if you've been in France recently, Mr. Dennison?
France? Well, yes. I was there a few months ago. Why?
Oh, nothing tangible. You have a man named Owens working at the Golden Chest. What's the story on him?
He's our bouncer. Good man. Cockney.
Oh, so that was Owens. I've already met him.
Have you seen enough here, Race?
I think so.
Well, then let's get out of the place. It doesn't make me happy.
By the way, Marcus, how did you come out with your roulette system?
Well, now look, it was like this,
You
Race.
were
See,
clean.
In a word, Hoover Vacuum couldn't have done a better job. Hey, what's with this place, anyway?
It's Dennison's hotel. He's going to join us here as soon as he finishes with the Scotland Yard man.
You know, I don't get that Dennison guy. Look, why should he squawk over getting paid off on an insurance policy? It ain't natural.
Well, you might have something there, Mark. I don't know. At this point, I don't know much of anything about the case.
You don't seem to be here yet. What do we do now?
We step in and... Well, so you're here again.
And again you come into this apartment as though you possess it.
Oh, the French thing, huh? Yeah. Real pip. Wait a minute. She's been going through this.
Oui, monsieur. I have been going through it. And I found part of the money taken from my sister. Look, French franc.
The fact that you find a few francs doesn't mean that they're part of the stolen money.
No, monsieur. Then look also at this. A paper band with the stamp of the postal department. The postal department of France.
Let me see that.
Ah, no. You try to take it away from me and...
So now it's a gun. The British police don't like guns.
You aren't like it either if you make a wrong move. There. Now you will come with me while your companion stays here.
Wait a minute. You ain't going, Race.
Doesn't look as though I have much choice with this gun against my spine. Where are we heading, baby?
To the police. who do not like guns.
You're making a mistake, baby, just as you did when you sent your friends against me earlier this evening.
I sent no one against you.
What's the matter?
It looks as though you're the one who has friends this time. Those men across the street. Well, they are not guns. This doorway. Are you badly hurt?
I don't think so. Hit my arm, but...
They're trying to kill us.
Let me have that pistol.
No, I will keep it. And when they fire the next one...
A hit. You're good. We're gonna have the police here. Do you still think I'm the bad boy in this piece?
I don't know. I don't know.
Maybe it's about time we cracked it open. We're going back to Dennison's apartment. He might be there now.
I will find him alone, monsieur, at the Golden Crest.
Wait!
Just no use, Race. Place is tight in the drum. After all, it's almost 4 in the morning. And how do you know the dame came here?
She was after Dennison. Come on, we're going around the back of the club. There's another door there.
Running. Suppose we do find a door, then what? It's gonna be locked.
Yeah, but... Hey, hold it.
Look, now what's the matter? If you'd only tell me... Holy cow, will you look at that? A guy hanging out the window. By his neck.
It was an open window about 6 feet above the street. The body that swayed there had its toes within 2 or 3 inches of the sidewalk.
Wait a second, I'll turn my flashlight on it. Oh, that poor guy, if he'd only been a couple inches taller. There's a light. Now look... Hey, Race, is that guy Dennison?
Yes, and he's as dead as he'll ever be.
He must have done it himself, with that belt. Look.
Put the light back on his face again, Mark. No, over a little. Yeah, that's it.
Did he?
Yeah.
What are you looking at?
That square bruise on his temple. It's exactly like the one we saw in his partner in the morgue. This man didn't commit suicide, Mark. He's been murdered. I spent most of the next day in our own hotel room, making phone calls across the channel to Paris, France. At the end of it, I figured I had the picture pretty complete. Early in the evening, Mark and I went back to the Golden Chest so I could see Leslie Kennedy. She gave me a wan smile as I stepped into her office.
I want to apologize to you, Race. I've had a lot on my mind, and I've been very difficult.
Oh, well.
What's on your mind?
Your partner's theory about thugs trying to move in and take over this business. Dennison was right. Thoroughly right.
I'm listening.
Ever since the end of the war, a lot of renegades have been roving the continent. Poles, Germans, French, Americans, all nationalities. Marauding and murdering. Now a gang of them has moved into England.
And that's what we're up against, huh?
That and more. Where's Jerry Dayton been living?
Jerry? With Joe Dennison, why?
That explains the little matter of a French girl who's been haunting Dennison's apartment. How deeply are you in love with Dayton?
I wish I knew. And again, I'm going to ask why.
I hate to say this. You better drop him. I got a make on that lad today from Paris. It's hard to believe, but he's a renegade American. He's been the leader of one of those marauding gangs for several years. He's a thief and a killer.
I wish I'd heard that a little sooner, Race. You see, I married Jerry Dayton this very morning.
You married?
Yeah. I wasn't sure I wanted to, but our dear little Leslie fell for a whirlwind courtship.
Oh, I'm sorry. But don't blame yourself, Leslie. He's a smooth operator, all the way. He must have known about these insurance policies you three had.
Well, that's not all. He knew that I, as a survivor, would inherit this business.
And he made sure that you'd be the survivor when he murdered your 2 partners. And now...
And now he moves in and takes everything over legally.
Jerry.
He stood just clear of the half-open door, looking like a blonde chorus boy, holding an automatic in one hand while he pushed a cigarette into his mouth with the other.
So you're not sure you care for me. Is that it, Les?
She should have paid more attention to her woman's intuition.
I had you figured for a problem, Charles. OSS boy too smart.
Which was why you had me set up for that beating last night, wasn't it?
You could have been a little smarter and backed out. I'm going to have to kill you. You too, Leslie.
That would be a little hard to pull off, won't it?
I'll arrange it. I've handled bigger things.
Such as talking that little French postal clerk into stealing money for you?
I happen to run short on funds. Care for a cigarette?
No, thank you.
Well, I'll smoke one for both of us. What tipped you off to me, anyway?
Those matches you carry. The box.
Oh. I might have known you'd remember that.
Remember what, Race?
A box of safety matches and a clenched fist. It becomes lethal when you hit a man alongside the head with it. It was a trick we used during the war when we needed a fast, unobtrusive weapon. Dayton used it on both Norwood and Dennison, his friends. But it left a little square bruise on each of them.
No one else will get hep to it, though. And here's where I make it work again on you.
You're wrong, monsieur. You're never going to make it work again.
Oh, dames. What would you do without dames, Race?
Now, wait a minute, Marcus.
No, wait a minute. When I'm not around, I even get you out of jams.
He's going to live, Race. The doctor just told me.
He won't live long, lady. They get him for murder in this country, they hang him sure and they hang him high.
Hey, now take it easy, Mark. You know, this happens to be his wife.
I'll get over it, Race. I think I've had a very narrow escape, and I'm very grateful for what you've done.
Well, then, do me a favor. Give that French girl a helping hand. You know, a little money would do an awful lot toward getting her kid sister out of a French prison.
I'll do that, Race.
Good. That's swell. Marcus?
Yeah?
We shall go now. We've got to see about a plane for New York.
Oh, now, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Look. I ain't gonna fly.
Oh, yes, you are.
No, I ain't gonna... Look,
yes, you are, Marcus.
You know what
now,
I'm gonna
Mark,
do? Look,
it's a matter of time. We have another case waiting, my boy.
Do you know what I'm gonna do when we get back?
No, what are you gonna do when you get back?
I'm gonna get one of those little brass plates, a nameplate.
Uh-huh.
And I'm gonna have this printed on it.
Yes.
Mark Donovan. Boy airplane.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Gene Bates, Michael Ann Barrett, Tom Holland, Bill Crawford, and William Johnstone. This series is written and directed by Joel Murcott and Buckley Angel. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a BPS production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Nightcrawler.
The telephone is a wonderful invention. It can get you company when you're lonely and food when you're lazy. I was staring at the instrument fondly, mulling a list of young ladies I might invite for dinner, and dreaming of the delicacies my favorite caterer could whip up on the spur of the moment. But instead of waiting for me, the telephone acted on its own, reminding me of one of its less pleasant functions. It can call you for work. I was going to ignore it, but it's hard to ignore things when Mark Donovan is around.
Well, ain't you going to answer the thing?
My instinct tells me to skip it.
Yeah, well, maybe your instinct is going to louse you up. Suppose that is one of the babes you was going to call and she thinks you ain't around and calls somebody else.
You've got a point, Marcus. Hello?
Charter Grant, Race.
Yes, Charter.
I've sent somebody over to see you. Should be there in a minute.
Insurance case?
No, just a legal client of mine. It has to do with mass murder.
Mass murder? Listen, Charter, if this is another screwy assignment like the last one,
Oh, wait till you hear it. And Race,
Yes?
keep your sense of humor handy. You may need it. So long.
Oh, great.
No, that wasn't one of your dames.
No, work. I guess we don't date tonight.
What do you mean, we don't? I am going square dancing.
Oh, that I'd love to see. All right, Scoot, but leave the door open. I'm expecting company.
Okay, I'll see you later.
An assignment from Charter Grant may mean almost anything. Sometimes it's just routine, but other times... Well, I sat there thinking of some of the other times. I thought about them until a man walked into the room, and I knew immediately that this was one of the other times. He was wearing ankle-tight pants, a 1912 model suit with lapels about an inch wide, and a derby hat. He was also sporting a mustache that belonged in a barbershop quartet. I looked him over quickly to see if a lighted fuse was sticking out of any of his pockets, because he seemed ready to explode.
Ooh, I tell you, whoever's doing to have got to find them and make them stop right away before I'm around. Dying they are like flies, millions of them from some murder.
Whoa, slow down. Who are you?
Karlsmeyer's the name, Rudolf Karlsmeyer. But I will soon change it to mud unless you find the murderers. Oh, those bummers, whoever they are.
Look, Krausmeyer, murders are for the police.
Police, what do they care? They laugh on me. And last week alone is killed more than 50,000.
50,000 people?
People? No, not people. Who cares for people? Do I sell people? I'm talking about worms, the nicer, sweeter, fat. Oh, you should see them.
Did you say worms?
Yeah, that's my business. I sell them, you see, in cans.
Oh, canned worms for fishing.
Yeah, you understand? Yeah, but some murderer, some cold-blooded, vicious killer, he is wiping them out. Oh, those poor little... excuse me, but how could a little worm in a can defend himself?
Look,
how?
I must be out of my mind, but maybe I can help you. You sell canned worms for fishing, and something's been happening to them.
Yeah.
Do you have any idea what it is?
Nein. My partner and me...
You have a partner?
Yeah, of course. His name is... I can pronounce it. He answers card with mine. It's here.
Hookham Good Worm Company. Rudolf Krausmeyer,
That's me,
president.
Yeah.
Jabez Abernathy, vice president.
Yeah, that's him. That's the fellow that
Jabez Abernathy.
Yeah, that he is my partner. You see, we are both Yankees from Vermont.
Yes, I see.
You understand, I had a delicatessen and I sold it to go into the worm business. Only now, when we are shipping out the worms to the sports stores, they are getting there dead. Did you understand? Oh, please, you have to help them. How could a little worm in a
All
can...
right, Krausmeyer, all right. I see by the card that your place of business is on Long Island. I'll come out in the morning and have a look around. The Hookham Good Worm Company turned out to be a group of long, low buildings resembling hothouses with a modern office structure fronting on the road, adjoined by a canning shed and a truck platform. Across the road was a diner, and I stepped in there to have my morning coffee. I was about to down the last mouthful and reach for my check, but the hand of the man next to me got there first.
I'll buy, friend.
Well, that's very kind of you, but since we've never met, why the treat?
I like to make friends and influence people. I'm betting you and I are going to get real friendly.
So you can influence me?
Maybe. Going across the road?
Maybe.
I'll go with you. Here's for the coffees, Mac.
Hey, don't you want your change?
No, keep it.
Oh, thanks.
Well, now that we're outside, what are you selling?
Let's call it advice, Race.
Oh, you know my name. You're one up on me.
I'm Buddy Tanner. I work for Joey Craig.
Which means you'd break a man's arm for $20 or kill him for $100.
That's just nasty newspaper propaganda. You got Joey all wrong. He loves people, especially you. That's why he sent me out to talk to you.
Start talking.
Joey says worms are for fish. So a guy'd have to be a poor fish to get mixed up in this thing. Don't nibble. You might get hooked.
I might. And on the other hand, I might land a blowfish like you. Here's the dime you put out for my coffee. But I wouldn't give another dime for your chances of keeping your teeth if I see you around here again. I turned my back on him and started across the road, and that was a mistake. In the middle of the highway, I waited for a car to go by, but as it approached, Tanner came up behind me and pushed, and I went sprawling in the road.
Did I hit you?
No. A near miss, thanks to some very neat driving.
Oh, you're lucky I slowed down to turn in here. Didn't that other man push you?
Yes, he did.
Well, he ran into the trees on the other side of the road.
No need to go after him now. He'll keep.
We better get out of the road.
That's a good idea.
Look, if you want to catch your breath, come into the office. My father's one of the owners.
Oh? Krausmeyer or Abernathy?
I'm Gloria Abernathy.
And from the looks of you, that's a nice thing to be. I'm Frank Race.
Well, if you're fishing, Mr. Race, this is a good place to get your bait.
When we got inside the office, Krausmeyer was waiting, with all the patience of a man who's been sitting on a hot stove. He was bouncing around like a basketball being dribbled toward the goal.
Already the wolves, they're closing in, you understand? Oh, I should only have back my nice, quiet delicatessen. For the rest of my life, I would slice bologna and never a word of complaining.
What's wrong, Mr. Krausmeyer? Where's my father?
Oh, he is in there in that office with a crazy boyfriend of yours who plays baseball and horses.
He's talking about Ted Waltham, Mr. Race.
The polo-playing Waltham?
Yes. Or as Mr. Krausmeyer calls it, baseball on horses. Ted and I are engaged. He owns these buildings, by the way.
Yeah, so if he is such a hot lover boy, why he keeps trying to take your father and me and throw us out with all the poor little baby worms? Why?
Is Waltham trying to get possession of the buildings?
Mm-hmm. You know, it's really very funny. Dad took a long-term lease, but Ted didn't know what the buildings were going to be used for. You see, he's a sportsman, and he has certain very definite ideas, especially about fishing.
I think I know what you mean. He's opposed to worm fishing. Many sportsmen are.
That's right. He says it isn't cricket. Fishermen should use lures and dry flies. That's his idea of sport. He says anybody can get a fish to bite at a worm.
Sport. So it's such a sport that the poor fish should get fooled with a piece of tin or a piece of painted wood. That's a sport. At least if he gets caught with a worm, he has for the last time something to eat.
This goes on all the time, Mr. Race. Oh, here they come now.
So, think it over.
I thought it over, and there's no use trying to change my mind. A bargain's a bargain. We're staying.
Suit yourself. Oh, hello, darling.
Hello, Ted. Oh, this is Mr. Race, Ted Waltham.
How are you?
Hello, Race. Coming out to watch me play?
Mm-hmm. Ready?
Yes. Well, goodbye, all. Don't forget, future father-in-law. If things keep going badly, I may be able to take the buildings anyhow.
Bye.
Oh, Race, follow him. That is him. That's the snake in the haystack you are looking for.
Don't talk like an idiot, Rudolph. Just because he wants the buildings back doesn't mean he's killing stock.
So who is killing them then? Who am I? I can't even stand to talk to him.
And I can't stand talking to you. Now, look here, Race. My partner hired you, and it's all right with me if you can find the trouble. If you do, you get paid. If you don't, we don't owe you nothing. Is it a bargain?
It's a bargain, Abernathy.
All right, then. Take him out and show him through the breeding bed, Rudolph. I'd go with you, but I'm expecting Blake Carlin.
Who's Blake Carlin?
Another wolf already. We buy from him the cans for shipping the worms. Come. You must see them. Oh, they are the sweetest, fattest, nicest little worms you ever saw in your whole life.
Out in the buildings that resembled hothouses, I was given the lowdown on the breeding of worms. Ultraviolet rays, controlled temperatures, and other scientific apparatus combined to keep perfect atmospheric conditions. A pulpy substance like wood shavings filled the beds, and Rudolf Krausmeyer filled me in on the love life of the species.
Oh, that's lovely, huh? You know, at first I did not like the business, but when you get to know them, they are so wonderful. Oh, so affectionate. They got personalities just like people, you know, better even. Oh,
I'll bet. Who's that down at the end of the road?
Where?
Over there.
Oh, that's Mr. McDermott. He is in charge of the place.
Let's talk to him.
Maybe you could, but I tell you something, I can't. I cannot understand him. He has the most terrible accent.
I'll try it. Hello.
How do you do, sir? Hello, Mr. Crossmeyer.
What do these worms feed on?
Oh, just the pulp in the beds, that's all.
Could they suffocate when packed?
Oh, no, sir. The tops of the cans have holes in them for air. I've checked those, too. The holes are all open. They should live for as long as a year after shipping.
But they reach the stores dead.
I'm afraid that's right.
Here is the canning room through this door here. You would like to go in there?
Might as well complete the tour. Thanks, McDermott. Here's my card. Call me if anything unusual turns up.
Checked every load of pulp. Oh. All right. You finished your inspection?
Don't let me disturb you.
No, you're not disturbing us. I'm Blake Carlin. I supply the cans, so naturally I'm interested in your investigation, too. Got to keep the customers in business, you know.
Well, we've been double-checking the air holes, and they're all right.
Yeah, the air holes is all right, but the price is all wrong for the cans. They should be cheaper already.
Well, we made a 5-year deal when the cans were scarce, and we'll pay it.
It's the best I can do. If you want out on the contract, I'll let you go.
We want out.
We do not. A bargain's a bargain. Well, Race, any ideas?
A few. I'm going home and study up on the habits of worms. The worms I had in mind were the human type, Buddy Tanner and his boss Joey Craig. But like the night crawlers of the insect species, they can be found most easily in the late hours of the night. I curled up with a book on insect life to wait for the coming of midnight when Mark was due to arrive with a car. A few minutes before 12, the phone rang. Hello?
Mr. Reyes, this is McDormand, foreman out at the Hookham Good Worm Company.
Oh, yes, McDermott.
I've got something to show you. Can I come up?
Where are you?
Cigar store on Broadway near 59th.
That's only 3 blocks. Come on over.
I'll be there in 5 minutes. Goodbye.
Goodbye. The 5 minutes passed and the clock struck midnight. I listened to the beat of it, but there was no sign of McDermott's. Another 10 minutes passed, 15, 20. Then the door banged open.
Hey, Race.
Oh, I thought it was somebody else, Mark.
Look, I'd been here before, but just as I was turning off Broadway at 59th, you know what happened?
You saw a killing.
Yeah. See, a guy comes out of the cigar store, see, and a black sedan pulls up to the curb and goes bang with a sawed-off shotgun. They jump the light, and in a minute, the street is jammed. And the cops come up, and at first I think it's a gang killing, but it turns out to be just an ordinary Joe, a working guy by the name...
Named McDermott.
Yeah. Hey, wait a minute. He couldn't be on the radio yet, even. How did you know?
He was just a poor fish, Mark. Hooked by a night crawler. Or maybe it was an angleworm. A human worm with an angle.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
You can't get information from a dead man. Mark drove me down to the morgue, and I identified McDermott's body. We checked the clothing he'd worn, his keys, a few cents in change, and a subway transfer. That was all. Mark said that McDermott had been carrying a small package, but there was no trace of it. It might have been lost in the street, or somebody who wanted it might have picked it up. We went out to the car and headed crosstown.
You know, Race, if that was some racketeer on that slab back there, I wouldn't care.
But when it's an ordinary, everyday citizen, you care very much. So do I.
A lot of people mixed up in this. What do you think might have bumped him?
This was the work of a professional killer. The weapon points to it. So does the kind of car used, plus the fact that he was killed on a very busy street corner, even though it was late at night.
Hey, wait a minute. That fits in with the guy who tried to shove you under the car.
Buddy Tanner? Yes. Him or somebody else in Joey Craig's gang. But we want the person who paid to have the job done.
Yeah, but the only guy which can tell you that is the guy who pulled the trigger.
Right. So my plans for the evening haven't changed any. Drop me off at the Underground Club.
Oh, brother, we're really getting into something. Look, that place is always jammed with torpedoes and mobsters, and I... Hey, wait. What do you mean, drop you off?
I mean you're not coming in with me.
Are you off your
I
rock?
want them to make a play, and they may not if there are two of us. I have something else for you to do. Find Charter Grant. Get him out of bed if necessary. Ask him to brief you on the details of the partnership between Rudolph Krausmeyer and Jabez Abernathy. He's their attorney.
Oh, that's fine. Then what do? Go back to the morgue and wait till they put you on the empty slab next to McDermott?
Oh, I'll be all right, Marcus. Go back to the apartment and wait for me. If I don't show by morning, call police headquarters and ask them to play button with Buddy Tanner and Joey Craig.
Okay, if you say so. I'll take you to the Underground Club. But I hope you don't become a permanent member.
The Underground Club, an expensive atmosphere that almost bordered on good taste, but it missed. Most of the patrons belonged to the group who had a lot of trouble explaining their earnings when March 15th rolls around. Others who came there were only slumming, looking over the bad boys. Among those who may or may not have been slumming were a couple of new acquaintances. They hailed me.
Race! Oh, Race!
Over here, Race, the end of the bar.
Oh, hello.
Come have a drink.
What are you doing here, Gloria? Ted?
Seeing how the other half lives. Care for a stinger?
Ooh, Dubonnet cocktail, I recommend.
Lucky you happened along. I have some business to attend to, and Glory Girl here wants to stay and watch the gangsters.
Care to take over as my escort, Race?
She'll stay here alone if you don't. She's a very determined woman.
I have a little business myself with the gentleman at the corner table.
Oh, Joey Craig?
Yes, Joey Craig.
Well, that's the same man you just did business with, darling.
Why, I had a gambling debt to pay. Well, I'm going.
I'll wait here for Race.
Good night, Chillin.
Don't grow old waiting, baby. My business may take quite some time, or I may leave suddenly.
Oh, how interesting. I'll be right here.
Suit yourself. Hello, Joey.
When I'm sitting at a table, Race, and somebody comes up and joins me without being invited, I always figure it's a pretty stupid guy.
Why?
Because I might resent the intrusion. The hard way.
You did that once before, 2 years ago, and I had to break your pretty nose. You lost face with your boys for quite a while.
What do you want?
You mean, who do I want? One of your boys, Buddy Tanner, he tried to kill me.
Burying a fish, and I'll cut his salary.
He was efficient enough a few hours ago when he killed a workman named McDermott. Where is he, Joey?
I'm right behind you. Now turn around, there's a gun in your back. Get up and walk out the side door.
Yeah, Race. Come on out in the alley. We're having a party. Just for you. Get going. All right, Tanner. Let's go to work.
No, Race, don't touch your head.
Oh.
You're pretty badly cut up.
Oh, they were pistol whipping me. How'd I get away?
When I saw them force you outside, I called the police. It scared them off. I was able to get you into my car and bring you home.
You probably saved my life.
Well, I think that might be a fair estimate, even if you did turn me down at the bar.
Well, how's patient?
He's all right now, Dad.
Thanks to your daughter. She thinks fast.
Comes from a long line of whale harpooners. Got to think fast. Race, there's a friend of yours outside. You want to see him?
Mark Donovan?
Yeah.
Have him come in.
All right, he says come in.
Holy cow, look at you. I know it, I know.
I'll get you some coffee.
What did you find out, Mark?
You all right?
Yeah.
Found out plenty. Look, do you know that there is dough in that wine business? They grossed about $250,000 last year. Dollars, that is, not worms.
How about the partnership agreement?
Oh, it's a pip. That Krausmeyer character, he put up the dough, see? Abernathy had the idea.
How much?
$20,000. He sold his delicatessen, but look, here's the kicker. They've been at it almost 5 years, see? And at the end of 5 years, if either one ain't happy, he can buy the other guy out for 50 G's.
Ah, and if the business stopped paying off, one of them might be unhappy. Hand me my clothes.
Wait a minute, where do you think you're going?
To make somebody unhappy.
But don't you understand? I don't want to sell my business out. I love the worms. And besides, the contract has got yet 2 more months.
You'll be out of it in 2 months anyhow. Do as I say, and I might be able to clear this up.
Oh, this is awful. Look, Everybody else, they got under them a cushion to land on, but not me, not me. If it goes to pieces, the business, my partner, he could start over again without me. That Walson who plays the baseball and horses, he could rent his buildings to somebody else. And even Carlin with the cans, he could sell them to the salt company.
What salt company?
Oh, some crazy salt company that puts all the time the salt in the bags. Yeah. Now they got an idea that they sell it in cans, so you could shake it right out and not bother to fill the shaker.
All right. Now do as I say and call Abernathy.
Oh, how could I dare to leave those fat little devils? I don't know. I just...
Hello?
Hello, this is Rodolph.
Go ahead. Come on.
I want you should buy me out right now.
I agree, but there's 2 more months to run. If you don't like things then, I'll buy.
Yeah, but I want to sell now. You don't have to give me the $50,000. I take half.
Are you crazy, Rudolph?
Yeah, I think so too.
Well, I ain't let you be such a fool. There's 2 more months. And if you want your 50,000, you can have it. But not before then, and not a penny less. Bargain's a bargain. Goodbye.
Oh, he's hanging up on me. Now I am out of business. And hey, he said no. He wouldn't do it. He said.
Fine. That's all I wanted to know. I'll be seeing you later, Rudolph.
So he wouldn't buy Krausmeyer out at half price, huh? All right, what does that prove, though?
It proves that Abernathy is exactly what he seems to be. A solid New Englander who sticks to his bargains and holds other people to theirs. He isn't ruining the business so he can take it all over. Here, turn this next corner.
Okay. All right, wait a minute. The underground club's on this street.
Yes, my boy. Turn into the alley and go to the back of the place.
Look, you ain't going in there again, will you? You'll have bandages on your bandages.
No, Marcus, I'm not going in. We're going to wait for 2 gentlemen who are addicted to side doors. When they come, I've got a score to settle.
That guy Race may show up again.
If he does, we'll take him in the car and do the job right. You better ditch that package inside.
Now, Mark.
What is it? Get off!
Hold on, you're right. And this is the payoff for the poor.
What's the matter? Ain't you got that guy put away yet, Race?
This is one I want to chop up a little.
I quit Race.
Who hired you?
Nobody.
Oh, beauty, real Pippin.
Thank you, Marcus, my boy. Tie him up and drive him down to police headquarters. Tell the inspector to book them for McDermott's murder. I'm going after the man who hired them.
Okay, who was it? Who?
I'll know for sure when I find the package McDermott had. It's hidden inside. If I get it, I'll go pick up the 3rd singer for this trio.
Oh. Hello, Race.
Hello, Carlin. Manufacturing cans seems to call for late hours.
Well, I've got a big new account, Race.
Canning salt, I heard. You had to cancel all your other business to handle it. But Abernathy wouldn't let you cancel. With him, a bargain's a bargain.
So?
So, unless you can give them your entire output, you lose your salt company account. That was bad. So you had to figure out a way to put Krausmeyer and Abernathy out of business.
How could I hurt them? I only supply the cans.
I know. Cans like these. A pair of them, and they look the same.
Where did you get those?
From Joey Craig and Buddy Tanner, who are now in jail charged with the murder of McDermott. A murder you hired them for when McDermott got wise to your stunt. Here. Watch me. I'll unscrew the tops of the cans. Look. Worms in one of them alive. In the other, dead. McDermott found an old can and filled it. Nothing happened. But the latest batch of cans, those are the ones you washed out with a very strong DDT solution before you sent them over, aren't they? DDT to kill the worms before they reach market.
That's a silly theory, Race. I'll show you why. It's in this drawer. See?
A gun. I see. But you won't use it. You'd pay somebody to kill me if you had a chance, but you can't do it yourself. So I'm going to take that gun away from you.
Race, I warn you.
Drop it. Drop it!
I would have done it, Race. Just...
All right, Carlin. I'll take you down to police headquarters. As Krausmeyer said, when a fish gets hooked for the last time, He's at least got a right to something to eat. And you'll be able to order anything you want in the death house.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Michael Ann Barrett, Gunnar Peterson, Hal March, Bill Crawford, Wilms Herbert, and Dick Ryan. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for The Adventure of the Brooklyn Accent.
Was what you might call a damp night, the dampness being such that it persisted in sluicing down your neck and surging over your shoe tops. And as we sloshed along a deserted street, I caught a little moan from Mark Donovan.
Oh, brother. Just slap me with a bottle of champagne and call me to Normandy.
Cold, Mark?
That noise you hear ain't thunder, friend. It's my choppers hammering together. This is the sunny south, huh? Look, are you sure we're still in the state of Georgia? I figured we walked enough to be just outside Montreal.
I'm beginning to think I'm in a state of confusion. I keep getting the feeling that we've turned away from those docks. Have you heard the surf in the last few minutes?
I don't hear nothing but a ringing in my ears. Probably the first sign of pneumonia.
All right, you win. We'll go back to that cafe we passed in the last block.
Well, now you're talking. And if the place has good coffee, I'll forget all about the pneumonia.
Short order spot, presided over by an ancient counterman who greeted us with a lack-toothed grin. At a table, a couple of men and a girl sat munching hamburgers in an almost grim silence. But the place looked clean, and the old man looked clean, so Mark and I slid onto stools at the counter.
Yeah, what'll it be, gents? We got hamburgers and coffee.
And he asked us what'll it be. All right, Pop, serve him up. Make it heavy on the coffee, huh?
Yeah, the name's Pete, not Pop. I ain't so old. I just look this way from having to listen to guys like you.
Look, Pop, I'm just a quiet guy as don't wish harm to nobody. But make sure the coffee is hot, will you?
Yeah, how you want it? Black or ruined?
Both of them straight.
You know this town pretty well, Pete?
Yeah, like the black in me hand. I ain't no southerner. I'm from Jersey City.
No.
Don't happen to know a man by the name of Beating, do you? Eddie Beating?
Beating? Yeah, let me see. Little guy, Pat? Where's... No. Well, that fellow's name's something else. Does he live around here?
Has a boat, a schooner. And that's another thing. To get to the docks, do we turn right at the door or left?
Docks? Let's see now, the docks.
Knows the place like the back of his hand, he says. He means the back of his neck.
Yeah, you turn right. It's about 6 blocks.
You sure?
Was it, Jim? Took a walk down that way a couple of Sundays ago. What was that name again?
Beating. Edward Beating.
Yeah, sounds familiar, all right. It wouldn't be a tall, husky fellow that owns one of them coach dogs, would it?
Look, Pop, we're just looking for the guy. We don't know a thing about his dogs.
So you're just looking for the guy, huh? Why?
This was no native voice either. This was New York. New York the hard way. Manhattan via the alleys, the pool halls, the second-rate night spots. He had a heavy beard line, and he stacked up as being husky. He stood eyeing us with the curiosity of a weasel inspecting a nest full of eggs.
You heard me. I asked you why you were looking for Eddie Beating.
You make it sound illegal.
What do I have to do to get an answer? Extract it?
Look, what do you think you got here, pal? A couple of pigeons? If you want to talk to us, keep it gentle. Or waddle back to your table.
Both you boys feel that way?
The words, though rather inelegant, express my reaction precisely.
Jigger,
Yeah, Roxy?
come here.
Jigger's approach was methodical and practiced. A casual hand inserted itself inside the lapels of the jacket that draped a squat frame. His eyes, as he glided up to us, looked disinterested, almost glazed. The stare of the professional gunman.
Trouble, Roxy?
I don't know. These personalities come looking for Eddie Beating, and they don't want to say why. I wouldn't call that friendly, would you, Jigger?
No. I wouldn't call it friendly at all.
We don't mind telling you why we're looking for Beating.
No? Who are you guys?
My name is Race. This is Mark Donovan. Who are you?
I'm Roxy Clark.
And not a southern accent in the crowd.
Never mind the asides. What's the pitch on Eddie Beating?
I'm down here for the Fidelity Life Insurance Company. Edward Beating is beneficiary to a $20,000 policy that's now payable, and the company is anxious to make a settlement.
Who'd leave Eddie Beating 20,000 fish?
The deceased, I understand, was an uncle of his.
Oh, yeah? Jigger, what do you think about this?
To me, it sounds like a bowl of spaghetti.
Yeah, that's the way I figured. A big company working hard to ladle out 20 G's. It don't mesh.
Might seem strange, but with insurance outfits, it's done all the time. They consider it to be part of their contract.
That makes quite a line race, but I ain't buying it.
Hey, now I remember that fella. Owns a boat, don't he?
Yeah, that's right, Pop. Owns a sailboat. One of them go-to-sea sailboats.
Yeah, I know him now. Know his wife, too. They live 3-4 blocks from here. Greenhouse with yellow shutters. Let's see now. It's
Shut up.
Listen, I'll talk if I want to.
I said shut up.
You said it, but I ain't paying no attention. It's a free country, ain't it?
Pickle this warbler, Jigger.
Sure.
Hey, no. Wait a minute. You ain't gonna cuff me.
Get what's left of his teeth, Jigger, then maybe he won't be so lippy.
Come here, Pop.
No, you don't know.
Don't make me come after you. It'll be worse.
Cut it, Jigger. Just let's drop the whole thing.
Get out of my way.
There's no need to bother the old boy.
Hey, what are you asking for? Sampler? Okay, try this on your bridge weight.
Leading with your right, Jigger, I'm surprised at you.
It'll always be the same, Jigger, even if you come in with an axe. Jigger, can you hear me? Oh, brother, is he stiff.
Pretty handy with that stuff, ain't you, Race?
I haven't met your lady friend, Clark, but I'd like her to know I'm sorry for the disturbance.
Don't be sorry, Race. I always admire artistry. And that was sheer artistry. Wasn't it, Roxy?
Susan, stay out of this.
Roxy, darling, I've been completely quiet for at least 20 minutes, and that isn't like me at all. You're going to be around for a while, Race?
Susan, get out to the car.
Careful, pet. Your bad temper's showing. Race, I'm Susan Drake. I'm staying at the Jackson Hotel. It's been a bit boring the last day or so. Why don't you call me?
Race.
Yes, Clark?
This insurance deal, is it on the level?
Definitely.
So you have to keep looking for Beating. Is that it?
That's it. Why? Think I can't find him?
No, I wasn't thinking that. I was thinking of the mess of trouble you're going to find with him.
Hey, you there.
Uh-oh.
What are you doing out here this time of night?
What do you have, a 7 o'clock curfew?
Never mind the wisecracks. I'll just take you straight on in.
On what charge?
Oh, we can work that out. Vagrancy, for one thing. No visible means of support.
We've means of support, plenty of it.
If I say you ain't, you ain't. So quit arguing.
I'm sorry I said a word. I should know better.
That's sensible. Now, what are you doing around here?
I told him and showed credentials, which made it all right. He told us he was Gene Dinsey, chief of police, and we spent an hour leaning against his car listening to a confidential report on how he ran the town. It ended up with his driving us to the beating house. There was an old-fashioned pull bell, and the door was answered by a girl of about 15. She looked startled.
Yes, sir?
Hello. Is Mr. Beating in?
Not right now, but my mother's here, though.
Who is it, Mary?
It's two men, Mother. They want to see Daddy.
All right, I'll talk to him.
She seemed to be about 30. A handsome woman, even with faded makeup and a worried look about her eyes.
What is it you all want?
We're looking for Edward Beating.
Oh. He's my husband, but he ain't here now.
I understand he has a boat, a schooner that he operates for hire.
That's right. But it's already under charter.
Would you tell me where I could find it?
It's called the Jenny D, and it's at Callahan's Landing. Go down Powell Street as far as the docks and then turn left. Oh, and if you're going there now, you could do me a favor.
Surely.
Well, if you see my husband, tell him to come home. He's usually here at 5 and it's almost 9. I ain't like him. Well, he's got me bothered.
Still pretty cloudy with no sign of a moon. 8 to 5 says we get more rain.
That's a happy thought.
Look, Rice, what's with this guy Beating when you do catch up with him? Now that we know he's here, can't we just let it go at that?
There could be dozens of Edward Beatings. I have to identify this fellow as the right one.
Can't we do it tomorrow? I'd much rather be at the hotel playing canasta.
Wait a second, Mark.
What's the matter?
Another car coming up. I've got a feeling we're the ones it's interested in.
Oh, great. And us alongside 100 yards of board fence. If you're right, they really got us pegged. What's our play?
We move apart. If anything breaks, blast the left headlight. I'll take the right.
Okay.
Hiya, Race. Remember me?
It's Jigger, Race. The guy you slugged.
Yeah. And now I'm going to play a little tune.
All right, Mark! Up the alley and over the fence. You got the pail. Who's got the 10 cents? Oh, no.
Apparently you're still in the mood for music.
Oh, there you are. Listen, I'm in the mood to offer up thanks. That's the closest squawk I've had since I stole a cab in front of the Chicago Express. That goes for you.
I agree, but I think we win one of them.
Brother, I heard a yelp back there, and it wasn't no cry of delight. Imagine that guy coming after us with a chatterbox just 'cause you cooled him a little.
I wonder. Maybe it wasn't Jigger's idea at all.
Right now, I wouldn't put a slot machine slug on nothing. Oh, what do we do next? Still keep looking for that schooner?
Might be crowding our luck a little. Let's go back to the hotel and get a night's rest.
Race, come on, wake up. Will you wake up? There's something funny going on.
What time is it?
Come on, get with it. It's about 5.
5 o'clock in the morning and you want to chat? Go back to sleep.
Look, chum, I'm not kidding. There's a mob or something outside. Can't you hear it?
Yes, I do hear it.
Sure you hear it. It's just...
That's it. Just barge in. We always receive visitors at this hour.
Get up and get dressed, Grace. We have to get you out of here.
What for?
We got a lynch mob outside.
So that's what it is, huh?
What does a lynch mob have to do with us?
It seems like a lot of people know you boys have been looking for Beating. Now he's been found murdered. They aim to string you up for it.
Murdered?
That's moving a little fast, isn't it?
Yeah, we better move faster. So I'm going to have to place you under arrest.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Here was a venture with all the qualities of a nightmare. One of those things where nothing makes sense. We'd been in town only 48 hours, and now we were threatened with lynching. I tried to figure the angles as I got dressed, but nothing gelled.
Now, you fellas have got to cooperate on this. I can't guarantee to get you to safety.
Will this be your first lynching, Chief?
It will, and they ain't good for a man in my position.
Yeah, well, they ain't good for guys in our position either.
Come election time, and one side won't vote for you because you tried to stop it, and the other side won't vote for you
Because you failed to stop it. We understand. But there's something peculiar about this business, Chief.
Yeah, I'd say there is. Just take a listen out here, Race. Most of the guys what you're doing the yelling have got Brooklyn accents.
Are you sure?
Are you kidding? Listen to them Bronx cheers we're getting. You'd think we were the Giants at Ebbets Field.
There's your answer, Chief. It's not a real lynching party at all. It's a frame-up.
What do you mean?
Know a man by the name of Roxy Clark?
I certainly do. He charters Eddie Beaton's boat.
Know what he charters it for?
Gambling. Brings down parties of them wealthy New Yorkers, and they go out for 3 or 4 days at a time. Ain't none of my affair as long as they do it on the high seas.
Well, for some reason, Roxy Clark thinks I'm in his way. That's the reason for this phony lynching bee. Where did you get the tip that brought you here?
From a woman.
And her name?
When a woman gives out information like that over a phone, you ain't going to get a name. She wasn't no Southerner.
How do you plan to get us out of here?
I ain't figured it yet, but I...
Why don't you let us go by ourselves?
Why don't I... Why, you'd never make it.
We'll have a better chance than with you trying to buck that mob.
Well, you might be right. Okay, it's a deal. But if you don't make it, don't blame me.
If we don't make it, chum, we probably won't be around to blame you. Oh, this guy Clark must have quite a mob with him. It's a big crowd.
Start yelling about something, and you can always draw people who have nothing else to do.
Look, tell me, what are we looking for in this cellar window?
A door. And here it is. Take your hat and coat off.
Hat? I don't get it.
If we go out of here carrying something...
Oh, yeah, I get it. Well, we can use these empty cartons.
Good enough. Let's go.
You better take a look first.
Doesn't seem to be anyone around. Come on.
Hey, you guys, hold it.
Didn't see this lad at all. He must have been leaning against the side of the building.
Oh, great, and he's got that shotgun right on us.
Who are you guys?
We all work for the hotels.
Yeah? Well, I'm thinking different. Put on those boxes and start moving around the front.
All right. You're the boss!
Come on, Mark, let's go!
Jackson Hotel?
Has Miss Drake come in yet?
Yes, sir. I'll connect you. Hello?
Miss Drake, this is Frank Race. I'm making that call you suggested.
Oh. Well, hello. You called earlier this afternoon, didn't you?
Yes, I want to express my appreciation for what you did for me.
What I did for you?
Someone told the chief of police that I was in danger of being lynched. I got the impression it might have been you.
Look, Grace, I'm a rotten phone conversationalist. I tell you what, why don't you run over here and we could have a drink while we chat?
I'd better see you somewhere else. I got out of the Jackson Hotel this morning with some difficulty.
Where are you now?
Bar called the Flamingo Club.
Oh, I know where it is. You stay there, Race. I'll join you in a few minutes.
She took more than a few minutes. But when she came into the Flamingo Club, I was willing to admit that the wait had been worthwhile.
What are you drinking?
Scotch and soda. That is a fetching outfit.
You really like it?
You're a very fancy dish, baby.
So are crepes, that's darling.
What do I have here, a cynic? How about the drink? Martini, Manhattan?
Make it a scotch and soda.
2 of them, bartender. Mind if I tell you something about yourself, Miss Drake?
Maybe not.
You're the wealthy Susan Drake of New York. You've been amusing yourself with the excitement that surrounds Roxy Clark.
So?
You know what he does down here, don't you?
Is that why you brought me to this place?
Just to answer questions?
If it was, I've already changed my mind.
Of course I know why Roxy's down here.
What's the story on Beating? Why was he killed?
Oh, come, Race. What do you think I am, a police blotter?
If you think you could grow fond of me, give. Because I'm in need of it, baby. I'm in need of it.
Well, the only thing I can tell you about Beating is that he didn't like it when he found out what Roxy was doing with his boat.
Beating didn't know about the gambling setup when Roxy first chartered the schooner?
No. And when he did find out, he wanted no part of it. You see, I happened to hear the blow-up on that. Beating was going to cancel the charter.
Maybe that's the answer. Maybe that's the answer to everything. About an hour later, I dropped in at the Beating house. Mrs. Beating, swollen-eyed from crying, was baking pies.
Just like a woman, ain't it? But I have to do something.
They smell wonderful. I'll bet you're a fine cook.
I guess I'm pretty good. Maybe because I love it so much.
I told her about the insurance, and a noticeable lift came to the depression that had gripped her. She got out family documents for me, birth certificates, and a marriage license issued to her and Edward Beating in 1938.
But what about the money now that he's dead? Will it still come to us?
Certainly. It belonged to your husband.
Oh, excuse me, won't you? Hello? Why, yes. He's right here. It's for you.
For me? Thanks. Yes?
I had a hunch you'd be there. Guess who I'm with?
Why don't you tell me?
Roxy Clark. And he claims she didn't have nothing to do with that machine gunning deal.
How about the lynching frame-up?
Claims he did that just to scare us out of town. Wait a second. I'll let you talk with him.
Hello, Race. That's on the level about the gunning. That was Jigger Mentone's party.
Give my regards to Jigger.
I want to talk to you, Race. This thing is getting sticky. No sense of me being hooked by it.
Are you protesting your innocence, Roxy?
I want to talk to you. I'm going back to the Jackson right now. Can you meet me there?
All right. I'll see you there. But he didn't see me, even though I saw him. Because by the time I got to his suite at the Jackson Hotel, someone else had already been there. Someone who had put 2 bullets into Roxy Clark's body. I couldn't figure it. But after all, it was actually none of my affair. I had come to find the right beneficiary to a $20,000 life insurance policy, and this I had accomplished. Even though Beating was dead, the money would go to his family. So, 5 days later, Mark and I were at the local station, waiting to board a northbound train, with Susan Drake along as a fellow traveler. We also ran into other people we knew, Chief of Police Dinsey and Mrs. Beating and her daughter Mary.
All set, Race?
All set. I guess this is goodbye.
Not yet. I'm going to ride a ways with you, in case anything pops up like that lynching bee.
We can take care of ourselves, Chief.
Just the same, I'm coming along. How about you, Mary? Look as though you're traveling, too.
Yes, sir. Mother and I are going to Daddy's sister in North Carolina until we...
Yeah, we understand, honey. What do you got in the basket? Some of your mother's swell cooking?
That's right.
I'll bet it includes apple pie.
Not this time. Mother burned the pie she was baking the other day.
Well, here she comes.
Race, what are you doing prowling around in the middle of the night?
I've been keeping a death watch, Mark.
A death watch?
I think I've got the key to those killings. But I'm going to have to wait for a play to be made.
Chum, there's something else, too.
What?
We have another acquaintance on this train. Jigger Mentone.
Old home week.
Yeah, huh? Look, what kind of pitch you making, Race?
I don't know yet, but... Wait. I wouldn't close that door, Mrs. Beating.
Mr. Race.
Do you mind if we go in?
Mind? Of course I mind.
Sorry, we're going in anyway. You better stay with us.
Yeah, you... Hey, look at the girl. She's been slugged.
Yes, and the next move would have been to carry her to the rear platform and toss her off the train. Wouldn't it, Mrs. Beating?
My own daughter? You're insane.
Not your daughter, Mrs. Beating, your stepdaughter. Mary is 15 years old, and you weren't married to her father until 1938. Figure it for yourself.
You get out of here.
What was the motive? Your husband's will, leaving everything to the girl? You fought with your husband, didn't you? Because he objected to Roxy Clark using his schooner as a gambling ship, because he was going to revoke the charter. You didn't like that, did you, Mrs. Beating? It was letting too much easy money get away. So you murdered your husband.
You're just talking. You don't know that.
I know you killed Roxy Clark. You killed him because he didn't like being implicated and was going to talk. I know you killed him because you burned your pies that day. A good cook won't burn pies, Mrs. Beating, not unless she leaves them suddenly to kill a man, perhaps. Get some water for the girl, Mark. She should have plenty to say when she comes to.
You ain't getting water for nobody. Move back before this thing in my hand starts talking.
It's about time you got here.
Sorry, Mark, I missed on this one. So you thought you'd cut in, did you, Jigger?
What are we going to do, Jigger? We can't shoot him right here.
No, but I can do the same to them that you did to the kid. I owe this guy something anyway.
Too slow again, Jigger.
Yeah, well, see if that's right.
Well, this time Jigger's jig is up. Don't try to get away, lady.
Where did you find that pistol, Mark?
Must belong to the lady. It was in this open bag right here. All I had to do was reach for it.
Be ironic if it turns out to be the gun that killed Beating and Roxy Clark, won't it?
Yeah.
I'll get the water for the girl from this sink.
All right. Hey, you know something, Race? This has been a funny deal. We started out to find a guy in a boat. We never got near either one of them.
Race, what's going on?
Give me a hand with this girl, will you, baby? You smell good.
Race, never mind the perfume. What's been happening?
Something rather unpleasant, baby. But you know, before we reach New York, this trip may turn out to be most enjoyable.
Adventures of Frank Ray, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Frank Lovejoy, Wilms Herbert, Lillian Byatt, Bill Johnstone, and Michael Ann Barrett. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Michael Roy speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for The Adventure of the Juvenile Passenger.
The evening had been a turkey. Following a dull dinner, I'd been collared by my hostess, a woman with about as much depth as a wading pool. The conversation had been a 3-hour filibuster, with me effecting my escape only after a farewell scene that would have odorized any little theater in the land. So now I was settling into bed with a sigh of relief. The windows were open, the light was out. I could call it a... No. Yes,
Well, about time you got home. Where you been?
Let's not talk about that. What do you want?
I'll be parking a cab in front of your place in about 5 minutes. Will you come down?
For heaven's sakes, why?
I got trouble, Race. I need your help.
No, bring your trouble up here. I'm in bed.
That's just it. I can't. You gotta come down, Race. I need you.
Oh, we'll make it 10 minutes. This had better be good.
So take a gander back there.
Oh, it's a girl.
Yeah. And how old would you say she was?
14, possibly.
All right. She's 14 and riding around in my cab at 1 o'clock in the morning. She ain't got the dough to pay her fare, and she says she'll kill herself if I don't keep driving her. That ain't a ladle of trouble I'll put in, which is...
It'll do. What's your name, dear?
I don't care to say.
How long's she been riding with you, Mark?
Since 11 o'clock.
How'd you happen to pick her up?
I didn't. I step into a cafe for a few minutes to lap up a cup of coffee. When I come out, there she is, already in the cab. I tried to head for a precinct house once, but she put the nix on it. She knows New York as well as I do.
Well, let's all go for a ride. Drive around, Mark. I'll talk to her. You could tell me your first name. That wouldn't give anything away.
It's Mary.
Look, no use being mad at me. I'm a stranger.
I'm not mad.
Trouble at home?
I don't live at home.
Relatives?
I stay at an orphanage.
Nothing wrong with that.
No, there's nothing wrong with it except... Well, how would you like it if someone were trying to send you to jail?
Someone at the orphanage?
Just the head of it, that's all.
No one can send you to jail if you haven't done anything wrong.
She claims I steal things. I don't, but... What's the use? You won't believe me either.
I believe you. I'd like to help you.
You can't do anything. Nobody can do anything.
What are you supposed to have stolen?
Some jewelry.
You like jewelry?
Sure, I like it. All girls do. But I didn't take any, even if they did find it in my mattress.
Then tell them so. Well, let me take you back.
No.
Well, you can't keep riding around in this cab all night.
Nobody wants to help me. Nobody.
I said I'll help you, and I will. Oh, forget about going back to the orphanage. But you must have friends, someone with whom you can spend the night. Then, tomorrow...
I don't know anyone. Except Pharaoh Gillis.
I'm afraid a man won't do.
Oh, Ferris Gillis is a lady. She's swell. She came to the orphanage a couple of times and told me to come and see her anytime I wanted to.
You know where she lives?
We could find it in the phone book.
We found it in the phone book. An apartment hotel in the 60s, a place called the Wellington Arms. With the lady we sought seemed to be out. But we didn't exactly draw a blank. While we were still pushing the buzzer to her apartment on the second floor, the elevator clicked to a stop and 3 men got out. We drew their instant attention.
Looking for somebody?
He could have been the kid who takes your tickets at the theater. Skin was clear. He hadn't been shaving very long. He wore a bow tie and a pork pie hat, but his voice matched his eyes. And his eyes had all the warmth of wet pebbles.
You heard me. You can turn off that look of inspection. I ain't liking it.
We came to see Pharaoh Gillis.
Who's the kid?
Her name's Mary.
Mary what?
What difference does it make?
It's all right. I'll tell him. It's Leonard. Mary Leonard.
Reads like an act to me. Vinny, you and Lou take him down to the car. Fogel might want to look at him. I'll go through the apartment.
You may as well all go through the apartment. The youngster and I are going down by ourselves.
What are you trying to do, act hard? I figure you ought to go downstairs with the boys. What do you want, a written invitation?
I just want to be understood, clearly. I have an automatic in my pocket. I'm gripping it. Take the elevator, Mary. Get onto the cab. Tell Mark I may be able to use him. Scoop.
All right.
You don't think you're gonna make me stick, do you?
I'm willing to try. What's the matter, Vinny? Need a smoke? Keep your hands where they are. You can wait.
You know, I figure you do have an iron in that pocket.
Clever of you.
But I'm figuring something else, too. You didn't expect to run into us either.
Who'd want to?
So I'm betting the iron ain't loaded.
You go to a lot of trouble, don't you? Why don't you relax, boy? We're strangers. We've never seen each other before. we just nod, go our respective ways, we'll both stay happy.
Now I'm sure you ain't got that gun loaded.
He had me. And here was a boy who plainly liked violence for its own sake. There's nothing left for me but the stairwell, so I vaulted the banister and got a decent fall.
Hey, what goes? I was just coming up.
Come in, let's go.
Where to?
To that orphanage. This youngster's taken up enough of our time tonight. There were cars parked in front of the orphanage, and lights still on inside. In the office, a sort of conference seemed to have taken place. But we got an instantaneous reaction from a woman of about 50, a woman whose face suggested that she wanted no fun out of life and resented anyone else trying for it.
Well, just where have you been, young lady?
Who is this, Mary?
Mrs. Barclay. She's head matron.
Good evening, Mrs. Barclay.
Well?
My name's Race. I'm a private investigator. I'm acting on this young lady's behalf.
Gosh. You are you? Well, I'll have you know...
Pardon me, Mrs. Buckley. Now, where did you find this girl, Mr. Reyes?
I have a friend who drives a taxi. Mary was one of his fares tonight. And she seemed upset, and he found it a problem. So he called on me.
I see.
I don't believe we've met.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Paul Westerhaven. This is Miss Doris Sanford. Possibly you know Winthrop Gravel. Everyone does.
Paul Westerhaven. Plays polo the way Stan Musial plays baseball. Horses and money. Plenty of both. Doris Sanford I'd never seen before. A definite loss on my part. She was lovely even under the glare of a light that gave Mrs. Barclay's face the look of a boiled potato. If you were any kind of a sharpshooter, Winthrop Gravel was a name to flinch at. He scribed a hard-hitting newspaper column that went in for reform.
You might be interested to know, Race, that we're here because of this girl's disappearance.
She's utterly incorrigible. We've been able to do absolutely nothing with her.
You ever try being kind?
Well, it is somewhat of a problem, Reyes. This is the second time the girl has run off. We've been fortunate that no bad publicity has developed.
Now, where does Farrell Gillis fit into the picture?
Oh, that woman.
Who is Farrell Gillis?
Well, she's rather well known, Paul. Operates as a gambler.
As far as I'm concerned, she's a pretender and a liar.
Why do you have that opinion?
A month or so ago, Miss Gillis promised to donate the cost of a new building for the orphanage. She seemed quite enthusiastic at the time, but nothing came of it.
Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to say goodnight. I'll come and see you tomorrow, Mary. We'll talk this over.
All right.
And if I've seemed abrupt, Mrs. Barclay, I apologize. I don't imagine your job is a breeze by any means.
Certainly isn't.
Next morning, I went back to the apartment hotel that housed Farrell Gillis. The manager, pink-skinned man with a mouth that puckered as he talked, was still agog over the shot that had been fired the night before, but didn't connect me with it. When I mentioned Farrell Gillis, he puckered and shook his head.
No, she hasn't been here for a week. She often goes away like that, but never tells us where.
Oh, know anyone else who might know where she is?
No one. She's a very strange woman. Gambles, you know.
How about her lawyer?
I don't believe she has one.
Know where she banks?
She doesn't. I know that for a fact. Everything in cash with Miss Gillis. It's an idiosyncrasy of hers. Always carries cash. Pays us in cash, pays everyone in cash. It must be a gambling instinct.
Yeah, quite likely. Well, thanks.
Oh, that's all right, Mr. Racer. Didn't you say you were an investigator?
Yes.
Well, I'm always willing to help investigators. Always.
The house in which Doris Sanford lived had the look that spells lots of family background. The size that spells money. I was curious to know if Miss Sanford would appear as lovely by daylight as she had the night before. She did. And then some.
I can say one thing. You don't look as grim as you did last night.
It was a rough evening.
You care for a drink?
It was a little early. I'd rather wait. Oh, you have a charming house. Makes a nice frame for you.
You couldn't pay me a nicer compliment.
Oh, yes, I could. It was just a warm-up shot.
You know, you couldn't have looked grim last night.
Speaking of the orphanage, I've just come from there. I had a talk with a kid. She isn't very happy.
I know. We've got to do something for her.
How about that Buckley lady?
Oh, she's all right. She lost her sister last month, and they were very close. She's making a bit of an adjustment. She'll get over it.
She seemed to be adjusting at the expense of that kid. How does a woman like Pharaoh Gillis tie in with the orphanage?
Well, it seems that she stayed there as a child. She comes in every once in a while for a visit.
You know, this building she was going to underwrite, how much was it going to cost?
$50,000.
Nice bundle of money.
Yes, it is. But you can see Mrs. Barclay's side of it. She was pretty excited at the prospect.
That drink you mentioned, couldn't we have it somewhere tonight? And dinner to go with it?
That sounds as though it might be fun.
But you have another engagement.
I could break it, couldn't I?
I like the way you say that.
Will you call for me?
With my hair combed and my face ashine.
All right, Ray. It's a date.
What have you been doing, shopping?
Oh, hello, Mark. I didn't know you were here.
Well, after last night, I thought you'd be home early, so I came up. What'd you buy?
A black felt hat for evening wear.
I thought you had one of them.
I do. But when I pulled it out today, I found a bullet hole in it.
Huh? Wonder where you got that. Hey, a guy called about 15 minutes ago. A fella by the name of Tully.
Tully?
Yeah.
Oh, he's the manager of the Wellington Arms.
Yeah, that's the one. Said to tell you Pharaoh Gillis is back. Does that sound important?
It might be. I've still got a couple of free hours, Mark. Drive me over there, will you? I found the door to the apartment slightly ajar, so I knocked. I thought I heard a voice say, "Come in," so I did. She was reclining on a divan, a woman of perhaps 60. She had a theatrical look. Her skin was heavy with makeup, her hair tinted a flamboyant red. She was smiling at me, and the set of her features indicated that she was used to smiling. There was only one thing wrong with the picture. Someone had stabbed a knife into her chest. She was dead.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Finding someone murdered always presents one serious problem. Should you notify the police? If you do, you're going to find yourself involved. If you don't, you may find yourself even more involved. But this time, I didn't have to carry out my decision. Just as I picked up the phone, a voice spoke to me in the same soft tones that had invited me into the room.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
He'd stepped out from behind a bookcase partition. And dapper serves as a one-word description. He could have been something from a style page in Esquire. He even had the leer to go with it. With him was Slate, the lad who had caused me to vault into the stairwell. The hood called Vinny was also along.
I'm Johnny Fogel. The lady is a friend of mine.
If we're going to discuss the lady, we may as well get into the past tense, don't you think?
Yeah, you see, Johnny, you're sugar cookie, like I told you. You ain't gonna get nowhere with him unless you raise a few lumps on him first.
Were you a friend of the lady?
Well, to my knowledge, this is the first time I've ever laid eyes on her.
Maybe I should have said the lady was a partner of mine.
Yeah, I understand she was in an interesting business.
The most interesting business there is. A few weeks ago, she made a killing, a real big killing.
Yes?
I gave her the tip that clicked for her, so I sort of figure that now she's gone, Lord rest her soul, I'm straight in line to be the heir to what she left behind.
I suppose that's a logical pattern of reasoning for a person of your temperament.
Talk so Johnny can get what you mean.
Never mind, Slate. I get what he means, and I think he gets what I mean.
Let's not waste each other's time, Fogel.
Don't reach for that phone, pal. You ain't gonna call nobody. Frisk him, Slate.
I wouldn't worry none, Johnny. He's got a gun, but it's never loaded. I'd take it just the same and keep it for you, chum.
You see, Race? It's like this. You coming in here made it kind of embarrassing. A little embarrassing for us, more embarrassing for you. Because it ain't gonna be sensible for me to let you go walking out, is it?
You want something, Fogel. What is it?
Pharaoh's dough. I happen to know she was heeled with better than 50 grand.
And with the way every drawer in the apartment seems to have been so neatly emptied, I'd say you'd been looking for it.
Farrell wouldn't have been keeping the dough here. She wasn't that kind.
I haven't the slightest idea what Farrell Gillis was like. You may as well know that I can't tell you a thing about her money.
That's the trouble with you guys. You always want to play a lone hand. Let's get him out of here, Slate.
Start moving, Race. And this time you ain't getting away with no phony moves.
Miss Slate pushed me past the door. Fogel lingered for a last look at Farrell Gillis, which meant that Slate and I started downstairs by ourselves. He insisted on walking right behind me, so after about 6 steps, I simply sat down in front of him. He instantly went over me and crashed on the landing below. I leaped after him, but there was only time to regain my pistol before Fogel appeared at the top of the stairs.
Drop that gun, Race!
I went the rest of the way on the run, past a gaping manager in the foyer, up to a gaping Mark Donovan at curbside.
Oh, not again. Every time you go in that place, you get chased out by bullets.
Get me home in a hurry, Mark. I'm due to pick up a most attractive girl in less than 30 minutes.
Candlelight. Wine. I might have known you'd do it this way, Race.
I couldn't think of you in any other surroundings. Not at this time, anyway.
You're nice.
You're beautiful. Tell me something.
Ask it.
Each time I've seen you, you've worn black.
It's for my father. He died less than a year ago.
I'm sorry.
You don't have to be. You're observant. I like that. It's flattering. In fact, I seem to like everything about you, Race.
What would you like to do after dinner?
Go home. The butler will have the fire going, and I thought we could just talk.
The fire was going, as she'd promised. And for the first time in years, I munched freshly roasted popcorn dripping with butter.
I love this house, Race. My father left me a fortune, but out of everything, I think I appreciate this house the most. This house and all the things that go with it. Look, these are some linens my mother received when she was married. Aren't they beautiful?
She looked unbelievably lovely in the firelight. She gracefully showed me the fabrics, then carefully folded them, placed them on a nearby table.
It's the last one. Now it's your turn. What would you like to do?
Take you in my arms.
You think that's going to be hard?
Might lead to complications. You know, you show signs of being a very domestic young lady.
Why don't you kiss me? You'll find I have other qualities, too.
I beg pardon, Miss Sam. Mr. Grave will see you.
I'm just going to barge in, Doris. Oh, I didn't know you had company.
It's Mr. Race. You remember Winthrop. You met him last night.
Oh, yes. Of course I remember. I came to see you about that youngster. She's been arrested, Doris.
Arrested? Mary Leonard?
Well, it seems that Mrs. Barclay made a report to the police about the missing jewelry.
Oh, no. We'll have to run down and get the child out.
Well, I'm afraid they don't grant bail on a murder charge.
Murder?
Murder?
One of the items the police recovered from the girl was a diamond earring. The mate to it was found today in the apartment of Farrell Gillis, along with Miss Gillis's body. So it seems that the orphanage has been harboring a juvenile murderess.
I saw Mary Leonard the next morning. She had no tears for me. She was terribly quiet, terribly white.
I told you no one could do anything for me. Didn't I, Mr. Race?
Well, I haven't been able to do much, have I, Mary? But I want you to know that I've got an idea about this affair. It's just an idea, and a pretty hazy one at that. But it might lead somewhere. I'll keep in touch with you. For the rest of the day, I had Mark out gathering information, while I busied myself doing the same thing. We got together at 5 o'clock.
You know something? You were right about that Gillis dame. She flipped though around like nothing. And the moolah she give away, I should have known that lady.
Did you visit Mary Leonard?
Yeah, I saw the kid. Yeah, Ray, she's scared. She's really scared. They're gonna have to let the newspapers in on a deal, unless you turn up something.
about an hour later that I got a call from Doris Sanford.
Race, can you come to see me right away? It's important.
Trouble?
Well, in a way. Nothing to do with the orphanage. But it does concern us.
Well, let me see. I'm expecting a report on something, but I know what I'll do. I'll call and tell them to get in touch with me at your place. I'll be right over.
It's Winthrop Grable, Race. He thinks he's in love with me, and he's become insanely jealous of you.
Can't help that, can we? After all, he's a big boy now.
But he can hurt you with that column of his.
There's a phone call for Mr. Race, Miss Sanford.
I took it in the library. It was the report I'd been waiting for. When I got back to Doris, I found Winthrop Grable with her. He greeted me with a frigid nod. His face was flushed, and his eyes had a too bright look.
Was it the call you've been expecting, Race?
Yes. It seems that Pharaoh Gillis not only made a promise to give $50,000 to the orphanage, but she actually delivered the money.
What are you talking about?
Pharaoh Gillis always did everything with cash, and that's the way it was handed over. $50,000 in United States currency. I guess it was too much for the party who accepted it, because nothing was ever said about it. And that's why Pharaoh Gillis was murdered.
So where do we go from there?
To the fact that Pharaoh Gillis wasn't murdered just to keep her silent. Drawers and cupboards had been emptied in the apartment. She'd evidently obtained a receipt for the money, which the killer wanted, and got, I believe.
And I suppose you know all about the killer's identity, eh?
I do know.
Who did it, Race?
You did, darling. I got my lead on that from the way you folded those linens last night.
The way I folded the linens.
So carefully, so meticulously. The same way everything was handled in Pharaoh Gillis's apartment. You were disturbed before you could put the things back, but you left everything so neatly piled.
You're being ridiculous, Race. I just inherited a fortune from my father.
I know. But this afternoon I learned that it wasn't a very liquid fortune. Not much money. So inheritance taxes were going to cripple you, make you sacrifice a big slice of your holdings. I think the courts will accept that as a pretty good motive.
Oh, you're wrong, Race.
No, I'm not. The item I particularly don't like is the way you set that little girl up for a patsy. Framing her with some frowsy jewelry. Planting the stuff so she'd not only be suspected of thievery, but of murder as well.
Win, this man is trying to frame me.
Yes, but he's not going to get away with it.
Put that gun away, Grable. She's making a fool of you.
No, you've been trying to make a fool of me. Making passes at her when you knew she was engaged to me. And it's the last pass you'll make at any woman. Why, you...
Sorry, Grable. I can only allow you one miss.
Oh!
Race,
Yes, dear.
I've been thinking of taking a trip to Lake Louise. Why don't you come with me? After all, you can't prove I did anything. That receipt is no longer in existence, nor the duplicate.
I know. But you wrote pretty heavily when you made it out. Heavily enough to mark up the blank underneath. That was what my report was about. The police lab was able to show it all up. The amount and your signature. And you can put down that poker, darling, before I forget I'm a gentleman.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Michael Ann Barrett, Jack Crucian, Jack Carrington, and Bert Holland. This series is written and directed by Joel Murcott and Buckley Angel. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. We join Frank Race for the adventure of the fourth round knockout.
If it ever came to a war between Brooklyn and the rest of the world, I'd be tempted to bet on Brooklyn. Whatever they go for there, they go for with spirit, whether it be the Dodgers or boxing matches in one of the small local clubs. Mark Donovan, a native son, had dragged me over to one of the clubs to see a young heavyweight on the way up the ladder.
I bet you never expected to see a fight like this, Race, huh? Look at him there in the corner, fresh as a daisy. Go on, kill him this round, Freddie, kill him!
And that boy of yours is a rough customer.
Freddie? Sure. Used to be a longshoreman before Mike Lang picked him up. Mike used to push a cab before he became a fight manager.
Well, I'll admit I never saw a fight like this one before. Tell me, Marcus, haven't they ever heard of the Marcus of Queensbury?
No. Who's he?
I'll tell you later.
This is station WBKL, the voice of Brooklyn, coming to you from the ringside of the Red Hook Stadium. Fourth round of the main event between Freddie Natchez and Joe Kenny. Freddie has had things all his own way tonight. He's moving into the center of the ring, and Kenny's backpedaling. Oh, Freddie moved in fast and caught Kenny with a straight left jab. Kenny is back on the ropes, and Freddie's pounding him with rights and lefts. On into La Panza, Freddie! To La Panza! Kenny twists away. He's mighty tired, though. Freddie's shuffling after him. He intends to finish it in this round. And another right and left to Kenny's midsection and a left to the side of the head. Freddie's had that right hand cocked. He's looking for a Sunday punch opening, and there... Oh, Kenny ducked away and flicked the light left into Freddie's face. Didn't seem much of a punch, but Freddie's backing up a little. He's falling. Freddie Natchez is down. The referee's counting. 5, 6. Hey, what a palopa. Come on, get up, you bum.
Take it easy, Mark.
Hey, so the fight. Who's he kidding?
Let's get out of here.
I want to go back to the dressing room and see Mike Lang. Oh, boy, will he be sore. I wish Mike would come out or let us in or something.
You said he'd be out as soon as the doctor got finished with Freddie.
Doctor? What's that Palooka need a doctor for? He was hardly hit.
Well, it didn't seem as though he was, but I don't know, Mark. It was a funny fall.
That wasn't no fall. It was a dive. He went into the tank like Esther Williams at the... Oh. Hello, Mike. Tough break, fella.
Yeah, Mark, yeah.
That double-crossing... I like to go in and slug him myself, but... What's the matter, Mike? Oh, come on, don't take it so hard.
He's dead, Mark. Freddie's dead.
Dead?
Well, it didn't seem like much of a punch, Mike.
It wasn't. That isn't what killed him. He was poisoned.
Poison?
So the doc says. But I don't know. I don't know how.
Well, who was around him before the fight?
Nobody but me. I was the only one with him for the last 4 hours, right up until the time he climbed into the ring. Afraid I'm in a jam.
Did Freddie have any enemies, Mike?
Who doesn't?
Well, I mean, is there anybody in particular who might have wanted him out of the way? Was there anything unusual about this fight?
Well, there was a lot of betting, Race. Too much for a small club bout.
That means that somebody might have made a big killing.
Yeah, but who? Wasn't one of the big plungers. Most of them bet on my boy.
Any particular gambler around here who goes for nothing but sure things?
Oh, yeah. Benny Sloat, but he's clear on this one. I saw him bet $1,000 on Freddie just last night. Race, I know you get big dough for your work, and I ain't got that kind of money, but...
You're a friend of Mark's, that's good enough.
Oh, what are we going to do, Race?
Well, let's look up the sure thing boy, Benny Sloat. You know where he lives?
Yeah, sure. He's got kind of a mansion up in the hills off Grand Central Parkway. Ravine Road.
You better drive me up there.
Sloat. I seem to connect that name with recent headlines, Mark.
Yeah. He got a big splash, something about fixing a favorite at the track. The horse lost, and they say Benny raked in 100 G's. Oh, here's Ravine Road now. Better lock the door on your side, Race.
Lock it? Why?
Pretty narrow road, a lot of sharp turns.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah, I know the road pretty good, though. Used to drive Benny around a lot before he got that foreign guy so nuts about. Canary yellow job.
Sounds like he makes gambling pay well.
Oh, brother, you can say that again. Hey, turn my rear vision mirror up, will you?
Right. That okay?
Yeah. Guy behind us has his brights and a spotlight going to a blinding me.
Perfect vision's mandatory on this run. The man with the spotlight seems anxious to pass us.
He can't. Too narrow, too many cars. I'll let him by when we come to a straightaway in the road.
He isn't waiting, Mark. He's coming around us.
Hey, look out! Just throw Wally out! I'm gonna get that guy, Race.
Yeah. I'd like to say a few words to him myself.
Be able to follow his taillight as soon as we make up some ground.
We're making it fast. There's the light now.
Yeah, we're getting it.
Curb sign there.
Let's see it.
There's the car.
Good. I'm gonna push right in his baby's tail until he stops.
Light's deceptive, Mark, but that car seems to be bright yellow.
Hey, it is. That must be Benny Sloat's job I told you about.
It seems to be slowing down.
Yeah, he knows we're tailing him. Probably scared stiff.
He's stopping.
That's all we. Brother, here's where I read the riot act to this character.
Well, I'd like to add a few words of my own.
Oh, yellow rat. He may be getting out of his car.
Well, probably wants to hear what we have to say first. That's pretty dangerous driving you did back there, friend. What was your hurry?
Yeah, Benny, what's the idea? You want to kill somebody with a...
Never mind, Mark.
Never mind, when a guy Oh.
I guess we have nothing to say to Benny Sloat after all.
Yeah, but Race, we followed this guy over a winding road doing better than 60. We were less than 30 feet behind him. He's alone in a car.
I know all that, Mark, but just the same, Benny Sloat's dead.
Look, Race, maybe we ought to call in the cops.
Well, they'll come in soon enough. I'd like to clear Mike Lang before any arrests made.
All right, you're the boss. Here's Benny Sloat's house now. Go on, I should come in with you.
No, you make the rounds of the gambling hangouts. See if there's any talk floating around about the fight, the gambling part of it.
Right.
Then go back to my apartment and wait for a call from me. Mark drove off, and I studied the exterior of the house that Sure Things built. It was in excellent taste, plenty of glass and brick, much bigger than it seemed at first glance. I decided to see if the interior matched.
Yes?
One look at the woman in the doorway was enough to tell me who had provided the aspects of good taste in the life of the late Benny Sloat. Fashions from Paris had taken care of her dress, but they didn't come close to what nature had provided for the filling. Here was a woman no man could ever whistle at. It takes breath to whistle.
May I help you?
Is this the Sloat residence?
Mr. Sloat isn't home.
No, he's as close as he'll ever get, though. May I come in?
Well,
I'm not selling anything, really. I just want to discuss a dead man I found up the road.
Come in.
She snapped the light on as we went into the living room. But the room wasn't empty. 2 glasses were on the coffee table in front of the fireplace, and a slightly balding man was sitting stiffly on the divan.
Mr.
Race. Frank Race.
Mr. Race, this is Mr. Honigman.
A pleasure, Mr. Race.
Hello.
Mr. Honigman was just leaving.
Yes, I was just leaving. I'll send you the statements in the morning, Miriam.
Mr. Honigman is our investment counselor, Mr. Race.
Oh, very interesting business.
Oh, rather dull, really. Facts and figures. Most people just aren't cautious enough to handle their own affairs.
Does anybody have a match?
Allow me, Miriam.
Look out, you clumsy fool!
There, it's out. No harm done. Burn yourself, Honigman?
No, the whole book of matches just flared up in my hand.
Well, it's a bad habit folding the cover over behind the matches.
Yes, stupid of me. Well, good night.
Good night.
Good night, Honigman. Now, Mr. Race?
I was driving along your road with a friend. A man in a yellow car almost drove us off the road.
My husband?
An exceedingly heavy man, about 50.
Not heavy. Fat. And 55.
But you're...
22, Mr. Race.
We followed Mr. Sloat. When we reached his car, he was dead.
I could still use a light for this cigarette.
What makes you so emotional, Mrs. Sloat?
I asked you for a light, Mr. Race.
Of course. Here you are. You'll forgive me for being so old-fashioned about dead husbands.
Thank you for the light.
Oh, you're welcome. Now shall I mix us a few martinis and get some dance music on the radio?
You needn't be sarcastic, Mr. Race. My husband's death is not unexpected. And it's neither a shock nor a loss.
Why not unexpected?
Well, he's had a very serious heart ailment for many years.
Well, that could do it. But I don't think so. You see, I've had a sneaking suspicion that's grown a bit stronger since I came in here.
What do you mean?
I think your husband's been murdered, Mrs. Sloat. Just as Freddie Natchez was murdered in the ring a few hours ago.
Oh.
You ought to put on some fresh makeup. You're pale. Your hand's shaking just a little.
Well, isn't that understandable with my husband dead?
He was dead when I lit your cigarette a moment ago.
It must have been his heart, Mr. Race. What motive?
Motive? Well, let's take yours, for instance.
Mine?
You obviously hated him.
Well, so did a lot of other people.
Yeah, I'll take your word for that.
Benny made my life miserable. I had orders to stay away from other people, men or women. I wasn't even allowed to let anybody into the house unless he was home.
Including Honigman.
Oh, Honigman's different.
Not the romantic type, huh?
Benny was a jealous fool.
I think that's a story you'd better tell the police.
I think I can convince you that isn't necessary, Mr. Race, if you'll give me the chance. There's something I'd like to show you.
What?
It's in this drawer over here. Does this convince you, Mr. Race?
An automatic pistol. Well, that's always convincing.
I'm not going to have you involving me in this. Do you understand?
An automatic demands a lot of respect and complete attention. But mine was distracted momentarily by a movement outside the window.
You needn't look for help, Mr. Race. This house is quite isolated.
I know it is. You said your husband had enemies. Do you have a choice few of your own?
Why?
May be very important to know in the next few moments. Do you know how to use that cannon you're pointing at me?
I assure you, I'm an expert.
Let me have a demonstration. Do you think you can hit that lamp, put it out quickly?
What are you getting at?
I'm not sure, but I think I'm trying to save your life. Don't look now, but there's a man outside in your garden. No, don't turn. He has a rifle, I think.
Harry Connors.
I don't know if he's going to shoot you or me. If it's you he's after, it might be to your advantage to get rid of that light.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Miriam Sloat fired a split second before the man outside the window had let go with his rifle. And I dived to the first sound, dropping her to the floor behind the divan and away from the window. We found each other in the dark. You all right?
Yes.
That was a good shot. Crawl over behind the sofa.
What are you going to do?
Wait. Until your Harry Connors comes in and see if he hit anything.
That's him.
Will you gamble on something?
What?
There's no point in risking a shooting match in the dark. Give me time to crawl part way to the door, then throw your gun at the window.
All right.
Miriam? Miriam? I hear you in there. Answer me. Miriam!
Well, nice work, Miriam. All right, turn on the light.
He was going to kill me, wasn't he?
He certainly didn't come courting you, young widow. I suppose you tell me who Harry Connors is. Because he's coming to it and may get very busy around here again.
Harry and I were engaged before I married Benny. He introduced us.
Well, how did he come to know Sloat?
Harry used to make bets for Benny when Benny didn't want other people to know his money was up.
When was the last time?
Just before Benny and I were married, 3 months ago. They had a fight.
About you getting married?
Yes. Harry said he'd kill both of us.
Well, he's ought to keep half his promise. Or maybe finish the last half. You'd pardon me while I ruin your draperies.
What are you going to do?
Tell your friend to hurry up. Tuck him away in a closet for a while we enjoy a nice drive in the cool night air.
Where are we going?
To call my friend Mark Donovan. Pay a visit to a fighter named Joe Kenny who knocked Freddie Natchez out of this world.
Is Kenny's joint right here?
Good. You and Mrs. Sloat take a few turns around the block. I want to talk to Kenny alone.
Right, Race. Yell if you need me, huh? Yeah?
Benny Sloat sent me.
Come in. Look, Benny wants me to front for him and not just kill him. Tell him I'm not going to do it, the dirty double-crosser.
Benny doesn't want you to get excited.
Excited? What's the matter? Was he too yellow to come up here himself? I don't want to be mixed up in this. Poison, murder, it ain't my line.
Well, something went wrong.
Yeah, you can say that again. I'm set up to take a dive in the 6th. And then Freddie curls up and dies on me in the 4th.
Well, Benny says you'll get your money back.
I better get it back. Every cent I had after 11 years in the ring. I'm too old. I was willing to make one killing, but not the kind Natchez got. All I wanted was dough.
All right. Just don't talk and you'll break even.
I'll talk, all right, if anybody starts to finger me at the inquest. Benny's too smart. We were all supposed to be betting on Natchez. But I know how he switched his action to me, placing his dough against mine and everybody else's.
You bet $1,000 on Natchez.
Yeah. I should have gotten wise right then. Benny wouldn't bet one lousy grand on a sure thing. You know him better than that. Or do you?
What do you mean?
You're not one of Benny's boys. I never saw you before. You're a cop.
No,
You're a cop. You're trying to frame me.
I'll take it easy, Ken.
No, you ain't getting me.
He came at me like a bull. He was an old fighter, and his reflexes were just trifle slow, but he could hit. Cut me one under the heart, and my knees buckled. But I caught him behind the knees and dumped him to the floor. I ground my heel into his shin as he got up. He jerked forward slightly, and I planted one low in his stomach, and I let him have an elbow on the side of the jaw. And I pounced on him as he fell. All right, now, Kenny. Don't move or I'll break your wrist.
All right, cop. You got me.
I told you I'm not a cop. I'm investigating for Mike Lang, Freddie's manager. All I want is to save his neck.
You on the level?
Yeah. Now, can we get back to a normal conversation if I let you up?
Okay.
You said that you knew that Benny switched his action to you and cleaned up by betting on your win. Well, Benny's dead.
Huh? He's dead?
Yes. And the key to his murder, and Freddie's, is the man who placed the bets for Benny. Now, who was it?
Well, I don't know for sure. I don't even know his name. Hey, but there was one guy.
What did he look like?
He was about 5.
Here, look out!
Did you get anything out of Joe Kenny, Race?
Somebody shot him while I was talking to him.
Holy cow. Look at you. You look like someone's been using you for a drum.
I'm all right. Where's Miriam Sloat?
Wanted to make a phone call at the all-night cafeteria on the corner, and so did I.
We'd better find her. I want to run back to her house checkup on Harry Connors.
Connors was the reason for my phone call. I thought I'd see what I could dig up about him.
What'd you find out?
Well, he was a betting commissioner for Benny Sloat, see? But you know what he used to be? He used to be a pharmacist. Now, ain't that interesting?
Since Natchez and probably Benny were poisoned, very interesting.
Here's a cafeteria.
Well, I can see the phone booth through the window. It seemed to be empty. Wonder where she went.
There she comes, from around the corner.
Looking for me?
Yes. Who did you call before?
Bill Honigman. You met him at the house.
Oh, yes.
I thought you might want to examine my husband's books or ask Honigman about his recent business dealings.
Well, it might be a good idea. First, I think I'll call on Freddie Natchez's wife. Under the circumstances, I'm sure she won't be sleeping.
Did Kenny give you any information?
It's time for you to have another cigarette. Somebody shot him while I was talking to him. Anybody at all your husband saw just before the fight, Mrs. Natchez?
No, only Mike Lang. But Mike wouldn't hurt Freddie. I know it wasn't him.
You know it and I know it, but the coroner's jury won't. You've got to think.
Well, somebody wanted Freddie to throw the fight, but that was earlier in the day. Besides, Freddie said it was just a joke.
A joke?
Yes. He was a real estate salesman, wanted to sell Freddie a house.
Did Freddie act strangely before the fight? Different from other times?
No, he wasn't so nervous like he sometimes got.
Any reason why not?
Well, he took something to calm him down. He even took a nap.
What did he take?
Some kind of a pill. He got it from the real estate fella. He must have took one himself, because Freddie asked him if he took vitamins, and he said no, he had a nervous stomach. And then he gave Freddie one of them and told him if he took it just a couple of hours before the fight, he'd feel fine.
And it worked, huh?
Yeah. It was fine when it left.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Mrs. Natchez.
Find him. Find who killed my Freddie.
Come on in.
In a moment. You stay outside, Mark. But don't wait in the car. Stand over there in the bushes. Right?
Well, Race, are you coming or not?
Be right there.
I got you. Go ahead.
Where's Mr. Donovan?
He had to leave.
I didn't hear the car.
He probably carried it to avoid waking the neighbors.
You go out of your way to make it obvious you don't like me.
But I do. I like you very much.
Well, you don't show it. I feel so alone, Race. I need somebody to hold me and baby me a little.
That could be an invitation.
Other men would like to have me in their arms, Race.
She came closer. I reached for her. For a crowded city or a desert island, she'd have been the perfect companion.
There'll be more for us, won't there, Race? We'll meet again, won't we? Away from all this.
Of course we will. After Benny's funeral, we can meet nights at the cemetery and hold hands as we sit on his tombstone.
You...
Careful now, Miriam. There's a gentleman present.
Honigman!
I'm sorry. This is embarrassing. I got here and nobody was at home. I must have dozed off.
Were you spying on me?
No, I dozed off.
Well, Mr. Honigman left evidence of his presence in the entry hall. His raincoat, hat, rubbers.
I catch cold easily, Mr. Race. I know it must seem silly to you when there's no sign of a storm.
Race, look. The closet. Harry must have...
He's gone. I noticed that when we came in.
Aren't you going after him?
The police can pick him up later.
Well, I hope he's innocent. I'd hate to see him...
Still sentimental about Harry. That's nice. Even if you aren't engaged anymore. No, or maybe you will be again with Benny gone.
Huh? You were engaged to Harry Connors?
Yes, Honigman, didn't you know? She threw him over to marry Benny Sloat. Of course, Benny was older and fat, but he did have money. Maybe she'll go back to Harry now.
Yes. Maybe she will.
Of course, she might marry somebody else with money, temporarily. Some fellow who might have made a big killing on a betting transaction.
That's possible. I'm sure Mrs. Sloat's romances don't interest me.
Mrs. Sloat? Don't you mean Miriam? You're on better terms than that. Now, tell me, Mrs. Sloat, wasn't Harry Connors your investment consultant before Honigman took over?
Yes. Why?
Because Connors used to place your husband's bets. And if Honigman took over the job, he's the one who placed Benny's bets for the fight last night.
Are you accusing me of killing Sloat?
Yes, and Natchez.
Then you're a fool. Because whoever killed them also killed Joe Kenny. And I can prove I was in my hotel when Kenny was killed.
Who told you Kenny was killed?
Miriam told me when she called to ask me to come over here.
Oh, that's too bad. Because I didn't tell Miriam until after she had called you.
Honigman, you fool.
Miriam, I didn't know.
Fortunately, I didn't rely on you, Honigman.
No, Mrs. Sloat still has her automatic.
Mm-hmm. And this time it won't be the light bulb I hit.
Yeah, before you pull that trigger, Miriam, I might warn you. You're in for a deafening silence. I opened your purse and emptied the gun while we were driving back in the car.
What? Why?
Drop it!
It was loaded. Oh, my arm. Honigman, you let him get away.
Not far.
Hold it, Junior. Hold it. I said, hold it. Me. I got you.
Imagine a guy like that trying to say no to me and my end ranch. Can't get over it, though.
Get over what, Mark?
That dame there. Yeah, wildcat. But that sissy little guy, Honigman.
Just the victim of a wild love. He wanted the money and sweet Miriam.
I can figure how she shot Kenny, but
How did she poison the others?
Now, he's the type who has a pill remedy for everything. Only he had a few special ones made up for special people. Slow dissolving capsule with a delayed action. Possibly cyanide.
I still don't see how you pegged him, though. You don't look like a guy who takes chances.
Yeah, but he was. It always shows in some way. With him, it was the way he carries matches. He didn't follow his usual behavior pattern.
Oh, what do you mean?
He bent the cover behind the matches and they caught fire. A careful, conservative person wouldn't do that.
Oh, what do you know?
I better call the police, Mark. And call Mike Lang, too. Tell him he can go to sleep now.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Florence Hallett, Frank Lovejoy, Tom Holland, Michael Ann Barrett, Jack Crucian, and Ted Von Eltz. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the airborne adventure.
At the wheel of a taxi, Mark Donovan's idea of safety is to miss an oncoming truck by the depth of a paint job. In any kind of trouble, he's a lion, particularly with an end wrench in his hand. But when it comes to flying, he exudes about as much verve as a serving of spinach. The moment we become airborne, he shrivels, remaining the glum introvert until we sight the ground upon which we expect to land. So now, coming into San Francisco on the China Clipper, I watched him loosen up for the first time since we took off.
Look at that pretty pavement, that beautiful grass, that lovely mud. In a few minutes, I will be able to drop flat on my face and kiss some of it.
Message for you, Mr. Race.
Oh, thank you.
Probably another case. Well, I ain't gonna mind spending a little time in Frisco.
Now, listen to this, Mark. Important foreign assignment necessitates your taking off for Europe within the next 8 hours.
Oh.
Contact me as soon as you land. Layton International Indemnity.
Oh, mother come rub it. I ain't got a chance.
The personality of James Layton was a lot like that of the city in which he lived. Poised, cultured, friendly. It was the first time we'd ever met.
Sit down, Race. Cigarette?
Thanks.
We're ensuring the delivery of a set of plans for $1 million.
Must be some plans.
Drawings for a new type of plane. They're scheduled to be carried from Trieste to London, from London to New York.
Like courier?
Right. And you will be the courier.
My fee's going to seem like a lot of money for a messenger boy.
We'll consider it a sound investment. We want those plans delivered. And now I'd like you to know Mrs. Jefferson. She's head of the aircraft company that bought the policy. Let's step into this other office. She's waiting to meet you.
Mrs. Jefferson must have been about 60. She was big, Had a face that reminded me of an evaporated apple. And wore clothes that would have served better as paint rags. I liked her at once.
Glad to have you in on this race. Did you tell him about it, lady?
Only about the plans and the fact that we want them delivered.
Know anything about flying, Race?
He's a pilot, Mrs. Jefferson. I noticed that on his file.
Good. As a pilot, what would you say is needed most to develop private flying in this country on a mass production basis?
A fairly safe family plane that'll sell for $1,000.
Exactly. Up to now, it has been considered an impossibility, but not any longer. My company has found just such a plane. A non-spinnable four-passenger job that'll do 150 miles an hour at 8,000 feet. Just bought the plans for it.
And you could build it to price?
Definitely.
Then you'll revolutionize flying.
That's our aim. That and the profit that'll go with it.
I can't help being curious about one thing.
What's that?
Trieste seems an odd place to be finding aircraft designs.
Well, we didn't find them there, Race. We found them in Budapest. But other parties seem to want them as much as we do. Getting them far as Trieste costs 3 lives. That's why we finally thought of insurance. The plans are hidden now, and safe. When they start traveling again, it's going to be another story.
You see, Race, your fee isn't going to seem excessive after all.
Mrs. Jefferson and I left Layden's office together. She had a car waiting and insisted on giving me a lift.
You fly to New York, and from there to Trieste. I'll meet you later in London, where I'll be using the name Allison for reasons of security.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to give you a New York address. You'll find a man there who'll supply you with plane reservations and information about your destination to Trieste. Hasn't been transmitted to me, also for reasons of security. Now, why don't you have dinner with me? You have 5 hours yet before you leave.
Well, I'd enjoy that, Mrs. Jefferson, but I have a friend.
If it's a woman, the best of luck. If it's a man, have him join us. I have just stolen a cook who can do lobster thermidor in a manner...
Say no more. For dinner, you're having a pair of male guests. We stopped for a few minutes while I phoned Mark. Then we drove to a brownstone front that had the look of a dowager sure of her position in life. Mrs. Jefferson rang the bell, but instead of a butler answering the door, it was opened by a man gripping a pistol. He was dressed conservatively, in a well-cut suit. But if he had any interest in public relations, his attitude didn't indicate it.
Come on in. Just don't make no phony moves, either of you, or I'll slap you clear out of shape, which might be an improvement for you, sister.
All right, you don't have to be so obnoxious about it.
Lippy dames. How I love lippy dames. Especially battle axes like you. Come on, move.
Oh!
I gave her a push that sent her reeling, and treated me to 1 inch of pistol barrel between my ribs. A stab that left me thoroughly inarticulate for the moment. In the living room sat 2 more of them. One was an ordinary strong-arm boy. The other could have been a businessman. He looked smooth enough to sell underwater lots by mail.
Nicely done, Venner. Move them away from the door. Charlie, go and take care of that chauffeur, and then stay out front and keep your eyes open.
Don't get the idea that you'll pry anything out of me. You won't.
I wouldn't make up my mind so definitely if I were you. We've ways and means, you know. Very convincing ways and means.
You wouldn't dare.
Oh, wouldn't we? Venner, take over.
Venner pulled several neckties from my pocket. Whirling Mrs. Jefferson round by the shoulder, he grabbed her arms, twisted them behind her, began lacing her wrists together. For an instant, this put him between me and the pistol held by Lanford. I stepped in and shoved Venner toward Lanford. It did no good. Lanford simply sidestepped and...
That was a silly move, Race. My reflexes are a bit too quick for that sort of thing.
I'm gonna kick his teeth out for poking me like that.
See? That's enough, Venner. Let's concentrate on the lady.
I'd managed to take Lanford's pistol slap on the top side of my head, and I've absorbed kicks before. But for the moment, I couldn't have qualified as a gay and laughing boy. Nevertheless, I had to get up. I had to get up because of what they were about to do to the lady of the house.
Hey, she's trussed up like a sack of spuds.
All right. Here's a cigarette. You'll notice that it's lighted, Mrs. Jefferson. Now,
you're still determined to be stubborn?
It's Charlie. Must be trouble.
What's he trying to say?
Cops. He says it's cops.
We'll go out the window.
What about the dame?
Never mind. Come on.
Reese, get me free of these things, will you?
Where are you, Ray?
In here.
Who on earth is that?
The other man who came to dinner.
Hey, you all right, Ray?
Yeah, I will be. Now, how did you spot this setup, Mark?
Oh, I got hep when I saw that creep patrolling out in front. So I went and I called the cops. Can you imagine me calling the cops?
The act of a solid tax-paying citizen.
Hey, what do we eat? Here, Race. Hold this compact while I tidy myself. And this for you, Mark. You'll dine tonight. That I promise. You'll dine, and in style.
Mark and I landed at LaGuardia Field just before 8 o'clock the next morning. I left him drinking coffee while I caught a cab for my New York rendezvous. This turned out to be a 3-story walk-up, the look of which caused me to check the address I'd given the cabbie. He'd hit it on the nose, so I got out and went in. I could detect no sound from the other side of the door, but I tried again. The hallway had all the fragrance of a flop house on a hot night, and I was anxious to click or get going.
What do you want?
I'm looking for a man named Rogers.
He's not here at the moment.
If you don't mind, I'll come in and wait for him.
He may not be back for some time.
After that hallway, the room actually seemed fresh. Although this may have been an illusion created by the girl's presence. She had the equipment to do that to any room, and to any man. She held my eyes to such an extent that she almost had the door open before I realized it. Yeah, wait a second. Where do you think you're going?
I was going to leave. You object?
This room's been pulled apart. Did you have anything to do with it?
Possibly.
Close the door.
A woman always resents that, you know.
What?
A man throwing his weight around.
Sometimes a man has to. It's his only weapon.
Who are you?
The name's Race. Frank Race. How about you?
I'm Anna Maranik.
Viennese?
Hungarian.
Not exactly. Not with that accent.
I lived in London all during the war with my brother. We were refugees. It is possible that my way of speaking was affected by being in contact with so many other accents.
Well, don't misunderstand me. I'll buy your way of speaking anytime. No use walking around each other like a couple of club fighters, is there?
No use at all.
I'd moved close to her, almost without realizing it. Now I took her in my arms, encountering no resistance. And her lips were soft, warm against mine. Finally, still holding her shoulders, I drew back to look at her. She smiled at me, spoke gently.
Ray,
Yes?
if you look down, you'll see in my hand a pistol. An automatic that is pointed right at your stomach.
Indeed I do see it. Indeed I do.
So you are going to back away, and when I open the door and leave, you are going to make no attempt to stop me. Is it understood?
Perfectly. Yeah, but you might do one thing for me.
What is that?
You might give me your telephone number.
You'll find it in the book.
After that embrace, getting my thoughts back on business was tougher than rolling out of a warm bed into a cold tub. But I made the switch. There was another door besides the one to the hall, a door partly ajar. I pushed my way past it into another room, and there was a man sitting in a chair, his arms thrown wide, his legs spread as if to keep him from toppling to the floor. The bullet had entered his mouth. I didn't need a look to know what the back of his head had looked like. It's probably my man Rogers. So gingerly, I went through his clothes, came up with a wallet. I just opened it when a noise at the door clutched my attention. A uniformed cop stood there, engrossed in drawing a bead on my head with his pistol.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I was in a jam. No doubt about it. When you're caught going through the wallet of a man who's just been shot to death, there isn't much you can say that'll sound convincing. So I just sat tight until the plainclothes squad arrived.
All right, what goes on here?
I needed just one look at that Irish map to know that I was getting a break. Fat and moon-faced, with the eyes of a lethargic Eskimo. Dan Manson operated as a detective lieutenant in the homicide detail.
Fine thing. Doubleheader at the stadium, and I get yanked for a deal like this. Hello, Race.
The heck with the stadium. Tell this patrolman I'm a law-abiding citizen, will you?
You mean you're the suspect here? Well, what do you know? Can't a guy find a chair in this laundry? No, who messed it up like this?
Might have been the girl who was here when I arrived.
Yeah?
Dan, I got to leave for Europe sometime today, so naturally I wouldn't want to be tied up with this business.
Well, don't give me that. You're going to be our #1 material witness.
No, I'll be around for the inquest and give him a word.
I don't know, but...
The number you want right now is that girl.
Well, you say there was a dame here. How do I know you're leveling?
He was going to hold me unless I came up with something. So I reached into a pocket and produced the compact entrusted to me the night before by Mrs. Jefferson, and forgotten by both of us. I said, here, she left this. You'll find fingerprints all over it.
Yeah, including yours. How old a dame?
Oh, 25, maybe. Beautiful, too. You'll have your smiling Irish face all over the front pages, along with her legs.
Well, all right, Frank. But I'll have to have your word that you'll show up for the inquest.
I'll give you my word in the name of every place I expect to be for the next few days.
Well, here we are again, flying. I'm up in the air so much lately, I'm beginning to feel like a pigeon.
You'll get used to it.
Not me. I'll never get used to any part of flying. It just ain't natural.
Possibly that's the answer. If you knew why it is that a plane flies, you might be more relaxed about it. Sit back, boy, while I brief you on the principles of flight.
All right. I just as soon settle for a good stiff drink.
Trieste, city of many nationalities, port of intrigue. Mark and I put up at a hotel called the Vittorio. I'd cabled Mrs. Jefferson about the death of Rogers, so we settled ourselves to await developments. On the afternoon of the third day, Mrs. Jefferson walked in on us, accompanied by an elderly man who projected the impression of a hen on hot bricks.
Dr. Tender is an aeronautical engineer. He designed our plane.
Yes, I designed it, but I have no desire to be responsible for the delivery of the plans to your country. I would much rather you took charge, Mr. Race.
It's all right with me. When do I take over?
Bring the plans here sometime this evening.
By 9 o'clock, Mark and I had become restless and hungry. Deciding they could wait for us if they arrived while we were absent, we started out for a bite to eat. But in the lobby, the sight of a girl talking to the night clerk stopped me short.
Hey, chum, what goes?
At the desk. It's the femme fatale I encountered in New York.
And you want to call her a killer? What a lovely way to die.
Something tells me this is going to be an interesting evening. I'm going to talk to her, Mark. Wherever we go, shadow us.
That's Donovan. Always on the edge of things. Look, maybe she's got a friend. Then I could protect you on the spot.
Get out of sight. Here she comes. Good evening, Miss Marinick.
Oh, it's you.
You couldn't be surprised.
What do you want?
Yeah, thought you might like to have dinner with me.
You are a strange person.
You'll learn a lot more about me while we dine. Shall we?
All right, Grace.
We found a little place below sidewalk level with a floor of flat cobbles. We sat at a table of scrubbed oak and looked at each other by the light of a candle jammed in a bottle that had once held Hennessy's 5-star cognac.
Why'd you stare at me?
You're so beautiful. And so lethal.
I didn't kill that man, Race. He was dead when I arrived.
Why were you there?
Later, perhaps I may be able to tell you.
You're going to give me trouble, baby. I'm sure of that. You got to give me trouble because of the look of him. The touch of him. Remember that kiss we had a few nights ago?
Yes, I remember, Race. I remember. A little too well. But such things are not for me. Not yet.
All right, baby. Let's have it.
So you can mock me with your doubt?
I can see that you and I are...
What is it, Race?
We're going to have company. A threesome just came in. Perhaps you know them.
Those men? I've never seen them before.
They spotted us. They're coming over. They move slightly to one side.
Who are they?
The first one in front calls him Lanford. You can classify him as a very sinister personality.
Good evening, Mr. Reyes.
Don't sit down, Lanford. Just keep standing there. All three of you.
Ah, you have a pistol.
Another excellent Luger. One that could put slugs into all of you in less time than I need to take a breath.
You won't get away from us, Race, any more than Rogers did in New York.
So you were the authors of that little act. Thanks for the information. Now you can listen to some news from me. I'm going out of this place while you stay behind. The young lady will probably want to stay with you.
No, Race. I'll go with you.
My sense of discretion said, go along. But the tone of her voice swayed me, and I nodded. Outside, the street lamps had been turned off, leaving the streets dim, shadowy.
They'll follow, won't they?
Yes. So we'll duck in here. There's a stable, ramshackle with gaping holes in its boarding. We moved to the back of it, crowded into an empty stall.
What is it they want?
Same thing you do, I imagine.
I hear something.
Well, of course you hear something. You didn't really believe you could get away from us, did you, Race?
That was by sound, Lanford. The next one won't just cripple, it'll kill.
Where on earth have you been? We've been waiting for ages.
I'm sorry. We had a brush with your friend Lanford. We had to take him to a hospital.
Splendid.
Here are the plans, Mr. Ace, in this cylinder.
You find it rather bulky, but strong. Would you like a look at the drawings?
After the excitement they've caused, I certainly would.
The power plant is one of the big things here.
Mm-hmm. So I see. Turbine activated by 4 simplified jet units.
We are making great strides in aviation these days. For too long, we were parasites. For power, we used the engine that had been developed by the automobile. For propulsion, we used the propeller evolved for ships.
With some modification, of course.
Very little when you come to think of it. The engine we took as it was, and in water or in the air, the propeller works in much the same way. But from now on, it is going to be different, Mr. Ace. Jet force, new designs. From now on, aviation will be the giver, not the receiver.
How about it, Race? You feel all right about taking over these drawings?
I'll take care of them.
Don't forget, there's a lot of money tied up there.
When they left, I rumpled the bed and slipped the cylinder holding the plans under the covers. I'd scarcely done this when...
I'll get it, Race.
May I come in, Race?
Hey, thought we took you to your hotel.
I have to see you again. Do you have those plans, Race?
As a matter of fact, I do. Why?
Those plans were developed and drawn by my brother. They were stolen from him, and they were his life. If I don't get them back... You don't believe me, do you?
Maybe more than you think. What was your brother's first name?
Richard. Richard Moraine.
That checks. The initials are M on each corner of the plans. Now we'll check something else.
What are you doing?
The container is not only bulky, its walls are suspiciously thick. So I'm cutting it here and...
There is something between the layers.
Yes. A canvas. And it's probably a...
Put that down, you idiot, before you destroy it.
And you wouldn't want me to destroy an old master, would you, Mrs. Jefferson? So this is what Lanford's been after. He didn't miss a trick, did you? Big insurance for a smoke screen so he could move the painting without suspicion. With me as the clay pigeon.
Pick up that cylinder, Tender. Still going to move it, Race. I know a gentleman who'll pay me $500,000 for that painting. Just tell me one thing. How did you spot us?
Your Dr. Tanner, such an obvious fake. No aeronautical engineer would ever make the statement that the propeller of a ship and the propeller of a plane work the same way. Would he, Mark?
Nah. An airplane prop makes a vacuum, which sucks the plane into it. You see, Race, I remember.
While the propeller of a surface vessel literally screws its way through water, which is practically a solid.
So we muffed it. We didn't miss when we saw this girl come up to your room. So long, Race. Better investigating next time. And don't try to follow me. I know how to handle this pistol right well.
I don't have to follow you, Mrs. Jefferson. When you hear this cablegram, you'll be following me.
Cablegram?
When the police found me with Rogers in New York, they wanted to hold me as a material witness. I staved that off by telling them that a woman had been there. To prove it, I gave them that compact of yours.
My compact?
Yes, and it seemed it had a mess of fingerprints on it. Most of them yours.
I didn't kill Rogers. I was on my way to London.
But you traveled under another name, you remember? Which makes me your only alibi.
You're bluffing.
Am I? Listen to the cablegram. Your young dame turned out to be a Mrs. Leah Jefferson, age 54. Where is she? Signed Manson, Homicide Bureau, New York Police Department.
Pay no attention to him, Leah. Let us go.
I have to pay attention to him. You think I'm going to spend the rest of my life running from a murder rap? You're crazy. What are your terms, Race?
I'll take the plane drawings to the States, as per your insurance contract. The canvas will turn over to the proper authorities here in Europe. We'll say we found it.
All right. It's a deal.
It is no deal. I, too, have an interest in this affair. No, don't lift that pistol, Leah, or I'll put a bullet in you from this gun of mine. Now, just stand quietly, all of you. And now...
I was justified in doing that, wasn't I, Race? After all, he was attempting to break the law.
I'm afraid I'll have to leave that decision to the local police.
What about my brother, Race? Those drawings belong to him.
You might get in touch with him. Tell him to come along with us. I imagine he might be able to make quite a deal for himself over there. Besides, I'd kind of like to have you along, too.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Gene Bates, D.J. Thompson, Tom Holland, Frank Lovejoy, and Parley Bear. This series is written and directed by Joel Murcott and Buckley Angel. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for The Adventure of the Silent Heart.
It was hot in New York. One of those summer days when the newspaper sent cameramen on the prowl for some citizen sufficiently touched with the sun to try frying an egg on the sidewalk. At the moment, I felt like the egg. But coming out of the furnace blast of the street into the air-cooled offices of Trans-Columbia Life Plan was like passing from this vale of tears into some unexpected Valhalla.
Oh, ain't this something? Say, are all offices like this, Race? No wonder secretaries look so fresh at 5 o'clock.
From the reports, you look pretty fresh to secretaries, too, Mark. At all hours.
Stop with a clown. Look, who is this guy that you're going to see?
Fred Jeremy. There's his name right there in that door.
Well, why don't I go in with you? Maybe the guy's got something cool in a glass to go with the cool air.
He probably wants to see me alone, Mark.
Can I help you?
My name's Race. I'd like to see Mr. Jeremy.
Oh, well, go right in, Mr. Race. You're expected.
Race, I think I'll wait out here after all.
Mark, someday they'll pass a law making cab drivers wear blinkers. It'll be rough on you, boy. Rough.
Take your time in it.
I will. You take your time out here.
Yeah. Hey, look, baby, I know a place where there is a three-piece band at
I hate dancing.
Mark.
Yeah.
You try not to freeze to death while I'm gone, huh? Fred Jeremy. Thick-lensed glasses and a high forehead. You had the look of the kid who sat next to you in school, the one who turned in his arithmetic paper 20 minutes before you finished yours. At the moment, his eyes were glued on some charts hanging on the wall.
Know anything about graphs, Race?
A little.
Take a look at these. Statistics on angina pectoris, heart disease. This one represents the national average of deaths due to heart ailments.
Oh, looks pretty high.
It is, Race. It's a big killer.
And what's the other chart?
That represents one county in our New England district.
Same disease?
Yes, Race, the same disease. But notice the sharp upswing in deaths during the past year.
Almost doubles the national average.
Yes. Of course, it could be a coincidence.
But you don't think so?
Obviously not, or I wouldn't have sent for you. Race, I think there's a murder ring operating in that county.
Any special pattern that the claims follow?
Yes. The majority of the claims have been paid to business partners. Look at this latest one. The deceased, Richard Dodge, was insured for $50,000 by the financing partner, Arthur Becker.
Mm-hmm.
But Becker's original investment in the business was only $8,000.
I'd like to have a copy of that report.
Now, there's one in this folder, along with a list of other cases that are suspiciously similar. Race, the town of Midville is situated on a lake right near the center of that county. It's rather popular as a vacation resort. You could use a vacation, couldn't you?
I'll leave tonight. I'll let you know where I'm staying.
Oh, brother, what a layout. Now, this is living, Race. And did you see those gorgeous chicks down by the lake? I am going to like it here.
Yeah, be careful of your heart, Mark. This place is becoming noted for angina pectoris.
Yeah? You know anybody who can introduce us to the dame?
Now, this is one you wouldn't enjoy meeting. Come on, let's climb into some swim trunks, huh?
That is exactly what I had in mind.
Come in.
Mr. Race?
That's right.
My name is Arthur Becker.
He was a fat man. But the way he carried himself told me that muscles were hidden under those layers of flesh. Muscles that would respond viciously if ever he was cornered. His eyes were those of a hunter. Light blue and cold. Very cold. Too cold for this to be vacation.
My business partner, Richard Dodge, passed away a short time ago. I had him insured to protect my investment. I understand you're investigating the claim.
Who sells you your information, Becker?
This is a small-town race. You sent a wire reporting your arrival to the insurance company. The boy who took the wire has rather a poor sense of ethics. He reads things.
What do you want, Becker?
What do you want, Race? I might help you to find it quickly and save us both a lot of time.
You insured Richard Dodge for $50,000, but you only invested $8,000 in the garage he opened. It doesn't add up.
I like Dodge. He was a competent mechanic with a good reputation.
And according to the medical report, when the insurance examination was made, he was a very healthy mechanic with a very good heart.
People have been known to take sick quite suddenly.
Well, this is a bit too convenient, especially with the money involved.
Well, I can see you haven't a very trusting nature, Race. I thought I might be helpful. After all, none of us know when the old punk might give out, Race. Could happen to anybody. It might even happen to you.
In checking around Midville, I found that Richard Dodge, the latest victim of the heart disease racket, had a mother. I went to see her.
I can't understand what happened to my boy, Mr. Race. He was so big and strong. He played football when he was in high school, you know.
Did he have any insurance? Any payable to you, I mean?
Well, he did before he went into the business with Mr. Becker. But then Richard increased his old policy and made it over to Becker so that the premiums wouldn't cost too much.
You mean Richard paid the premiums himself?
No, I paid them. I had a little money left over from my husband's pension.
I see.
I have some pictures of my son in his football uniform and when he was a soldier. Would you like to see them, Mr. Race?
No, I'd... Yes. Yes, Mrs. Dodge. I'd like to see them. There are some pictures you can't erase from your mind. Richard Dodge had been tall and straight, mean-looking. Now there was nothing left for the little old lady who'd prayed him safely through a war, only to see him die without reason. I walked back to the hotel.
Well, hey, it's about time you got back. It's been a dame looking for you. She said there was something you didn't know, and she thought might help you.
Yeah, I must be this week's target for good deeds. Everybody wants to help me. She leave a name?
Yeah. She said she was Mrs. Dodge. That mean anything?
Mrs. Dodge? Well, I just left the old lady less than half an hour ago.
This dame was here a half hour ago. And, she ain't all. Not with that complexion. She said she'd get down and wait for you in a car. Parked at the end of the driveway. Blue convertible.
I better see her. Yeah, but I've got something for you to do, too. Here's a list of all the possible victims of the ring. They all died in this county. The county coroner's right here in Midville. You go over this list with him, will you, and find out if he performed an autopsy on any of them, and tell him I'd like a copy of his report in each case.
Oh, fine. I get all the nice jobs. All you gotta do is chase after the dolls, but lucky me. I draw the county coroner.
Now get going, boy. He may be beautiful. The blue convertible was at the end of the driveway, all right. The girl behind the wheel steered to the highway. I saw her face in the last glow of the sun. It was lovely. Lovely enough to make me forget for a moment why I was here. Finally, she turned into a small country lane and stopped.
Got a cigarette?
Here.
Thanks. You didn't know Richard Dodge was married, did you?
That's something I still don't know.
We were married secretly more than a year ago.
I don't want to sound like a house detective, but I suppose you have a license.
No. Richard kept it.
Well, that was an odd choice. Most men keep the bride. Especially when she looks like you, Mrs. Dodge.
Call me Rain.
Rain. That's an unusual name.
Not really. It stands for Lorraine. And when I was a child, it was too much to handle all at once.
Why did you bring me out here? Not just to tell me that Richard Dodge had a wife.
Our marriage was secret. I didn't know what would come out in your investigation.
You're safe. His insurance wasn't made out to you.
Richard and I never announced our marriage because I was sorry I ever got into it. It wasn't until later that he told me about his heart.
Told you what about his heart?
He was sick. He was always afraid that he was going to die.
The insurance examiner doesn't agree with him. Neither did the doctors in the United States Army.
They could be wrong, couldn't they, Ray? You believe me, don't you?
She leaned toward me, and her eyes were blue in the dusk. Blue and smoky as a Harlem band at midnight. Her hair brushed the side of my face, and her arms went around my neck. A man who gets kissed like that needs a strong heart.
I could grow very fond of you, Race, if you'd let me.
I shouldn't object, should I? After all, you recover quickly. The last man you were found of has been dead almost 2 weeks.
I told you that Richard was a mistake.
Whoever killed him made a mistake, too.
You have no right to say he was killed, not unless you have some proof. Race.
All right, Race. Pile out of the car. Get your hands up.
Race, it's a holdup.
Save that for the Midville Little Theater, baby. You'll never make Broadway.
You keep your lip buttoned, wise guy. Tell the dame to start the car and get out of here.
Why don't you tell her? You know her name as well as you knew mine.
Go ahead, sister. Beat it.
Night had fallen. She had to put her lights on to turn the car on the narrow road. My back was to her, and the lights hit the man with the gun square in the face. And I dove at him. I'm turning this gun into your stomach. Why don't you pull the trigger now?
Let me go, you.
Sure, with pleasure.
Oh, Race. Race, I was so frightened.
Yeah, you're so sincere. Come on, drive me back to my hotel.
Well, what about Carson? Oh.
So his name's Carson. Thanks. Let's leave him there. The dew will bring him around.
Brother, what happened to you? You got lipstick on your mouth, but the rest of you. What did she do, kiss you and then push you into a concrete mixer?
Yeah, rival popped up. A fellow named Carson. How'd you make out with the coroner?
Fine. We'll kill the whole quart of elderberry wine. He makes it himself.
How about the death reports?
He says it was all just plain heart failures. Said we was wasting our time.
He too, huh?
You know, some I think I'm going to turn in early. That wine has made me woozy. Will probably have me a Technicolor hangover. A few minutes ago, everything looked blue, and now everything looks yellow. Isn't that funny, Rick?
Yeah. Yellow. What looks yellow, Mark?
Everything. It's funny. Everything.
Mark, light up, boy. Right here in the couch.
Race. What's the matter with me?
Your order, please.
Tell room service to shoot up some ice and plenty of black coffee right away. And send the house doctor up. Hurry.
Race. What is it? I feel...
Yeah, Mark, you gotta be quiet, boy. I'm afraid you're gonna have a heart attack. Got about a 50-50 chance to save your life.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I stayed at the hotel waiting for the doctor to get finished with Mark. It was touch and go. I knew he was having a rough time of it, but while he was conscious, he never lost that grin. It made me want to go out after Becker and his mom. But you operate off cue when you get like that. I knew better. How is he, Doctor?
He's sleeping now. I think he'll come out of it all right. The coffee you poured into him probably saved his life.
I was right about the drug, then.
Yes, an overdose of digitalis. Administered orally. If he'd gotten a bit more of it, nothing would have helped. How did you spot it?
He had yellow vision. I know that color distortion's often the result of a heart depressant.
Yeah, it could be caused by something else. You made a good guess.
No, the nature of the case I'm working on eliminated guesswork in this instance.
I'll have to make out a report, naturally. Do you know who is responsible?
Not for sure, but I hope to before long. As soon as I've had a chance to sample some wine.
You'd better stick to water if the gentleman you have in mind spikes his wine with digitalis. Speaking of water, I think I'll try some.
I hope so. There's also some scotch over it.
Yeah, thanks. This'll do.
What's the matter, Doctor?
This water. I thought you said he was given the drug in wine.
You mean there's some in that water?
Enough to kill a mule, I'd say. I'd better have this analyzed.
Yes. I'd better start shopping around for a new suspect. For the next 12 hours, Mark slept like a log. I stayed close to him. The stuff he'd swallowed had obviously been meant for me. Made a few long-distance calls, including one to Fred Jeremy. He came up by plane loaded with information.
Well, I checked with the police, Race. There's a lot of stuff. I hope you can make it fit.
How about Becker?
Yeah, there's a prison record, all right. He also has an alias. Sometimes calls himself Benjamin Delaney.
Benjamin Delaney? Well, that's the name of another of the beneficiaries on a policy you paid off a couple of months ago.
That's right.
Now, how about Carson? You able to run down anything on him?
He served time with Delaney. He's also out on parole.
Good. Now, how about Richard Dodge? Any record of his marriage?
Yes, as he married a girl named Lorraine Gregory. A civil ceremony performed in the next county.
Lorraine Gregory? The county coroner's name's Gregory.
That's right, Race. She's the coroner's daughter.
So what were Becker and Carson convicted for?
Armed robbery.
Well, they picked a less spectacular game, but one that's all even more lethal.
Race, in view of what happened to your friend, I think we could get the police to make an arrest.
No, not yet, Fred. Couldn't make it stick.
Why not?
Because we can't prove access to the drug. It's hard to obtain. I've had every source checked and all prescriptions searched. There's no way they could have gotten their hands on the quantities used. None that we could prove.
Hi, fellas.
Hey, Mark, come on, now get back in bed.
Ah, not a chance. Don't you know more people die in bed than any place?
I'm sorry about what happened to you, Donovan. The company will try to make it up to you.
Oh, thanks. But I am interested in how you could have made it up to me if I drank just a little more of that stuff.
I guess you're getting better, all right.
I've been slip Mickeys before, you know. But this one was meant to be permanent. I would like to get my hands on the gent who's prepared it.
I hope you'll get that chance. I'm going out.
I bet there's another dame in this.
Yes and no. I'm in the mood for a little elderberry wine. I'm going to visit Coroner Gregory and his daughter.
Well, hello.
Hello yourself. Is your father home?
Come to ask for my hand, Race?
When I ask for your hand, baby, I'll be carrying handcuffs in mine.
Who's out there, Rain?
A man named Race. He wants to see Father.
Well, bring him in, girl.
Enter, Mr. Race. Mother, Dad, this is Mr. Race.
I'd like to talk to the coroner officially and alone.
Wow. I can always wash my hair. But you'll find that Mother and Dad are hard to separate.
You may leave us, Margaret.
I'll stay right here. You had too much wine to be left by yourself.
You mean he might say things I shouldn't hear?
What I mean is my business.
Gregory, you almost had another heart failure case in your hands. Friend of mine.
That's so.
If he had died, your report might have been interesting. I wonder what it would have said.
Since he ain't dead, there's no way of telling.
I think you'd have passed it off as a natural death, just as you have in so many other cases.
Heart trouble is a common disease.
Yes, but not when it's caused by digitalis. Why didn't you do an autopsy on Richard Dodge?
I know how to run my job.
Well, it might not be a job for much longer. I'm going to ask the state's attorney to appoint a grand jury to investigate these deaths.
Go ahead. You ain't getting me out of this job. Margaret will see to that, won't you?
Shut up.
Why should I? These city fellas are so smart. We don't like outsiders around here, mister.
You can't like your own people too well, either. They're dying off too easily. On that cue, I left. I'd uncovered one small point. Wherever Gregory's local political strength came from, it came through his wife. I checked around and found that he'd held some minor political office or other for years. But the key was Margaret Gregory. And it wasn't long before I could fit her into the jigsaw. I went back to Fred Jeremy and Mark.
Well, what's the answer, Race? Who tried to do away with me?
Well, we're getting close.
The coroner?
Only part of a setup. I know now why Becker and Carson and probably quite a few others are wandering around loose.
They were paroled.
Yes, but they shouldn't have been. Not if the parole board had been given the full facts.
But who could hide the facts?
Only one person. The secretary who prepared the reports. And when they were released, that secretary happened to be the coroner's wife, Margaret Gregory.
Well, that ties it up, doesn't it, Race?
All but the digitalis. But I think that I know where that comes from.
Well, it must have come from someplace. They got gallons of it.
Well, there was a third man in that holdup with Becker and Carson. A man named Otto Rodman.
Yes, but Rodman was never paroled. It was his third offense, and he got a stiff sentence. He has another 10 years to serve on a 15-year rap.
Yes, but he's behaved himself very well for the past 5 years. He's a trustee at the prison.
Yeah, so what's that got to do with a
Digitalis, Mark.
That's what I said.
I think Rodman supplies it. Because for the past 14 months, as a trustee, he's been assigned to the prison hospital.
Ah, that's rough, Race. Things get around quick on a prison grapevine. If we went in to investigate, he'd know it before we got to him.
Not the way we're going to do it, Fred. I'm going to set it up with the state's attorney. Mark and I are going into that state prison as a pair of convicted hijackers.
All right, now, which two go to the infirmary?
We do.
Get in there. Here are two guys for sick call, Rodman. Probably faking. I'll see him on the way back after the doctor gets in.
Okay, Mr. Seward. What are you guys in for?
The cops say we hijacked a truck.
Yeah, but of course you didn't.
Well, of course not.
Yeah. Ain't it a shame the way we innocent guys keep getting thrown in here for nothing?
It was a frame-up. What are you in for?
I borrowed some money and forgot to give it back. You guys really sick of just stalling?
Yeah, my heart's been giving me a little trouble. I guess being in this place brings on heart attacks.
Nah, you get used to it. We ain't had more than 4 hot cases in a year I've been on this job.
How do you get an assignment like this?
Keeping my nose clean.
Is this better than the other spots?
Yeah, grub's better. Few special privileges. Private room visitors 3 days a week.
Does it work hard?
No. Guy's got to be pretty sick before they let him stay in here. Mostly it's a clerk's job, keeping records, ordering supplies. Those books right there beside you.
That looks pretty simple. Aspirin, bandages, codeine, and digitalis. Quite a lot of digitalis. Large order every month, yet you've only had 4 heart cases in more than a year.
Well, the stuff's spoiled. It's damp here. You got to make sure it's fresh. Besides, you better put that book down before the doc gets here. Get over and sit on that bench.
Rodman, you've been slipping that digitalis out of here 100 grains a month. To Becker and Carson.
You're crazy. You're nuts, both of you.
Watch him, Race.
What are you, a couple of stool pigeons?
Rodman, you're an accessory to more than 20 murders, and you'll die for it unless you get smart.
Die? Will I?
Put on that scalpel, Rodman.
Put it in your...
Look out, Race!
Stay back, Mark. This thing is sharper than a razor.
Can you take it? I'll kill you and...
Drop it. Drop it. You lose, Rodman. There's an electric chair in this setup someplace. Who's going to sit in it? You, or Becker, and Carson, and the Gregorys?
All right. All right, I'll talk.
Save it. I'd like the warden and a couple other people to hear it. Open up, guard!
Hey, you know something, Race? I'll bet we're serving the shortest sentence anybody ever served here.
Well, Race, can you think of any reason why we should pay your fee after treating you to such a fine vacation?
A vacation? Are you kidding? I almost become a corpus delicious.
Oh. Mark, Latin and you do not make a team. Fred's guy.
I certainly am. What a ring. The coroner and his wife and daughter, and a pair of cutthroats.
Hey, you know something, Race? That Rain dame wasn't bad looking. I don't think she was so bad. Maybe her family just roped her into it, huh?
She working on your heart for the second time?
What do you mean the second time?
Who do you think poured that stuff into your drinking water?
You mean she did it? Why, that 2-timer, no good dame.
That would have gone on if you hadn't stopped it, Race. You've saved the company a lot of money.
I wanted to talk to you about that, Fred. You never paid Becker for the death of Richard Dodge, did you?
No, and we won't have to now.
Now, those premiums were paid by Dodge's mother, Fred. Sweet old lady. She's the real victim of this.
Oh, I see what you're driving at, Race. I think I can arrange to have the claim paid to her.
Ah, thanks, Fred. You're a decent guy.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Virginia Gregg, Michael Ann Barrett, Jack Crucian, Ted Von Eltz, and Wilms Herbert. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this same time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov, with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over, too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. And now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the Big Top.
The words Florida and winter never seem to make sense when you put them together. But when circus people speak of winter quarters, they're usually talking about Florida in the off-season. Yet even in its off-season, the circus is still a spread of bespangled excitement. Even in winter quarters, it sprawls and sweats, and in spots, smells to high heaven. At the moment, Mark Donovan and I happen to be in one of those spots.
Oh, brother. There's suddenly an aroma around here which don't have nothing to do with them roses of Picardy which they sing about.
It's probably those giraffes over there, Mark.
Leave us get out of here before I start staggering. Oh, guy could lose his hearing in a fog like this.
Cut it out. I'm looking for Mr. McClune. We're supposed to meet him here.
Yeah. Couldn't be the guy over there by the watering trough, could it?
Could be and is. Come on, Mark.
Well, look, Grace, who is this guy McClune?
Multimillionaire. Owns half the hotels down here.
So you're an insurance investigator, and you come all the way to Florida to meet a guy at the circus. That's fine, but I don't get it.
Mr. McClune is worried about his wife's welfare. He wrote of his worry to the Medina Life Insurance Company. Seems they indemnify her life for $1 million, and they saw fit to send me down here.
Multi-millionaire, huh? He don't look it to me, brother. He don't look it.
Mark was right. Phineas J. McClune looked about as tycoonish as the second base of an off-pitch choral group. He was an aged little man with a puckered expression, and his hand clasp had all the warmth of a blackjack dealer's smile.
I suppose you're wondering why I suggested this as a meeting place, Mr. Race. It's because I don't wish my wife to know about you. And since the circus seems to be so much in the picture, it was only natural that we meet here. Don't you think?
I may think so, Mr. McClune, in a minute.
Do you know my wife, Mr. Race?
Only through the newspapers. She's quite a social leader.
Oh, a great social leader. One of the first ladies of our adopted state. And that's just why I can't understand all this.
All what, Mr. McClune?
Well, these circus ruffians threatening her.
Is that your problem?
Of course, it could be caused by her attitude. She's not in favor of circuses. She firmly believes they have a disturbing influence on the younger generation. A very disturbing influence.
Oh, now, wait a minute. That's a lot of malarkey. Circus never hurt no kid I ever knew. Why, the circus is as important to a kid as Christmas or the 4th of July.
Yes, well, you may be right. Who are you, by the way?
My assistant, Mr. Donovan.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, of course. Well, you may be quite right, Mr. Lundigan.
No, Donovan.
Oh, of course. Yeah. But my wife... Well, a number of circus people have appeared at our home of late, and Mrs. McClune always seems to have to argue with them to get them to leave. I want you to look into it, Mr. Race.
Well, then I'd better have a chance to talk to her, don't you think?
You believe that's necessary?
Seems so to me.
Well, if you think you need to. She's a very dominant woman. Very dominant. But, well, very well, Mr. Race. If you'll come to my home this evening, say about 7.
That's fine.
Very well, then, Mr. Race. I shall be expecting you. Oh, and you too, Mr. Demijohn.
What?
Your odd name, that, isn't it? Are there many more of you?
Yeah, they tell me quite a few, Mr. McClune, quite a few.
Really? Well, let's strength in numbers, isn't there? Good day, gentlemen. I shall see you this evening.
Hey, Race.
Yes, Mark?
Look, don't Demi have a meaning of some kind?
Yes, it means half.
Oh, that's ridiculous. How could I be half John? That old guy sounds cracked to me.
He seems rather eccentric, all right.
Hey, he couldn't have been kidding me, could he?
I don't think he meant to, Mark.
I wish I was sure. I certainly wish I was sure.
Mark and I didn't leave right away. There was nostalgia there for both of us. So we did some more prowling around, going from the animal section into a tent where aerialists worked aloft and clowns cavorted in the sawdust, perfecting routines for the opening of the tour only a week or so away. And it was while we watched that Mark nudged me.
We are being given the big 00, Joe. Maybe we ain't welcome around here.
Where?
Them two over there. The clown, the other guy. Here they come now. And they ain't all smiles.
There's no reason for trouble, Mark. Take it easy.
Hey, you!
Yeah, what do you have?
What are you doing around here? Who are you?
Oh, just a couple of tourists. Who are you?
Get this dude, Ben. He wants to know who we are.
Yeah, comic. You heard the question, Rube. What are you doing around here?
No harm. We've just been taking in the sights.
Taking in the sights, huh? Come on with us.
What for?
Just because we say so, that's all.
You guys call me a comic. You want to know something, fellas? Look, to back up that chatter, you're going to need reinforcements.
They're asking for a lesson, Ben.
Yeah, especially the Gabby one. And school starts with this.
That's called beating a guy to the punch, Ben, and now you got sawdust on the back of your lap.
Yeah, well, we'll see how long you last.
Hey, Race, here come the reinforcements. Time to duck.
We ducked, only to find it a lost cause. There were too many of them coming from too many directions. We gave up dodging, tried breaking through, but I knew it was going to be like an off-tackle smash going sour, and it was. Oh! It was probably about 20 minutes later that I stopped spitting sawdust and sat up. We were on a wooden floor now. After we'd been rendered helpless, Mark and I had been spread-eagled across half a dozen shoulders and carried to some sort of an office. I looked at the base of a swivel chair and at the feet of some man who sat in it. He spoke to us.
Don't you know it can't be done?
What can't be done?
Winning a fight from circus hands in their home grounds?
Yeah, well, just the same.
Just the same what?
Just the same, we didn't do so bad. A couple of those creeps had their noses in the dirt just as deep as we had ours.
Well, next time you come, buy tickets, will you? We can use the money.
Something in that voice made me look higher up, till I stared into a face out of the past. A face wearing a broad grin.
I've been wondering when you were going to recognize me, Race.
What? Oh, Larry! Larry LeClaire!
You son of a gun, you. When I saw who the boys had dragged in here, I could hardly believe my eyes.
Hey, Mark, you've heard me speak of this fellow. Larry LeClaire served in the OSS with me.
Yeah,
Best judo man we had.
Yeah, sure. I recall you giving me plenty of trouble on occasion.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Forgetting something, aren't you, Race? My full name, Lawrence Lansing LeClaire. And this outfit...
Happens to be the Lansing Brothers Circus. You mean you're running the show?
Yes, Race, I'm running it. Inherited a lot of stock from my mother. Got control about 3 years ago. Not that I'm doing so well. Financially, the Lansing Brothers Circus is limping badly. Now, but never mind that. Come on down to the pie car with me. Maybe some coffee will soothe those bruises, huh?
He told us more about it as we sat at the food counter of the show's pet lounging spot. Circus was running into bad luck, had been for some time. There'd been recent sabotage, which was why Mark and I'd been jumped as strangers who might be out to do some more damage.
We figure it could be coming from some of the smaller carnivals, probably trying to chop us down to their size. And they might do it before long.
Yeah, but Lansing Brothers, why, that's one of the biggest shows in the business.
We were hurt badly about 18 months ago, Donovan. Had a big blowdown in the Middle West. Lost a lot of equipment, even animals. Hurt us badly. And we've been taking it on the chin here. 2 fires in the last few weeks. First one took $20,000 worth of food supplies. Second one burned a dozen trucks and a lot of canvas. Well, you'll hardly believe it, Race, but I don't have the funds to get the show to Atlanta. Our first date for the new season.
Oh, but Larry, can't you borrow some money?
I'm already up to my neck, to the tune of $250,000. That has to be paid out in the next 4 months.
No, that's awful. Some people think they got troubles.
Well, I've got one possible out. The Amalgamated Women's Clubs of Florida. I'm dickering with them to put on a couple of charity performances in Miami. All I'm asking is enough to cover expenses and move the show to Atlanta. That's one deal I simply have to make or I'm through.
At 7 o'clock that evening, Mark and I presented ourselves at the door to the McClune Mansion, a facade that could have straddled a 20th Century Limited. And Mrs. McClune matched her home. Wearing a hat like an inverted kettle drum, she swept in just after we got there, eyeing us with the gaze of a jaundiced macaw. She took over at once, backing her husband into a nearby corner.
What's going on here? Have you been making some more of your peculiar friendships, Phineas?
No, my dear. It's just that I've been worrying about those thugs who've been looking around the house lately. So I called in an investigator.
Phineas, I have never heard of anything so ridiculous.
No, my dear. I was only thinking of your safety.
Her safety, he says. That dame could handle a platoon of Marines.
What's that?
Just passing the time of day, lady. That's her.
I don't care for whispering in my own home, young man. Did you say these were investigators, Phineas? And you talk about thugs infesting the place? Well, this whispering fellow has one of the most unprepossessing faces I have ever seen.
No, take it easy, lady. With a puss like yours, you got no call to go around dispossessing other people's faces.
Mrs. McClune, your husband seems to think you're threatened with some sort of danger.
Well, who on earth would threaten me?
Yeah, I think you made a point.
Don't be impudent, young man.
Mr. McClune, this afternoon you said you felt Mrs. McClune was in danger of being harassed by circus people. Do you mind telling us why you believe that?
No, I don't mind at all, Mr. Wraith. The other day, when I came home, I saw a man performing somersaults on the lawn. And when I asked him what he was doing, he said he was an acrobat with a circus.
It's logical.
Now, while we were talking, another man came from around the other side of the house and joined him. And when I asked them what they wanted, they said they were here to see my wife. Now, I ask you, gentlemen, and you, my dear.
And just because of that... Oh, well, Phineas, you're an idiot.
Yes, my dear.
My husband, you see, is very imaginative.
But, my dear...
I won't hear any more about it. I am accepting the presidency of the Amalgamated Women's Club tomorrow, and I intend to be fresh and ready for the inaugural speech. Good evening, Phineas.
Hey, wait.
And now, what do you want?
Look, lady, did you say you was going to be president of all the dames' clubs in the state?
Oh, that's a thoroughly crude way of putting it, but the answer is yes.
Hey, you hear that, Race? Listen, lady, look, we got a pal in trouble, and you could do him an awful big favor.
I am not interested in doing favors for anyone.
Yeah, but look, this boy is a president, too. President of the Lansing Brothers Circus. And all he wants is to do a benefit for you frails down in Miami.
Young man, I detest circuses.
Oh, you're kidding.
They're a disturbing influence on the younger generation, a thoroughly disturbing influence.
That's a lot of malarkey. The circus never hurt no kid I ever knew.
Young man, if you're trying to argue with me, you may as well save your breath. And you can tell your circus president that the Amalgamated Women's Club have no intention of patronizing any circus in any way or for any reason. Good night.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
Delivering bad news to people is not one of my favorite pastimes. But leaving Larry LeClaire in the dark as to his deal with the women's clubs wouldn't have been helpful. So Mark and I went to see him about it the next morning. The information froze the smile on his face and dropped him limply into his desk chair.
Well, that rips it. Know anyone who might give me a job raise?
Oh, it can't be as bad as all that.
My friend, you have no idea. It's
Hey,
been...
Mr. LeClaire!
Yeah, what is it, son?
We got trouble.
Trouble?
Bunch of guys moving in a lot. Big top end figures they're out to wreck the main tent.
Over my dead body, come on!
Do you have enough men to handle this, Larry? The lot looks deserted.
More of my luck. Except for the Cage boys and a few others, I'll let the rest leave for the weekend.
Well, he can count on us, can he, Race?
He sure
no,
can.
No, you fellas stay out of it. These things get pretty bad.
Are you kidding? What do you think we are, violence?
Hey, Mr. Race. Mr. Race.
Mr. McClune, what are you doing here?
Oh, I called your hotel, and they said you'd gone out to the circus grounds, so... My word. What is going on here? All those ruffians.
Mr. McClune, you'd better clear out of here. Mark! Mark!
Your friend ducked out, Race.
Yeah, I guess he don't want no part of no free-for-all.
If Mark Donovan ducked out, he had something in mind.
All right, hold it. We'll make our stand right here. Yo, man! What are you trying to do here?
You're all washed up, LeClaire. We're closing you out as of now.
Hey, I know that guy, Mr. LeClaire. He used to be with Colmark's Carnival down Louisiana.
Well, you're gonna meet him again soon. They're moving in.
Don't know how we can stop them. It's 3-1.
Hey, Race! Move back! Move back!
It was Mark atop an elephant, and behind him were 3 other men on more elephants. We skipped aside to let them pass, and they really broke it up.
Well, I'd feel a lot happier about winning that skirmish if it weren't for old man McClune getting hurt. How is he, Race?
Still unconscious. You mind if I use this phone, Larry?
No, go ahead.
That gang off the lot?
Every last one of them. Donovan, you really turned the trick with those elephants.
Just like hiding a bulldozer, even better.
McClune residence?
Mrs. McClune, please. Frank Race calling.
Hey, Race, how was the old man hurt?
I imagine he fell trying to get out of the way. Must have hit his head on something.
Got a nasty welt there.
Hello?
Mrs. McClune, this is Frank Race. I'm calling from the Lansing Brothers Circus lot.
And you brought me to the phone to tell me that?
And this is a dame that never stops slugging.
I brought you to the phone to tell you there's been a brawl here, and that your husband's been hurt.
My husband? Phineas McClune?
You have only one, I trust.
What do you mean he's hurt? How badly?
He was hit on the head. He's unconscious.
Where is he? Where do you have him?
We're on the circus lot.
I understand that, but where on the lot?
We have him in the pie car.
Well, don't move him. Don't let anyone else move him. I should be right there.
Well, Race?
Larry, that clown of yours, the one called Slim.
Yeah, what about him?
He said he knew one of those fellows who made the attack.
That's right. Slim did say that.
Your publicity man, does he happen to be on the lot?
That's Charlie Rowland. No, he's in New York. But his assistant's here, Gil Prentice.
Good. I'd like to see him right now. And then I'd like to talk to Slim about the fellow he recognized. Maybe I can give you a helping hand with your troubles. According to Slim, the attacker he'd recognized was called Pete Bannister. And 3 boarding houses and 2 bars later, we caught up with him to find him half gone from the contents of a dozen ale cans that littered his room. This was a break, since he didn't remember us as being participants in the morning's free-for-all.
Yeah, I'm Pete Bannister. What y'all want?
Tell him, Mark.
Sure. We was with Goldmark's Carnival down Louisiana way. We heard that you used to be one of the gang.
Oh, I certainly did. Oh, so you men were with Goldmark, were you?
Yeah.
That's a great outfit. A great outfit. Sit down here. Sit down. And the Goldmark boys are friends of mine, you know. I wish I had something to offer you fellas in the way of a drink.
No, don't worry about that, pal. I took a deep breath when I
Yeah?
first come in, and I picked up a glow that should last me for hours.
No.
Yeah.
You fellas is all right, you know. You sure are.
Fine.
Yeah, when'd y'all blow in?
Yeah, just now. And we heard that you could put us next to something good. Something with lots of dough, you know, not much labor.
Well, now, can you handle yourself? In a fight, I mean.
Would we have been with Goldmark if we couldn't handle ourselves?
Now, ain't that the truth?
Yeah. Look, how about the deal, huh?
Oh?
The deal.
Oh, sure. I'll tell you where you can latch on to something real good.
Huh?
A little excitement, a little nice money for it. Here's the address and the name of the party.
Hey, how you doing, Pete?
Oh, hi, boy, just in
Yeah, I
time.
thought I'd drop over there. Hey, when did you take up with these guys?
Well, there's a couple of boys used to be with Goldmouth.
Yeah, like Fetter
Yeah.
used to be with Goldmark. These turkeys were with a Lansing outfit this morning fighting on their side.
Come on, Mark. I believe we'd better...
Wait a minute. You rubes ain't going nowheres.
The man's got a gun, Race.
Yes, he has, hasn't he? Which means we'll probably have to resort to violence.
Yeah, you ain't resorting to nothing. I'll back up both of you, say.
That's all for you, lad.
Come on, let's go, Race. Come on.
Mind if we come in, Larry?
Oh, come on in, Race. Find out anything?
Sour news again, Larry. That gang is reforming to come back. They've picked up more men, and this time they're out to wreck your whole outfit.
Yeah, and they'll be showing up any minute.
Well, then why on earth don't you call the police, you idiots?
Mrs. McClune.
Yes, she's still here, Race. And Mr. McClune, too. Doctor said he shouldn't be disturbed for a while.
I'm all right now. I want to go home.
Well, you can't go home, Phineas, not for another hour, and you need your rest, and you're going to get it.
But he ain't gonna get much rest staying here.
So I have you to contend with again, young man?
Look, I'm just telling you, lady. This ain't gonna be no spot for no rescue.
I repeat, why not call the police?
Take them too long to get here. And you can't expect them to station half the force in this one spot.
Hey, boss. Boss,
Yeah.
trouble again. And this time it won't do no good to use no elephants. They brought along bull hooks.
How close are they, Slim?
Oh, they're coming across the marsh. They'll be here in about 3 minutes.
All right. We'll get out. Leave it to them. I can't hold it anyway. So why take a chance on more people getting hurt?
It can be stopped quite simply if one person will go out there and say a few words.
Well, then, for heaven's sakes, let us see that it's done. Now, who is this person?
Mr. McClune.
My husband? What on earth are you talking about?
It's your husband who's been hiring those men to wreck this circus. I found that out this afternoon. How about it, Mr. McClune?
You're quite right. I am the guilty party.
Phineas? Well, now, in heaven's name, why?
All for the love of you, lady. And if that ain't some sweet mystery of life, I'll put in with you.
I was afraid they were going to hurt you, my dear. These circus people. So I decided to eliminate the root of it, the circus itself.
Phineas, of all the insane idiot... look, you people must understand that my husband is very eccentric.
Well, that may be true, but this was actually your fault.
My fault?
You've been so ashamed of once being a bareback rider that you turned it into a hatred for the circus. When old-time circus friends came to see you, you turned them away, harshly. Your husband got the idea you were fighting with them. And, of course, he thought you were in danger.
Oh, well, Mr. Racer, I don't know whatever led you to believe that I have ever been connected with a circus.
You
but...
led me to believe it, Mrs. McClune, when you didn't bother to ask me for directions when I told you to come to the pie car. The average person doesn't know what a pie car is.
And neither did I, not until I got here and asked a pair of joys how I...
So, well, that's a very interesting thing. So you asked a pair of joeys, did you? And tell me, what are joeys, Mrs. McClune? They're clowns, aren't they? But only someone familiar with the circus would know that, wouldn't they?
Oh, my dear, my dear.
Now, look here, you can't prove anything from all this silly
Here,
balderdash.
have a look at this photograph, Mrs. McClune. It's from the files of this very circus. It was taken, I would say, 30 years ago. And it's the likeness of one Annie Foulard, equestrian. And since your name happens to be Anastasia Foulard McClune, the newspapers can make quite a splash out of that, don't you think?
I don't
Now, are you going to ask your husband to get rid of that mob out there?
I shall take care of it. I shall take care of it at once.
Oh, just in time, too.
Well, if you people have said all that you have to say...
Oh, no, not quite, Mrs. McClune. Anastasia Foulard McClune. There's still a little matter of the Amalgamated Women's Clubs of Florida commissioning Mr. LeClaire to take this circus to Miami.
Well, very well. I shall see to it that the necessary arrangements are made in the next few days.
Hey, that's wonderful.
Mrs. McClune.
Well, now what?
The next time those old circus friends visit you, I wouldn't run them off with harsh words. You might find a lot of happiness in getting together with them. And I think you could do yourself another psychological good turn if you organized a social equestrian group to appear for those charity shows in Miami, with you as star.
Me? Oh, riding again?
Might be a good idea, don't you think?
Oh, well, perhaps you are right. Yes, perhaps you are right.
Yeah, and lady, look, if you really want to get the crowds in, do me a favor, do your acting tights, huh? With that shape, you're a cinch to fill every seat in the tent.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Bert Holland, Larry Dobkin, Wilms Herbert, and Michael Ann Barrett. Our story was written and directed by Buckley Angel. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in the Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. Now we join Frank Race for the adventure of the sobbing bodyguard.
It wasn't what you might call a respectable hour, and I had nothing left but a grunt of relief as I doused the light and burrowed into the bedding. There'd been a meeting with two former combat companions, a pair of lusty travelers intent upon my liquid downfall. I'd outlasted them, but now, with morning threatening to crack at any minute, I needed no crystal ball to forecast what it held for me, a fat hangover. But before I could concentrate on oblivion, there came a sound from the living room. I heard the switch click, and then... That you, Mark?
Yeah, be in a second.
What goes on?
Where are you? In bed?
Finally. What have you been doing? Packing someone on your back?
Look, whether you know it or not, you ain't kidding.
Well, I hope you're kidding. I'm in no condition to nurse a maid or drunk.
Look, you bottle?
Oh, I'm sober enough. You actually have someone in there?
Race, remember when you were in Italy last summer by yourself?
Yes.
Well, I took a fare up to Saratoga for the races, see. While I was up there, I get into a beef with Eddie Harrington.
I'm a little muddy. The name rings no bell.
Look, get with it, will you? Nightclub owner, hard guy. We get into an argument at the track, and I bust him in his snoot, and he has his boys work me over.
And this is the first time you tell me about it.
Well, I guess I was kind of ashamed of being mauled. Of course, it took four of them to do it, you understand?
I understand. And does all this have something to do with the fare you just unloaded in the living room?
It does indeed, brother. That lump in there happens to be Harrington.
Come again, will you? If he's drunk, why bring him here? Or are we conducting a haven for lushers?
Race, listen to me. The guy in there ain't drunk. He's dead.
That brought me out of bed and sent me into the living room with a lunge. Mark's passenger lay spilled over the end of the divan, a big fella, the athletic type gone to seed. His features, even in death, held to a sadistic leer.
That's quite a deal, huh?
What's the story, and it better be good.
There ain't nothing good about it. Look, I am in Follies having me a cup of coffee. When I come out, here is this lad planted in the cab. A guy I had a rhubarb with, the guy that had me beat up. And he's dead in my hack of a bullet through the sconce. So right there I say to myself, Donovan, you are behind the well-known double four-ball.
Bullet through the ear. Could have been suicide.
Are you kid with no gun around? No, Race, no. The brains of homicide would just snort at that one. I gotta plant this boy on somebody else's doorstep, that's all. I gotta think about it with great care.
Mark, the smart thing to do would be to call the police.
Oh, no. I don't want to do that, Race. The first place I tabbed the thing for a frame. Not against me in particular, you understand? It's just that somebody perforated this guy and wants a patsy to pin it on. I happen to fit. Motive and everything.
All right, if you want to play it that way. But if the police do move in, it'll be that much tougher. Why don't you just dump him out in the street somewhere right away?
Because I picked up a tail the moment I pull away from Follies. A prowl car, no less. Latched on, wouldn't let go. Followed me right here to the door. I had to make like this boy was a drunk I was delivering home.
It's all too pat. Are they still outside?
Nah, I think they left. I'll have a look, though. Hey.
Still there?
Yeah, with another one pulling up behind him. Well, if this thing is getting tight in the French bathing suit, I'm gonna get out of here.
Wait, what for?
Them cops.
If they take you, I'll have you out in a matter of hours.
Look, nothing doing. I never liked the clink. But if you really want to help me, here's something you should know. Harrington and I got into that fracas because of a dame he was shoving around, see? A dish by the name of Coral Kennedy. Last I heard, she was singing somewhere in Jersey City. I'll see you later.
He got clear of the room by a scant couple of minutes. The visiting group included a patrolman and a couple of plainclothes officers. One of the detectives I knew, a Lieutenant Kessel. This was a complication, because we'd never liked each other.
This layout belong to you, Race?
I've been under that impression. What's the picture? Am I being evicted?
I'll laugh at that one after breakfast, but I'm not so liable to gag on it. How'd he explain the lad on the divan?
Looks a little inebriated.
He's dead and you know it. How'd he get in here?
All you had to do was push the door open. He might have done the same thing.
With a bullet hole in his head? Why don't you stop? Where's the other guy that lives in the apartment? He was spotted packing this cargo in here.
What's the pitch, Kessel? It's all so pat. You're knowing just when to arrive and tabbing Donovan so neatly. He felt he was being framed by someone. Looks as though he's right.
You helped him get away, didn't you?
You can put that one back in your hat, Lieutenant. I know nothing about this business. Anything I do for Donovan from now on will be done in my capacity as a licensed investigator.
Yeah? Well, first you're going to stand a little investigating yourself. Starting as of now.
What with the medical examiner and pictures and questions, it was 8 o'clock before I was able to detach myself long enough to grab a shower. After this, Kessel finally and grudgingly indicated that I wasn't to be taken in. So I went out for a breakfast of dry toast and black coffee. While I ordered, another customer slid onto the stool beside me. Plump, sleek, well-manicured, he eyed the counterman with the quiet gaze of a snake digesting a rabbit.
Let me have some coffee, too. Make sure it's hot or I'll push your face in it. Hey, Race. Remember me?
I remember you. Flip Clemson.
Yeah. I come in here so I could talk to you.
I'm gratified.
I hear you got Addie Harrington's body over to your place.
You're full of news.
I hear things. But this is hard to believe. You see, Race, I've been working as Harrington's bodyguard, and I couldn't help feeling real hurt if that was really Addie's body.
Sorry, Flip, you'll have to read about it in the papers.
You keep stalling, I ain't gonna like it.
Look, Flip, I've had a tough night. I've got a headache. Start nagging me, and your face will go into the coffee.
Don't ever try nothing like that with me, Race. You'd only get your fingers down your throat. A long way down.
All right. Now that we've both made faces at each other, why don't we just say so long?
Race,
Yes?
that ain't really Harrington's body, is it?
Buy a paper flip. Read all about it. A nightclub at noon. It's like looking at an unmade bed. And the yellow slipper in Jersey City was no exception. But there was nothing dowdy about the girl I found there practicing new vocal numbers.
No. I don't mind taking time out. But if you're an agent, I already have one.
Do I look like an agent?
They come in all shapes and sizes. And I don't know anything about your mentality.
I'm not an agent.
Wouldn't be a better job, would it? No deal if strings dangle from it.
Put away the truculence, will you? I came over here simply to ask an impersonal question.
Go ahead.
Can you think of any reason why Addie Harrington would want to commit suicide?
Can I...
She took time out for a few seconds, and the wariness tightened across her features. She turned to the man at the piano, a swarthy personality who looked more like a croupier than an accompanist.
Hear that, Rocco?
Yeah. Yeah, I hear it.
What would you say?
I would say Addie wouldn't commit suicide for nothing or nobody.
Well, Race, there you are.
I asked you the question. No offense, Rocco, but would you mind getting lost?
Me? I'ma stay. Unless Carl tell me to go.
Take 5, Rocco. Go get yourself a beer.
For some reason, Rocco didn't like it, but he left. And then I told the girl about Mark Donovan.
Oh, yes, the cab driver. Well, I certainly do remember him. You see, Harrington got pretty mean that day. I think your friend saved me a mauling. Harrington was like that. Always wanted to wrestle.
And you had enough of that type.
I've had a hatful.
How about helping Donovan?
What can I do? I didn't even know Harrington was dead until you broke the news.
Who else could I talk to about Harrington?
Rocco Mentora. Rocco knew him pretty well, but Rocco never liked him. And Rocco doesn't like questions.
Who else?
Well, you could talk to Jean Harrington, Addie's wife.
Where would I find her, at his club?
Jean? She never went near the place. You wouldn't be caught dead in it.
Don't sound so bitter. Doesn't go with those freckles on your nose.
Afraid I can't help it. Singing in a $1.95 layout like this when I could be in New York. And if it weren't for Harrington, I would be.
New York isn't very far from here. When do you have a night off?
Tomorrow? But if you...
Dinner with me? I'm the mental type. I don't start wrestling until very late in the evening.
All right, Race. Might be fun.
This thing was beginning to worry me. If they brought Mark Donovan to trial, he might not fare so well. They'd bring out his liking for brawls. They'd dwell on a revenge motive. I had a friend with the district attorney's office, so I called him, only to find he'd gone on a vacation. But the call brought results. The office sent a visitor that evening, a deputy DA by the name of Manning.
You stirred up quite a fuss at the office this afternoon, Race. What's the gripe against the police department?
I thought I was talking to Carlson when I got on the phone. That's why it seemed as though I was popping off.
Oh, they said you seemed to think the Homicide Bureau is pulling a fast one. Oh, that's the nuts. There's nothing wrong with the department.
Nothing vicious, but a thickhead by the name of Kessel happens to be handling the Harrington case. Someone gave him a tip on Mark Donovan. He can't think of anything else.
Oh, yeah. I know Kessel. One-track mind. But what do you want us to do?
I called Carlson because I thought he might give me a break on information. I got nothing from Kessel but abuse.
Well, I'll do what I can to help. Right now, we don't know any more than was in the papers. But I'll keep in touch with you.
It was about an hour after he left that I got a call from Mark Donovan.
Race, I think I'm in trouble.
Where are you?
Michael's drugstore. You know, the one right around the corner?
What's the problem?
Oh, a couple of Joes at the fountain look like dicks. They've been giving me the double O. Now, if I had you here to sort of create one of them diversions...
I'll be right there, right away. Stay put.
You ain't going nowhere, Race. You're going to stay right here.
It was Rocco, the Jersey City piano player, standing just inside the doorway. There was fever in his eyes, in the way he drew on the cigarette plastered to his lower lip, in the way he gripped the automatic in his hand. He was feeling big and tough and in command of things. My guess would have been the stuff that dreams are made of. Bad dreams. Some drug that made him about the deadliest item in the city at the moment. I spoke soothingly to him. Sit down, Rocco. We'll have something to drink.
Won't do you no good to try not to race. Because I'm pulling a stopper. Right now.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now back to the adventures of Frank Race.
I was on the floor with a room full of gun smoke, with Rocco still at the door looking as though he'd just been elevated to a priesthood. But his bullets hadn't spilled me. I had dropped a split second before he fired, and now I feigned limpness, reasoning he'd come over for a closer look. He did. And when he got near enough, I grabbed! And now Rocco was down and out. It was probably going to be several minutes before he'd be capable of answering questions, and unfortunately I couldn't hang around, not with Mark waiting for me. But at the drugstore, there was no sign of Mark. I slammed back to the apartment and found Rocco gone too, which left me floundering. So I called headquarters, and I learned that Mark Donovan had just been brought in and was being booked on suspicion of murder. Now I had two things to do. One was to see about freeing Mark. The other was to pay a visit to a woman I'd never met. Cool and sparkling, she reminded me of fine glass. It was hard to picture her as being married to a man like Addie Harrington. Then it occurred to me that I hadn't seen Addie Harrington at his best.
You're not a policeman, Mr. Race.
How do you know?
You're too intelligent looking.
I can see I'm going to have to tread carefully with you.
Not unless you want to. I have a taste for big men who also happen to be good looking.
And you, a brand new widow.
Addie and I were divorced 6 months ago. It was a parting without tears.
And you don't know a thing about what just happened to him?
Not a thing, Race.
Yet right away you go into an act for me. A man you've never seen before. Why?
I don't know what you mean.
Look, Duchess, you're much too smooth to start gushing within the first 15 minutes. Unless you have a motive.
Oh, come now, Race. You underestimate yourself.
You wouldn't want to tell me if Harrington carried heavy insurance, would you?
I would if I could, mister. But Addie Harrington always kept his affairs very much to himself, which was one of the reasons we were never compatible.
Do you happen to know anything about his death?
Only what I read in the newspapers. I've been out of town, Race. I got back only a few hours ago.
Uh-huh. Well, is there anything you can tell me about a lad called Rocco Mentora?
I don't believe I've ever heard of him.
With a slight touch of hesitation, indicating that your answer would hardly stand up against the lie machine.
Race, for a man who isn't with the police, you're boringly inquisitive.
I'm sorry, Duchess, I have to be. In this case, it'll keep a friend of mine from being convicted of murder.
Race, come on over.
Hello, Clemson.
Race, this is Johnny Ortega. Climb in, we'll give you a lift.
No, thanks. I need the exercise.
What'd I tell you, Johnny? Cagey guy. Never wants to say nothing. Yeah, Race, go on, look at me. So I've been balling. Guy's got a right to ball when a pal gets knocked off, ain't he? Well, ain't he?
I guess he has, Flip.
Addie Harrington was a good guy. An unhappy guy, too. The club going broke on him. There was no reason for to knock Addie off. Besides, it ain't good for a bodyguard's career to lose an employee. Who's this pal of yours that gunned him down, Race?
Hang up, Flip. You've got the wrong number.
You heard me. Who was he?
Sorry, Flip.
All right, you asked for it. Take him, Johnny.
Yeah. Ortega had been standing alongside the car, and suddenly I found myself in the iron clutch of a hammerlock.
Now, maybe you'll talk before Ortega breaks your arm. Put a little pressure on him, Johnny. Yeah. Okay, give. You talker, Johnny. You'll twist that arm clear over your head. Give him another boost, Johnny.
Yeah. When you're standing erect, there's an antidote for a hammerlock. But you have to get your feet clear of your man. Ortega, busy with his sadism, finally left himself open, so against his shin, I jammed a heavy heel. He let go of the hammerlock and sat down on the sidewalk to rock back and forth in agony. Flip Clemson stared in disbelief for a second, then stabbed at the car's glove compartment. But he dropped the gun, getting it out, and as he bent over, I jammed his head against the floorboard and got it myself. You just relax, Flip. Then we'll all be happier. Personally, I have no hard feelings at all, because you've just given me the probable reason for Addie Harrington's death. I got Mark out on a writ of habeas corpus, but with an inquest coming up, we were in need of information. So I called Detective Lieutenant Kessel. When I told him what I'd like to know about Jean Harrington, whether she had a boyfriend or not, his reply mirrored his feeling for private investigators.
Look, you're a shamus. Find out for yourself.
And that was that. I felt fortunate I could go to Manning in the DA's office.
I guess we can find that out for you, Race. Anything else?
I'd like to know if Harrington carried a big insurance policy, but I'll check on that myself. On the anxious seat now, I phoned Manning the next afternoon.
No dice, Race. At least no boyfriend we can turn up.
Thanks anyway.
What'd you learn about the insurance?
That part gels, Manning. One of the terms of their divorce settlement stipulated that Harrington keep up a $100,000 policy with Jean Harrington as beneficiary.
Yeah? What do you make out of it?
Nothing I can prove yet, but I'm going to keep trying. It was the next night at dinner that Coral Kennedy told me she'd given up her Jersey City job and come to New York for good.
You see, with Harrington dead, I'm finally free.
Free?
Well, Addie had me under contract, and when I walked out on him, he wouldn't release me. That's why I was working under the phony name.
All of which might be an excellent motive for your having murdered Harrington.
Gosh, it could seem that way, couldn't it?
Except that he wasn't murdered.
What?
Well, at least that's my belief. I just wish I could prove it. There was plenty of reason for his suicide. Harrington was broke, been drinking heavily, and his club was deep in the red.
When did you find out all this?
Today, I've been in half the bars and nightclubs in town.
Who'd want to make it look like murder when it's a suicide?
Mrs. Harrington, they were divorced, and one of the terms of the settlement was that Harrington maintain a $100,000 insurance with her as beneficiary. But suicide on the part of the insured always voids a policy.
Well, I've got some news, too, Race. I went by Harrington's nightclub today. It was closed, but I ran into Addie's man there, his Filipino houseboy. He told me that Addie'd been feeling morbid and depressed. He said Addie took an overdose of sleeping pills just a week ago, but got sick and snapped out of it.
My angel, where can I find that boy?
I've got his address right here. Oh, gosh, Race, I left it in my other purse. It's at the apartment.
I know of no better reason for you to take me home with you. Come on, baby.
You'd better wait in the hall, Race.
Nothing doing. I'll help you look.
Oh? And then?
And then I'll go and get some ice cream, and we'll have a real homey evening together.
Oh, you fool, you.
You ain't going nowhere. Neither one of you.
Rocco.
Yeah, Rocco. You've been talking too much, chicken. You've been talking too much to the wrong people.
Seems as though you and I went through this sort of thing once before, Rocco.
Yeah. But this
Get
time
going, Coral.
I ain't missing.
I came out of it looking up at a clinically white ceiling. That and my sense of smell told me I was hospitalized. Swiveling the neck a little, I gazed into the opaque countenance of Detective Lieutenant Kessel.
Well, Race, how do you feel?
Like a ham on a hook. What goes with the arm?
It's strung up like that because you took a slug through the shoulder. Nothing serious. You'll be out in a couple of days.
How'd they do all of this to me so quickly?
Get wise, Race. You've been here some time. This is now tomorrow afternoon.
Well, it's nothing like a good sleep. How about the girl?
You're, speaking of this one, I suppose?
He pushed a newspaper at me with a photograph on the front page, Coral Kennedy's photograph. But beyond recognizing that, my eyes wouldn't function, so I asked Kessel to read the account.
I don't have to read it. I know it by heart. She was found this morning by some guys going to work in a galvanizing plant. What was left of her was found in a vat of molten zinc.
Kessel had said I'd be out of the hospital in a couple of days. He turned out to be wrong. I made it the next morning. But I left the place with about as much enthusiasm as a used car appraiser inspecting a Model T. At the curb, I found Mark Donovan waiting in his cab.
Climb in, Race. We got things to do.
What are you so brisk about? This is the day of the Harrington inquest.
Yeah. I know. And the way things look, I will most likely be indicted. But I just turned up a little nugget of info that might change the whole picture.
I have learned where that lad Rocco is holding up, and it happens to be at none other than the apartment of the late Mr. Harrington's former wife, Jean.
You're sure?
I am in dead earnest. What do you say we go get him?
All right, but not by ourselves. One, it wouldn't be good for you to become involved in a fight right now. Two, I personally haven't the strength to wiggle a mound of tripe, so we'll get Kessel. And to make sure he stays in line, we'll also take along Manning of the district attorney's office.
I hope this doesn't turn out to be a false alarm. I've got other things to do.
Don't worry, it ain't no false alarm.
We take your car, Manning. It's a sedan.
Sure, it's right here.
And what am I going to do with this Rocco, even if I take him in, Race? It's only your word against his that he shot you. Hey, what's the matter, Manning? Can't you get your own car door open?
There it is. Okay, get in. We can at least go out and talk to this fellow.
Well, what a deputation.
I'm sure you don't mind if we come in.
Why,
I'll check right through the whole place right now, Race, huh?
Look, what goes on?
Do you happen to know a man called Rocco Mentora, Mrs. Harrington?
Rocco? Well, of course, he's my former...
Yeah, he's here all right, Race. Out cold. Whether from sleep or reefers, I wouldn't be prepared to say.
Mr. Mentora hasn't been feeling well. He came over here for a few hours to rest. It's all perfectly proper. I keep a housekeeper here and a maid,
You
and
told me a few days ago you'd never heard of Mentora.
Just what are you trying to prove?
Yeah, that's a good point, Race. What are we trying to prove?
Well, first, that Addie Harrington wasn't murdered, but he committed suicide. But it was important to Mrs. Harrington that it looked like murder, so she could collect her husband's fat insurance. That's why her boyfriend murdered Coral Kennedy, because Coral knew too much.
Boyfriend? You mean this Mentora guy?
No. I mean you, Manning.
Manning? You're kidding, Race.
I'm not kidding. I didn't bring Manning into the case. He came in himself when he heard of my calling Carlson. It gave him a chance to be on top of everything all the way. And it was Manning who pushed Coral Kennedy into that vat of zinc.
He's gone off his rocker, Kessel. They let him out of the hospital too soon.
Oh, wait. How do you know, Race? How do you know? How do you know Manning pushed her into the vat?
He couldn't get his car open because of the condition of his keys. His keychain must have been dangling when he handled Coral Kennedy's body, so that the keys went into the galvanizing solution. That's why he had trouble opening his car. Take a look at the keys, Kessel. The evidence is all over them.
Don't go for that gun, Manning. Ain't smart.
I figured you'd be handy when I asked you to come along, Kessel. You're always so doggone truculent.
The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Paul Dubov with Tony Barrett as Mark Donovan, comes to you from Hollywood. Others heard in tonight's cast were Lillian Baeff, Jack Crucian, Tom Holland, Michael Ann Barrett, and Gerald Moore. This series is written and directed by Buckley Angel and Joel Murcott. The music is composed and played by Ivan Ditmars. Be sure to be with us again this time next week for another dramatic chapter in The Adventures of Frank Race. Art Gilmore speaking. This is a Bruce Eells production. The Adventures of Frank Race, starring Tom Collins. The war changed many things, the face of the earth and the people on it. Before the war, Frank Race worked as an attorney, but he traded his law books for the cloak and dagger of the OSS. And when it was over, his former life was over too. Adventure had become his business. The Adventures of Frank Race. join Frank Race for the adventure of the Roughneck's Will.
Sometime people come back to you through the years. People you used to know or work with. They come in unexpected phone calls or chance meetings on the street of some strange town. And some of them you want to see and some you hope you'll never see again. Jim Fallon was one of the former. We'd gone through law school together, played football together. And one night in 1943, we'd almost died together in a parachute jump behind Rommel's lines. So when Mark Donovan relayed Jim's call to me, I told him to ignore the red lights. I was full of the excitement that always comes from the thought of seeing an old friend or an old flame.
There's a layout. Office suite 401 to 416. And look at the names on that door, will you? Fallon, Foster, Peabody, Morton, and LaRoche. Attorneys at law.
Yes, Jim Fallon's come a long way, Mark.
That guy has to come a long way when he spends every day working till 16 offices.
Well, let's go in.
No, not in there. He said you should come through the door marked 411, ignoring that it is marked private.
Sounds top secret. Here. Here's 411. Hello, Jim.
Race. Oh, man, it's good to see you.
You know Mark Donovan.
We spoke on the phone. How are you?
Hi.
I understand you're having a little trouble, Jim.
Race, this isn't little. I can brush any doubts out of your mind by mentioning the name of my problem. Martin Bayard Cullen.
That could be serious.
Wait a minute, that name sounds familiar. Who is he, Ray?
Martin Bayard Cullen's an old man who avoids publicity. He can't avoid it altogether, though. It's hard to avoid it if you happen to be one of the 10 richest men in the world.
Holy cow.
We handle his legal business, Race. Since this morning, though, I've been wishing we didn't.
He's kicking up his heels, huh?
No. But somebody broke into this office last night. They opened Cullen's will. I want you to read the will, Race. He wrote it himself. And it's an invitation to murder.
Is this it?
Yes.
Brief, isn't it? One paragraph.
One paragraph, written with TNT. Go ahead, read it.
It is my wish that my entire fortune pass into the hands of only one person. However, I list here the 4 persons who have been closest to me, with the provision that the entire estate go to the last one surviving.
The last one surviving? Oh, brother.
You know the 4 people named here, Jim?
Yes. 2 of them are granddaughters of his wife by a former marriage. Cullen never had any children.
Then they must be Joan and Leona Richards.
Yes. And there's Carrie Bragg. She's been Cullen's nurse for the past 10 years. And the man, Bill Forsythe, is Cullen's secretary.
And all any one of them has to do to become fabulously wealthy is murder the other 3.
Mm-hmm. That kind of money has turned some pretty nice people into murderers, Race.
Yes, it has. Now tell me, does Cullen know his will's been opened?
Yes. I informed him immediately. I asked him to change the will at once and let it be known that it has been changed.
But he won't do it, huh?
Nope. And he told me not to call an investigator. But I can't hold still for that.
I'd like to have a talk with Cullen. Will you clear a meeting?
I'll try. I'll do it while you're driving up to his place. The estate is called Gray Acres. It's in Larchmont.
Gray Acres was appropriately named. The house had the grim aspects of a medieval castle, and even the grass and trees seemed colorless and drab, despite the evidence of care. Martin Bayard Cullen matched the general atmosphere. Only his large, dark eyes glittered through a shriveled and pasty skin as he lay propped up by pillows. But when he spoke, his voice belied his 90 years.
My orders to Fallon were quite precise. I want no investigation. I let you in so I could tell you that. Now get out.
I'm not here in your behalf, Mr. Cullen. I just wanted to see what kind of a man it is who uses his fortune to try to influence murder.
Since I'll be the first to be murdered if it does happen, it's still my affair.
It's time for your medicine, Mr. Cullen.
This is one of my heirs, Race. Or shall we say that Miss Bragg is a candidate? She doesn't seem to be out murdering anybody, but she is giving me medicine to drink. Someday it may not be exactly what the doctor ordered. Isn't that right, Miss Bragg?
That's right, Mr. Cullen.
She agrees with me, Race. See? Everybody agrees with an old man. Especially when he has millions they may get their claws on.
Come on, Mark. Let's get out of here.
Yeah, the medicine ain't the only thing that smells in this joint. Well, now there's a sweet old guy. Will you tell me how that prune with the lemon personality get to be rich, huh?
Well, he started out as a roughneck on a drilling crew. Oil wildcat is. Now he's loaded. Oil and steel, bonds, stocks, cattle. You name it, he's got it.
You seem pretty well informed about the old man, Race.
Oh, hello, Forsyth.
How'd the interview go?
Not too well. You warned me. Hey, look, Forsyth, you're his secretary. Anybody been especially snoopy lately?
Only me, frankly. I have my finger on all of the old man's affairs.
You know about the will?
I've always known about the will. You see, Race, I typed it.
You know, Race, that old guy must be tired of living. And at his age, I can understand him.
At his age, a man can be tired of a lot of things, Marcus. But he can also be very determined.
Like about what?
About not wanting things investigated. There's been a blue convertible perched on our tail since we left the estate.
Well, I will lose it, but quick.
Now, let's play it the other way. Slow down, come to a stop at that billboard sign.
Right.
All right, get out. Pretend to be checking the tires.
I get you. Here comes a car. It's slowing down.
We gotta stop, though.
Duck, Race, duck!
Come on, Mark. Behind the side.
They're backing up.
Keep low.
Now, you must have winged him. Car got out of control.
He's hurt. Not badly. Let's follow him.
Can't. Look, he nicked one of the tires on my heap.
Oh, that's too bad. It was too dark to get the license number.
I got all the numbers I need. They say that somebody doesn't want us around. Did you get a look at the driver?
No, I just fired at the hood. Now let's get that tire changed, pay another call.
On who?
On Joan and Leona Richards, Cullen's granddaughters.
Oh, brother. If the dames which live here are related to that old moneybags, I will bet you we are about to come face to face with a couple of pigs.
Remember, Marcus, they're only related by marriage.
Yes?
Yeah, my name is Frank Race. I'm an investigator working for your grandfather's attorney.
Oh, won't you come in? I'm Leona Richards.
The hallway was dim, and so was the room. But not so dim that you couldn't see the large eyes. Eyes that could reflect hurt easily. And they looked as though they made a habit of it. Except for that, her face was plain. But something about her said, if I ever come into your arms, you won't want to let me go.
I'd offer you a drink or something, Mr. Race, but, well, the household budget won't stretch that far.
Oh, I could run down and pick up a fill.
Never mind, Mark.
If my grandfather sent you to bring me back to Gray Acres, Mr. Race, I won't leave my sister.
Saying that doesn't make you happy. I didn't know you'd lived at Gray Acres.
We moved out 3 months ago.
What?
Because my sister...
Because her sister had reasons. And the reasons are nobody's business but mine.
Another girl stood in the doorway to the bedroom. She looked like Leona, only she was beautiful, and her eyes were deep and dark, but hard as polished onyx. It was a few seconds before I realized that her left arm was hung in a sling.
Joan, this is Mr. Race.
I heard everything. What do you want?
Your grandfather wrote a will, and some eager beaver opened it, a little ahead of schedule.
Light me a cigarette, Lona.
All right.
The terms of the will might place your life in danger. Your life and your sister's.
Suppose you let me worry about that.
No, but it doesn't end there. This particular will might also work in reverse and make you the menace.
Sounds like Grandpa's up to his old divide-and-conquer tricks.
Don't say things about him, Joan, please.
I know you're fond of him, but I'm not.
Do either of you own a blue convertible?
Well, yes, I do.
She owns it, and I use it.
I see. Now tell me, why the sling? What happened to your arm?
I don't think my answer is going to surprise you, Mr. Race. Somebody shot me.
Look, Grace, what for are we going back to that mausoleum?
I think it might be wise to hang around Gray Acres for a while.
Think that John Richards' dame was the one who was using us for target practice?
Yeah, slow down, Marcus. There's the gate to Gray Acres up ahead.
Oh, there's more than a gate there, Race. There's a guy with a shotgun blocking the road.
Now, you stay in the car. I'll talk to him.
Put your hands up there.
They're up.
Who are you? What you want?
My name's Race. I'm working for Mr. Cullen's attorneys.
Oh, yeah. Told me you was here earlier today. I'm Blair. Tom Blair. Old man Cullen hired me to guard the property.
Cullen hired you?
Yeah. Used to work for him before, you know. Whenever there's trouble, he sends for Blair.
Well, do you have orders not to let me through this gate?
Well, I use my own judgment. Cullen's got a lot of faith in my judgment.
Well, do I pass or do I make camp out here on the road?
Who is it, Blair? Oh, Mr. Forsythe. It's that investigating fella.
Oh. Hello, Race.
I thought I'd come back, just in case.
Yes, I had a hunch you would. I have a room prepared for you and your friend.
You letting them in, Mr. Forsythe?
Have any objections, Blair?
Me? Why should I?
I was just wondering, that's all. I'll drive up with you, Race. There's space for your car in the garage. I think you'll be comfortable in here.
Holy smokes. Ali Can would be comfortable in this joint. Even without Rita. What a room.
Yeah, before you go, Forsythe, I've got a question.
Fire away.
Was Joan Richards here this afternoon when I was here?
No, she wasn't. But Leona was.
Driving a blue convertible?
Oh, yes. It was a present from her grandfather last Christmas. A matter of fact, I got one too, Race. And so did Mrs. Bragg, the nurse.
You mean there were 3 of them?
That's right, 3 of them. Good night.
3 convertibles, all identical. I thought about it. And after we turned in, I dreamed about it. Leona had been here, but Joan was the one who had been shot. I twisted fitfully and seemed to doze off finally. Then...
Holy cow, Race, what was that? What was that?
Somebody screamed. Come on.
That came from the old man's room, Race. Hurry!
Where's the light switch?
I'll get it.
Martin Bayard Cullen lay propped on the pillows. His staring eyes fixed right on us, his withered old hands motionless against the white counterpane. It wasn't the stare of death, though. His glittering eyes turned to the far side of the bed. I moved around to see what he was staring at. I needed only one look. She was on the floor in a crumpled heap, her neck very neatly broken. Nurse Carrie Bragg wasn't going to inherit anything. She was dead.
We'll return to the adventures of Frank Race in just about 1 minute. And now, back to the adventures of Frank Race.
The murder of Nurse Carrie Bragg narrowed the field of Cullen's potential heirs to 3. Leona and Joan Richards and Bill Forsythe, which meant that 2 more of them had to die before there was any payoff. I sent Mark into town to get a few answers from Jim Fallon at his law office, and I started for a stroll around the grounds when... No telling where the shot had come from. I dived behind a hedge, flushing some birds. I caught a wisp of smoke coming from a clump of trees near the ivy-covered wall, and got off a wild shot in return.
Hey! Who's shooting there?
You should know. You started it.
That you, Ray?
Yes.
Well, this is me here, Blair.
I knew it wasn't Gregory Peck.
You crazy man, what you shooting at me for?
I wasn't shooting at you until you tried to pick me off with that rifle. Come out of those trees with your hands up.
Man, I wasn't shooting at you.
You clipped the top of the hedge as soon as I dove into it.
Well, I didn't even say you. I was just shooting the blue jays. Here, I'll come out holding the gun over my head.
What makes you so hot about blue jays, Blair?
Oh, they're bad, man, bad. Getting the chicken coops, suck the eggs dry, you know.
There aren't any chicken coops here.
Well, I guess I just got the habit from down home.
Maybe yes, maybe no. I think you were trying to scare me, Blair.
Oh, now why would I want to do a thing like that?
I don't know. But whether it's me or a bunch of innocent birds you're after, take a tip. Make your first shot count the next time you start playing this game. Because next time, I won't miss. Mark came back from Fallon's office with information that turned on a few lights. This latest will of Cullen's had been drawn up 3 months before and replaced a more sane and reasonable request that had been properly drawn by the attorneys. The contents of the first will told me it was time to have another chat with Leona and Joan Richards.
Please believe me, Mr. Race. I knew nothing at all of my grandfather's will. Either the first one or the new one that's causing all the trouble.
His original will left you 1/3 of his estate, and the rest was to go to charity.
That doesn't surprise me, Mr. Race. Leona's his favorite.
Then you should be interested in the contents of the new will, because they call for action, not orders.
You're wasting your time, Mr. Race. I know the contents of the new will, and I didn't have to break into Fallon's office to learn them. I'm going out. Leona likes to answer questions, but I don't.
Oh, Ray, she's so stubborn.